play it again.
Hello, my lovely imps. How are you all doing today? Hello to Samoski, Biceps and Bikinis, Fire Phoenix, Bo Doodles, Lilith Lovelace, Silent, Spinkle, Davin Pawn, Silax, Kreba. And from the YouTube chat, Brooke, Brindle, Brindle, Good Guy Malachi, Aaron Penner, Max Sips, Super Inhuman, Annabelle North, Rup, Respondent and Max Sips, Ivy Evans, and from the Twitch chat, we have Laspira, Callum GTV4, and I am a lefty. So great to see you all today. Thank you for being here. If you're here, please do not forget to smack the like button, because see, the like button is the #1 thing that brings us new viewers. I'm not kidding you. I know it's like a button that the imps can press that brings new people in, but I'm not kidding you. It really does. Every single time we see, and I am dumb because I forgot to put out a notification, but I'm going to do it right now. Don't you worry. I'm going to announce the stream right now. That is, I have forgotten. Hey, Lonnie, great to see you. All right, now, I have to tell you all something. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to like, please. You're right. I shouldn't put myself down. I'm very sorry. What the hell? Why is it doing that? Why the hell is it doing that? Okay, anyway. Yes, I am talking to both Vaush and Merrick tonight. And because today is a bonus stream, and yesterday was a wild ride, we'll even be taking some call-ins at some point tonight. So I'll let you know when we will start taking call-ins, and we're going to do those. I'm also open for debates. I like debates, okay? Yeah, Vaush and Merrick. I know it's going to be hog wild. Now, I have to warn you all in advance, everyone. There is a very good chance the site will go down tonight. We were absolutely slammed with a DDoS last night. Yeah, we got slammed, but with the DDoS last night, unfortunately. So, we'll see if they let up. I don't know if I'm like a big enough target for them, but we did get slammed with the DDoS last night. I had a conversation with WhiteNervosa earlier. We are moving the site to, the secure mode, which should be done by Monday. Yes. And now here's the deal. If the DDoS occurs, which is likely, we will migrate to the Discord chat. I will have the Discord chat up on screen, okay? So, it could be. We also got bot spammed. I'm guessing it's more likely to be the person who is targeting Vaush. So, yeah, we're getting the same security as VGG. Yes, it is confirmed to be coming from the same place as the Vaush ones. Yes, it is. These people have been doing this shit for a long time. I can't give any information, but we know basically who they are. And they don't like lefties. Let's put it that way, okay? Let's just say they don't like lefties. It's not sponsored by any VPNs. We're not even using a VPN. We're using a different system. It's probably Nazis, so probably Nazis. Yeah, I think that's correct, actually. They're wasting thousands of dollars DDoSing us. Yes, they are. Well, either thousands of dollars or they have a really, really big botnet of their own, which is possible. Josh is united by failure. Our site got DDoS really hard last night after the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. So yeah. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. So, well, that's a lot harder socialist Roman than see, because a lot of DDoSes happen from overseas. Yeah, I hope so too, but unfortunately, I think they're probably fine. Let's see here. So, I've pissed off some tankies, but I haven't pissed them off enough. See, the one thing you have to know about tankies is that tankies, they thrive on menial scraps of clout, okay? So they don't have as much to gain from me as they do from making shit about Vaush. And so they do Vaush memes right now. But someday, we know we've been rocketing upwards. We had 620 peak viewers, 500 average viewers yesterday. Okay? So we're getting there. Oh, you like the Cooking Mama? We do Cooking Mama all the time. So don't worry. Yeah. DDoSing means a distributed denial of service attack. It's when basically, I will describe a DDoS in a way that everyone can understand. Okay? Here we go. Ready? You remember the scene in Harry Potter, the movies, where all of the letters flood into the house and the letters are pouring through the roof and they're pouring through the chimney and they're coming through the door and they're slipping through all the windows and there's just letters filling up the house and nobody can do anything? That's a DDoS. Basically, they use a bunch of bots to just spam every single possible entryway into your website so nobody can get in, and it eventually blows up the website. Sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Yep. So. And, all right, and there it goes. All right, everybody, over to Discord chat. It's starting to die. We're not, it's, just get over into, okay, well, it reconnected quickly, but, okay, I think we're just gonna probably move in advance to Discord, because it's already getting hit. I haven't yet. I will be reminded. Don't worry. I'll remember it. Okay. All right. It looks like it's going down again. Just go to Discord. Just go to Discord, everybody. It's killing on my end. There we go. There it goes. All right. Just go to Discord. It's gone. Yeah, it's dead. All right, everybody. Here we go. All right. We're going to Discord. Discord live stream chat. There we go. And I need to change this so that there's less space between each of these. Hold on, I gotta change this thing. Ba ba da 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 da. There we go. Dun da 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 da. Bump bump. Here we go. What? That doesn't look right. Hold on, let's fix this. Ba ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Bum bum. So yeah, site chat's just gonna be up and down all night. So you should still be able to watch on the site, but if it doesn't work on the rest of the site, you can watch on YouTube and then chat in the site chat. God damn it! Everybody loses their flair though, unfortunately. Yeah, you can also go in Discord chat or Twitch chat, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on Twitch and YouTube chat. It's just annoying. Oh, is it not? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Thank you. All right, we got them. There we go. All right, it's working. Thank you. Site is fucked. It's just a downside. Site's going to pop up and down, but it's tanking. So. By the way, this coffee is the last dregs of the caffeine in my household. So if I seem a little bit tired tonight, it's because there's no caffeine left. And I scraped together the last dregs of coffee in order to be able to get some motherfucking caffeine in my system. Yeah. Whew. Oh, I'm sorry, Dranoa. Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on Twitch chat, so feel free to use Twitch chat if you want to. I'm going to do my best to keep an eye on all of the chats tonight. Yeah, picking the dregs out of the vacuum cleaner. Well, it's not that desperate. It was just the very last bit of the bag of coffee where I'm like, We usually buy pre-ground, but I want to grind my own in the future. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm going to do that, Gayfesh. I'm definitely going to do that. Yeah, we'll get those plugged in for sure. We will. We don't have soy? Well, I can fix that. Give me just a second. I'll add soy real quick. Watch this. Boot doo 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 doo. Do 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 do. Oh, you do have more emotes though. You have more emojis overall. Soy, 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 soy. There we go. Now you got soy. Now you got soy. All right. So we're gonna chit chat a bit. I wonder if this chat. I feel like we need to pop it up a little more. Hold on a second, real quick. I gotta make it bigger. All right. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. So Merrick is coming on in like an hour or so. And that's pog as shit. Let's make this a little bigger. Let's do that. There we go. Much better. Soy, 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 soy. Everybody soy, soy. That's a little better. Okay, Vaush. Okay, so I am going on Vaush's show, which is amazing. I've never been on Vaush's show, believe it or not. I know. I have never actually been on Vaush's TV show, on his actual stream. So that's going to be really, really awesome. Yeah, Vaush has come on my show when he wasn't streaming, but I've never actually been on his show. Yeah, I know, believe it or not. Wait, have I? I don't think I have. Oh, yeah. Never mind. That's wrong. Wrong. Disinformation. Leftist disinformation. Leftist disinfo. I did go on for like 10 minutes when he was back on Twitch. Sorry, fake news. I forgot about that one. It was like 10 minutes though. It was really short. That will be happening sometime after 5 p.m. Vaush came on here once when he wasn't streaming, and then I did go on his show once to congratulate him for coming on to getting back onto Twitch, which was awesome. Hey, Vermin. Great to see you. The chat overlay is cutting off text. Is it? Oops. I got to rework it just a little bit. Where is it? What's it cutting off? Is it cutting off at the top? Probably. Here, I'll make it a little more even. There we go. And then we'll zoom. I'm zooming. Okay. So this one can go a little lower. This one can go a little higher. We'll go like this. Make it like that. There we go. That should do it. All right. Yeah, we have the 5 head. We have the Vaush head emote. We have the Vaush head emote on the server. We have actually a lot of servers. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I can fix this. Hold on. There's a way to fix this. Why? Oh, why does it do this? I forgot how to fix this. Shit. How do I do that? Do I have to resize this? Is it this that I have to resize? I think it's this I have to resize. Hold on. Sorry, I'm troubleshooting. Boomer moment. Give me just a minute here. There we go. Now we'll be able to fix it. Uh-oh. In a second, I'll be able... I've broken it again. Okay. I've busted everything. I'm so sorry. I'll fix it. I promise. Oh my god, I broke everything. It's upside down. Everything's busted. Oh, kill me. Just kill me. Here we go. Get rid of this. Bring it over here. Go like this. Oh my fucking god. Oh Jesus. Oh Christ. Here we go. Okay. God, this is annoying. Isn't it fucking annoying? This is what they do. This is what right-wingers can do. They make us annoyed. Yeah, Lonnie, that's what I want. That's what I'm aiming for. Constant content. Boop. Boop. GG chat is getting DDoSed to fuck and back. So if you're wondering why we're not on the website, you want to get on the Discord, discord.gg/DemonMama. Well, the thing is, on Twitch, we don't have any of our emotes. So, No, it's definitely someone from Destiny's community. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, we are getting DDoSed. WhiteNervosa had a. I talked with DDoS. I talked with WhiteNervosa about the DDoS today. So it could be. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. But they don't like me. Well, oh, by the way, just so you all know, Destiny was shit talking me all night last night. The entire stream was just Destiny shit talking me. That dude is I have never seen a dude who hates another person. Like, I'm like still like a quarter of his size or something, and he's still so mad. He's still so mad. He's got nothing. All he did was this. The entire time, that's all he's got. All he can do is make fun of my face. But people love my face. This face makes fucking money. This face is a moneymaker, baby. Moneymaker right here. Is that the one? Yep. Hey, there we go. This is the one. That's all he's got. That's all he's got. He's got nothing. Oh, thank you. Oh, I got to turn the alerts back on. Here we go. Alerts going back on. Thank you so much for the amazing $5. Shout out to YouTube chat. YouTube chat supremacy from Bricks. Thank you so very much. And Mad Villainy, thank you very much for the Twitch sub. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Hey, thank you so much, K-pop girl. I'm trying to keep a track on everything. Whoa, Floofy Maki, thank you so much for giving 5 subs. That means the world. Thank you so much. Do I have a slight echo? Uh-oh. Do I? Test, 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 test. Is there an echo? Oh, whoa, what the fuck? My microphone audio is all fucked up. Oh, what is going on? Okay. Okay, I think I fixed it now. I think I fixed the microphone problems. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. I actually have an aggregator. I'm going to try and keep an eye on it now. But it doesn't put super chats in here, unfortunately. It doesn't put super chats in. So I have to... Bingus. We got a bingus on the screen. Wow, that's really funny. So mods on my... Now, do not abuse this ability. Mods on my server. You have the ability to post GIFs. But if you abuse the ability to post GIFs, I will be very frustrated. If you abuse the ASCII, you will get banned. Okay? No ASCII. Wait, how do I don't even know how to block ASCII. Okay, that one's really good. This one is really good. This is me dancing on the grave of Rush Limbaugh. Da 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 da. I am evil Homer. True. Uh-oh, we got a clip. Here we go. Let's check this out. I've busted everything. I'm so sorry. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I promise. I promise. Oh my God. I broke everything. It's upside down. Everything's busted. Oh, kill me. True. Just kill me. True. Here we go. True, Get rid of this. Bring it over here. How is this one busted now? Oh my God. Go like this. Oh my fucking God. Fucking, oh Jesus. Oh Christ. Bustin'. I've busted everything. We've busted everything. Bustin' makes me feel good. Bustin'. Can I just be temp banned for ASCII cocks? Depends, okay? Listen. You can pop cans, it's true, you can. Pigeon! 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 I love Pigeon! Popping them cans. Can we listen to Bustin'? Nah, I'm not risking it anymore. Everybody fucking hits me. Hey, thank you, X Corvus. I appreciate that. We're gonna talk about that a little bit. If you post ASCII cock, I will actually ban you from the Discord. This is your warning. Please don't post ASCII cock. Please. I'm gonna have to get an anti-ASCII thing. Oh, God. You all are gonna make my life so troublesome. God, the website is done. I'm not even gonna... Okay, everybody, just a warning. I'm not gonna be looking at site chat because it's actually annoying me to see all of the errors. So I'm closing site chat for my own sanity. Okay? What's an ASCII cock? Good question. Oh, cool. Corvus. Wait, you're Xander Corvus? Wait, I know Xander Corvus. Oh, holy shit, you are. Oh, wow. Wow. Welcome and thank you. And thank you for the kind words. I know you. Where do we type then? Dylan, you can come onto the... We're typing on the Discord, but I am checking Twitch chat. Damn, this is based. We got a based ass... Dylan's here. We got Corvus here. We got Xander Corvus here. We got Nightmare Fuel. We got... Oh, cool. Wait, I think I remember you following me on Twitter, actually. That's so fucking cool. Thank you. And... Oh, hell yeah. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. Damn. Damn. Today is going to be mostly a fun stream, just so you all know, okay? Hey, Pinkwug's here too. Jesus Christ. Chat's popping today. Website is fugged. So yeah. Discord is fugged. Well, you're on Discord already. Ah, I've already heard, but let's watch it together, shall we? I'm gay. True! True, though! True! Obviously! Wow! True! Can we get some gayers in chat? And you know what that means, chat, right? That means you can't reclaim the S slur, but you can reclaim the F slur. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Woo! I'm here for it, all right? Let's get some fucking love in chat for Dylan. Dylan, much love to you, our incredibly gay comrade. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for living your true self. I had to tweet this because people kept recognizing me on Grindr. Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity. True. Can they DDoS Discord? Nope. Nope, they can't. The S slur is straggot. Sorry. Huh. Careful, everybody. I know I'm not supposed to say it. That's a hate crime. Yes, there was. I remember when that happened, Kangaroo. I look so weirdly large today. This is strange. So I have some good news, by the way. I have some really, really, really good news, okay? Ready? Are you ready for the good news? Here we go. First piece of good news. I have gained somewhere in the ballpark of 500 to 700 Twitter followers from last night. That's absurd. That is actually wild. And I have gained 160 new YouTube subscribers. And I have lost 400 Twitch subscribers. Which kind of sucks. But that was not because that was because we got bot attacked last night, and that means that anytime you get bot attacked, shortly afterwards, Twitch will remove a bunch of bot accounts. So we actually lost bots, but we probably gained real followers. Yeah, Twitch followers, sorry. Twitch followers, my bad. We got a lot of new Twitch subs, which is pretty cool. Are we well hydrated? I am. I've drank 2 giant lemonades because I didn't have any caffeine until now, so. All right, a little bit of emote spam is okay, everybody, but not a lot, okay? No, like keep it at 3 maximum, okay? Do you accept Mama Demon, Demon Mother, or just Demon Mama? All of those. Just don't call me Demon. Well, okay, you can call me Demon if it's like just offhand, but I really hate it when people refuse to call me Demon Mama or DM. Most people call me DM or DMM or Mama, which I'm perfectly fine with. You can always do that. Demon Mama, monkey or ape? Well, as I always say, ascend to ape. Do not return to monkey, but ascend to ape. Apes strong together, after all. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because they do that intentionally most of the time. By the way, if you have a white name in Discord, you need to go to the rules. If you're in Discord, you need to go to the rules. If you're white named in Discord, you need to go to the rules and you need to click the little imp and accept the rules. I'm not anti-Godzilla. I just think that monkey is better than Godzilla. And, I mean, there's reasons for that I can't get into without being a spoiler. The spoiler. Thank you. By the way, Cryptid Joe, thank you. Thank you. It was made by gayfesh.bandcamp.com with a couple of cool remixers who are credited on the site. Yeah, poggers. Poggers. There was another thing I was gonna say. You can if you want to, just don't be weird about it, Joe. That's all. Give Dylan hell? Well, I love Dylan. Look, everyone, listen. Wait, Dylan wants to chat? Sorry, did I miss something? Dylan wants to chat? Dylan, come on. Come on in. Jump into the room. Jump into the waiting room and I'll pull you in, Dylan. All right, I'll pull you in. Boink. Hello, Dylan. How are you?
How's it going?
Good. How are you? Feeling very, very gay at the moment?
You know what? It was? I think it was. Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
After being in a 3-year-long relationship, I was like, man, it's crazy. This is the one girl I have romantic feelings for. And then they end up being trans, right? I feel like that sent a strong signal, don't you think?
That can light some things going. Yeah.
Yeah, that could light a few. That could get a few gears turning in the old noggin.
Yeah. What an auspicious day. What an auspicious day to be gay.
I was honestly like, okay, I don't know. Like, I was on Twitter, right? And I was looking at it and I was like, okay, so I keep getting people keep recognizing me on Grindr, so I can't keep this a secret forever, right?
Yeah.
And today it was somebody messaged me like, I love your work, Dylan. Let's talk about organizing. I'm like, this is Grindr, okay? Yeah. I don't know what you expect.
How about
you expect me to talk? How about I organize that dick in my mouth more?
Yeah.
Like, look.
How about I reorganize your guts? Damn.
Exactly. But it was just, oh my god. Yeah, Grindr is something else. It's, but still, yeah. So I just decided to go out with it, because the thing is, like, I'm romantically and sexually attracted to men, and I can only be romantically attracted to men, and effectively, I'm only seeking men. Like, I mean, I'm gay. That's gay, right?
Fucking pog as shit, though, right?
Yeah.
Now, here's the cool thing. Just think about this. As online politics and streaming gets taken more and more seriously every single day, someday all of the wrestlers in WWE are going to be looking for platforms, and you're going to have one. And they're going to be like, hey, wow, damn, you're looking good. You want to hang out? Look at that. Just saying. Just saying.
You think I'm gonna leverage my political career to get put near a bunch of large beefy men?
I'm just saying they're gonna be coming your way, and you're gonna be on equal footing because you're gonna be
they
the
better be
fucking
coming my way,
stream king. Yeah, they're gonna come your way. Exactly.
They're gonna be coming in a lot of ways. Anyway, yeah. So that's today's news. Besides that, I wanted to talk to you about yesterday.
Definitely.
So, the first thing I wanted to say is people keep telling me that I should not. I use they to refer to everyone.
Mhm.
Should I not use they to refer to you?
Oh, I mean, it's fine. Like, the thing is, I tell people that, like, the only place I really am comfortable with, like, they, them pronouns is on my Discord. That's the only place I have it listed. I don't mind. And I told people that last night. I'm like, it's a little weird to only have that, like, to be the only person who kind of gets that on the panel, but it's not like I was holding it against you.
I was using she, they, and demon mama. I was using all of them. I wasn't
like I said to you many times, like, you're my friend. So, like, you could call me dude and I wouldn't care. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't accept that from anyone else. Like, people who call me bro and dude and stuff like that, I don't accept that from anyone but my friends. But you're my friend. So
yeah, that's also what was when originally with the Tyler Bluntman thing. I saw what he was doing, but also in my head like, wait, but I use dude and bro to refer to every. So I was being way too charitable when I shouldn't be that charitable in that situation with Tyler.
Oh,
but
Tyler
eventually
was
he got
totally
booted
bad.
out.
And by the way,
he was terrible. I saw his post afterwards. What a fucking prick.
Yo, he's horrible. By the way, like, his fans are still going on my Instagram, and I think he's actually off Instagram now. Which I think he's off every single platform. He got banned off of TikTok. Jesus. He's off of YouTube. He's off of Twitter, and I think he's off of
like 600K on TikTok too.
650 on TikTok. Fucking
Jesus.
Massive account. Yeah. So yeah, he was really bad. Like so he made like 5 posts about me that were like transgender in like Philly
like
pink lettering.
Like pronouns, like won't debate me, like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, like,
it was terrible.
This disgusting man won't debate me, and I'm like, dude, do you think that like bothers me? Like, literally, that is the like weakest type of shit that I get. I have
Dear mama, I'm too scared to debate the TikTokers.
Yeah,
I can't deal with their 30-second music clips anymore. It's too much.
It's actually really funny.
Fucking made outfits.
The TikToks or the Instagram stories that he posted of me made him look bad. It was really funny. Also, he actually made my account grow, even though I got like a fuckload of harassment. Like, unironically, I got like thousands of comments. He accidentally made my account grow.
I have to thank you. My now ex sent me a DM because they're always on TikTok, and they're like, I keep seeing you on TikTok, and I look and it's all just DemonMama fan accounts.
Wait, really?
Yeah. You want to see? Or I think this might be you. I don't know. Let me. DemonMama. No, it's actually your account from 5 days ago. Disgraced conservative TikTok. Tyler Bluntman gets clapped.
Yeah.
She was like, I remember once my ex told me, like, because I remember it said, okay, if I ever just randomly appear on TikTok, I think then I've made it, right? And then they remembered that, and that's why they sent me this. I was like, well, damn.
Yeah, TikTok. We've been having a good time on TikTok. Oh, you gotta hit that. Geek is right, you gotta hit that TikTok. And by the way, when you do TikToks, I'll respond to your TikToks, because this weekend, well, tomorrow, because I'm not streaming tomorrow. Like, I usually do my video games on Sunday.
It right now, why not?
Yeah, TikTok is so good. It's frustrating as fuck to use, but it's so important for growth. Like, we've had so much interaction on there, and it's like, it's free publicity. Yeah. So it is definitely like, you have to treat it like Twitter. It's very similar. Like, I use the imps code on Twitter, on TikTok as well, just like I do for Twitter, which is like, I don't do discourse. I just post slam downs and stuff like that, and funny stuff and Yoda clips and whatnot. But I do have fun with it. And I am going to do a TikTok live Q&A at some point, because apparently, like, TikTok lives are like really heavily weighted in the algorithm right now, because it's a new feature. So that's cool as hell. Unfortunately, there is one thing that to be careful of on TikTok, which is that conservative report, like, cancel culture is really strong on TikTok. If you have, like, I've had 4 videos taken down by mass flagging. Oops, I just smacked my own mic. But 4 videos taken down, 3 of which were restored, 1 of which was not. In fact, interestingly, the video that didn't get restored was the one in which I called you a slut.
Hey, I'm not a slut, okay?
Totally.
I'm not a slut.
Yeah.
I'm not a slut. If anything, me having to come out as gay because they kept outing me on Grindr is proof of how I'm not a slut.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting week. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what else. What were we talking about? I can't even remember what
Yeah,
we
it
were
was
saying.
it was your pronouns because
Oh, yeah,
I was just, a lot of people tell me that I was misgendering you, and I was like, oh, am I misgendering you? I was just very confused.
I think a lot of people, most people come from my site chat, and to be fair, I don't use they them anywhere outside of my Discord. And that's only because I kind of wanted to like experiment with it in a space that I'm comfortable with. It doesn't really fit me, honestly, and so I don't know if I'm gonna go with that. But like, I'm not strictly opposed. It's just I don't know. It's complicated. I could go into this. I've talked about this a couple times, but it's a complicated
So
thing
I should
for me,
try to
so.
use she, but if I slip up and say they, it's not.
You
a
will
big deal.
never bother me. I will never be mad at you, Dylan, unless until the day you walk up to me. And I can't do this because I'm also streaming to Twitch. Normally I would drop a slur here to be funny, but until you walk up to my face and scream a slur in my face, there's not basically nothing you can do to piss me off on that front. Like I know,
but now we can share a slur though.
we can't. Well, we can't because I'm streaming on Twitch.
True.
We can share it, but we can't say it. So
true.
Censored by cancel culture. Yeah.
By the way, where is my shipment? My special goods shipment. My shipment of special goods.
I don't know.
That list of fine goods I sent you.
Oh, yes. We are working on it.
Working on it.
I will say you can blame me for this because I've been streaming so much that I've been like, I need food. I don't have time to cook. And so our shipment expert has been tied up feeding me. Yeah. So don't worry though, it will come. Don't you worry. And well,
here's another thing.
Sure.
I keep getting a lot of like the like this is a huge thing. Straight men seeking trans women. You know, there's a huge thing on Grindr. People keep mistaking me for a trans woman. Do I present that feminine?
Well, maybe when you had the outfit, maybe when you had the maid thing, and
yeah, but I'm not posting the maid outfit on Grindr. It's just a picture of me in a sweater.
Maybe they just see your hair and they're just like, oh my god, that is like so beautiful, and then they just assume it's a little bit of sexism. That might be the case. You know, a little bit of sort of sneaky sexism there. But I mean, True. And I mean, it could be the eyes. Again, it could be eye sexism because you do have really pretty eyes. So
I do have gorgeous eyes. That's one thing I'm not even like try to like cope with. No, I have beautiful eyes. Yeah.
Also, there is a
eye peasants in chat.
There are some. Okay, so this is gonna be a some people might get mad at me for this, but there are some people out there who are like straight people looking for trans people because they're in their minds, they're trying to like ease themselves in, you know, and that's kind of weird.
I can understand that. Well, I mean, I can definitely understand that since I just left like a relationship for 3 years where it turns out they were actually like trans, like non-binary.
Yeah.
And like you get what I'm saying. Like I can understand that.
Yeah, this is a real thing though. Like I see people in chat. I knew I was gonna get weird, champ, but this is a real thing. Like there are guys out there. There are straight guys out there who really want to fuck a guy, but they literally can't overcome their internalized homophobia. Yeah, and so they are just like, well, maybe I can get with a trans girl, and that way I can enjoy dick. And it is really fucked. It's really fucked, and it's not fair at all. And it never works out. By the way, that shit doesn't work out. For some people, it might work out in that like they realize, oh, actually I'm bi and I can be okay with this. But for people who are just running away from their desire to have a giant meaty man cock in their mouth, those people are really not going to have the time that they're looking for. Yeah.
1 second, my pizza just got here. I'll be right back.
I'm sorry. That can't be a serious question? And I know your name is literally I am a lefty, so fuck off. Frankly, there you go. Yeah. Ooh, pizza. Merrick is going to be coming on soon, so oh, he was 1350ing? All right, yeah, get him the fuck out of here. How we doing right now? Damn, we're doing crazy good right now. Our numbers are fucking wild. We have 600 viewers again. What the fuck? Thank you, everyone. Oh, this makes me so happy. By the way, if you haven't liked the video on YouTube, smack that like button, please. Please smack the like button because it brings more people in. And if you're not subbed, why?
I'm back. Sorry, just got the pizza.
Hey, what type of pizza you got?
Pepperoni, because I've not yet completely embraced veganism.
Oh, that's fine.
But it's just so good, though.
I like pepperoni pizza too.
But it's just so good.
I mean, listen, it's not about a terrible argument. Here's my position. I believe in vegan ethics. I don't give a shit if anybody in chat is a vegan. In fact, I don't even give a shit if you're a vegetarian. All I care about...
Vegetarian. Misspoke?
Vegetarian, yeah. I don't even... what I want to say is all I care about is that you make a genuine effort to reduce meat consumption and reduce your harm on animals. That's all that matters to me. If you make a genuine effort to actually do that and you work towards veganism at some point, that makes me happy. And that's where I'm at too, by the way, just so you know.
Want to hear my base vegan take?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I fished all the time while getting older. Like all the time while growing up. I fished. It was like a huge part of like what I would consider my actual culture, right? Mm-hmm. This thing where I did it with my grandfather, I did it with my father. It's the one thing I did to connect with them, right? Mm-hmm. And I did it every time I went to the beach. Mm-hmm. Then I saw like some like I saw videos that basically were like SJW compilation, but it was like these people hate fishing because blah blah blah, a bunch of hippies, and I was like, hell yeah, fuck those hippies. And this is like recently I was like that, and I realized like how much I internalized like my protection of fishing. Then slowly, as I like consumed these, I was like, this is a lot like an SJW compilation.
Yeah.
And then I researched like, oh, fish feel pain.
Yeah.
And then eventually I was like, okay, in my head, if I saw a sport where somebody put a metal hook into a cat and reeled it in, the cat kicking and screaming, yelping in pain, and the best part of the sport was you actually reeling in the cat and then posing with it before throwing back out, and it had a 1 in 10 chance of dying during that process. Mm-hmm. If you do it in the best possible manner, would I be okay with it? No. Right. So why be okay with fish? Because they don't look like humans, and we can't relate to them.
They're alien, and like, and there's a couple of issues with this, right? Like, okay, so this is actually an interesting discussion because I actually some of the most like ardent like people who live the closest to vegan life that I can imagine are pescatarians, because fish is a huge part of a lot of people's diets, and I get that. But it is true that like fish can suffer. They don't have great memories, but they can absolutely suffer. And sport fishing is pretty cruel. I loved fishing. And in fact, it's really funny because in video games, fishing mini games are one of my favorite things in video games. I fucking love fishing mini games. It's so ridiculous. Likewise to you, it wasn't with my grandfather, but it was with my stepdad, who I had a very rocky relationship with. But the one solid, always good memories I have with my stepdad was going fishing. He used to take me fishing all the time, and it was the one time we actually were able to bond. We would go out in the morning, sit for 6 hours in a boat, barely talk, just look at fish and enjoy nature, and it was awesome. And I loved fishing. But there was one thing that always got to me, and that was the times I had to kill fish. And that was fucking hard for me, and it really bothered me. So, yeah, it is tough. And also, here's another thing, too. There is, you're right in saying that like people that humans don't look like fish, and they're not like super cute most of the time. So people kind of being them. They're just kind of like, oh, this is more like a rock than it is a living being. But that's also true about like octopuses and cephalopods. And we've now discovered that cephalopods are some of the most intelligent creatures on the planet. Like, we're starting to think that they might be up there with, like, dolphins.
Oh, my gosh.
And they're...
Sorry, continue.
Oh, no. It's just because their brains are so different than ours. Their brains are distributed across their body, which is really weird. And so we're like, oh, fuck. Wait, these things actually get it. Like, they can make friends. We know now that octopuses can become friends. like really good friends with humans.
That's so adorable. I saw this video on YouTube where somebody like ate a live octopus, and I was learning about how intelligent they are, and it pissed me off so much because it was like it basically looked like torture. They were ripping off their limbs and stuff, and I was like, holy shit. Like, damn. This is making me some PETA shit. I'm about to go full PETA. Like,
I know.
this is actually terrible.
Yeah, I unironically like I'm like a cephalopod rights activist. Like it makes it I have such a hard time even thinking about eating like octopus or squid or calamari anymore because I'm just like, oh god, like this is like eating a human. It's like eating a dolphin. Oh god, I don't know. It's so hard.
Nobody would eat it. Like if you say this is dolphin, like nobody would eat
Yeah.
it. This is a cow, you'll chow down.
Yep. There's a lot of stuff. Like, yes, I know PETA is a grift, yes, but it's the sentiment that matters. Yeah, my octopus teacher is on my list. I want to watch that. We watched this really cool. Some people in chat will probably remember. We watched this before I was a lot bigger, so a lot of people probably didn't see this. We did a stream where we watched a mini doc on YouTube that was called the alien intelligence of octopuses, and it was so incredible. That documentary is so good. And it's like 20 minutes and we talked about it, and it talks about how they do this. Fucking octopuses are they're fucking wild. I can't even believe it. You know that octopuses can feel color? Like unironically, they can feel color. They can feel color. Yes, because they have these things in their bodies. They have these things called chromatophores, which are basically
Well, I don't even see color, so I'm even better than them.
Wait, are you colorblind?
No, it was a racism joke.
Oh, yeah. They don't see color either. They're actually colorblind, but they can feel color, which is why scientists were baffled for a while because they're like, wait, we know that octopuses can't see color, but they could still respond to color in the environment. And it was like, how the fuck are they doing this? And they figured out that their arms, well, their skin has all these little things called chromatophores, which are like these weird little structures. And basically, they change shape ever so slightly whenever a certain color touches them, and that they're hooked up to their nervous system. So whenever it changes shape, they can feel like a little tingling for different types of colors because they change into a different shape.
Holy shit. That's
super
so
cool. Isn't that fucking amazing?
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, some people can do this called synesthesia.
I just suck dick. I can't do that.
Yeah. I know, it's a shame. I have a feeling
Wait, you want a secret?
Yeah, sure.
You have to mute stream though.
What?
It's a mega secret.
Okay.
It's a mega secret.
Wait, I have to mute stream? Okay, let's give this a try.
It's a mega.
Okay, say something real quick and see if stream can hear it. Okay, they can't. They can't. Yeah, they can't. Uh-huh. Oh. That makes a lot of sense to me. Ooh, shit. Oh, baby. That is some juicy secret right there. Wow. Okay, yeah, you got that. All right, can I unmute you now?
Again, we're done.
Now,
okay, don't tell anybody though. That's super secret.
There won't be a secret that juicy in a million years. We just did the Simpsons gag where they unplugged the TV and missed the most violent episode of Itchy and Scratchy ever. No, I'm not trolling. There was actually a secret there. It's just fucking cool. You guys will get to find out in time, I'm sure, though.
Hopefully. It'll be like a massive tweet. Let me put it this way. It had to do with my big tweet today. Yeah, that's the only hint you're getting.
There you go. There you go. Real quick. Okay, so let's see. What time is it? It is almost 4. Okay, so in about 10 minutes, I'm going to have Merrick on. Okay. So you can stay on if you want to and chat with us.
So I just wanted to say a few things and ask you a few things.
Sure, please.
So I've yesterday's show went great and you did wonderful, right? Because you and Vaush played off each other very well.
I think so
was
too.
A lot more like I'm gonna be as chill as possible, and you were the person who brought the heat. John Burke, of course, and Rob Noerr did a very similar thing where John Burke was a person who was really chill, and Rob Noerr brought the microwave. And the thing is, I think the whole show was top tier. I think it's one for the books, and I don't think it would have happened without you. And I'm very happy this all ended up going how it did generally. So the thing I wanted to ask you was, because I think the one mistake I had made
Mhm.
was having the trans topic so close to what happened after last week. I think I should have waited a lot more time before trying it again and testing more with rules and asking people. I made sure to have like a trans person on when we had the discussion, made sure, because I know this is the type of discussions that you are
Yeah.
comfortable with having. I've checked with you before in private.
Yeah, yeah.
And I made sure that we had judges who were also trans.
Mhm.
And I tried to get, by the way, I've seen a little like heat because I had judges that have different views of different streamers. I did try to get a judge silent. I don't know if silent
Yeah,
talked to
yeah,
you. I tried
yeah,
to
yeah.
see
I
if
know.
silent was a judge, but when
Silent was worried
people dropped
about
out last
conflict of
second.
interest. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. People just dropped out last second. So the problem was like I had to get replacements and there was not many options.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to
absolutely.
talk to you directly because I've been getting a lot of basically there's like a small minority of people who are like really upset with me for having that conversation in that format with all this, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot, so I could probably give you some useful thoughts here. So first off, I don't know. I don't know that like talking about the trans issue is really necessarily the problem. I can see where I did hear what Chud was saying earlier. I was listening in on that because it was super interesting to me. That there's like some proximity, maybe. I think that is less of like an issue for me and more of an issue for like your community. You know, like I think that like two potential like transphobia bombs, which they were. Let's be real. Like those can make a lot of people feel like they can't come to your stream without a significant risk of like having to witness a lot of transphobia. That's just a real thing. Like it's just a fact. There's going to be people who don't want to deal with that, and who feel like alienated by that. But to me, I think the biggest problem, or at least my biggest critique, is that and maybe this was on me a little bit, or Vaush even, but I feel like Rob's like gish galloping really got out of control at certain points. There were parts where he was just straight up reciting information, like just completely lying about the results of a study that, if the way that he concluded it, would be horrifying. It would basically mean that they're like Vaush did claim this at one point. I don't know how much attention got paid to it, but that if
he opened up talking about that very same study that was then brought up.
Yeah, he did. He started talking about something where the conclusion, if the way that he was representing it was true, it basically mean that there's a conspiracy of doctors conspiring to turn children into trans people. And that is a level of like fucked claim that
Would be pretty base though.
Yeah, I mean, it would. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Of course, someday I would love for that to be the world that we live in. You know, I would love to be in charge of the DemonMama Bimbofication and Transgendering Institute.
Thing is, I was turned gay, and I didn't even take the vaccine yet. It was just other people. That was like herd immunity for me. The herd immunity was taking away my straightness.
Exactly. Yeah.
Crazy.
So I do think that there was I think there was probably a little bit of room for some moderator action on coming down and just being like, Rob, like you've made a lot of claims, you've thrown out a lot of stuff. Like people need to be able to respond to this.
This is a good criticism. I like this.
Yeah, that is something where I feel like a lot of people's and I don't know. I've seen a lot of people's critiques here and there, and I've heard a lot of people's critiques of me over since last night, and like I do think that's a little bit of the problem. Like Rob was, and it's Rob's style. You know this from having Rob on a million times. Rob loves to fucking rap God Rob there. Just go all these millions
get
of
into
things.
rap.
But like
he could be the next DMX.
Yeah, he could be, maybe. But like the one problem with that is like it's okay if the things can be dealt with, but when you get into the level of conspiratorialism that he's doing, he's literally just serving the purpose of basically like being a Holocaust denier. There's no possible way that like I can lay out that every single claim that he's making about this study was false. And like, by the way, my inbox was full of people DMing me like, here's how he's misinterpreting. I know the study. I already am familiar with it. And we tried to explain that, but it was impossible. So I feel like you probably could have come down a little bit as a moderator on the
that's the thing is, because the problem what will happen is if you let one person talk for a long period of time and you mess up once, then if you clamp down on anyone else, then the perception is you're biased towards one side. And and the thing is, a lot of people don't see how, and I'm gonna, but I think there might be a solution to this. A lot of people don't see like how no matter what I do on whatever side, on when it comes to moderation, people are gonna think I was biased.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's say you got to talk for a long time and then I chopped out on Rob, right?
Yeah.
Then the perception is Dylan's left-wing bias is coming out obviously.
Right.
This is why we shouldn't go on his show and we should go on John Burke's or other options show, which is a problem.
Yeah.
If I do it in the other way, then the perception is Dylan is trying to get righties onto his show because he knows that righties are the people who bring views and the debate content. He's being biased towards righty against the left for money. And so no matter kind of like how I do it, once the dam is broke, there's no stopping it.
Yeah.
And so what I think I might start doing, and this is something I did for once when you debated Rob, actually, it was when I used the timers.
Yeah.
Right? But the problem is,
it's funny.
I'm
I was
one
on a
person
show.
and I would need 4 timers, right?
Well, I was on a show. You should talk to. Are you familiar with Aftershock?
Yeah, Aftershock. I went onto the first ever edition of the show you're talking about, and they actually wanted to get me on there for that, but I wasn't going to debate gun control because I'm pretty anti-gun control in a lot of areas.
Yeah. So, so I would agree that like using a timer method could be one of them, but I think also instituting like an anti-gish galloping like policy in general that could stop on anybody could alleviate that as well. And here's what I'm talking about. When Vaush talked a lot, Vaush talked at length about the topic at hand. When John Burke talked a lot, and this is credit to John Burke. John Burke, for the most part, with a few exceptions, talked about the topic at hand. When I talked about the topic at hand. When Rob Noerr talked, Rob went off on some giant spiel about 100 different corporate issues that nobody could. It's literally the like textbook gish galloping, and I do think that that's like a problem because if I was to come on and I was to just like take a huge chunk of time, and by the way, like I had somebody go through, I paid someone to go through and time everything last night. Rob did have the most time out of anybody by a pretty long margin.
100%.
Yeah, and then me and Vaush were about tied, with Vaush taking more in the third one and me taking slightly more in the second one. But
this is something I have an idea about. Now this would be pretty elaborate, but if there's 4 people and sometimes 8 people on a show, if I do 8, I think it'll be hard to use the timers. But if it's 1v1, I can do it myself.
Absolutely.
But then there's also the problem where I also have to moderate chat because I haven't gone through all my moderator things and got more moderators.
Yeah, you got to get.
I have to moderate chat. I got to moderate the discussion. I got to keep timer tracks. I got to make sure everybody follows the rules. So it's like a lot. Yeah. And so what I think I'm going to do is get people. And this is going to be even more difficult when we realize I also need to have a number of judges. So I need judges, timekeepers, but there's going to be one person for every debater. So every time your guy starts talking, or you're a woman or you're a non-binary person starts talking, you hit it. When they stop, you stop hitting it. And then we'll be in a group chat with them, like, tell me the times. And whoever has the least amount of time, I might be like, okay, guys, let's listen to this person. Or, well, this person's been talking a lot. I want to make sure everybody else has some time. I might do this. Now, this is pretty elaborate because that would mean for last night's show, I would need 5 judges. I would need 4 timekeepers. Then I would need to be managing the mods, and then there would also be me managing all the rules that I do. Yeah. And so this is now a team of 10 to 12 to 15 people that I would need to be managing while live. So this has gotten pretty elaborate, but
I mean, I think you could have 1 timekeeper or 2 timekeepers.
Maybe, but for 4 people, it's difficult because I've tried. When I was timekeeper for you and Rob, it was actually quite difficult to switch back and forth. Maybe it's because I was doing other things at the same time. I think maybe I would probably test this out on a smaller show first. So maybe, you know what?
I think what you could do is, and by the way, I'm gonna tell you a little secret. I don't know if you knew this, but I used to work as a slow-mo technician for college sports. And what
you tell me about this all the time.
Yeah, we had a little. There's actually, there's specialized devices for this, but you can actually use your iPhone, and you can just use a track counter, and then you can hit 4. You know, like say we have a segment, right? And every time somebody talks, you go bam, and then you just have a notebook on hand. You go 125, Rob, bam, and then you can go through, and at the end of each section, or when you need to check out what it's at, they can give you a quick estimate. That's how we would have done it. So that's something that one person can do, and with more people, it might be even easier if you have two people or whatever. But that's something you might want to consider. And there might already be like 4-way debate timers that exist out there, like apps or something that might be helpful.
And I have a month until the next challenge for the championship.
Yeah.
Vaush really fucking put me up shit creek acting for Jordan Peterson. There's no way I'm gonna be able to get that.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson might be hard, but you might be able to get a Jordan Peterson orbiter. There's a lot of those.
Maybe.
Yeah. Hey, Merrick, we're almost done talking, and then we'll, if you want to hop in the waiting room, I'll be able to bring you in as soon as I'm done talking with Dylan about this, and then we'll chit-chat a whole bunch.
So would that be your biggest thing you would want to bring to my attention? Just having tools ready to make sure that other people can take things piece by piece, because obviously the problem with gish galloping is if I say 7 points and you only get to address 3 before we get back to them, that 4 points were unaddressed. And
yeah, I feel like gish galloping like ruins the show for a lot of people, because like, first of all, there's Vaush mentioned this in his like sort of thoughts last night about how in Twitch, like, people's memories are short. Like, you end up only being able to really talk about the latest thing.
I hate to interrupt you, but I see a lot of this. I am getting a lot more mods. I know that there was a lot of problem with moderation last night.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get more mods. It's just a process of I've just been super busy, and I have a bunch of people who have applied, and I'm going to give them moderator privileges, and I'm going to make sure they all understand the rules. I actually recently clarified all the rules in chat. So misgendering now is a 1 timeout, then ban. Yep. And the only reason we have 1 timeout is because you might actually just not know somebody's pronouns. We're getting super strict rules on that.
Yeah. By the way, if you need some mod suggestions, just DM me and I'll give you some suggestions from my community. Like, I have a lot of really skilled, super even-handed mods that have made my community heavenly. And we have pretty similar rules. Though we do have a different, of course, obviously we have a slightly different demo. But our rule keeping is probably pretty close to what you're looking for in the long run. Sure. So yeah. But also, there was one other thing that I think was a little frustrating for me. I think that was probably my primary frustration, which was, and I know there's not so much that you can do about this, and this isn't a critique of you. This is more just a critique of the space. But I think I was directly spoken to, not as an insult. Like, I was asked a question like 1 time the entire night. Like, John and Rob both were like, they asked questions of Vaush. They actually engaged with Vaush. They like even when Vaush was really contentious, even though Vaush started it up by like calling Rob a dumb shit, like at the very beginning before the show even started. And like, it was just kind of like, there was this thing where I noticed this, especially in the 3rd topic. I would start talking, Rob would jump down my throat, John would jump down my throat, and then they would all go back to talking to Vaush. And I don't think that's just a matter of like rhetorical difference. And I don't really know that it's like 100% like explicit sexism, but it does kind of suck. It sucks to have to try and like fight on the platform that I was challenged, that I was the champion of the Rumble. And it sucks to have to like elbow my way in through all of the other guests, and not necessarily your fault, but even the moderator, to try and get a space to talk. And I did end up getting my time, but it did feel like I had to be more aggressive even than I normally am in order to get space to even. It felt like I was like, it literally felt like there was a force that was trying to ignore me and make it so that I couldn't get in at all. So that makes it very difficult for me. And that's more of a complaint about the space, but it was pretty frustrating. And it did leave me, it left me walking away from it. Like,
just because it's a problem for the space generally would not remove my complacency is the word. Compliance? No.
Complicitness?
Maybe that's you know what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
In an action continuing or a culture of something, complacency, in my show. And so I would say one of it, of course, could be sexism, right?
I think there's definitely some of that, yeah.
Could be the fact that Vaush is gigantic compared to all of us, and so they want to go head-to-head in Vaush and be able to say, hey, I went head-to-head with Vaush. Like, I think one of the main reasons we were able to get John Burke on was because Vaush was on.
Yeah.
It's like anytime Destiny walks into do you watch Prime Kai's?
Yeah, I'm on Prime all the time. Yeah, I'm on Monday, in fact.
Wait, this Monday? Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Do you know any other topics? Because I've been asked to go on, and I don't know if I want to go on yet.
I don't know
because
yet.
I just don't know the topics.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm gonna be as nice as possible. Giving people topics last second is something that I accidentally had to do for that one show, and I hate doing it.
I know.
Because a lot of people didn't go unprepared, and the only reason I had to is because like I'm dealing with my dad, like dealing with chemo now, and it's like this whole thing.
It happens from time to time, but yeah,
it happens. But it's something that would be one of my biggest criticisms for that night is people didn't get the research topics beforehand.
Yeah.
that was something I fucked up hard on, and that's 100% my fault.
Yeah.
I would say, but that's just one thing about going on Prime Show is that I just wish I had the topics way in advance, because like if I go on, because I've multiple times I've gone on and then it's been a debate about religion, and then I'm there, I'm like, I've said multiple times I don't want to talk about religion.
Yeah.
And like now I'm in a topic I don't want to be involved in,
Yeah. Well, if I get them, as soon as I get them, I'll, if you've been invited, I mean, I'm sure they'll get them to you around the same time, but you could also just pester, you could just kind of pester them. I will say, I always have
harassment solves most issues.
Not all, though.
No, if guys, I want everybody to know, if there's a person who that you like, it's like, oh, maybe I'll go with the date with them. 20 messages at least before you stop. That's how all guys and everyone loves it. Just pester them constantly. On Tinder, if you haven't sent them 20 unresponded to messages, they don't really think you're into them. That's 100% what you're supposed to do.
This guest has not been is not necessarily endorsed by.
Is endorsed by DemonMama. DemonMama gave me this tip. DemonMama was the one who gave me this tip in private. It's how I've met all of my significant others. I mean, I have restraining orders on half of them, but I appreciate it. I got to touch one once. I was then tackled by police, but still.
Well, listen, you win some, you lose some. Sometimes you end up in prison.
Yep. Sometimes you touch a boob. Other times you get tackled by police.
No. Well, Dylan, thank you so much for coming on, and I appreciate you being willing to hear me out. Obviously, like, I would be lying if I didn't say that, like, eventually, like, anytime I go on a panel where there's trans issues, it's a little rough, you know what I mean? But I got a thick skin, you know that. You know I'm I got the warrior blood or whatever. But yeah.
And you do know that at any time if you wanted to talk to me about topics or anything, or you didn't want to be involved in something, you can 100% tell me at any time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're in very close communication. I consider you my friend. So
yeah. Wait, what you doing later tonight?
Later tonight, I'm having Merrick on for a bit, and then I'm going on Vaush's show to chit chat about tactics, to talk about the debate, all kinds of stuff like that. So, but after that, I don't know. So, just fun stuff, I guess. Probably doing some memes and a couple of call-ins, maybe a debate or two. We'll see. If you want to,
awesome.
Why? What are you up to? You want to do something?
Yeah, I got not much to do later tonight, and okay. I just feel like chilling out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can. Yeah, I'll be able to chill for a while. I have to. I'll let you know. We can DM about it.
Dope. And by the way, I do want to say that a lot of people were confused about the fact that DemonMama was not one-on-one in Vaush, but
true.
I just see that as a bunch of dunderheads who didn't understand the fine print. People who can't read the fine print. I said that DemonMama would get a chance at the belt. I never said you'd be the only one getting a chance. And really, this is anti-conservative bigotry. Truly, when we look at conservatism online, it is a truly oppressed group. And I really think that when we see that recent polling showing that 49% of conservatives think conservatives are the most oppressed group in the country, it is just so true. And I just wanted to say to all of you, I know you guys don't like the underdogs. I mean, these Democrats-run cities have been showing exactly what they want to do to criminals or individuals of a marginalized persuasion for years. And this is just another example of you pissing on the underdog. You are a bunch of people who look down on them as flyover country, and you didn't want to give these other working-class individuals a shot. But DemonMama got her shot. And I'm very happy she did.
And I just wish the rest of you
could read the fine print. I mean, DemonMama, maybe one day, if you eat your vegetables, you get another shot at the title.
You know I'm getting another shot. That belt's mine. That belt's got my name on it. It's just a matter of time, Dylan. It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. I'm sorry, but you'll have to look. All I'm going to say, Demon Mama, is we need to preserve the business and the sanctity of the business, and we need people who can bring in those numbers. I'm not saying it's all for money and corruption.
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
saying.
I'm looking at my numbers right now, and they're looking pretty goddamn good. I got what? Right now I'm at almost 800. Yeah, I'm killing it right now. Average 8. I'm at 560.
Yes, but these are 800 dunderheads, okay? I don't want dunderheads in my community watching. I need strong, abled individuals who are willing to deal with the intellectual
hold on
issues.
just a second, Dylan. It was all right when you were calling everybody dunderheads, but don't you dare call my motherfucking imps dunderheads. Okay?
Imps.
Because that's going to mean that we're going to have
on Twitch.
Yeah, you can. You see, cancel culture strikes yet again and stops you. Because we all know, we all know that imping ain't easy, but it sure is better than simping. Don't we? Don't we, imps?
Look, anyone who disagrees with how I run a panel show is a dunderhead who is jealous of my success and fame. How many of you have been called out on Grindr? None of them. None of you, I assume. Well, most of you are incels anyway.
That's not true. Excuse me, the sex appeal, if desired, of all imps is beyond your comprehension. So, yeah,
I'm sure.
All right, I'm gonna bring Merrick on. So it was great talking with you, and I'll talk to you real soon. Okay?
Awesome.
All right.
See you later, buddy.
Bye for now. Merrick, Merrick, you are here now. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, you're here and you can talk whenever you want. Merrick.
Oh, I am in the right voice chat. Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
So, I'm good. I'm sorry. I was talking to you the whole time, and I was like, "Why?"
No.
What? But I muted myself.
Do you? Oh shit! Actually, I don't know. Oh,
Such
no,
a boomer.
I would love to have you on video, but I actually don't think I can with the way that I have things set up. So just so you know, my website is getting DDoSed right now. So we're using Discord chat, which is fun because we get lots of emotes, but not fun because it's not really set up to be a stream chat, and also it makes it hard for me to do certain things. So maybe I could just put your picture up. Where's that one? Oh, can I put that? Oh shit, no, it has nip in it. Oh shit. By the way, can I just say, like, I'm gonna take this moment because I feel like less of an embarrassment if I say this in person to you. Holy fucking shit, Merrick! What the fuck? That fucking pic that you ratioed Vaush with, that was what the fuck?
I don't think I ratioed him, but thank you.
You ratioed him in my heart. I'll say that much. Jesus fucking Christ! Holy shit! Talk about some. Yeah, that's one of those.
It was just titty.
Excuse me, just titty. Okay, listen, that was some damn good titty, and it was also one of those moments. There's this certain moment that you get when you're trans where you go, holy shit, I am simultaneously incredibly impressed and incredibly envious. And I've just got to say, that was one of those moments where I'm like, wow, damn. Oh, now look at chat's getting all horny over here. Fucking Delinky, you'll find it. You can go find it. I responded to it, so you'll find it. But yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, there you go. So, but seriously, fucking amazing. I mean, I love subscribing to your Instagram. You post amazing pictures. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
How have you been?
See, anytime. Hey, get that out of your mouth. That's not for cat. Come here. Hold on. I'm sorry. My child is trying to eat something he shouldn't. Come here. Did you just swallow? Open your mouth.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you're a bad kid. All right, we're good. So, sorry. I'm okay. There's a lot of drama on the Twitter, but the past week I got to go run around New England. And I got to go meet a very cool streamer. And
wait, when you say New England, where in New England? You don't have to like dox yourself, but
No, it's okay. I mean, I live in Texas, so
Yeah.
I mean, I don't live up there, but I was running around like Rhode Island, and then I went over to Boston, and then
Okay,
I went
so
over to
you got
Pennsylvania for a little bit, and then I went down to Maryland, and yeah,
nice. Okay, so you
yeah.
did the round. You hit a little bit of real New England when you got to Massachusetts. Everywhere else kind of fraud.
Wait, Providence isn't real New England?
Are you being real right now? Fucking
Well, I'm
Rhode
just
Island?
I've got a husband that might want to fight you on that. I don't
Oh,
know.
oh shit, fuck. Just kidding. Listen, I grew up in New England, so but much more north than where you were. I was in the rural wastelands of a place that people don't know exists. So, basically Canada. But yeah.
Wait, Maine?
Yeah, I grew up in Maine. Yep.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it was awesome.
Congratulations on escaping.
I mean, the thing is, yes, that is true. But Maine is actually unfathomably beautiful. It's just, yes, economically depressing as fuck. And yeah, so yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
It
I've
does
actually
suck.
been looking. I've been looking for places to live, and I've been looking in like a lot of New England, but so I was looking in Maine as well, and it's it seems like it's a lot of places in the middle of nowhere that also cost like $10 million. Like it was so expensive when I was looking at all the rents up in New England. Like all of New England is so incredibly expensive. It was really
Yes
weird.
and no. So, if you ever are thinking about that, I could probably give you some damn good advice. So, the thing about now, land is cheap as hell in places like Maine.
Hmm.
So like getting a house or a fixer up or something like that is like that's like primo. But the thing is, and it is ideal. I've always said this: living in a place like Maine is or upstate New York is really really good if you have like an online career because you get all of the benefits of living in the place without having to worry about the economic shit.
Yeah.
It is bad. Like it is desperate straits. It's dire straits where I came from. Everybody I know is. I mean, I think Maine has the highest rate of prescription drug abuse at one point it was in the world. It was really bad. So like, and also like weed, I mean, I don't care, but like weed use is so high in Maine because there's just nothing else to do. But it is beautiful and holy fucking God, there are certain places there that you can't find anywhere else. Like I don't know, like I lived like 10 minutes away, like a 10-minute drive away from a dam that you could just jump off perfectly safely. Like you could just jump off the dam into the water and just swim right back to shore, super easy. And it's just like, and nobody cared. Like is that technically trespassing on state property? Yes, but literally nobody cares and no one has ever been stopped from doing it ever. In fact, like there's not even locks on the gates. They just let you go in and jump off of it. It's so amazing. And like fishing, incredible. Hunting, if you're into that sort of thing, incredible. Boating, unbelievable. There was literally less than 5 minutes from my house, there was a kayak canoe launch that went into a protected wetland. That was the only people who were ever there was people who were recreationally boating. Fishing was not allowed there. Bird watchers and scientists, and you could just go from my house right over there, take the kayaks, push them off, and wind your way through a like 100% like the real deal Maine wetland, and then out into a pond where it was an eagle sanctuary. So I'm not kidding you when I say that like one of the dates that I like romantic dates that I took one of my exes on was a kayaking trip, and like she was from the city, and so she was like what, and then when we got out there and a fucking bald eagle flew over us and it was like the shadow of the bald eagle goes over you, she
That's
was just
magical.
like, what the fuck? And I was like, now you see what the country girl can bring, you know?
Yeah, see, this is kind of where I'm at too. Like I've lived in Texas my whole life, but with one exception, I've lived in cities in Texas. So especially Austin, because Austin is like this tech bubble place now. I'm like, you know what? I want to go to the middle of nowhere. I want to walk outside. I don't want there to be concrete or asphalt everywhere. Like, I would like to be able to be in nature, and I would like to have a place that I've got a little bit of land and that, like, I'm not right on top of my neighbors. Like, that sounds absolutely incredible. And I would like to not have to drive 45 minutes to access nature. That
Yeah.
sounds great. But and so, like, that's kind of, I guess that's something that would be really nice. I don't know that that's what I'm going to end up doing, because I'm actually looking at Baltimore right now. That's where I'm looking at places. But see, that's cool too, because it touches on another thing you said, where it's like it doesn't have to be super economically prosperous, because I can just do what I already do
Yeah.
anywhere. So
Yep.
it doesn't really matter whether there's a ton of jobs there. And it's actually relatively cheap there, and I'm close to Washington DC, and it's an actual city still, so I can actually go do things still sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah. God, like, I would love to tell you all about stuff in Maine. I just don't want to dox myself too much, but
Yeah,
holy
totally.
moly. Like, there is we got to talk about it sometime. Also, I would unironically love to do like a road trip with friends that I've met through this job, and if I could, oh God, if I got to be the tour guide for a New England trip, holy shit, I would show you all the most magical places nobody fucking else would ever know. I promise you. I can think right now off the top of my head of 3 spots just off the top of my head that are unlike anywhere you've ever been in the world, and totally free. Besides the actual travel to get there, completely free. Fuck, let me just describe one for you real quick. Ready? Okay. I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine the biggest lake in a state, okay? So it is the area around it. This lake is a glacial lake, so it exists in a basin. So you imagine a lake with lots of like flat land around it, and then off in the distance mountains come up. In the middle of the lake, a mountain-sized rock rises up out of the middle of the lake, okay? And from this this was a holy site for the local Native American tribes, and still is to this day, though of course a lot of people visit it now and they didn't in the past. You can go to just about any dock in the area, and you can pay somebody who will be sitting there fishing to take you on their boat for $5 out to the mountain, and you can walk around this winding path that goes up this giant rock in the middle of the lake, and you can stand on a mountain-sized rock in the middle of a lake, and you can look out and you can see the entirety of New England wilderness all around you on all sides from the middle of a lake. And around, again, like I said, once you get a certain distance away, you start to get more mountainous terrain. Along the sides of all of these hills and mountains are a bunch of old style motels. Like, not bad motels, but like old school, like drive in and you have a little cabin. And you can see out over everything else to that lake, where from every point around you can see the tip of that sacred mountain. And that's
so cool.
Is the types of places that I can take people to, because I know this shit. And nobody goes when people go to Maine, nobody visits places like this. They go to like the big tourist spots. They go to Portland and they're like, I gotta get my lobster and clam chowder, and they miss all of the fucking wild shit. I also know places in Maine where you can go and you can get there's this thing in Maine and way up north in Maine. Excuse me, just got a hiccup. During the middle of the summer, you can do this thing called a moose theater. And why is this happening again? God damn it. I keep getting a glitch on YouTube where all my stream likes start disappearing. Everybody, if you wouldn't mind slapping the like button over on the YouTube stream. For some reason, YouTube has been like docking likes randomly, which is really fucking frustrating, because we have more viewers than I've ever had before, and that makes me mad. So please, like the stream. It's free. It helps us. Thank you. I don't know why that's happening. That's very weird. But anyway, up north, there's these things called moose theaters you can go to, where you basically, you pull your car in, and at sundown, whoever runs the moose theater will come and put a salt lick out, and everybody turns their car off, and you roll down your windows, and the moose just walk on up, and they lick the salt, and there's just giant creatures. And if you've never seen a moose in person, it's actually very hard to, it's hard to understand. They're
huge, right?
They're huge. They're massive. Like when people say like there's like only, you've heard the term megafauna. Like like megafauna are very rare. We don't have much of them left. You know, we got like giraffes, rhinos, elephants, hippopotamuses, buffalo, and moose. And there's a reason why moose are in the megafauna category. They are huge. They are massive. And they also hang out in the water. So like something that happened to my dad was he was canoeing and he paddled through like this area where there was a bunch of trees and stuff, and moose came up out of the water. And he was like, "Wah!" But they were like just eating algae and plants from the bottom of the lake like a hippo would, you know? But they were just like, and they came out to see what was up. Yeah, they go and they hang out in the water. It's fucking wild.
So is it because of their size, they're not afraid of predators? Is that kind of how it is?
They have some predators. There just aren't many left. Moose have like outlasted wolves. And they're not particularly threatened by coyotes because coyotes are tiny and they can literally snap a coyote in half by stepping on one.
Yeah.
So yeah, their biggest predator is cars. Yes, cars and trucks. Yeah. Orcas do eat moose, but relatively rarely. Yeah, orca whales will if a moose. So sometimes in Maine, sometimes in Maine, moose will try to swim out into the water to like get to an island. They do that pretty frequently, and if they swim out too deep in a bay, orca whales will eat them. Yeah.
No. Oh, that's terrible. I didn't even know you guys had orca whales up there.
Yeah, we have orca. We have if you go out far enough, we have great white sharks. We have a fuckload of whales. Whales, like, okay, so there are certain places, it's rare to get this to happen, but there are places in Maine where you can go on a hiking trail out to a like cliff on the ocean and you can see whales from the cliff. So you can whale watch from a cliff. Now you can't do that anywhere else. There's basically nowhere else in the world that you can do that. Actually, there might be certain places in Africa you can do that, but you can't do that in many other places, which is pretty wild.
Have you ever seen, I think it's an Instagram account. It's called Nature is Metal.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
That's the first thing that I think of when you say that orca whales will eat moose. Like that just seems like such an unlikely crossover, like an unlikely nature crossover. And that's also really super brutal and kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it's wild. Also, we back in Maine, there are puffins still. You know what a puffin is?
No, puffins really?
Yeah, they still exist.
Okay, hold on.
They are endangered, but puffins are a tiny, very weird birds. Here, in fact, let me see if I can get a picture up of a puffin real quick.
Yeah, I thought they were extinct.
Yeah, no, they are endangered, but they still exist in Maine. I have seen them all over. I've seen them in the wild. I have seen them in the zoo. I have seen them like on a boat. Here you go. Look, this is a puffin, everybody. These still exist in Maine, just so you know. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? They're cute.
They are very cute.
They're super, super cute. Yeah.
And they can actually fly.
Yes, they can. Yeah, we have a bunch. Yeah. Here's another weird thing about growing up in. Oh wait, for real? The island they filmed on was full of puffins. There are some other places that puffins live. I don't know if it was. I don't know where else. I just know that they exist still in Maine. They are endangered. I wouldn't recommend everyone going and moving to Maine. The economy in Maine is really rough, and also the winters in Maine are brutal. As in, I can't like I have experienced temperatures so cold that you can't even imagine. I'm not kidding you. I have experienced temperatures so cold that if you take a cup of hot water and you throw it, it will turn into snow before it hits the ground. Not kidding. Yeah, it's very, very cold. Yeah, interestingly, Silent, at one point in my life, I used to live right around the corner from Stephen King's house.
Oh, that's cool. Does he ever come out, or is he a recluse?
Oh no, well, okay. These days he doesn't spend much time in Maine anymore. The thing is, so he was involved in an accident. Some people know about this, some people don't.
And isn't his personality different now?
A little bit, yeah. Like he got hit by a car. Right. Actually, it's really funny. He got hit by a car right in front of where I used to live. But he got hit by a car. And it really fucked up his hips, and it also like he stopped, like, because it was such like a severe injury, like he gets a lot of pain in the cold, so he doesn't really go outside as much as he used to. But Stephen King used to go in every like 2 or 3 days and buy a sandwich at my dad's shop, my dad's sandwich shop. And so
Wait a minute. Wait, does this mean that Derry, Maine is based off of where you grew up?
Derry, Maine. Okay, so wait.
From it.
Yes. So, okay, here's the thing. Like, okay, so I've been to a number of locations in Maine that were like used as analogs for his stories and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now where he ended up living, where his like most famous house is, the one that if you look up Stephen King's house, it's like the creepy looking mansion. That house is not where he like grew up. And that was around where I grew up. But I've been to like the tree at the end of if you've ever seen you've seen the what the fuck now Shawshank Redemption. Have you seen Shawshank Redemption?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, you got to see that. It's literally one of my favorite movies of all time. Shawshank Redemption is so fucking good. But there's a scene at the end of the Shawshank Redemption where the main character goes and he's told to at the end of the movie he's told to go look for this specific tree. I've been to the tree that scene was based on. There is an actual tree that was based on that, and they changed the name of the town, but I went there. I found the crossroads. There's a crossroads. There's like an ancient fence, an ancient stone like fence, and then a field, and there's a tree. It looks just like the one in the movie. Yeah.
Okay, I just pulled it up, and it's all broken and bent over.
Yeah. It's all fucked. Yeah, it's all like gnarly and whatever. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
So it's super 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 cool. And yeah, it was like I could tell Maine stories for fucking ever. I will say that I think that growing up in Maine is part of what like gave me my weird like personality of going and finding weird locations. Like I mean I told the story on stream. I have a stone up on my shelf. It's actually blocked by your name right now, but up on my shelf that it's a piece of the foundation of the Heaven's Gate cult mansion, which got demolished a long time ago. And I got I found a piece of the foundation by visiting the site, which is a little bit rather difficult to find these days. And
wait, Heaven's Gate was in Maine?
Heaven's Gate. No, it wasn't in Maine. This was in Southern California. But it's just a different thing. Like my desire to go out and on a boring day go out and find weird locations was very much inspired by the time I spent in Maine.
I think that's just like a growing up in the middle of nowhere type thing, because so when I was in middle school and high school, I totally forgot about this when I was like, oh, I've only lived in the city. I lived outside of Austin for a little bit, and like towards like Dripping Springs, which is like, hey guys, oh my god, hold on, there's an animal emergency happening in my house. One second.
Don't worry, it happens.
I don't know if you guys can hear the chaos.
Yeah.
1 second. It wouldn't be a Merrick stream if there wasn't dog chaos.
That's all good. Thank you, Ivy Evans. Thank you so much. Is it true there's a lot of UFO activity in Maine? If you listen to Mainers, yes. Vimps. We got the Vaush imps. Oh my god! What the? Pigeon is so fucking cute! Okay, have I ever seen like a UFO? When I was younger, I desperately wanted to be abducted by aliens so I could fucking ask them questions, so I was like one of those weird kids who like when I was a kid I was like, oh, I hope the aliens abduct me next.
Okay. All right. Order has been restored.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I was just telling chat how somebody was asking about how there's somebody asked, is it true there's a lot of UFO activity in Maine? And I said, yeah. If you ask Mainers, yes, they'll tell you that. Every Mainer I know is like, yeah, I saw a UFO once, and I'm like, okay,
have you seen one?
Nah, like. If you asked me when I was a kid, I probably would have said yes, because I was like, I thought everything was a UFO when I was a kid. I was telling them how like I really wanted, when I was a kid, one of my weird obsessions, I fucking loved aliens when I was a kid, and I would stay out late at night when I could, and like lay in a field and just like be like, all right, aliens, come get me. Like I was like, come on, I want to see what you can do. Give me your best. And you know, I didn't really buy that they were like the like you know, what's it called, anal probing types. I thought that they were like, I figured that if they picked me up, they'd probably like I don't know, show me some cool stuff and maybe do some experiments on me and knock me out and then put me back, and it wouldn't be a big deal.
I mean,
But yeah,
who cares if you get anally probed if you're asleep and you don't remember it, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
it's fine. Well, I mean, it's not fine if it's like a person, but if it's aliens, like, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah.
thought they would be responsible, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was super into like all kinds of like aliens and cryptids. I remember I scared myself shitless one time looking up stories about the Jersey Devil at my cousin's house. And then when it was time to go, to leave my cousin's house, I went out to the car and I was sitting out there, and my parents were taking forever because they got in an argument with my uncle. And I was just sitting out in the car outside at night and like looking into the woods next to my uncle's house. And I was just like, oh fuck, what if the devil comes? What if the Jersey Devil comes for me? And I was like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. And I was just like scared to death. And I'm like, I can't leave the car to go get my parents. And I can't stop looking at the woods in case the Jersey Devil shows up. And I was just frozen, absolutely terrified. Yes, I am an X-Files fan, of course.
So, okay, wait. So hold on. When what I was telling you real quick is, I grew up like outside of the city in Austin I lived outside for a few years, and there was like a bunch of neighborhood kids, and there was nothing to fucking do, and like our roads weren't even paved. Our roads were literally just like dirt and rocks.
Yeah, gravel.
So we were like out there, yeah. So the thing to do was to wander around in the undeveloped woods around our neighborhood, and we used to. I guess somebody told us that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre happened in the area that we grew up in. So we would always like run around in the woods and try to find stuff from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre because we thought that we were gonna like stumble on the house or something. So that was we didn't do like alien searching stuff, but we went on like monster hunts for
monster hunts. And yeah, there were a couple of times in my life where like local legends and whatever became like obsessions for us to go look at stuff. And like, I mean, I remember this one time we found like a bag in the middle of the woods, like just like a weird leather bag that had been abandoned, and we opened it up and there was like an ID and a leather jacket and a knife and a bunch of random stuff, and we were like, what the fuck? And we were we were sure we'd found it. Turns out it was just like it was it was like a poorly hidden bug out bag of like a local like kook. You know, like
sounds like a murder bag.
Yeah, we thought it was but the guy, it was just his old ID. Like, I don't know, like he just probably put it out there as like oh, if I need to get out of town, I know where to run to and grab my bag. But it was like nothing. So
I thought that I found a murder RV once because because it just completely abandoned in this field. There was this RV, and when you opened up the siding, because they have like side components on them which you can access. So we couldn't get into it, of course, but you could open up one of the side components because it was unlocked, and there was like just tons and tons and tons of bleach. So I thought when I was younger, because I was a teenager and I didn't know shit, I was like, oh my god, it's a murder RV. They use the bleach to clean up all the blood. And now that I'm an adult, I'm like, man, they were making meth in there.
Yeah.
That was a meth RV.
Damn, you could have just fucking swept them, just taken it all and made $1 million.
with just bleach? No, I'd be more worried about that stuff blowing up while I'm like trying to get like forensic clues and evidence, and it blows up because it's a meth RV.
Now listen, if you've ever lived anywhere rural in America, discovering or witnessing something bad with a meth RV is an experience everyone has had at some point. Yeah.
Especially down in Texas, because I don't know if you know this, but in Austin we're in what's called the Triangle. Have you ever heard of that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's for chat who doesn't know it, that's Houston, Dallas, San Antonio is called the Triangle down here. And I-35 is this huge interstate that runs from Mexico up to Canada. And so it passes right through Austin, and Austin is in the middle of all three of these cities. So they run a ton of drugs through Austin because they want to get them to San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, because those are like some of the biggest cities in the country. So finding like meth RVs, that probably sounds really weird. You're like, what do you mean you randomly found a meth RV? But it's like there's a ton of drugs out in this area.
Yep. Same thing about not the city that I grew up in, but very, very close is the Appalachian Corridor, which is people in Canada need drugs, so it comes from places where there's fucking people in Appalachia, and they drive up right through Maine, and of course a lot of people just do it in Maine too. So you live in a meth RV? Well, all right, good luck to you. Don't blow yourself up, please.
That must have been so crazy during Prohibition days out in that area.
Yeah. Oh, fucking wild.
Yeah.
Oh, also, this is another really random. There's another really cool. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's such a cool story I could tell. This is for another time though. Listen. Oh, God, it's so good. Okay, if we ever do, if I've been wanting to do a Maine trip with a bunch of friends and my partners because they've never been. None of my partners have been back to my home state. So.
Yeah, let's go to Maine.
But,
I want to go.
it'd be so pog. Oh God, we'd have such a good time, and it would fucking cost shit either, which is great. Because I mean, getting there is a little expensive, but once you're there, fucking like getting a hotel in Maine is like pocket change. It's like nothing.
Okay, so check
God.
this out. Here's a plan.
Okay.
You and your partners. Wait, partner or partners?
Both my partners, yeah.
Okay, you and your partners. You guys, you scoop up Vaush and Hyena.
Okay.
You guys drive
Yep.
over to the other part of the country. You scoop up me, Dylan, and SDL.
Ooh.
We go up to Maine, streamer trip.
Unironically, so pog.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Like like this. There's so much cool shit I could set up. Like the thing is, here's the coolest part. Ready? So I know, not only actually, I have okay. I might be able to do something really cool. Because I happen to know a friend who owns a family like generational camp on the edge of a lake that has enough space in it for about 15 people to sleep comfortably.
Ooh.
Like they have they have the proper house, which has 3 bedrooms, and they have across the way they made an expansion that has a bunk room and that has 4 beds in it, and then they have a rec room that you can set up temporary beds in. It's fucking wild. But I might have to pull some strings for that. Might be possible though. Might literally be possible. And if that was something that we could pull, we would have basically a fully functional place to stay on a lake with everything at our fingertips, which would be super fucking cool. Also, people asking, yes, I am poly. Yes, polyam, I think is the word that people are using now. But yeah, that would be so pog.
Yeah, that sounds really, really, really cool. I'm really down for that.
That would be awesome. Damn. Thinking about it now. Thinking big. Now my brain's running all over in every direction. That would be super, super cool. I am planning on doing I don't know what the time scale on this is because, of course, pandemic bullshit, but I am planning on probably this summer doing at least one camping IRL stream.
Ooh.
Yeah. No. Hyena, aka Vermin, aka. Well, wait. That's all you. Those are the only names I think. So yeah. Yeah. Vermin, Hyena. What? People are really confused. Chat is having some issues today. Everybody's a little confused. Just to catch everyone up who's here, we have a fuckload of viewers, which is the poggest shit I can possibly imagine. Thank you all for being here. We're talking to Merrick, which you can see on the screen. Hyena and Vermin are 2 names for the same person, and our website is getting DDoSed. So we're on Discord. If you want to be on screen, you want to join the Discord, and you can do that. Well, I'm sure the site is up, but it won't be up for long. The second anybody starts to go into it, it starts dying. Don't worry, I've been checking on it. I know, it's frustrating. It'll be fixed Monday.
Wait, what is going on with that?
I'm getting hit by the same people that are hitting Vaush now. After last night, I apparently made the blip on their radar, and they're mad at me. So they're firing a bunch of bullshit at my website, which is annoying. But thankfully, WhiteNervosa is a fucking god, and WhiteNervosa is going to take care of it. And
so are these right wingers, or do we know who's doing this?
I think Vermin probably has more info than I do. I think Vermin said it was somebody who hated. I don't know if the same person who hit Destiny or what. I don't know who they are, or if they came from DGG or what. But it's the same people, whoever it is. It could be Tankies, but I don't think so. I'm guessing it's probably some random right winger who has a weird hate. hate group. But a lot of people hate me, so it could be anybody. Somebody who has money for sure, or a big network. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, Hyena.
You gotta stop being so goddamn controversial, ma'am.
I'm not even that controversial. Oh my god, it's so wild.
You gotta rein it in.
Yeah, I know. I gotta bring it in. I gotta stop. I gotta
Can
stop
you calm
saying
down, please?
things. Yeah, kind of. Jesus fucking Christ! I almost lost my mind last night. That was a sanity check. It was like if I didn't have I'm hesitating to I mean, it would fly well, the Bloodborne references, but not everybody gets those things. But seriously, holy shit.
So I watched some of that last night, and some of it I was just like, there was one point where I thought Rob was gish galloping so fast that I thought his head was gonna explode, and it was like giving me anxiety, and I just had to turn it off. I was like, I literally can't. This is like, it was too much stimulus for my autistic brain, and I was like, nope, we're done with this.
Yeah, that's why I was like, Rob was freestyle rapping. Yeah, that's why I was like, fucking rap god Rob over here. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, I like hit him at that one point where I'm like, thank God nobody could understand what you were saying, because if their heads didn't explode from the speed of that, they would have cratered from the stupidity of what you just said.
It's like having an anxiety attack.
It was simulating an anxiety attack for sure. It was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, how stupid can you get? And like, I love how self-satisfied he was. He had like this little tee-hee laugh, like he didn't get blown the fuck out, but he did. He failed in the site polls. He failed in Dylan's chat polls. He failed. What a fucking loser. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. Rob. Do you remember when he got really mad at me? Because I was like, you're literally peddling conspiracy theories on the one hippy dippy panel that I was on with him, and he just got super fucking butthurt about that. But my whole point was that his COVID stuff, I was like, yeah, I went to the website that you pull your COVID stuff on. I watched a stream of yours, and I went to your source, and I looked at your source, and I went through all of their links, and then I like looked them up, and it's like a well-known hoax site that perpetuates anti-vax information.
One time I asked him for sources during a debate that we had, and one of his sources was the Post-Millennial about Antifa. No. I'm like, dude, come on, you're not even trying. Have you ever seen my debate?
The Daily Wire. That's all my sources.
Yeah, Daily Wire, Blaze TV, fucking. Once in a while, he'll pull something out. Yeah, Epic Times. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, so ridiculous. Oh yeah, he pulled one like BBC article that referenced a study that he completely misrepresented. It was actually unbelievable. Fucking so stupid.
I love that when they're like, yeah, this is my source, and you're like, okay, I read your source. It backs my point and argues against what you're saying, sir.
Yeah. Like, it's so stupid. Like, the thing that he misinterpreted, like, he was so maliciously misinterpreting that study. And also, like, literally in the article he linked, the very last paragraph stated exactly what Vaush and I were saying on that panel last night. It was so frustrating. It was so fucking frustrating.
I mean, it's frustrating, but, like, I guess it must be nice to know that it must be, I don't know, I guess it must be nice to know that the people who believe things antithetical to what you believe are like completely out of touch with reality. So it's just like another confirming factor that you're probably much more correct in the things that you believe, I guess.
It does. I mean, it's good to be reminded just how like dishonest and stupid like transphobes are.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's also like, I look at Arkansas and I'm like, oh yeah, they're in a vacuum. If there's nobody to do anything about it, like these motherfuckers will vote this shit into law, which is the whole thing that was so frustrating about that whole case. Like, the thing I was trying to get out was basically like, what you're talking about is a bunch of uninformed idiot like politicians, state senators, like people who probably these people probably don't know how to fucking tell like a fucking hole from like a hole in the ground from their own fucking asshole. But it's like, right. But they're sitting up here making political decisions about the medical treatment of trans people.
For the rest of us, they have control over our lives. Yeah. Well, so I think this is why I go so hard on people who I think are bad faith actors on Twitter, because I think it's really fucking important that we all have a firm handle on what's true and what's not, and how to critically think about information that we're given, right? Because Yeah, I mean it's a Twitch debate, it's a YouTube debate, but it's also indicative of I think our society as a whole. And like these people don't just exist online. They have real lives. They vote, they talk to other people, they influence those other people and their opinions on things. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean I definitely understand and I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, Rob's whole thing. I said this back if you go watch my commentary on my first debate in the prep going up against Rob, and I know this is like a deep cut, so most people aren't going to see that, but way back then when I first did that, I talked about it. I was like, Rob is a demagogue. He's a propagandist. That is what he does. There's nothing honest about anything he does. He finds surface reports that he can spam out during a chat to make it seem like he's got a lot of stuff that you can never challenge. Everything he does is about he's very much from the school of Rush Limbaugh, and that I think appeared last night, where he just recites a bunch of talking points and runs down the clock until you have no possible way of addressing all of his gish galloping. But that's what he does. That's how he does it. And it really, when you actually press him on any of it, he doesn't know shit about any of it, and he'll just say things that are completely
Well, he gets
false.
mad.
Yeah, and then he gets mad, and like I said, one of the things he's really good at. I mentioned this after being on his panel that he does with Aftershock on this was on Wednesday, I think it was, and like he'll do the what's it called? I think it was a tactic that Rush Limbaugh used to talk about that was called like slamming out the segment, I think it's called, and it's basically when you're on like a TV show where there's limited time, which is most shows, or a radio show where there's limited time before an ad break, you drop a whole bunch of talking points right before the ad break, so there's no chance of anybody debunking you, because obviously they got to go to an ad break. They have to do that, and it takes advantage of the structure of these shows in order to get your points out with no contest. And by the time that you're back, if you even come back, if it doesn't go to a different segment and it's not the end, if they even come back, everybody's forgotten. They've forgotten the specifics, but the ability to confirm biases has been preserved. It's very manipulative. John, I think John was in good faith with Vaush, but John was not in good faith with me. John like just obviously did not
Has a problem with women.
Oh, that was so. I mean, his channel displays that straight up, but like that was so obvious. Like he's just like, did you just, little missy, did you just fucking condescend to me? I'm like, no, I just responded to you. I'm sorry if that bothered you. Sorry your feelings are hurt.
Do you remember I think it was actually the same panel that I was on with Rob. Do you remember John and my interactions?
No, I don't recall that actually.
So, I hadn't really talked much, and John claimed something about COVID statistics relating to democratic cities or democratic states. So, I did the research and I pulled up some stuff. And I made a comment and I said, actually, this isn't true. I've just pulled this up right here. I didn't even know he said it. I just remembered that someone had said it because it was like a couple of minutes later when I was finally able to interject and talk. And I was like, hey, like what if somebody said this? It's not true. I just looked up at this website. I just looked at this statistic, and I corrected it. And I didn't even know he had said it, but he got really fucking mad, like super fucking mad, and came at me really, really aggressive about it. And I guess he thought that I was insinuating that like he was a liar or something when I just thought I was correcting misinformation.
Yeah,
and he took it really personally. And I didn't allow him to like interrupt me and talk over me, so we kind of got into it. And I was like, I'm not going to be spoken to that way. Like, maybe you speak to women in your personal life that way, but I'm not the fucking one. So you're not going to talk to me like that.
Yeah.
And he really, really, really didn't like that. And we kind of like got into it for the rest of the panel. And then his fans came and flooded my Instagram and flooded my Twitter and my YouTube with comments like sexually harassing me, being like, oh, we know you want his dick. Like, and people like telling me about their like masturbation fantasies involving both of us, and like a bunch of guys sexually harassed me, and then a bunch of women went on to my other social media accounts and talked about what a whore and a slut and a disgusting like scab I was and shit like that.
That's
It was
fucking
really
weird.
fucking insane. I mean, to his credit, he did come on. He did post later on his social media where he was like, "Don't fucking do that to people that I talk with. That's really not okay. Like, I don't appreciate my community doing that." And I do appreciate him doing that, but I do think it speaks
Too little,
volumes
too
that
late, right?
well, I mean, no. I mean, like that. What else was he gonna? I mean, he couldn't do it like beforehand to tell people not to. But at the same time, like that's the community that he has generated, and that's
Yeah.
that's the kind of things that they think is normal and acceptable, and that does tell me quite a bit. So, like, you know, afterwards, when I was like, look, I feel like I was really talked down to by this person. I feel like this was really kind of misogynistic, and a bunch of people jumped down my throat, and they were like, no, he was rude to everyone. You weren't. He wasn't especially rude to you. Like, this is crybaby feminism. And I was like,
oh, he
okay.
hates feminists. His channel on YouTube is like devoted to anti-feminism. Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Like we watched one of his videos where he freaks out at this
With
random
the Bob
TikTok.
Ross painting stuff, right?
Yeah, the Bob Ross one.
Yeah.
But we also watched one where he does this like this reaction video to like a body positivity campaign, and he's just screaming in rage. It's just like dun 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 dun. You can go to the beach and wear whatever you'd like, as you know, as long as you feel confident. He's like, what the fuck? That's so wrong. That's disgusting. Nobody wants to see your disgusting body. And it's like dun 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 dun. It's okay if you're a little overweight. No one's gonna judge you. And he's like, yes, they are. You should burn in hell for being overweight. You need to be fit.
That sounds about right.
Enjoy your time in fucking hell. God, YouTube, Twitch chat has been so fucking rotten lately. Holy shit.
Yeah,
goodness.
his Twitch chat the whole time that we were on was just like talking about my tits the entire fucking time. And like I get it, like I always make a joke about my tits, like it's fine, and I'll go on and people will be like booba, but it wasn't like that. They were like, why is this dumb bitch on? Like she has nothing to fucking say, she has no input, the only reason she's here is because of her fucking tits and her face is all fucked up. Good thing she has nice tits. And I was like, okay guys, like we can cool it. we can chill out a little bit. But that was like all his comments on his Twitch.
Yeah, it's bad. But I mean, I don't know. Like, again, I'll give credit to John. He did manage to not engage in direct misgendering or any hate language. So damn, credit there. Credit where credit is due.
You know, we probably should focus, like, I like this. We should, like, when we're talking about things like this and bad encounters we've had with people, I do think it is important to be like, listen, they did this thing that was good, and I did appreciate that.
I mean, hell, even Rob. Like, I think Rob is a manipulative snake who... I caught him on that too. I don't know. Not to distract from what we were just saying about saying some positive things. I will say, before I do anything else, Rob doesn't misgender me. And he's always been personally respectful, despite the fact that he regularly advocates that trans people are mentally ill and also advocates in favor of conversion therapy, which is torture.
Interaction, I'm so sorry, but that interaction last night, we were dying at that because he's like, can you explain to me exactly how it's torture? And you're like, okay, well, how about the fact that they put they do electroshock to people's genitals? And he was instantly like, okay, well, all right, yeah, I guess that is torture.
Yeah, it's like, really, dude, that's like common. Like,
what the
if you look at the history of conversion therapy in America, it's fucking rotten.
Yeah, like I not that it's funny, but just that like he just got so instantly and easily blown out on that. Like, why would you make a fucking statement asking how conversion therapy is torture? Literally everyone knows this. Like, why would you even bring that up if you know so little about it?
Well, and he followed it up when I gave him a little bit of pushback about like, dude, like it's not cool to play equivalency between torture and like having to go to a meeting at your job, that like a non-mandatory sensitivity training because I don't know, you got in trouble with HR or something. Like totally different. And like and then he got so mad at that he went on a spiel about how I'm a perpetual victim. I'm like, dude, wait, when it comes to like conversion therapy, while I've never been sent away to like a live-in conversion therapy, like I literally like my parents, before my parents kicked me out, they forced me to go to a Christian therapist who told me that I should wait until I was 30 to consider transitioning. That would be right now. I would not have transitioned until now if I was to take their advice. Now, I will say, thankfully, that there wasn't a whole lot of spine in that threat, because I was able to say, I just don't think this guy is like working for me at all. I don't think he's helping me. And that let me, thankfully, convince my mom to let me find another therapist who wasn't a super Christian one. And so I didn't end up having to go through anything more. But my parents did discuss it, by the way. My parents discussed trying to get me to go into conversion therapy. Thankfully, I was an adult at that point, so they couldn't get me to go there.
Were you were 18 already?
Yeah, I was 18. I was at that point I was 19. Yeah, so they couldn't do that.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah.
But yeah, like but there was definitely like there was all kinds of stuff. My parents were like, you should come back home, and you should go and spend some time at the church, and there's some special programs. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And then they were like, well, you know, you got to work with us, all this stuff. And then they were
no,
like,
I don't.
I'm like, I really don't. I don't really want to do any of this. Like, I was in a position for a while, but thankfully, like, it's a long story. Like, I've told the story. Oh, actually, it's been a million years. I'm going to talk about it in my upcoming stream I'm doing next week about about my spiritual deconstruction, which I'm very excited for.
Okay.
But
do you mean when you stopped being a Christian? Is that what you mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've recommended this really amazing podcast multiple times. It's called. Have you ever heard of? Are you familiar with Good Mythical Morning? By any chance?
I think I've heard you mention it before.
Yeah, I probably mentioned them. They're a really, really huge YouTube channel. They're kind of like normiecore. Like, they're like normies love them. But they have a side podcast that they do called Ear Biscuits. And yeah, Ear Biscuits. There you go. And Ear Biscuits is like their more personal stuff. So it's like for the super fans. You know what I mean? And they talk about more serious issues. And they did a year ago. They did a podcast that was called Rhett and Link, the two main people's spiritual deconstruction, because they were really super involved in Christianity. And I watched that, and it was like incredible, because they had a very different experience than I did. But some things, there was a lot of similarities nonetheless. And it was super, super fascinating for me to see like their perspective on how they moved away from Christianity. And it was a very different way than I did, but there was, again, a lot of overlaps, and they had a very different church background, and it was amazing. And so I was super inspired, and after that I started to work on my own, and I'm approaching completing it. So I have like this big document that starts when I think the story starts like basically with some of my first memories of ever going to church when I was a kid. And it talks about like how my family went from being just sort of like your everyday, like normal Christians, to getting involved in a what they didn't know at the time was a cult. And then how it's going to go into how I like survived, like how I lived through the cult, what life was like, a lot of the stuff that I learned, like I'm going to be showing some of the sermons that I would have been through, which I have done on stream before. It was a very, actually, like, I didn't expect it to hit me as hard as it did to see my old pastor speaking. But he was like I don't want to say fire and brimstone, because he wasn't fire and brimstone. He was like, imagine the most like toxic masculinity, like distilled into a person, and then blessed with the like most charisma you can possibly imagine. And you will understand the pastor that I grew up under. Just the most charismatic, like deeply booming, like deep booming voice, like, I need men to become warriors, like that sort of thing. That was his whole thing. And he was incredibly skilled. And so we're going to talk about that, then how I actually got out of it. Like, because I actually, interestingly, I left the cult before I left Christianity. I was moving further and further away from this church because I had a lot of doubts that I developed as a result of going to school and learning a lot at school. I was like a really academic kid, and so it's going to be super, super interesting. Basically, I'm going to be diving into a lot of that stuff, and then finally talking about what I think about religion and spirituality and things like that now, where I'm standing now, and the experiences I had after leaving Christianity altogether, all that sort of stuff. So should be pretty cool. I'm very
This
excited
sounds like
for
it's
it.
gonna be like a huge mega stream. This is like, because from my understanding, this is a lot to
It's gonna be a
tell.
mega stream. Yeah,
Oof.
I've been teasing it for a while, but it is gonna be a mega stream. That's basically gonna be, you know, a couple of hours of me telling these stories, and then people can ask questions and pick my brain afterwards. So yeah.
What day is this? Do you know?
I haven't decided yet. It's probably going to be.
Okay.
I'm probably going to do it late next week, so Wednesday or Friday of next week, most likely. I got a
Okay,
bit more
cool.
work to do on it. And Monday I'm on a panel, so I'm not going to do it Monday.
What panel?
Prime Kai's.
Okay, cool.
I don't know what the subjects are yet, but ow, oh fuck, I just nailed my hand. Oof.
Yeah, I'm really interested to hear all that. So I haven't really talked about this at all. I may have mentioned this to you. I've been kind of tight-lipped about it, but I was actually a born-again Christian at one point.
Wow.
Did I tell you this?
No, well, I think you may have mentioned it in passing, but I don't think you ever went into great detail.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing, so I don't really talk about it. But
Okay.
when I was 15, I was kicked out of my house, and I had to go live with my father, who I didn't really have much of a relationship with. And him and his wife are the kind of people that like they call themselves Christians, but they only go to church when like it's like holidays or
Easter and
it's
Christmas.
like their marriage is falling apart or like
Yeah.
I don't know. Like they went to church as like a thing to make themselves feel better if something was happening or on holidays. Actually, no, we
Yeah.
didn't even go on holidays. But living in their house, not believing in God wasn't really an option. And
Yeah.
this was something that we would like stay up and have like really long conversations about. And they would be like you're going to hell. Like you have to believe in this or you're going to go to hell.
Yeah.
Um, and so I wasn't like I didn't have anything. I didn't do sports, like I wasn't in art. I didn't have any friends in this new city that they moved to, but what I had was church. So I was allowed to go to church and I got the youth group there at church to start wanting to do volunteer stuff with me because I've always done like I guess we would call it like mutual aid, but back then I just called it like, volunteering or whatever.
Mhm.
But I've always worked with unhoused people. Like even when I was like 15, I started going on the mobile loaves and fishes thing that we had in Austin. But so I got a bunch of the church kids to make food every Saturday, and we would go down into the city and we would make sure that everybody had food. So because the church would do this with me, I started like paying more attention and attending more and just deciding I wanted to try to believe because I never
Yeah.
believed in God. Like I when I was 13,
That's
I was
fair.
like, God's not real. Like
Yeah.
this is just not real. This is not a thing. This doesn't make any sense. There's no evidence for it. Like I was just like, no. But I tried to get along in this community and I tried to make my parents happy. And I wanted to fit in. So as part of that, I like tried to understand their conception of God, and I tried to like have faith.
Mhm.
And so I would go to the Bible studies and do all this stuff, but I just realized after a while that if you either have faith or you don't,
Mhm.
and I just never had it. It just
Yeah.
never. I always in the back of my mind, I was like, I just don't think this is real. I think that these are just stories that we tell ourselves to feel good about all of the things that we don't know in this world. But yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely would like write a bunch of stuff. Like so funny. Um, I I would write these like really long pieces about what I thought about religion and like trying to find spirituality, and I would send them to my pastor or the preacher or whatever, not the preacher, like the pastor or whatever, and he would read them at youth group, and it was like it's really fucking embarrassing now when I look back on that. But yeah, I was like I tried to be all in. I really tried to be
Yeah.
all in, and then I just couldn't. I just
And
couldn't
a lot of
believe.
people find themselves in that position, in fact, that's something I'm going to touch on because I was very different than that. I was a true believer. I was I it was, in fact, it was like very strange for me to like get to a position where I didn't believe because I had been fueled by faith. Like
Hmm.
I would describe my previous like personality, like before I I don't want to say like I don't want to say previous personality. That sounds wrong. But like before I came out, before I really came into my own, I had nothing. Like all I had was God. And so to me, it was like a paladin. Everything was in the name of God. Every action that I took was to advance the agenda of God. And I can remember times in my life where where I was tortured by faith, you know? Like, I mean, I can remember, I remember one time, here's a really funny story. I'm going to certainly retell this, but here's a little taste. I remember a time in which I looked at furry art when I was like probably sometime in my teens, and I felt so bad about it that I didn't sleep for 24 hours. I was sweating and I was shaking because I was like, what have I done? Like, I've opened a door that can never be closed. And obviously, well, I mean, I guess maybe that was a little true, but not in the same way that I imagined it. And it was so bad. Like, oh yeah, it was furry porn. Yeah, absolutely. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm so fucked. And like, I felt so bad about it. Like, I was just tortured mentally. So that's the type of relationship I had, and a lot of people don't have that type of relationship with religion. And
what, like the guilt, you mean specifically?
Yeah, the guilt, the how serious it's taken. And almost all of my friends that I knew and my family members were not that type of Christian. But for me, it was like religion was just like it was like designed to exploit me. You know what I mean? And I it was really, I kind of attribute it to like, being trans, like that, like got me out of that, you know, like,
Sure.
because it was so agonizing that I had no choice but to question it. But if I was not trans, if I had been like born into a personality that could be comfortable and could be actually accepted in those spaces, who knows? I probably could. Yeah, I mean, probably I would probably be some sort of warrior for Christ. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. I've always had a truth seeking. It's always really hard to like do alt history on yourself like that. But
Sure.
like I knew I didn't, like, there was an awareness, a tortured awareness of how much I didn't belong, and that constantly led me to question everything to a degree that no one else in my family did. Even though, like my dad, who is kind of like a pretty, cynical and manipulative person, he always was. He had this whole thing where like he weaponized religion like as a tool of manipulation and of ruling other people, and it was very cynical. And he had always taught me to question religion. Back when he saw me as, my dad has a very weird, very, very like patriarchal approach. When he saw me as his son at that time, he was trying to teach me how to be like him. And he was like, you gotta, he did teach me to question everything, but not him. That's the one person you don't question.
Right.
But yeah, you question all these churches because they always just, they might be trying to get your money, and you want to make sure that you keep your money and whatever, and all this stuff. And like,
I mean, that's actually kind of based. Like, I'm sure that it was not done in a based way, but I mean, he's kind of right. Like some of these churches, some of the shit I've seen about like televangelist mega churches.
Yeah.
Oof. And like the donating the seed and all that.
Oh yeah. The seed is okay. So that was oh God. So I'm gonna talk about this again in my long-winded long form. But my church had like the thing that made one of my church, like the church that I grew up in, the cult that I grew up in, like so effective, was that it had digested and accepted its part in as a capitalistic enterprise wholeheartedly. And they saw themselves as like to them, they never even thought about it like capitalism versus anything else, but to them capitalism may as well have been the way of God. And so they had a book, they had branded Bible holsters, they had shirts and a shop and DVDs and subscription services, and they were always hawking their donations. It was super wild. And tithing is very common, which is absurd to think about how common it is in America that people will give, literally a lot of people give 10% of their income to their church, which is wild. So insane. In my church,
and then merch on top
way
of that.
Higher. Oh yeah, in my church it was way higher. People would give so much money, more than 10%. I mean, it was ridiculous. People would give their whole fucking money to make the church be able to do things, and many of them would become absorbed. God, there's so many. I got to get rid of all these. Here we go. Hold on a second. Can we get some mods in chat, in the Twitch chat? Sorry, this is just getting it's
what's happening in Twitch chat.
I've gotten like 10 to 15 just explicit transphobes in here we go. Ooh. Here's another one. Out you go. There's just a lot of people.
Man, it's been a bad week for you with that, huh?
Yep. Well, there's another one. Wait, I can't tell if I can't tell. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's basically oh, you need mod status? Sorry, let me. What's your Can you ping me? Can you ping me Satania Metal so I can add you? Oh, it's ridiculous. Twitch is such a mess.
Did this start after the Tyler Bluntman thing?
Predominantly. I mean, I've always had
well, I'm sorry. I meant this week, but
yeah. This week's one. Yeah, this week's like wave of increased harassment was absolutely started after the Tyler Bluntman thing, and it's only continued. I've always had trouble on Twitch because I feel like Twitch. I mean, Twitch doesn't give a whole lot of moderation tools for like being able. I mean, neither does YouTube, but for some reason, it's not as bad on YouTube chat. Maybe I just have a better maybe I just have a really good watchful mod team because we're on YouTube all the time. But yeah. It's pretty frustrating. Yeah. Sorry. I can't remember what I was saying. Yeah. I've always said this before. Like I know I've said this to you, but I'll say it for the purpose of the audience. My DMs on Twitch are a graveyard of hate. Like just you can't even imagine. Oh, okay. Oh, you did? Sorry. I'll have to look it up. It's really hard for me to check DMs without getting rid of the chat so it doesn't show DMs. It's fucking annoying. Yeah.
I think, yeah, Twitch DMs are just scary in general. Mine are a bunch of people with Juche in their name talking about how I'm cis gang. Western white scum and that I'm going to be killed or whatever.
A classic. Oh, yes. I know Juche gang. Me and Juche gang go way back. Juche gang's been on my ass for like since I started on this yeah Windleby is laughing. Yeah, Windleby mods for like multiple chats and like Juche gang shows up in all of them. Juche gang is such a weirdo. Like I don't even know who the fuck, like genuinely the type of person where I'm like, this person probably should not be able to have access to the internet for their for their own well-being. If you spend your time floating from chat to chat, getting banned instantaneously, making hundreds and hundreds of alts to do the exact same thing manually, you got a problem. You've got some serious problem.
I mean, I'm sure that like Juche gang specifically has been up in my mentions a lot because I recognize the name, but for me it's like it's just a bunch of people who have Juche in their username in general. For whatever reason, there's like a Juche Twitter and they don't care for me very much.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. You've pissed off a lot of those types, haven't you?
Yeah, I have managed to do that somehow.
Damn. Well, yeah. The harassment on the internet is it's part and parcel of being a femme-presenting person on the internet, isn't it?
Yeah. I just thought I was gonna go on and get a few hundred followers, maybe talk to some people and make some connections, and then now I've got this fucking you know what? I don't even have a following anymore. But I'm like, man, I didn't want any of you to know who I was. What the fuck?
Well, you've got one.
Can we go back to when none of these people knew who I was, please?
Yeah, I mean, wait, you still got a following on YouTube though, right? Like last I checked, your subs were doing pretty good on YouTube.
I actually don't check. I'm so bad at my job. I don't check any of this shit. I don't care.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this isn't your primary job now, is it? How you got other stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I still do the. I don't know if I can say the word.
Can't. I'm
Are
on
you
Twitch. I know it's terrible.
the O word?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Wonderly
The
glands.
the exclusively friends website.
Exclusively friends. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think I'm at like 6,600 or something. After I went on
Damn.
Vaush, people started subbing, and I was like, "Why are you people subbing? I don't post."
Hey,
But that was really
they
nice.
wanted access to the archive, to the vault, or the
Yeah,
vault of goodies.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, that's great though. I was so happy.
But
I was so fucking happy to see you go on Vaush. Like, God,
he's an angel.
that was the most deserved session ever. It was like pure life just injected into my veins. Like,
Oh, thank you.
yeah, that was
You
so
know
good.
this is your doing, right?
Well, don't pump my head up too much. Listen.
Well, no. So this is what I tell people. Like, you know, if the harassment stuff ever comes up, and you know, it'll be like, okay, well, it looks like, you know, you kind of have a little bit of a support system now, and it looks like it's kind of doing good now. And it's like, yeah, that didn't start until I went on your show. That started everything. So, and
See,
I mean, I'm
imps?
sure that
This
Vaush
is why.
saw that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I try to make we put a lot of work into the community, and it's not just like, I mean, obviously, like it's my community, and like I obviously spend all of my time talking, but the reason why I encourage our community to be good and why I spend so much time making things clear to the mods and paying my lead mod and everything like that is because there's too much harassment on the internet, and people need to be able to come into a place and fucking chill and have a nice place, and you've gotten so much goddamn hate, and it's, you know, I don't know, I'm just, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm super glad that you got on Vaush, because Vaush's community is really fucking awesome too. It's huge now. I don't even have as good of a grasp on it. I mean, I OG Vaush chatter, you know, but like it's grown so fast. Like, you deserve a lot of positive attention, because I don't know. Now I'm stumbling over my words, because
No,
that was really
no,
nice of you
thank
to say,
you.
so.
I really appreciate that. But you know, it's your stream was the stream that started it all. People were like, "Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this isn't the worst person in the entire world." Like, after I went on your stream. So, I don't know. I've always been, you know, really appreciative of that.
Oh, no problem. It was my pleasure, honestly. It was wonderful talking to you, and digging into it was super eye-opening. And you know, like I said, I think you're a fucking real one. I think, I mean, to me, you've always been beyond pleasant to me, and you've always been, every single person who I know personally on any meaningful level has had the same experience with you. And to me, that says gold star, fucking god tier right here. So yeah.
Thanks. Well,
Yeah.
you know, I feel like we're so it's really easy to just kind of be really harsh and really aggressive with people online. And I really have tried, I think in the last year or so, to put out a different sort of energy and a different sort of demeanor into my interactions with people online. And I don't always succeed at that. Like, I mean, I've been snapping at people this week, and I need to like dial it down and reel it back in. But it's just so fucking nasty. And I mean, I've had people tell me like, oh, it didn't used to be this way. Like, you know, Twitter used to be, it was always chaotic, but it didn't used to be quite so vitriolic. But you know, things have changed, and it's just everyone is on edge, and it's so aggressive. And so I try to, even when people are being really fucking nasty to me or just outright lying about me, I try to either just be like straightforward and factual with them, or I try to be like kind in turn, because I feel like, and I try to be kind to people, not like just in general, because I feel like we all are kind of lacking that. And there's just so much negativity. Like, ever since I got on Twitter, it's just, I'm inundated with negativity, and not even just at me or to me, but watching people just be horrible and negative to each other constantly.
I know. It's like, God, I wish, like, oh my God. So this is really funny. You know, I am the most annoying person about the imps code all the time. It's like,
Yeah.
I probably shill that more than I shill my own channel.
But it's good though.
Well, like I remember there was a joke that I made that I was like I was smoking with my partners and I was getting really fucking mad. This was way back. This was right before I came up with the imps code. And I was like, I must manifest a psychic lance and fire it towards Bernie Sanders so that he'll fucking spine up and go hard on Biden. And I was like, and then like like a month later, Bernie dropped out, and then I came up with the imps code and I was like, oh no, I accidentally missed with my psychic lance and hit Twitter instead. And then it invented the imps code. But like literally, like if there was anything, I would love for people to start adopting an imps code or an imps code alike, because it would make the website so much better. I don't know. It's really hard for me to tell if Twitter has always been this bad. I tend to lean towards it has, but it just depended on where you were, because I was on Twitter during Gamergate. And I was a super anonymous account that just sniffed around and paid attention to a lot of stuff and documented a lot of stuff during Gamergate. And it was fucking terrible. It was just so bad. Just like this. I mean, again, like, I mean, God, but even worse sometimes. Like, I don't even know. Like, of course, when you had people like before Twitter really even banned anybody for anything, they just never did. And so you would have people like Ethan Ralph. Like, Ethan Ralph used to post his articles about, like, he once wrote an article to get revenge on somebody he didn't like, who was another Gamergator that he didn't like. That other Gamergator, like, his girlfriend killed herself by throwing herself in front of a train, and it was caught on video. And Ethan Ralph wrote a blog that got hundreds of thousands of views on it, making fun of him for his girlfriend dying, and he posted a picture from the video of her dying in that article, and that stayed up on Twitter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what Twitter used to be like, and it's bad now. It is real bad, but that's like, what the fuck?
Man,
Holy-
So the thing that they're doing right now is they're posting revenge porn of me. So
Oh.
they're taking pictures of my videos and they're photoshopping them to like call me like slurs and like call me the R slur and insinuate incest and stuff. And like I thought that was bad. And Twitter is saying that it's not against their terms of service and it's totally fine and it can stay. And like I thought that was bad, but like what you just told me is the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Like
Pretty
that's
bad,
so
huh?
fucking fucked. And that honestly puts into perspective that like some of the stuff that's happening to me is like not not really so bad.
I
That's
mean, it's
fucking
not that. It's just like
evil.
there's just like it just go. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even go that far. I mean, I think if there was no restrictions on Twitter, we would be seeing this type of stuff. Like, but like Twitter has at least like at this point, it's cleaned up to the point where like you can't get away with that. But I think the same mentality, right? It's the same mentality. It's this like vicious desire to
do anything to break somebody.
Yeah, to predominantly women, like, you know, that they think are breakable, and it's just like, God, it's so fucked. And oh man, there's so many. I have to do a Gamergate Ultimate stream as well, because there's a bunch of memories that I remember that nobody else remembers. Like God, I remember the stream where I remember a stream. This was okay. So here, this is a little anecdote that's kind of funny. That probably will make people laugh and is less depressing.
Okay.
But are you familiar with who like Internet Aristocrat is?
No, I don't think
Okay. So some people will know him as Mr. Medicare.
Oh, I've heard that name.
Medicare, Internet Aristocrat. Oh, what the fuck? We're losing likes again? What the fuck? We just lost 50 likes? Why is this happening? What the fuck is going on, YouTube?
Come back when your stream ends. Let's see.
Can we slap those fucking like buttons, everybody? We still have a lot of viewers. We have 570 viewers, which is unbelievably pog.
Oh wow.
The likes you see are just approximations. Oh, okay. Yeah, but why has this never happens in the past? This has never happened. That's so weird. It happened last night too. Anyway.
Yeah, mine is still there. It says 255 for me.
Oh, okay. Well,
261? Okay, cool.
We got 261 likes and we have 570 viewers. Please, can I have
Someone says CIA.
CIA, it's the CIA, yeah, definitely. Yeah, so okay, so Medicare, there was okay, so everybody talks about how like Twitch panel culture is like, it's just it's a telenovela, it's trash, it's stupid garbage. Okay, you want to know how trash it was? Back in the Gamergate days, these like podcasts, these early like debate quote unquote podcasts and whatever, literally they would get fucking drunk like on air. Mr. Medicare on air fucking like started fucking his girlfriend on air in the middle of a podcast with their mics open, and they just kept going, and they were talking about like Gamergate stuff, and you just hear this girl just getting fucked on air. I'm not kidding you. Yeah, that actually happened. That had like thousands of viewers. It was ridiculous. And like people actually, it was funny because it actually generated a small controversy of people who were like, guys, is that okay? Like, or is this what we're about? Like, and it was like a pause, and it was like, stop being so fragile. And it's like, well, but I mean, there were a lot of people there who really didn't want to be subject to that. Like, and it was just like,
hold on. Wait, so Mr. Medicare and his girlfriend, this was something that they planned? They planned to have a bunch of people hear them having sex?
No, I don't think it was planned. It was just like they're all sitting there talking about Gamergate this and SJWs that, and then all of a sudden they were just getting increasingly drunk, and then eventually it was just like, let's leave the mic on and just fucking fuck the shit out of each other on the air, while other people are like, yeah, so the anti-SJWs are like, I'm just like, holy fucking shit.
Okay. Oh no. Wait, and this was put onto Twitter, or this was like on?
Oh yeah, it was like, well, I mean, it was advertised on Twitter. This was on YouTube at the time, so it was just like whatever, everything goes. Yeah, it was fucked.
Could you used to put stuff like that on YouTube?
I mean, I don't know if they kept it up, but it was on a live stream. It was the very early YouTube live streams when YouTube first started adding live streams.
Wow.
Yep.
That's like
bad.
the what? See, I'm kind of sad that I'm not older and that I missed like what seems like some of the wild west days of the internet.
There was some real wild shit. I mean, God, like, and then of course this evolved into like Andy Worski and I can't even say the name of this anymore. Do you want to know a podcast that was okay? So you know Milo Yiannopoulos. Everybody knows Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah, everyone knows Milo.
So I'm gonna flex just a tiny bit here. I'm gonna flex my Demon Mama, pre-Demon Mama days.
Okay.
I was very much on the ground in all the Gamergate stuff. Again, anonymous account. I wasn't super lefty at that point. I was just like, this is interesting. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna take notes and everything. And I ended up getting to know a lot of people. And one of these people was going to go on. So Milo Yiannopoulos got involved really early on. It was very weird. It was very like entryist, and that was of course the goal. And he had a whole bunch of podcasts that he attempted to run to like capitalize on Gamergate, and some of them succeeded, some of them didn't. One of them was a podcast that had, if I recall correctly, Blair White and a bunch of other people who do not have a presence anymore, and it was called the Based T-Slur podcast. And that was hosted by Milo Yiannopoulos, and it was going to be a bunch of right-wing trans people, and I believe that was one of the earliest appearances that Blair White ever had. And
wait, how many are there? How many right-wing trans people are there of note?
There weren't. Well, then none of these people have a presence anymore. They were all just like medium-sized Gamergate accounts, but they had some following. Just so you know, I know a lot of people don't remember this, but one of the originators of Gamergate was a trans woman who I knew personally, and I can't go into a whole lot of details, but they had a very fucked life. They were like, God, it was bad. It was like she had been legitimately tortured through conversion therapy, and then ended up getting involved with a bunch of Nazis, and she had like legitimate ties to like Order of Nine Angles and stuff like that, which is like a hardcore Nazi group. So like, yeah, and she was like super involved. Like she was one of the big five accounts, the big five. If you go and like, a lot of people know there's still Gamergate block bots out there. One of her accounts was one of the first 5 accounts that were added to the Gamergate block list. Like if you followed her, you would be blocked. and it was really sad. Again, I knew her personally and a bunch of other. You might know who this was. Yeah. We could talk about it sometime in private, Hyena. I knew them personally. I like it was wild.
Is this person still online?
Not that I know of. I don't even know if they're still alive. But
Oh wow.
Last thing I heard about them is they got stopped. They got stopped and detained trying to go to Canada because they had been posting insurrectionist memes, and the feds knew about them. So yeah.
Man, no one got out of Gamergate unscathed, huh?
No, not really. And the sad thing is, like, it is sad because like she victimized a lot of people, but like she was herself like a horribly victimized person. Like her ex was like a serial rapist and like a hardcore chaser. And
that's
very
kind of how it
dangerous
goes,
individual.
though, right?
Yeah.
Like people who try to torture others. Hey.
Yeah.
People who try to torture others, like whenever you really get down to it, you find out that they have either horrible lives or like really bad stuff has happened to them in the past. Like that's been something that I've noticed with me, is that like people who try to torture me online, whenever I do end up getting a little bit of information about them, it's always just like the saddest shit.
Yeah, it is. It's very sad. It was very sad. Like, I mean, it was, it was wild. So I went off on the depressing stuff again, but the good thing was when this Milo Yiannopoulos-based T-Slur podcast was going out, I was like loose acquaintances with one of the people who was invited to it and was planning on going on, and I messaged them and I was like, I DM'd them and I was like, hey, listen, I know you don't know me that well. Like, we kind of just only know each other through Twitter, but please don't go on this panel. Like, this is they're trying to turn you into a show monkey. They want you to do the dance, and they're never going to support you. They're never going to support what you believe in. They're never going to support your healthcare. They just want you to back up their agenda. And I gave her like this super impassioned speech, and she got really fucking pissed at me. She was like, don't tell me what to do, blah, blah, blah. And then a week later, she deleted her account and ghosted the panel. And I checked up on her a couple years later, and she's doing pretty good. She's like, she got out of the right and is like I would say like a light lefty, like not super lefty, but definitely not, and like, but not quite a lib either. So she's like, I would say she's probably in like the ballpark of where Shu is now. And
that's
skipped
great.
out on it. Didn't end up going on that fucking panel. And I'm so happy about that. Like I that was the one time I rolled a very dangerous gamble with telling somebody like that up front, like, please don't do this. Like, they are going to make a fool of you. And I burned a bridge, but they heeded it and ended up getting out of there. So I'm very happy about that. But yeah, the fucking internet is a fucking wild place. And a lot of this stuff is still happening right now, just in very different forms. So yeah.
I mean, I feel like some of the harassment that we see is reminiscent of this sorts of thing.
Oh, 100%. Gamergate never stopped. Yeah.
And you know, it sucks too, because like I never want to be someone who's like, oh, well, these people are criticizing me because I'm a woman, or these people are criticizing me because I'm a sex worker. Like that's never something that I want to do. And I hope that I do a good job of like not doing that, but it's really hard not to internalize a lot of the stuff that I see, that even though I know it's wrong, like people will say something that I know is a lie, but I'll see it 1,000 times and I'll go, wow, wait, maybe I did say that thing, or maybe I do hold this belief, or maybe I did do that thing, or like maybe I was wrong when I did something that I think is completely fucking reasonable. And then people will be like, no, it's not that you did something evil. It's not that you're an evil person. It's that you're a woman, or it's that you're a sex worker, or it's that people have issues with, with your identity or whatever. And I don't know that that's necessarily like the case either. I really do think it's that we have a culture of harassment.
Yeah.
And while certain people are more likely to be the targets, it just seems like the way that we use social media now has become like a proxy, or like a way just to kind of scream into the void. And instead of being able to get adequate mental health care because we can't afford it, we just it seems like people just abuse others online, and
Yeah.
it's almost like a sort of emotional catharsis for them.
I
Like
think
that's what I see.
Well, I think that's definitely a part of it. And there was a comment from Twitch chat, which is from Omic Avatar. Gamergate didn't end. It's just that all of online politics is Gamergate now. Yes, I agree with you so much on that. And that was intentional. So like a lot of people, again, a lot of people weren't around on the internet during Gamergate. A lot of people were online but didn't necessarily dig deep into it. This was like, there was Steve Bannon was the person who pointed out that like, oh, Gamergate is turning into a big thing, and told Milo Yiannopoulos to go get into it and figure it out. They did that. They turned that into, like, people joke. There's been jokes about the little domino meme, you know, the little domino, that it's like Gamergate leads to Trump. That is way more true than people say. Like that, the weaponization of like the anonymous nest of the internet and people's passive prejudices to create a maddening miasma. This is something I wanted to say, that like, I think you and I will probably have some strong shared feelings on this. I was thinking about this a lot last night. It's just like, it's very hard to get an idea of where you stand online and to actually be able to self-critique when there is that miasma. It feels a little maddening, you know? Like, it feels like I'm like, I don't know, am I like a horrible person? Am I really super aggressive, or what is it? And it's like, you can't tell. I feel like it clouds my ability to self-critique and to grow as a person, because like, it's a lot, and I don't want to say it's a lot easier for other people. There's lots of hate on the internet, but it's like, if you can rule out like raw sexism or raw transphobia or raw racism, if you don't have those things on your side, it becomes a lot easier to figure out whether people are just talking out their ass because they hate you, or whether they're giving you something that could be useful to you. But when you mix in these other things, like people who just hate you on the basis of who you are, and then there might be people who just hate you just because they're an anti-fan, and then you have people who might hate you because you're trans, and there's people who might hate you because you're a sex worker. It starts to become maddening to try and figure out, what do you even listen to, and if anything at all. And it's just like, oh God, it's just like, oh, like, do you know what I don't know. This is so, I have a hard time putting it into words, because it's like so hard to explain.
No, I completely agree with you. I just didn't want to cut you off, because you're definitely onto something. It's difficult when you, because I mean, no one's gonna be fucking honest, you know, and especially in lefty circles. This is like, maybe this is a piping hot take, but I actually prefer arguing and fighting with right-wingers. And it's not because, in part, it's because like, I don't care what they think about me, whereas I care more about what a leftist is going to think about me. But here it is, here's the hot take. To a certain degree, there are some right-wingers who are more honest than a lot of the leftists I've encountered. Right-wingers will be like, I think you're a fucking degenerate, and that's why I hate you. And you're like, okay, cool. Whereas leftists will be like, well, it's not who you are, it's not what you do, it's not anything of that. I don't have any sort of internalized whorephobia or anything that I need to work out. I'm perfectly woke, and it has nothing to do with that. And it's not because my parasocial relationship people hate you. It's not that either. It's because you said this thing, and you'll be like, well, I didn't say that thing, and here's the actual clip, here's the actual screenshot of the proof of what I exactly did say. And then it's, well, you're lying. And it's like, well, no, here's the proof. And then it's like, oh, well, you're obsessed with me. And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm responding to something you started. And then it's, oh, well, you know what? I'm this minority, so you're a bigot. You have this phobia towards me. And it's like, Can we
there's a
just
lot
be
of
fucking
obfuscation.
honest?
Yeah. Like, I mean,
just fucking tell me why you hate me.
well, I mean, I get that feeling too, right? Like, I mean, I like, not to like touch on specific drama, but like, I mean, there's a huge chunk of the online lefty sphere that just hates my guts.
Oh, yeah.
And they do things that I think are like not acceptable, like constantly calling me mentally ill, and things like that, and
Like actual dog whistling.
yeah, and I'm like, but aren't you supposed to be like a lefty? And then they're like, well, I am. I fight for trans people's rights, but you're a mentally ill freak. And I'm just like, well, don't you feel like, I don't know, like
Like maybe
I see
playing
what you're
into
saying.
stereotypes that
Yeah.
hurt trans women are maybe not appropriate in your critique of me.
Yeah,
Just a
it's like
thought.
it's like you get, instead of getting the foghorn where you know where the sound is coming from, there's just 100 different little buzzing noises, and it's like, and people don't admit it because they think that like, well, I'm a lefty now, so that means I can't do any of these bad things. But I don't know, it is hard because it puts you in a position where you can't. It's like if you say something about it, then you almost play into their hand a little bit, and then if you don't, then you just have to keep dealing with it. It's so fucked up. Yeah, it
Well,
is.
I mean, that's kind of what's happening to me right now. Like, I don't know if you've seen all this stuff that's happening to me right now about like, where a bunch of people are accusing me of being like a racist and being anti-black because I said that it wasn't okay that that guy said that he wanted that all Vaush fans should get the wall.
Oh yeah, that was so fucked. I
Yeah,
didn't
so
see that
that's
I didn't see there was like a whole cycle on it now. I didn't know about that.
they've made it all about me. They've made all of it all about me. And the
Was that
guy who tweeted it is constantly retweeting of all these people talking shit about me specifically, even though Xander Hall went onto his stream and said that
I remember that clip. Yeah.
yeah, I haven't even seen that clip. I don't even know, but people are telling me that Xander was like, yeah, if these people attack you, obviously, you know, you should defend yourself. That's my understanding of what
He was
happened.
a little
So,
spicier than that, I'll say.
okay,
Yeah.
well, so I don't know. But if Xander went on and he said something spicy about it, like that I think is more intense than what I said, but
Yeah.
they've made it all about me and they're hyper fixating on me. So I did a 2.5 hour stream yesterday where I talked about like a bunch of tweets that have been sent to me, and I analyzed them and I broke them down each tweet, and I I talked to my audience about it, and I was like, listen, here's why I don't think this is correct. Here's what I think about this is an accurate critique of me. Here's how this could have been a more accurate critique of me. And the guy who tweeted the Vaush fans get the wall thing live tweeted my video for 2.5 hours
Jesus.
saying crazy shit. And now all of him and his followers are trying to mass brigade and mass harass me to get my Twitter account taken away and to get my Twitch account taken away.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's claiming now that I said that that I'm accusing him of attempted murder. When I was like, I think your rhetoric is irresponsible, and people who are in your social circle and adjoining social circles participated in an event which was like essentially a SWAT attempt, or like accusing me of terroristic attacks and giving my information to 3%ers. So that's like potential real life violence that was done to me, or that could have been done to me. So I'm really nervous about this sort of thing, and I don't think that this is responsible rhetoric. And I was like, I don't even think this guy believes this. I don't even think he wants to kill people, but
Yeah.
there are definitely extremists in his circles online, and so I don't think this is responsible rhetoric.
Yeah, we
So
talk
then
about that
he went,
stochastic stuff all the
yeah,
time, right?
yeah. So then he went online and said that I was a white woman trying to get a black man attacked by a mob, and that he's going online now and saying that I'm putting him in danger, and all these people are saying that I'm harassing people of color.
I feel
And
like at
it's
this
fucking
point,
insane.
like Tanky Twitter, basically your name is like a free clout token on Tanky Twitter. Like if somebody decides to make a thread about you, they're just going to get followers because Tanky Twitter hates you so much that it's just an automatic follow if you talk about it.
I don't even know if this guy's a tanky.
If anybody wants to test that, by the way, you know, if anybody wants to test out that theory, you know, you could make an account and you could make some like really weird esoteric claim about Merrick and just see if all the tankies will follow you.
Yeah, call me garlic pussy, because that's like their call to each other.
What?
I think that story's funny, but
Wait, what
they
happened?
seem-
No, wait, is this a story I don't know
Okay.
about? Oh God.
Yeah, this is a
Listen,
story
no
you don't know
pressure, no
about.
pressure, but.
Yeah. So okay, here's the deal.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, hold on. Before you do this, is this a real tweet? Hold on, I gotta check this. I'm gonna bring this up on screen real quick. Is this real? Is this fucking real? Okay.
Let me see.
Black people being skeptical of black-white interracial relationships is fully valid, and white people are in no place to judge at all.
Yeah. He's tried to make this whole
Okay.
thing. He's tried to make this whole thing about how he's a black man and I'm a white woman, and I'm like Karen attacking him, and I'm putting his life in danger. Because I pointed out that his community has sent me a ton of death threats, because his community has sent me a ton of death threats. And he was like, no, they haven't. No one did that to you. And so I like just posted the screenshots in response of like all of the people sending me death threats. And so now they're saying that they're making this like crazy race thing. And he's been tweeting a lot about like racial issues lately, when like I don't know, it's become extremely uncomfortable.
That's extremely fucking uncomfortable. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
weird. You know, I'm looking. Oh, wow. Okay, I can see. I only had to scroll two tweets down to see him tweeting about you.
He's been tweeting about me for days, like incessantly.
Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
My God.
There's a lot of them.
So that's fucking wild. Also, I love this. Okay, I'm taking a break. Then less than 12 hours later, they're back. That's a common thing, by the way. Mel does that too. Mel will will be like, I'm leaving Twitter. She'll be back in less than 6 hours. Like literally just goes and takes a nap, and that's like, I had to leave Twitter. It's so stupid. But
yeah, they're blaming me for that. They're saying that I harassed him off the internet.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
I think I made like 2 tweets in response to him attacking me first.
So I have I want to do a quick little exercise, everybody, okay? So this account has approximately 5,000 followers, a bunch of little identifier tags in their bio, no links to any outside accounts, no photos of this person, just a bunch of harassment, endless harassment. I am seeing hundreds of tweets directed at Merrick. No information as to who they are, no links. They don't have a presence on any other website. Does anybody remember the stream I did where I talked about the cancellation cycle? Should I bring up the graphic again? Anonymous account with a bunch of hammer and sickles or other little identifiers in their bio. Nobody knows who they are. They pop in, they start harassing somebody on the left. They get a bunch of follows from the tankies. The tankies start repeating them. Nobody still knows who they are. And then they keep interestingly creating harassment cycles, and nobody knows who they are, and this is the cycle. You know, there's a really good chance this person isn't who they say they are, everybody.
Well, you know what's crazy about this is they are trying to say that the swatting attempt never happened, and that my information wasn't given to.
Video.
Yeah, they're trying to say that I'm lying about all of it.
You know, we should do a recut. I should have Danny do a recut of our stream where all that shit happened.
Yeah.
And just so we can have a thing that you can drop at any point.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking wild?
They were also trying to say, so they're trying to say that I said he was responsible for all of that. And they're trying to say that I accused him of trying to murder me, when all I said was that you exist in a corner of Twitter that has done really fucked up shit to me. So I think it's reasonable that I take threats of murder and violence seriously. And then they turned that into I'm trying to use the feeble white woman card to get people to attack a black man, which is like not anywhere close to what's happening at all in any way. And then of course they're all calling me, they're saying that I'm a Nazi and I'm a fascist, and that anyone who likes or or watches Vaush is also a Nazi and a fascist.
Yeah,
So
I
then
love
when I
that.
was like, look, these people are calling everyone fucking Nazis, they're calling everyone fascists. Like, these are also the same people who say that liberals are social fascists, or they're adjacent to those circles and sympathetic to those people. So like they're literally talking about how all these people are fascists and Nazis all the time, and then they're having these really serious discussions about murder Nazis. So like it's kind of uncomfortable, right? And they're
Yeah, it does get a
trying
little
to
weird, doesn't it?
it's just weird. Like it's just uncomfortable, and I think it's inappropriate, right? So this was my critique, and this has been my thing all along, that I don't think this is okay. And so they're like trying to make it into this super fucking weird race thing, and they're trying to make it into like I'm a bully, when like this person has been like, Merrick is making all of this up. I never said all Vaush fans get the wall. This was just a joke, and this is just like a white person trying to like attack. I don't know. It's been the level of dishonesty and like lying about the things that I've said and taking my statements and blowing them so fucking far out of like proportion.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. It gets to
Yeah,
the point of just like you can't even believe it.
yeah.
Oh, here we go. We got another wall joke. Ha 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 ha.
Oh yeah, he's been doing wall jokes.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's really funny.
which it's like,
Oh, let me just bring this up real quick because people were asking for me to show the graphic, so I'm gonna show the graphic real quick. Hold on, let me just hide my chat here so that I can show. This is the graphic I drew a couple months ago when talking about. Actually, this was specifically drawn to describe ContraPoints and Merrick's situation. Ready, everybody? Here we go. We'll go through it again. Okay. Here is random Twitter user. Here's Merrick in this case, and saying things on Twitter. Okay. Then you have angry Nazi, and angry Nazi sees thing on Twitter and gets really mad. Then they go and they talk about it on Poll or Telegram or Discord, and somebody might be a legitimate Nazi, might be somebody else, but you usually see an account that looks just like this. By the way, this was drawn months ago. Now I just pointed out that Kunta J has approximately 5,000 followers, just a little weird. So then you have an anonymous account with a hammer and a sickle or whatever other symbol, and then you don't know who they are. They have about 5K followers. They make an accusation. This goes out. Somebody picks it up. Somebody sees the accusation, and it gets retweeted or commented on 100,000 times. And all of these people then go bombard this person, and it repeats in its entirety. Now, it might be that the anonymous account is literally the Nazi. It might be that the anonymous account is just a hapless idiot ML who thinks they're doing a good thing. But regardless, the result is the same, which is what we like to call a cancellation, but an actually impactful one, because usually this person who's getting bombarded doesn't have all that much of a way to have recourse of any type, and their life becomes hell because they're getting harassed. So there's the graphic. I'm pretty proud of it. It still holds up to this day every time we have to bring it up. So
yeah, you nailed it. You completely nailed it.
Well, this is what Gamergate was, by the way. This was based off of, this is the same shit that happened in Gamergate. You would have a bunch of anonymous accounts that know where to go on the internet to find the people to target, usually a Discord or a poll thread or a Telegram or a Kiwi Farms or something like that. And then it happens. And the thing is like some of these anon hammer and sickle accounts might literally be Nazis just hiding among the ranks, and other ones might be dumb kids. They might be like legitimate people. Like, I've criticized a lot of pretty big lefties who have a big platform on Twitter who are legitimate, who actually aren't anonymous, but they boost these people, and it's just like, what the fuck is going on?
Do you remember the actual like literal Nazi rape and death threats that I was getting like a month ago? Do you remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, and a bunch of lefties were boosting it because
isn't that fucking weird?
They didn't even check to see the account that they were interacting with, even though that account had it had all these videos up. So chat, if you don't know this account posted they posted the Nashville bombing meme that was made about me, and so a bunch of lefties started to boost it, and a bunch of lefties started to like interact with their tweets and with their account, and started to circulate that post. And then when I went through this person's media tab, they had a bunch of videos with like the black sun and swastikas and
How
stuff.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and that account, we got that account taken down, and they started posting a bunch of stuff about like these graphic images of them talking about stabbing me to death and raping me to death and stuff like that. And they were like openly talking about this in great detail, and so they had a bunch of their little friends who were like getting in on it and boosting it, and all these leftists, it was like the red brown alliance looking through the likes and retweets and comments and stuff, and and then they we got their account taken down, and then they came back and they made multiple accounts in the following days after that to do the same stuff to me.
Yep, it's really fucking bad. And this is the sort of thing that I want people, and I will continue. I'm going to be the most annoying person in the world talking about this. And I talk about it all the time, and I will continue to until people start to actually learn how to think before they fucking retweet, to look and just go, maybe I shouldn't jump in on this. The hate train shit is just unbelievable, and it is so incredibly easy to infiltrate and to co-opt that sort of thing. Like, unbelievably easy. I could tell you right now, if I cared to, I bet you I could make within a month or two a incredibly popular, probably even monetizable ML account if I was a sociopath and didn't care who I crushed in order to get there. And
oh yeah,
by the way, the two people that I would be targeting to start that off would be Merrick and Vaush, because that seems to be the secret to getting ML Twitter on your side.
Yeah. I think Mel got something like 2,000 followers.
Yeah.
From the Vaush discussion.
Yeah.
But so this is and this is why in this discussion where I've gotten a bunch of messages from people who are like, you need to think about what you're doing. You're putting Kunta in all this danger. You're putting his life in danger. You're so evil and bad for doing this. Like, don't you realize that this is bigger than you? And the thing is, well, the first of all, he's not being put in danger. Like, it's just not happening. But it's like,
remember, really, if somebody tells you that you deserve to be killed, you responding and saying, hey, that's kind of shitty, that is you're doing a violence. You're doing a violence by telling someone that their tweet was inflammatory and fucked up.
Well, that's how they're treating this. They're like, it's so obvious that he was joking, but it's like, we don't joke about that.
That's literally the exact same thing that Nazis say. It is
do.
the same shit.
Yeah, I know. Like, I just don't think that you joke about hundreds of thousands of people getting the wall, because whether you like it or not, there are hundreds of thousands of Vaush fans. And after his tweet, so I didn't see his actual tweets. I saw a screen cap of it.
Yeah.
And I know that part of Twitter well enough to know that, like, it's not responsible rhetoric. So, people got really fucking upset with me, and they're like, well, what was his next tweet, huh? You didn't show that. You didn't show that. And it was like, his next tweet was like, this is an example of hyperbole or something. But, like, just trying to hide behind layers of irony is literally stuff that we learned from Kiwi Farms and 4chan.
Yep.
That's literally a 4chan tactic. There are so many like videos and articles that are written about saying fucked up shit and hiding behind, oh, it was just a joke, and layers of irony that we know not to do this stuff. And when I pointed this out, I was like, it's not okay to do that. A bunch of people were like, oh yeah, well, you joke about doing 9/11 and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, there's a huge difference between, I don't know. The whole thing got like so fucking muddy and dishonest, and it's just gotten so nasty. And like, personally, I think there's a huge difference between me joking about the actual legitimate harassment and like potential attempt on my life that I received, and like out of nowhere, no one asking you, completely out of the blue, announcing that hundreds of thousands of people should be murdered.
Yeah.
I think there's a big fucking difference.
This is the thing. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is that malaise where it's just like, you feel like you're going crazy, because when you get harassed for 3 months and then somebody says, damn, you got harassed, you got canceled for what? And then you were like, oh, for doing 9/11, of course. And you make a little joke that's absolutely and obviously absurd. And then somebody else will say, I want you to die. And then 3 tweets down, they say, haha, that was a joke. But everybody fucking follows that and goes and tweets at you that they want you to die. That's okay. This is the dementing. It's the madness. And this is the thing I want chat to pick up on, is just like, this shit is absurd, and it drives people that you care about crazy. Don't participate in this type of shit. Don't do it.
This is literal abuse. And like, the thing is, don't do this to Kunta either. Don't do this to Kunta. Don't do this to his followers, his like fans, his friends, whatever. So he's crying that he's getting all these death threats now. And the thing is, I posted the death threats I got. I don't think that he's posted anything. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if other actors are coming in from other places and seeing that there's lefty infighting happening and taking advantage of it.
Switch their account from a tanky account over to their
to their Nazi account,
to their Vaushite account or whatever that they want to pose as, and then they'll just cause more shit. People have to get an idea that on the internet you can have 4 different Twitter accounts. This was called sock puppeting. It was talked about extensively. It was literally joked about it's been joked about at GDC because of Gamergate. Like, there's literally been sock puppet jokes made at major conferences because it was such an entrenched tactic during Gamergate. Was for one person or a group of people to have multiple fake accounts where one of them is I'm a black trans woman who I just care about ethics and journalism, and then they switch over to their I'm a Japanese woman anime fan and I care about ethics and journalism. It's astroturfing and sock puppets. Now listen, that doesn't mean that you should discount people's identities ever. It just means that you have to, in general, online, you really, really, really have to just take everything that's posted with a grain of salt. And if anything smells a little sus, start to get a smell for when something's a little sus, okay? You know, Amogus sus. Now I've brought all the Zoomers back in there. Everybody's paying attention. You know, Amogus sus. When people sus, you got to find the imposters online, okay? They exist, okay? Don't get paranoid, but seriously.
Well, and so this was something that I thought about too, where it's like, you know, maybe those are not his followers, like maybe these are just bad actors who see that we are fighting and who are like kind of taking advantage of that. But the thing is, this has consistently been my experience over and over and over and over again with the circles that he runs in. And I do think it's really funny how like a bunch of people were like, he had nothing to do with your getting doxxed, like, because some people are admitting that it happened and they're saying, well, he had nothing to do with that and you're accusing him of it. And it's like, well, I'm not accusing him of it, but what I am saying is that like him and I were mutuals at one point. Like I was mutuals with a lot of these people at one point before they turned on me, and I spent a lot of time watching their accounts, seeing the things that they tweet, and like these people are absolutely in line with and mutuals with and in overlapping social circles with the people who made those coordinated with 4chan and coordinated and like gave my information to 3%ers. Like these people are all in overlapping social circles.
Oh, of course they are.
So so that's why, you know, when it's like, okay, yeah, maybe there are bad actors and right wingers that are coming from his community as well, there is also like a history of this abuse coming from the people in his circles, and you know, the people in his circles coming onto my tweets and telling me that I am literally a Nazi. So I just, my whole thing was like, dude, this rhetoric is just really fucking irresponsible. And I don't think that this is something that I should have to apologize for. Like, I don't think this is harassment. I really think that like we just shouldn't meme about mass murder. Like, it's just not funny. I don't see how it's supposed to be like a cool joke, especially because he came back like a few days later and he added a third tweet onto the thread, which was, it's not hyperbole anymore. So it's like, okay, cool, you're just adding another layer of irony. So it's like, oh, we're 3 layers of irony deep. But it's not okay. Like, it's not acceptable to hide behind all of this irony as we meme about violence, while we are all in social circles online, which are prone to radicalizing people, which are prone to having like what you were saying, like where you don't know who people are.
Yeah. Well, and also we are all groups. We are you, myself, we are all members of groups that are marginalized by society and predominantly the subjects of violence already. Being trans, being a sex
Right.
worker, being a woman, like, oh my God. Like,
Well, and this was something that they were trying to say. They were trying to say that I'm never in any danger and I don't experience anything bad ever, and that, you know, I don't have anything to worry about, and I'm so fucking selfish and I can't understand what it's like to be him because, you know, he is the only person who's actually in any real danger. And
fucking
it's like,
stupid.
yes, as a black person, he definitely experiences much worse things that I do that I will never begin to understand and that I will never claim that I can understand. And that is something that I can respect, and that I acknowledge exists, definitely. But I think to try and say that like nothing has happened to me and I'm not in any danger and I'm just being a fucking whiny ass Karen when these people literally tried to kill me or like coordinate with actual fascists with
Yeah.
guns who want to kill me.
Yeah.
It's
by the way,
a level
just
of
I know we have a
gaslighting.
lot of new viewers here tonight. If you don't believe me, look up my first stream ever with Merrick. You can find it on my channel. Just look up, just search Merrick's name on my channel. You'll find our first discussion in which, on video, Merrick was getting SWAT threats while she was talking to me. Okay? So if any of you don't believe that this is legit, you can go watch the original one. It's still up. It always will be. So.
And someone from my personal life like essentially sold me out on 4chan, and I read that like live on our fucking
Yep.
chat. And all these people are trying to be like, oh, she's lying about this. This didn't happen. And it's like,
We
really?
got it on
Because at the
video.
time, because y'all all watched it at the time and then said that I was running to the police and having a crybaby moment and calling a joke on a shit poster at the time. So like a lot of these people acknowledged that it happened then, but now that it's me being like, hey, this is why I think it's not okay to joke like this, they're going, well, that didn't happen, that didn't happen, that didn't happen to you. And it's
Yeah,
like,
it
happened.
it's like gaslighting. You start to feel crazy because it's like, and this is why, by the way, everyone, if you ever wonder why I keep so many receipts and why I make such a big stink about people producing receipts, it's because of shit like this. This is precisely why. Because receipts, having a record when you're dealing with people who don't give a shit about the truth, will be grounding. Yeah. It can help ground you and make you not lose your mind. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's been like I don't know. I you know, one thing I do want to say is that like I don't want people to harass Kunta. I have not called for that at any point. I don't think that this is someone who actively wants to murder people, and like this is also something I said on my stream too. I think that this is a guy who made an edgy joke, and it didn't go the way he wanted, and people are not happy about it, and they're calling him out for it, and he can't really handle the consequences of his own actions, and he's kind of in over his head, and I get that this is probably really fucking stressful, and like I don't know, maybe because of some sense of pride, or maybe because he just doesn't want to acknowledge or can't see from our perspective why this is kind of fucked up. He's having a really hard time. So one thing I do want to say is I don't want any of you to harass him. I don't want any of you to say anything nasty to him. He posted a DM of someone saying a slur to him, and like I completely fucking disavow that. I think that's really fucked up. And as much as like he's definitely gaslighting, his community is definitely like gaslighting and trying to get me, my sources of income taken away. They're trying to get me deplatformed. It's also not okay to turn around and do the same thing to them. So I have seen like some people from my community who are like, no, you're fucking doing this, that sucks. Like just I mean honestly, I would just say just block these people, and I would ask that people
Best
don't
answer, yeah.
engage with them.
Yeah, don't engage. Yeah, a lot of the times
just
the
don't
best option is
engage.
just to block. There's no, again, imp's code. You are not going to be able to engage in meaningful discourse with people who are engaging like this. I mean, this guy has, I just scrolled through his media tweets just out of curiosity, and he's got dozens of tweets just about you. It's very, very fucking weird. So yeah, just block and disengage. The best thing that you can do is not give these people any more attention than they want. That's why they do the shit they do. Real quick, Merrick, I gotta hit the restroom. Are you cool with like taking some chill questions from my chat?
Yeah, of course. I'm also gonna go to the bathroom, so we can
okay.
come back and we can do
We'll
that.
come back together. All right, everybody.
Yes.
Keep yourselves entertained, chatters. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot of content still coming. Do post emotes at each other, and then when you come back, we'll take some questions, and then we'll go from there. All right. Be right back, everybody. All right, everybody. I'm back. I'm back. Was I yelling? I don't think I was yelling. I think it went, "Ah!" That's because I was negotiating with my partner to get some more sodies.
Hello, we've returned at the same time.
Yeah, perfect timing. Look at that, synced up and everything. Yeah. So I was negotiating with Gynotype, my partner, about how we can get some caffeine delivery. Cause, boy, oh boy, do I want some caffeine. We ran out. We're basically on the dregs. There's a little bit of coffee dregs left, so I'm gonna have some of that. But
I literally
yeah.
can't function unless I drink like 5 coffees a day, so I'm so sorry. That sounds terrible.
No, I feel you. Like, I mean, I'm a big fan of coffee. I sort of self-medicated my ADHD with coffee, which is a bad idea, by the way. Coffee does not help you in the same way ADHD meds do, and it's a shit alternative. Now I have much less. Look at that. See that? I am envious of Elle right now, who is popping a can.
Hey, you know what your best deal is? What you should do?
What?
You should do what I do.
What's that?
So what you do is you drink 2 coffees in the morning,
Okay.
right? And then in the middle of the day, you pop an Adderall. And then a couple of hours into your Adderall, you drink more coffee, either 1 coffee or 2 coffees. And then you just keep going until... What? Don't tell them that. No, we're just no. Hold on. Don't tell them I stay up till 5. Don't listen to any of that. No, it's great.
I feel you on that. Listen, sometimes I do that. Okay.
Stop telling on me. They can probably hear you. Stop telling on me. Yeah, so just drink a bunch of fucking coffee all throughout the day and take Adderall.
Yeah.
You don't need any food, but you get a lot done.
Yeah, I do, like, I have a prescription for Adderall for ADHD. It's a pretty low dose, but it's worked very well for me. I only take it on days where I'm working, so I can focus. But yeah, it's definitely helpful. More helpful than coffee. But thankfully, I've kept my caffeine tolerance low by drinking mostly diet sodas, which don't have a whole lot of caffeine, but they have just enough to keep me going. DeSoxin? I don't know what DeSoxin is. I've never even heard of that, but interesting. Coffee is better for you though. It has like some nutrients in it. So
yeah, it's good for your heart. You're gonna live a lot longer if you drink 5 coffees a day, which is why you should listen to me, because I am based and correct.
All I'm gonna say is, if you listen to Clara, whoa, Kate Marie, thank you so very much for the incredibly generous super chat. My God, Thank you so much, Kate. You're welcome, and thank you. I will continue to produce incredible content for incredibly generous imps like yourself. Thank you so very much.
That's really
yeah,
cool.
I think it was Clara whose cookbook I have right here. We love Clara on this channel. Clara said that she couldn't live without her coffee, and somebody must have taken away her coffee, because when she finally passed away at the ripe old age of 99, she was still drinking coffee. She'd put a video out about how to make coffee her style like a month before she died. So, damn. Yeah, we love grandma.
I hope that I live to be 99, because and this also might be a piping hot take, but I'm straight edge, I guess. I mean, people will say I'm not because I drink the coffee, but
An Adderall, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's prescribed by a doctor. That I actually don't get high off of that. That actually, like,
Yeah,
I
I
have
don't either.
ADHD. I have like one of the craziest ADHDs, right? So that actually helps me and just like makes me function like a normal person. But
Yeah, that's how it is for me. Yeah, when I take Adderall, it makes like when I first started
real
taking.
ADHD.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been sober for 11 months and 15 days, right? So I'm
Damn.
on that sobriety train. I'm doing it. However, the reason I am sober is because my life is unmanageable. Everything is fucked up. Like, things are not going well when I'm drinking and when I'm, doing drugs. However, when I'm like 80 something, what do I have to do? Nothing.
Exactly.
Absolutely nothing. Have you? I think there's a movie. It's called I don't know. I have no idea what it's called because I actually have ADHD and I can't remember a goddamn thing. But there's like a character in it, and he's in his like 70s or 80s, and there's a little girl that they're traveling around with, and they're in a Volkswagen. People might know this, and he's just like banging heroin constantly. And I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Which, like, may be kind of inappropriate to say because I'm supposed to be an advocate for sobriety, and I feel like I'm like 75% memeing, but it does sound like really Little Miss Sunshine. That's right. Thank you so much. It does sound really great to just be like, I'm 90 years old. No one cares. It's fine. I don't care what happens. And I'm just going to bang heroin, and I'm going to snort coke, and I'm just going to drink whiskey every day. Like, being someone's perpetually drunk great-grandmother.
Blazed into the gates of heaven, right?
Blazing into the gates of hell. Like, just wearing a purple, like, spandex onesie every day. I've got 10 cats. I'm just smoking. I take up smoking cigarettes. I'm just chugging whiskey every day. I've been sober for 70 years, and I just no longer care. Like, that sounds to me, I live in the woods, right? With like 10 husbands. That's my goal. I'm just banging heroin every day.
Yeah, listen, that's the way you do it. You save all that shit until you're about to die, and that way you're just fucking knocked out of your mind.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Like, you're like, my digestion, like, I'm destroying my organs, doesn't matter. They're failing anyway. I'm fucking 95. Who cares?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, seriously. Yeah, damn. I mean, I think this is a hell of a strategy, and honestly, a lot better than prematurely ending your life by pickling yourself with alcohol or something along those lines. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Man, I feel like
gotta take care of yourself while your body still works, and then once it starts collapsing anyway, just fuck it up with whatever fucking shit that you can do.
yeah, it's already going.
Hey.
It doesn't even matter.
Thank you, KF Logan. Thank you so much for the raid of 48 new infernal souls. Welcome,
Kevin.
welcome. We are talking with Merrick, and shortly afterwards, I'm going to be having a sit-down discussion with Vaush about the debate last night and everything like that. I actually got to follow up with Vaush and figure out when he actually wants to do that. I know he has a guest on right now, I think. But thank you and welcome. Happy to have you here. If you don't follow me already and you are liking the look of everything here and you're interested, you should follow me on Twitch, obviously, but subscribe to my YouTube because I post all my VODs chopped up and nice and easy so you can enjoy them on YouTube in addition to the full VODs. So yeah, the YouTube is here right tonight. Just so you know, ignore the thing that tells you to go to the website. Our website is being, unfortunately, DDoSed by a political opponent, and yeah, I think that I was robbed too. But if I'm gonna be robbed by anyone, I'd like to most likely be robbed by Vaush as opposed to one of those other clowns.
True.
But yeah, there's the YouTube. You got it. Welcome. All of us, welcome new imps. I'm sure some of you are going to stick around because we have a fun time here. We're being DDoS because of our political views. Yeah, we're too based is what it is. Yeah, too based.
Yeah.
Yep. We don't Mad Villainy. It's the same people who are DDoSing Vaush. We don't really know where they come from. We know who they are because obviously we get the information from the DDoS, but we don't know who they are. It's the same people who are targeting Vaush. Sucks. He doesn't have anyone on. He's looking at a Vaush V post about the debate. Oh, okay. Well, Posadas John, if you want to tell him, just let him know. Just tell him to let me know whenever he wants to talk, because I'm down whenever we're done talking. So yeah, yeah. Damn. Oh, we talked about so much cool stuff today. Holy shit, Merrick, I always love talking with you. You're amazing. You know that?
Oh, thank you. I love being on here too.
Oh. He's talking about Mel now? Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The M word. Don't say that. You're gonna summon her.
I'm not scared.
It's like Beetlegeistiny. If you say her name 3 times, you summon her.
You wanna know something funny?
Uh-huh.
All right. Nobody take this out of this stream except for all the people who are listening right now. You know that Mel once said that there's nobody in the world that she's scared of except for me?
Shut up.
I'm not kidding you. That actually happened. Yeah, she actually said that. Yep.
Good. Smart. Based Mel take.
True. Wise. But
True.
yeah, the only reason is because nobody can fucking harm me. That's why. I have such a high constitution score that it will be like, you know, the episode of SpongeBob where the dude keeps punching him and he's just a sponge, and so he eventually tires himself out. That's me.
Yeah.
Constitution 20. That's me. Yeah.
Did you want to go over and check out what Vaush is doing, or did you want me to answer some questions first?
Yo, please answer questions. I'd like to finish that up, and then we can work it out with Vaush in a minute. I'm sure he's railing about Mel right now. So yeah. So
yeah,
chat, if you have questions you'd like to ask Merrick, now is your opportunity. Hello? Come on, people. Serious question. Alien booty or human booty? Good question.
I think it depends on what type of alien, but probably, I don't know. I've experienced human booty, so probably alien booty, to be honest.
Damn. All right,
Spice
that's a good
things
answer.
up.
I would probably answer the same. Yeah. How can we help sex workers right now?
You can help sex workers right now by looking up a piece of legislation called I don't know if it's like SISEA or SISA. It's SISEA. It's a bill that they are trying to pass right now that would it's the Stop Internet Exploitation Act. And basically what it would do is it would on its face, it's supposed to like stop revenge porn, I guess, from happening. but so it wants to create a database of anyone who's ever had images of them against their consent put out. And so it puts you in a database. And if you put yourself in the database as having something like released without your consent, you can never be in any sort of porn on any porn website ever again. And this database will go out to all the social media platforms, all the porn websites. So you can only be one. You can only be porn actor and actress, or you can be victim. So
Jesus
basically, if you
Christ.
are a porn actor or actress, you'll never ever say if revenge porn is out about you. You'll never be able to like file anything about it, because then you'll never be able to work again. And it also wants to implement 24-hour call lines for social media that people can call and get any material of them taken down. But those 24-hour call centers need to be staffed completely, and it needs to be at the expense of the social media site or of the website, which means that any and all like sexual material is essentially just going to go away, because instead of incurring the cost of something like that, what they're going to do is they're just going to say you can't. They're basically going to take the reforms that Facebook and Instagram have made in response to FOSTA and SESTA in 2018, where if you even talk about things with too explicit of language, they'll get put like a strike on your account. Like I've lost my account for 30 days for making a sex joke before, because they're cracking down
Jesus.
so hard on sex workers because of FOSTA and SESTA. So what's going to happen is basically you're not going to be able to have porn on the internet unless it's made by these like massive mega corporations, and it's going to basically consolidate power into the hands of like MindGeek, which is
Yeah.
Pornhub.
Pornhub.
Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's really fucked up.
So
Um,
ridiculous.
so what you can do if you want to help sex workers is you can actually contact your
Oh, come here.
legislators, and I know that nobody wants to do that, but I might go. If you guys are following me on Twitter, I can see if I can find like a plug and play sort of email or something that you guys can send out, and I can tweet about it. But I would also just say like you know actually try to think of sex workers as people just like you, just like your friends. Try to remember that we're not like these nymphos, or we're not like, I don't know. There's a lot of stereotypes about us. And whenever I went on Vaush, something that I thought was interesting was that there were a lot of comments of people being like, I feel really bad because I thought she was going to be really stupid. And I'm really surprised that she speaks with confidence, and I'm really surprised that she's articulate. Like people thought I was going to be just this illiterate idiot. So I guess I would just say like really kind of sit down and think about what it is that you think about people like us, because this is still like something that there's not really a lot of pushback towards. The narrative of people only go into sex work because they're too stupid to do anything else is still like a very, very strong narrative. And most people never really get any counter to that. So I would say just, I don't know, like kind of try to check the things you think. And I don't want to be like too preachy about it, but the problem is that there's not really a lot that you can physically do for us. I
Besides,
think a lot of
for
it
your
is more like,
porn directly.
well, yeah, and I mean, obviously, like, don't steal from sex workers. Pay for your content. Like, try to support your sex workers, and like, there's a lot of girls who will have there's a lot of girls that have OnlyFans for like $3, $4, $5. Like, man, throw some girls some money sometimes. Like, you don't have to pay. You don't have to feel bad if you watch tube sites, but try to take care of people.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, and I can say, having done not sex work or anything like that, but done some writing in that field in the past, people supporting your Patreon can make the difference between you having a living and not having a living. So
Yeah,
pay directly.
absolutely.
If you can do that, it makes a huge difference.
I would also say like ask about etiquette. So this was something that would be really cool, like when I was a stripper, because Sex workers are not just full service workers. They're not just OnlyFans girls. They're not just porn girls. Like strippers are sex workers as well. Escorts are sex workers. Phone line operators are sex workers. There's a lot of different people that fall under that umbrella. So what I would say is, like, if you're unsure about something, just ask. Like, err on the side of caution, and understand that just because we work in the sex industry doesn't mean that we don't have personal boundaries. It doesn't mean that we don't have sexual boundaries. So yeah, I would just say, like, try to just be considerate.
It's a fucking fantastic answer. Great question, chat.
Yeah, great question. Thank you.
Do you ever think that you might have to stop your advocacy because of the harassment you get?
Well, I feel guilty that I spend time thinking about and talking about the harassment I receive, because I think it gets in the way of more important things. I have thought that I might have to leave the internet a couple of times just for my own mental health. I did think about, I considered, and, this is going to be a little bit dark, but I did consider killing myself in November, just because I just felt like I couldn't deal. It was just too much, and it was never ending. And I'm now at a point where, like, I'm so stubborn that I refuse to be driven offline, and I refuse to stop talking, and I won't be gaslit, essentially, out of talking about the things that I think are important. Do I worry that I now have less options for, like, content creators that I can talk to and projects that I can work in? A little bit, yeah, and I want to join my local DSA, but I'm a little bit. These conversations I've had to have where I'm like, I'm scared that someone, if I try to join a political organization, someone might physically attack me, or they might, like, do really, really awful things to me, like behind my back, and, like, sabotage my time in political organizations. These are things that I worry about, but I'm not I'm going to do everything in my power to continue to talk about and the things that I think are important, and provide mutual aid for my communities in the way that I can. And if other people, if a series of events happen where the stars align and everyone forces me out of it, then it's going to happen like that for me to not try to continue.
Well, just know you're always going to have support from our community. So I hope there will be many others as well. But I think I can, in this respect, speak for all the imps, and that we're going to be giving you your as much support as possible. And if we can vouch for you, I don't know what we can do, but if there is anything, you'll always have a safe spot here, and we'll always be willing to work on projects with you and whatnot.
I mean, that in itself means so much, and this is something that has been a great comfort for me, and that I've been really grateful for.
Well, we've been very grateful for you as well, and continue to be. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it does look like the big V man wants to talk now. So
okay.
So yeah. Thank you so much for coming on and for being willing to talk about everything. I fucking love talking to you, and it's amazing. And I'm so happy that your resolve has been strengthened despite all of that hardship. It is incredibly difficult to deal with online harassment. People way underplay how hard it is, because lots of people like to think it's just the internet, but you are a legend and a treasure. So,
thank you. I love you. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, anytime. Seriously, just you want to talk about something, let me know. We'll make it happen. Okay.
Okay, you got it. All right, I'm gonna tune in and watch you on Vaush now.
Hell yeah! All right, talk to you soon, Merrick.
All right, bye.
Bye. Oh, here comes. Oh, well, that was quick. Well, hello.
Hey, what's up? Oh,
Hey,
let me
how's
turn
it
you
going?
up. Sorry, I had the.
No, that's
volume
fine.
lower.
That was super quick. You were timing that just right. All right.
Yeah,
so,
well, my community is tapped into the needs and wants of yours. So
hell
let's
yeah.
inform
Let me
rather quickly.
I'd love to get you on screen, but how am I gonna do that? Let me see. I'll pull up your stream and capture it real quick. Give me just 1 second.
I can just share my screen on Discord.
Yeah, but then I'd have to get rid of my chat, I think. Let me see. Yeah,
Do you
know
not
what?
have two monitors?
I do, but I'm capturing Discord right now because the site's getting DDoSed.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
so
That's right.
let me
Yeah.
actually.
So
I would rather have
that
video.
DDoSer is definitely somebody from Destiny's community. No denying it, because they started DDoSing me after something happened with Destiny's community, and now my website is ironclad. And now they've jumped over to you literally right after a shared event between you and I. So there's that feels like one which was being watched by Destiny, by the way. So.
Yeah, oh, I know. I saw some of the clips last night. Oh my god, he fucking hates my guts. Holy shit, he was just shit talking me the entire fucking time. Oh my god. I didn't think I was. Yeah, Destiny was shit talking me the entire time, and in fact, this morning I woke up and DGG had like 3 posts making fun of me on the front page of the DGG subreddit where I'm banned from.
Yeah, I'd say they're fairly obsessed with you.
They're fucking obsessed. Yeah, we can just do video here. I'll just I'll disable chat for the time being, and we'll just have you on screen. And don't worry, chat. I'm still looking at you. Don't worry. Just we can just do video here, and that way it'll probably make it easier.
Oh god, I nearly just shared screen. Hold on.
Oh shit, that would have been dangerous.
There we go.
All right,
Welcome.
so let me. Yeah, excellent. Let me pull this up real quick. We're going to get the Discord video thing going. Let me capture this. Okay, and oh, it's over there. That's weird. Let me resize this. Get it just right. There we go. There we go. Oop. Awesome. So now I can, here, I'll even flip it to make it look all cool so it looks like we're talking to each other, which we are.
Good, good.
There we go. Sick. Oh. Goodness, that's a little bit. Here we go. Okay, that works. That works.
So what's on your mind, DM?
Oh, I mean, I've had a lot on my mind. First of all, I gotta give you congratulations. You fucking killed it last night, and it was super fun. And like I said in my Twitter post, if I'm gonna lose to anyone, I'd love to lose. It's best to lose to you. I hate losing, but yeah.
I hope one day everyone can lose to me. So
yeah, I mean that's the deal. That's the dream, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was super wild night. Definitely a little exhausting. But I've been debating these people forever. I've debated Rob.
Was it exhausting? You stream for like 11 hours a day. Your stamina for this profession outstrips mine significantly.
Yeah, I don't really know where it comes from. I guess I just once I get into the groove, the hours pass quickly, and I do like doing the longer streams. It means I can kind of jump between content, and I can have like a cool off period for memes and stuff in between. Lets me talk about stuff. I don't know. I do like it. Yeah, we joke about having a natural 20 constitution, but yeah, that's kind of my. I guess that's one of my strengths is the endurance and the constitution. It was a little tiring, I will say. Like I would be lying if I didn't say so. The topics get a little spicy sometimes, and yeah, I was a little impassioned about it. Yeah, there was a whole bunch of stuff. Like I did see your last night after the stream. I tuned in and rewatched your VOD, some of the things that you said, and found that very helpful. I always like getting good faith critique on stuff that I'm doing. I do find myself in a bit of a position, and I'd love to talk to you about that at some point in this conversation, about how to, if there's even a way for me to navigate some of this. But what were your thoughts like overall? Because I know you only talked about it a little bit last night. What did you think of the panel, the championship, everything like that?
Well, the problem with the championship, I like the concept a lot. The problem with the championship broadly is that most good debaters are going to end up agreeing with me on most points, because there is a correlative relationship between being left-leaning and being correct. If you can, I mean, it's, in my opinion.
No.
So that's going to be a structural problem that Dylan is going to have to work on. Apart from that, I always enjoy it. I think Dylan's a really good moderator.
I think so too.
I enjoyed talking to John Burks. I've met Rob before. Obviously, I don't care much for his opinions or his argumentative style, but I always have fun with this stuff. Like, to me, debates are just a fun game. They're always difficult. It's like arm wrestling a person, you know? It's just about the sport for me. I care about the ideas that are being expressed, of course, but the way to do that is to refine the art and every debate's an opportunity to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel similarly, for the most part. I mean, obviously, I always try to keep in mind that, like, you know, there's an audience out there, and some of these issues are pretty heavy and important. And not that I'm saying you don't, obviously. I've watched you for a long time. I know you care about that kind of stuff. But yeah, I've always been the same way. I've been debating since I was like young. It was like culture in my family. My family's really fucking weird. But we had this culture in my family of like debating over politics. Like at Christmas and Thanksgiving. So I've always been really interested in it. And of course that was a very dirty style, you know. I've joked about how I prefer like the pit fighting style, a little bit more of the blood and the blood sports, but that's what I grew up in. I grew up in, like, you know, no formality, just like family members kind of going at each other over political issues, which got more intense over the years as I became the only person in my family who was really left leaning to any meaningful degree. But that's sort of where I came from. And so to me, I have a lot of fun with most debates. It's very rare that I walk out of a debate, like not having had a good time. Like, hell, even my first conversation with Destiny, which I think a lot of people came away saying that was like a shit show. I had a fucking great time with that actual talk. That talk was great. I had a fun time. But yeah, I really myself also try to find like, ways to improve, but I do find that a little hard sometimes, especially in that type of format where it is a lot of a show, which I'm fine with, I guess.
Yeah, you mean by a lot of a show, do you mean the fact that it was functionally a 2v2, or by do you mean just the natural performative nature of how these debates play out?
Yeah, I mean, I think the performativeness is like a part of that. Like I recognize that, at least personally, I think performativeness is like a part of all types of debate, especially when you're on stream. Like there is a inherent performativity that I don't think is necessarily like a bad thing or even dishonest. Like, I mean, we're streamers. I use lighting and fancy things in the background to create a certain image.
Yeah, of course. The point, we couldn't do our jobs without a form of presentation. Performativity
Right, yeah.
is inherent to any type of communication. If you're doing it publicly, it's only going to be more so. There's performativity in the way a PhD candidate would be reading out their doctoral thesis. There's always performativity. I don't think it's inherently bad or wrong. Performativity can be dishonest or misleading, but not inherently.
Yeah, and oh, sorry, I just realized my camera wasn't on. I don't know if you have me on camera or not, but I just put it up there if you want to grab that. No,
I'm not getting anything on my end. It just shows your Discord icon.
Oh no. Okay. Hopefully I'll try refreshing it there. Hopefully that will work.
It does not.
That's so weird.
Anyway. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, I just noticed that it was giving me the little loading thing. But yeah, like with shows like, well, Hippy Dippy is a high performativity show to begin with, and so there's the promos and the graphics, and it's a lot like professional wrestling, which I appreciate a lot because I'm a fan of professional wrestling. And I'm happy to see that there's some, that Dylan does embrace that to a certain degree. Although, of course, I have my critiques as well. But yeah, it was really interesting. And I don't know, like, I was surprised that we ended up having a fatal four-way. But Dylan's audience didn't really like the idea of a lot of the topics that I pitched, and I get it to a certain degree. I know you don't.
Well, I also wouldn't have engaged with them very much. I had no interest in debating veganism and on neo-pronouns. I probably would have just said, I respect anyone who wants them used for them, but principally I feel like the point of a pronoun is generalization. That's literally the point. And a neo-pronoun is specific to the individual, making it essentially a nickname. So, and then I would have folded my arms and refused to say anything more. So it is true that those subjects probably wouldn't have led to much substantive conversation.
Fair enough. Listen, I have a very similar position to you on veganism, but I think that we could have had an interesting discussion because I had an angle that I wanted to go at. But I respect that a lot of people probably wouldn't have liked those discussions. Okay, well, hold on, I got to get rid of somebody out of chat. There we go. Yeah, so yeah, I've gone up against Rob a whole bunch of times. And I don't know, I find Rob to be the quintessential demagogue, absolutely out of the school of Rush Limbaugh. What with the like reciting the points to great length, the just unbelievable gish galloping, and sort of slamming out the segments with running down the time until nobody can respond to 100 different points, that kind of stuff. But I was actually
somebody commented on that. They said that Rob will, and I've seen him do this in other debates too, he will latch on to one piece of incorrect information like it is a Bible, and he will hold on to it, and nothing will move him off that point, and he will orient the entire argumentative strategy around not budging off that point. So with him, it was that whole 90 to 95% statistic, which I think that you and I both extremely precisely and indisputably explained why that statistic didn't prove what he thought it proved. And rather than move off that point, he was willing to adopt the position that puberty blockers make you trans.
Yep.
And that's never been proven, but it happens 99% of the time. And years of gender therapy with a pediatric psychiatrist has no impact on their ability to discern which people are actually trans. That was the hill he had to die on to maintain the veracity of the point he decided would be his hill, which is pretty insane. I mean, it's irrational. It's not logical. But he stuck to it, and I think we mocked him appropriately for that.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm glad that we both kind of got to approach it from like slightly different angles, but like the same core critique of his interpretation of the study. I mean, there was so much we could have said about that. Everything from him just literally ignoring the article that he posted to us, disagreed with him at the very end. Like the last paragraph of that BBC article is just like, here's the problems with these findings. This has been critiqued. It's just like, Jesus Christ. I mean, he does this too with the first debate I ever had. Well, the first like one-on-one debate I ever had with him was about Antifa. And he does the same thing. He will recite a couple of pieces of prepared talking points that he'll just slam at. And it's almost like you're talking to a wall. I find that very frustrating. I was actually really surprised that that John Burke was even, I mean, he was not, I felt like there was no way I could talk to that guy. Like he did not want to hear from me at all.
You seem to dislike him quite a bit more than I expected you to.
I think part of it was like, I mean, at the very beginning, there was like a small thing, like we had a small spat, and I didn't really expect him to react as strongly to that as he did, but I got like massive condescending energy from him, and I think maybe a lot of people just didn't pick up on it, but he was like I was talking about it earlier, but it really felt like he was kind of being like, now listen here, little lady, and I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? Like that was very weird to me, and like I did make a small jab at him in the beginning, but I didn't feel like it was that severe. And I was pretty willing to hear him out on points. He just did not seem interested. And he was willing to jump in when like Rob was being an absolute asshole. In addition to like, there was another point where he just like freaked out on me in the middle of one of my points when I wasn't even insulting him, but he took it very personally. When I was talking about how the law in Arkansas was inspired by bigotry. Like there's no way about it. It's just, this is a political decision that there's no science. They have no reason for it outside of just thinking personally, their personal feelings that trans people shouldn't be able to get, access to puberty blockers. I don't know. It was weird. It was a very weird experience. I will say that like, I know his content a little bit. I didn't know it before I started researching for this stream, because he's like banned on Twitter and a couple other platforms, but his content is super anti-feminist. And if you go,
he got banned from Twitter. Is that true?
Yeah, he's been banned off Twitter for a long time.
I was wondering why he didn't have a Twitter. Wait, how bad was his content? You have to do a lot to get banned from Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know what he did on Twitter. It was a long time ago. I think it was I think Dylan might know. I feel like Dylan talked about it at one point, but I don't remember what it was he did. His YouTube channel is like very strange, and he has like a video where we watched it before I went on there, where he is just screaming at this random TikTok that's like it's like a TikTok about body positivity, and he's just like freaking out at these women and like calling them like, oh, they're disgusting, they're gonna die from obesity and all this shit. And I was just like, what the fuck? And then he has a whole segment that he does making fun of feminists. I was like, wow, this to this day.
his videos where he dresses up like Bob Ross.
He has a lot of those. That's one of his segments that he does, where it's how,
How
to
to
paint like a
how to paint like a Democrat, how to paint like a socialist, how to
Yeah.
paint like a Biden, how to paint like Pelosi.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that all of these are going to be like hackneyed visual metaphors to convey contempt for the subject material.
Yep, they're pretty bad. And I think the segment was originally called "How to Paint Like a Feminist" because in most of those videos, when the title card comes in, it still says "How to Paint Like a Feminist." So I don't know if he's pivoted his content or if he was like mask on in this conversation, but he has and also Merrick debated John Burke, and like it was really bad. Like Merrick got like I was just talking to Merrick, and Merrick was telling me how she was like his community was just horrible. Like she got horrific sexual harassment. She got like rape threats. Like it was wild. So I don't know. Apparently he did at one point, like a week after their debate, like say, hey, don't do this. So, but I don't know. I don't know what his angle is entirely, but I don't know. Like maybe I did come off like way too aggro to him. I didn't feel like I went that aggro, but
Hold on. So yeah, we definitely came at this from different perspectives because
sure.
I didn't know who John Burke was. I'd never heard of him. All I noticed was that there was a hot guy there. That was pretty much my only thought when I saw him.
All right.
He's hot. I knew he was conservative because he was wearing a shirt that said like "I'm a real American" or something like that. But I just saw a hot guy, you know. So and the way he spoke in that conversation, at least to me, was relatively amicable. Not so much with you. From my perspective, early on, it felt like you were very condescending to him in an unwarranted way, but it could also be that I just wasn't paying very good attention and there were signs or signals that he was throwing your way that warranted such a response. I just didn't see them and never experienced them because, and I'm just going to throw out a hot guess here, maybe because I'm not a woman. Maybe a little bit of a bias there. Can't say for sure. Feels like that's probably the case, though.
It felt like it to me, too, yeah. I mean, I did notice, one thing I noticed that I even talked to Dylan about earlier today, because Dylan came on and asked me some questions about my feelings on the contest and everything. And one thing I did notice, and this is the one thing that really got under my skin, probably more than anything else, believe it or not, was nobody, like, I never got asked a question, ever. They would be like, Vaush, let me pick your mind about this. And that was very weird to me. I don't think I've like ever had that level of stonewalling happen in a conversation where I just felt like there was this attempt to constantly squeeze me out. And I had to wrestle my way.
They liked you very much.
Oh, they didn't like me at all. I know Rob doesn't. Well, I know Rob really didn't like me in that conversation, but I'm kind of tired of his lies. So,
sure, yeah. I don't care that much about Rob. So there are different types of disliking a person.
Yeah.
I think the reason you got sort of walled off there was because they found you unlikable, but they also knew that you could respond effectively to their points.
Yeah.
Because if you dislike a person, but you think you can dunk on them, you'll ask them questions because you're trying to bait them into a dunk. And if you dislike a person and you feel as though they are competently capable of answering your questions, then there's not really an incentive for them to ask you anything. They won't ask you because they like you, and they won't ask you because they think they can set you up. So I think that's the intersection that you were at,
Yeah. And I mean, I do think there was like I don't know. Of course, there's been a lot of people talking about the sexism stuff and whatever, and I've talked about this at length on Twitch. I don't know. It was par for the course to a certain degree. I always know I have to wrestle, like I have to elbow my way in a little bit. That's always going to be the case. But I did feel like it was a little more extreme this panel, and that was a little frustrating. Well, that was pretty frustrating, I'll be honest. But at the same time, it was like I did appreciate the opportunity to be able to come down hard on some of these points, specifically on Rob's thing about conversion therapy. That really pissed me off. And I
didn't even understand it first. I left to use the restroom when the beginning of that analogy was set up. When I came back, I wasn't sure if he was saying that gay conversion therapy was acceptable or if he was saying that it was like something else. I was actually really confused, and the point was incoherent enough from his end that I couldn't piece it together via context.
Yeah, so he started by I mentioned I don't actually remember the exact thing that it started, but I watched it earlier today, the like middle part, and one thing that he said was that he said, oh, like, well, what problems do you have with conversion therapy? Which I'm like that should be a kind of like, I know there's people who are uninformed about it, but I feel like that's a pretty, you know, you're kind of hinting at something. Well, why would you have a problem with that? And so I came back. I'm like, I have a pretty serious problem with this thing. And then he played the equivalents to the training that Robin DiAngelo training that was like, you spend some time in silence thinking about your whiteness or whatever. And I'm just like, what? And then later on, it got even worse, where he started playing into the whole like, yeah, the trans agenda is going to castrate your children. But the thing that really annoyed me was like, he was downplaying it. And then when I brought up that it was like, hey, like, I know that not everyone knows exactly, you know, what conversion therapy entails, but a lot of it is just abject torture, and the rest is psychological torture, even in the best of cases. This is like, well, and he just downplays, well, I'm not talking about this thing. And what about other types of like, you know, conversion therapy? Like, do you think this? And it was just like, he was saying that he supports conversion therapy without saying it, which is, to me, like, really, really messed up. And I happen to know, like, that even bothered Dylan. Like, I know Dylan made a big announcement today. But yeah, like, it's oh God, like, that was one where I was like, I was glad that like I got to slam down on that a little bit, because I do happen to know that, like, on certain things, Rob is very sneaky. Also, part of the reason why I went really aggressive on him about the BLM thing is because just for a lot of people don't know all this, but I wanted to try and make it a little apparent that he was gonna stumble if I asked him whether he thought BLM was a terrorist movement or not. That was actually going to be a debate topic that we had, which got changed at the last minute to whether Antifa is a terrorist group. But it was originally, the question was, is BLM a terrorist group? Yes, no. And he was the yes position. I was the no position. He's also said this on many panels. He has tweets up about BLM being a terrorist group. And he's even argued with Dylan about BLM being a terrorist group explicitly, which is, like, to me, that's a very extreme claim to make. And he does this a lot with a lot of his positions. He plays really nice when he's got a lot of eyes on him and puts that mask on. And then, as it turns out, his position's a lot worse. And I watched one of his streams beforehand. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling a little bit, but watch one of his streams beforehand about trans stuff, and he pretty explicitly says he thinks that being trans is a mental illness, and yeah.
Yeah, that's not surprising to me. I think that most people in his position would probably believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've been putting up with a lot of this lately. From that, the preliminary hippy-dippy stuff with
Bluntman.
Tyler Bluntman, that's right.
Yeah.
Because he got kicked off TikTok, and I guess he's trying to overcompensate or whatever. Yeah, DEMONMAMA.
Yeah.
Have you seen that debate I had with Mel?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have.
I hated that debate.
Yes.
Not because it was a difficult debate. See, when it comes to the actual arguments being laid out, I have utmost confidence in my ability to win when facing those people, you know. Maybe there's some hypothetical Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist, whatever, who is spectacularly well-informed. Not just in a fake well-informed way, where they know a couple of sneaky points about history that I don't know, and they can kind of get me on that, but really well-informed. And maybe one day I'll meet that person, and I'll have to learn something to win that debate. But with Mel, no. So I went into that debate very confident. I went in upset, too. Or, well, I guess I was about to say upset's like a kind of frivolous gay term for it. But sure, upset, angry. Because I don't like genocide denial very much.
Yeah.
And I don't like liberal lid pull at all. I especially hate it when people get away with being bad people, morally repugnant people, because they're members of a minority group. And that's a key that a lot of bad people who are minorities will play. It's not great, and sometimes we don't like to talk about it, but it is a thing that can happen, and when it happens, we need to acknowledge it. Because if we don't, the right acknowledges it. And when they acknowledge it, their prescription is not, we should all be more honest. It's, oh my God, the second slavery has come. Soon it'll be impossible and illegal to criticize people of color, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to take that job up. But I came in angry.
Yeah.
And over the course of that discussion with Mel, I was confident. I was exceedingly confident that this person was just getting blown out. And I've rewatched the debate, and on point-by-point issues, that's completely true. I'll stand by that. I would say it's almost objectively the case. But rhetorically, a lot of people disagreed with me. And I didn't get why. Immediately after that debate ended, I saw mixed reactions in the chat, and I wondered, what could the problem have been. And I realized it. The problem was that I am a large, aggressive guy, and Mel is not at all. Mel's, I'm not trying to use this in like a negative connotation, but comes off kind of like dainty, or the
Yes,
soft,
that's
like
true.
like a softer person in general. Again, not negative implication. There are people like that. There are fine people like that. But I came off aggressive, and they came off, not so. And so people were upset by that. And I went over it and I pointed out, here's why I felt it was okay for me to be aggressive. Here's why I felt it was justified for me to be aggressive. And I was right. Of course I am. But it didn't really matter, because the people who disagreed with me to begin with are not going to have their minds changed by my post hoc analysis. There are still people in my community who are insistent, in spite of the videos that I've made, that my performance there was unsatisfactory for X or Y. Now, I know in my heart of hearts that I was right, I was justified to act the way that I did. But it made it difficult for people who weren't in the know to sympathize with me.
Yeah.
And that is what you seem to run up against from time to time. Because when I hear your arguments, Demon Mama, the actual knowledge that you have, the positions that you hold, they're largely unassailable. I agree with them just broadly. You know things I don't know. I see you cite examples that I'm unfamiliar with. You construct your arguments effectively. But the way in which you deliver those arguments, I think, makes it difficult for people who already disagree with you to sympathize with you. Now, for me, that's not so much of an issue, because my community pulls the weight for me. I can do wacky, edgy shit and know that it'll get processed through hundreds of thousands of people and delivered amicably to those who haven't heard it sometimes. But that isn't the case for you.
That's true.
Your community is smaller. So that's the concern, I guess, or that's the thing that I wonder if you'll ever be able to jump over, because it's not fair. None of what I'm describing right now is a matter of fairness. You should do X, you should do Y. It's only a matter of practically engaging with people's biases,
Yeah, I'm actually super glad that you brought this up, because this is something I've been thinking about a lot, especially since last night. And I don't know, it's something I don't have the answer to yet, because on one hand, and I'll be super frank, like on one hand, I don't know that I would be here now without the level of aggression that I've sort of ramped up to. And I mean, I'm doing pretty good in my numbers. Like, I've grown a fuckload, which is really encouraging. But I spent
You should
a lot.
be proud.
Yeah, I am very proud of that. I'm super thrilled. It's like, I love streaming. It's my passion, and I didn't really know that until I started streaming. And I don't know. Like, on one hand, I wonder, because I had a conversation with somebody who came in to critique me on a similar line, not quite as well formed, I don't think, but I don't know. I don't know if I can even exist as a person online without being aggressive, without being hated. And it sucks, because I don't really like that. Most of my conversations, the vast majority of my content is super chill. I have long form discussions with people where, like, I like people who disagree with me. I've had, like, I spent like 3 hours talking to like a 15-year-old Nazi, and I just like was super patient with them and whatever. That's most of my content. I really only get spicy on panels. But when I'm not spicy on panels, I never talk. And when I don't talk, and even when I push in and I'm not super spicy, I get ignored, and people will say, why the fuck did you even bring her on? Why the fuck is she here? What's this? And this happens all the time. And it's something that drives me wild, because I feel like I'm put into a position where if I don't, like, quote unquote, play the heel, if I don't go in super spicy, no one will remember my name, and no one will even think of me. They don't care. And not only will I not get, I've given this advice to multiple other femme presenting streamers who have to go on panels. You have to elbow your way in. They will no one will ever call on you. You have to push, and people will get mad at you.
Disagree with that.
And but there is another level to it, which is like, I get pot shots like all the time, and there's a certain amount that I can take, and a certain amount that I will take, and whatever. But I don't know if I can, like, how much I can actually tone down before I just disappear out of people's minds. Sometimes it feels like there's a switch between either I go in and I fight and I make a name for myself, and a bunch of people walk away hating me and some people walk away loving me, or I go in and I'm reasonable and everybody forgets me.
Can I jump in on that?
Sure.
So you're right. If you're not aggressive, you do sink down. And I've chilled out a lot over the past 2 years. But when I started, and the new frogs in my chat don't know this, when I started, I was an exceptionally aggressive person, often obnoxiously so. If you watch some of the early debates, you would be astonished by how much my rhetoric has improved. And some people prefer that, and the aggression can be contextually warranted. But I understand that's also a really large part of getting your head in. And everybody does this. And I also remember, though it may have been a longer time ago, that Destiny's political discussions also used to be a lot more flagrantly contentious, because I was one of the people he would argue with. His positions back 5-6 years ago were dog shit. And he would often express them in a manner which would be unbefitting his current standards of discourse, and that's fine, and we all change, but it's true. Especially when you're dipping your toes in, you need to stand out. So the aggression is fine, though, mind, and I'm sorry, but this is true, trans women don't get to be as aggressive as I get to be.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if it's that so much. Like, I don't know if it, I just think it's like, I think I can do that. I just think there's going to be a lot more people who hate me for it. Now there's
that's what I mean. I don't literally mean you can't do. Wait, sorry, to be clear, I don't literally mean you can't do it. I'm just saying that there's less social permissiveness.
For sure.
The band is much tighter there. But there's different types of aggression that I've tried to work on here, because one of the things I've always been really concerned with over the course of my career is the best way to be angry, because there are a lot of different ways you can be angry. And I never wanted to come off acting like some morally condemnatory SJW, you know, like a preachy high horse type of person. I don't like those types of people. Lord knows I've gotten in trouble with them. And they're just not a group that I think does much for the left. So when I'm angry, I try not to be angry like them. You're not angry like them. Neither of us are. But it's a type of anger. There's a type of anger that I think is effective. And it's something that I've played with a couple of times. Maybe chat will remember more than I can. But there's a type of anger where when you see something that you disagree with, or when somebody says something rude or what have you, rather than take moral offense at it, what you do is you treat that behavior as an impediment to your goal in the conversation, which is to be their friend. It's a weird little rhetorical trick, but it's a great way to frame anger, where if a person says something dumb, or if they insult you in some way, you get to go, whoa, hey, come on, I'm trying to reach out to you here. Can we please just focus on this or that? Or if they say something really dumb, you can be, hey, wait, come on, you're not actually gonna use that on me. All right, fine, you know? And you treat the behavior that warrants your anger, you treat it like it's an impediment, like they're being a difficult friend. And I think that's really, really effective, because it's a type of aggression that isn't as gendered. It doesn't have the same gender signifiers. It doesn't bias itself towards people like me using it as opposed to people like you using it. I think that it lets you get away with a lot more. And I also think that it gives people the impression that, and this can be true, by the way, this doesn't have to be a lie, that you're really trying to reach out to that person.
Yeah.
I think it's also a good way of keeping a calm head, because it limits the extent to which you can express your anger. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And this is my genuine concern about this. And this is something that I anticipated we would talk about and thought about a little bit, because I don't know if those types of people can ever be my friend. And like, they don't see me as like capable of communicating with. And this is something I've encountered, and it does, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, and I could be, and I'm very open to that possibility. But I've gone in and I've done these times where I just go, I suck it up, and I take everything on the chin and I keep it chill, and people still hate me. I'm so fucking hated. Like, I didn't even know that it was possible to have this many people hating me when I started streaming. I didn't even know. And I feel like no matter how nice I am, they hate me anyway, because I'm not supposed to be in this space for one reason or another, whether it's sexism or transphobia or leftism, whatever it is. Like, I got a little bit of that in this conversation, where like, they forgave you for calling Rob a dumb fuck at the beginning of the conversation, and for or whatever it was that you called him.
Did I do that?
I think you did. I think when you came into the call, like you called Rob dumb or something.
I called him a dumb. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I called him a dumb, not a dumb fuck, because I wanted to insult him in a way that he would have to play off, because if he took it too seriously, he would look like the blowhard.
All right, that's a good move. I'll keep that one in mind. But I mean, like, I feel like there were times where you came down hard and they were willing to give you that space. And I don't feel like I had that at all. Like, I had John jumping down my throat immediately. And like I said, I don't feel like I was super bad at the beginning, maybe a little bit spicy, but nothing outside of the ordinary. And this happens all the time to me. I get people like, if you ever, and to be fair, I'm now many months later, after many panels, been on good terms with Connor Points, or Counterpoints, you might know him as. But the first couple of discussions that I ever had with him, if I even disagreed with him, this guy would blow the fuck up on me, and all the right wingers would jump in on that, and I would come out looking at the end, looking at the comments, it's like, wow, Demon Mama's such a bitch. Demon Mama's like all this, and I'm like, I don't know, like maybe I'm missing something, and maybe there's something that I would like to improve on that, but I do worry that it's just like I don't know that they see me like one of the people who they can talk to. They see you as like a respectable, strong guy, and like I don't know that they see me that way.
Probably not. No. Though keep in mind, you don't actually have to be friends with the person to employ that type of rhetorical trickery. I do it with almost every neo-Nazi I bring on. What's the phrase I always use? My strong white brother. Every time I talk with them, at least eventually things degrade to the point where it's just insults back and forth. But back early on, especially when there's some veneer of amicability, I usually try to act like we could be palling around if it weren't for the things that they believe. Now, I can't actually change their beliefs. It is a guy's. Though I'm sincere in that if they drop those positions, I would be friends with them. I do really believe that. I know they won't, but if they did, I would. So you don't need to worry about that, their amicability towards you. Also, if you come off friendly and they act, undeservedly rude to you in response, it maybe won't help then, but you come off looking better if your aggression is a response, provably a response, like that they instigate, rather than it being like things quickly descend into murky waters.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do feel like
with your...
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh yeah, I just want to say, like, with your, because I know you do chill content. I watches your stuff a lot. I see it. I don't watch anyone other than, I've been watching a lot of science channels lately.
Hey, that's
actually,
awesome.
but I try not to stick my head too much in the debate space, unless I'm actually doing it myself.
Fair enough.
And so I don't follow that much, but I know you do chill content, and I know that you aren't an inherently aggressive person. And part of it is stamping out your space, and part of it is the fact that people are ruder to you by default, and part of it is a sort of reciprocal defensiveness. You know that you need to defend your claim harder because you don't want to be walked over, which is a real worry because people feel you're something that can be walked over. And likewise, when you argue with people because they know that you're the type of person they think that they can walk over, they're going to be way more willing to attack you because they don't want to be shown up by a trans woman.
Yeah.
So there's like a reciprocal defensiveness there that kind of, well, it doesn't guarantee aggression, but it certainly makes it more likely. I don't actually think there's like a hard solution to this.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, I don't think that I need to give you a solution because, as you've already demonstrated, you're doing pretty damn well. Most streamers, most political streamers, do not get anywhere near the early prominence that you have. No. So it's not as though you're like in desperate need of some sick hints and tips, some Tony Hawk Pro Skater Prima strategy guide, back of the magazine cheat codes. But it's something I'm interested in seeing because there are no trans debate lords. None of them on even remotely approximating a large scale. And I don't think that's because trans people can't debate, obviously. I think that's because the space is hostile to or well, maybe Destiny because they're non-binary now. Sorry, binary trans. Chat, shut up. The space needs to be more amicable to those perspectives. So I want to see if there's a way to resolve that rhetorically.
I would be a fool to not take your criticism, like, truly. Like, I value it, like, more than you can possibly know. This is something I take really seriously. If I can, I've told my chat that my ambitions are essentially endless. I will go as far, and I know you've said this before as well, and I think we're a little similar on that front, which is I'm going to go as far as I fucking can with this shit. And if that means building a 1,000 viewer channel, that's great. If it means building a media empire the size of Rush Limbaugh, but for the left, there we go. Then I'll go that far. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know what the limits are, but I'm going to find them. And so I appreciate, like, deeply, like, this sort of feedback, because, like, it is hard. Like, I don't know the answer to some of these things, because I do sometimes feel like there is this there's a maybe existent space between where you're completely ignored and just dismissed and talked over and spoken down to, and where you're suddenly perceived as a overreacting, person, no matter what. There might be a spot there, and I would love, if that's possible, I want to master that, because I would love to be able to be more effective than I am right now. And there is a part of me, like, there's a certain level of aggression that I never want to lose, because I know from my own experience and the fact that I've grown that that there are a lot of women, there are a lot of trans people of all types, and there are a lot of queer people in general who don't see themselves represented at all in the debate space, at all in somebody who's combative. And I also know that I'm fucking insane in that the amount of shit that I can deal with is like I didn't even know I had it in me. And I know that most people don't. And, like, I don't look down on anybody for not being able to, like, the amount of harassment I've gotten just from Tyler Bluntman alone is, like, ridiculous. It's just, I don't know how I do it. I think it's probably because of some of my previous life experiences with transphobia and stuff, where I've just, like, I've managed to make it through that, so this isn't nearly as hard or something. I don't know. But I would love to see a future where, like, more people in, like, of our style, like, can exist, who are trans and who are, femme presenting, but right now it just doesn't exist. And I don't know, it's a hard, like, I don't know where the line is exactly. I'm still trying to figure that out. So it is difficult, and sometimes it is a little disheartening, because I just don't know. And I've been on so many panels, like, I mean, we even had a bingo where, like, the number of times I've been told that I talk too much, the number of times that I've just been told that I spoke the entire time when we timed it out, and that literally was just objectively not true, it's maddening. And yeah, it's
Which panel?
What's that? Sorry?
Which panel? You said a panel.
Wait, sorry, I'm sorry.
You said there was a panel where people said you talked too much.
Oh, no. There's many panels. It was a bingo. We had that on a bingo. It's almost every single panel. You can ask my chat. My chat will spam the shit out of this. It happens so frequently, and I think there's only been one time where I actually had the highest number that we've actually recorded, that I've had the highest amount of talking time. But I get told it every single panel.
Where do these criticisms come from? I imagine it's mostly from Destiny's community, since that's the largest bastion of anti-DMers.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that come from that. But there's a lot of, like, the sort of center-right folks that I encounter on panels will say that very frequently. But even people like, I mean, one of my first huge, like, blow-ups that I ever had was against, like, Fanatic, who's, like, a left-leaning on certain issues and right, and, like, kind of right-leaning on others. And he had this whole thing where he, like, kept telling me that I was talking too much and that all I did was talk when I literally hadn't spoken for an entire segment. And but, like, this happens frequently. It happens. We have a joke that, like, it'll pop up in chat. You can watch my videos and there'll be a moment in chat where everybody says, "There it comes again." It's super common. And even this was an issue that when I used to go on, and they're not really, I don't even know if this panel's running anymore, but there was an all femmes panel for a while, and there was a night where every single femme person on there talked about this exact same issue, being told they speak too much. And I've looked, I've done the research on it, and there's actually quite a bit of research on how people are
shown that people overestimate the extent to which women speak in group settings. You're gonna have to just a second. It looks like for some reason my OBS is crashing.
Oh goodness.
Which is interesting because I'm still able to talk to you. Now, why would that be the case, do you think?
What is it showing, like red? Like the little red, like connection thing?
Not yet, no. But the KB per second. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, that could be
It looks
YouTube
like
thing.
It looks like we're snapping back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Yeah, okay, there we go. It looks like we're catching up.
Yeah, YouTube
back to
has
where we
had
were.
some issues with that lately. We've had that happen over here a couple
It was
times.
on OBS?
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. Sometimes what'll happen is I'll start getting the red warning in OBS, and it's detecting that there's a problem communicating to YouTube. We've had it specifically with YouTube. Mostly it was like, I mean, we live in the same area, so I don't know if it's a. I think it was a YouTube's West Coast server in Washington. It was
Would
like,
that affect
fucked.
the amount of frames shown on Streamlabs?
It could,
Because
depending on how
Streamlabs
much...
itself said that the kilobytes per second going out dropped to zero
yeah,
for a
it
bit.
could. Yeah, for sure. We had a night where YouTube's West Coast server went down, and we were able to still stream to Twitch, but we weren't able to stream to YouTube. I don't know if it's... I don't know, like, where it falls along the line, but we had that happen mostly. Like, I think it was like 2 weeks ago that we had this shit happen. It was like 3 streams in a row where it just randomly happened. And then sometimes it would reconnect, other times it wouldn't at all. So
Gotcha.
yeah, hopefully it resolves.
So I think that if there's to be a summary here, I think it would probably be that there is a way. I'm confident that there's a way. Call me optimistic, to maximize your ability to strike out your name in the online debate community, and also a way to minimize the extent to which people throw hate at you, and that those things don't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive. I don't necessarily know how that solution will play out. I don't know what that is exactly, but I do believe they're opposite axes. I don't believe they're negatively correlated. And I'm not exactly the best person to give advice when it comes to avoiding having the internet hate you, of course. In fact, I may be one of the worst people to give that bit of advice. But I still believe in it. And moving forward, I feel as though this is definitely something that you're going to continue to run up against, because it's something that I'm still running up against 2 years, 2.5 years into this. It seems highly unlikely to me that you would just resolve or overcome this. I mean, for Christ's sake, Destiny right now is doing his I'm trying to be more rhetorically effective arc, and he's been doing this for 11 years. So I don't think there is an end game to that particular process. I think it's just suffering all the way down. You probably should work... Well, you probably should work on consolidating some elements of some communities, though. Dylan Burns' community likes you. I know that much. I saw the way. Well, when they were voting on the winner of the Hippy Dippy champion bid, it was 50-50 split between you and me. I think it was actually between the 4 of us, you, me, and the other 2. I got 52, and I think you got like 46. And then there was like 1 percentage point each for the other 2.
That's true, yeah.
So that's a very close line to 50-50. Maybe you see in chat the people who hate you the most, because they're DGGers who go over there, and they're all very vocal about it, because anytime you're mentioned, Destiny makes the same 3 jokes.
That's true.
But the community itself... Now, and mind you, by the way, that of Dylan Burns' community... Sure, it was close to 50-50 between you and I, but people who voted for me, that doesn't mean they dislike you.
Right.
I imagine many of the people who voted for me are actually quite amicable towards you. I'd be willing to bet a majority of the people in that community like you. I know my community, though it does have a lot of cross-play with the GG, also has plenty of people who like you. Honestly, and this is probably wishful thinking, but I hope you're able to find some way to resolve this ridiculous feud between you and DGG. I'm sorry, wait. Let me use less neutral phrasing, because a feud makes it sound like there's some sort of retributive action going on. This ridiculous one-sided hate barrage from DGG. It was silly. I saw Destiny's chat up when you were making good arguments during the Hippy Dippy debate, you know, then, oh, soy face, oh, blah, blah, like, it doesn't even matter what the arguments are, we don't like this person, blah, blah. It's a joke in Destiny's community. They wait to see what Destiny's opinion isn't a thing, and if he likes it, the chat is full of the PogChamps, and if he doesn't like it, it's full of the soy faces, and if Destiny doesn't like you, then even good arguments from you are going to merit uncharitable responses.
Well, the thing with Destiny is, like, I agree. I would, and the thing is, like, there are some people in the DGG sphere who I am on good terms with, and I like them. I like a lot of these people. I honestly don't understand the hate. I understand it in that, like, I've figured out why they do it, but I don't understand where it came from. I guess, like, they don't like me because I had a conflict with him and because of the RGR situation, which was a horrible disaster and was disastrous for my PR.
And it was also the other one with the black guy.
Yeah,
what was his name?
DaSkrubKing. Yeah, the
DaSkrubKing,
DemonMamma
that's right.
manifesto.
I think
yeah,
that was like the first one that I remember. That was the first
Yeah.
instance of antagonism.
Well, and that was so weird. I feel like I got a target kind of. Well, the thing is with that one, like, I don't even know. That was like not even the spiciest debate ever, but it resulted in this manifesto, and of course the notorious Destiny rant that he did about me while watching my VOD with the DaSkrubKing. I can't help but feel he was a little protective, and okay, I get it. But I feel like that rhetoric was ridiculous, going and saying, human piece of garbage, that I want her to die and disappear off the internet. These are all direct quotes of Destiny. Very, very absurd. He crashed a random tiny panel that Merrick was on to scream about me to this audience. It was ridiculous. Like, just the most aggression I've ever experienced from anybody. And
yeah, I do think that Destiny has some really weird spite thing with you in particular.
Patient zero.
Well, sure. But regardless, since that can't be fixed directly.
Yeah.
With regards to wait, we have Riley Grace in chat. I think I legitimately don't remember much about the fallout between the two of you, though I still think that what took place is highly regrettable.
I agree.
With mistakes levied on both sides. I don't even think I saw the Chud Logic thing, and I don't remember the conversation between you and Destiny. If I had a better memory, I might be able to say something specific, but unfortunately, having not, all I can really say is that it doesn't seem like at the moment there's any way to engage with Destiny's community or any periphery to Destiny's community and get a good faith response to it.
That's
because
true.
if you can say something reasonable and they'll make fun of you for that, then okay, then where do we then what's the avenue here? What's the what's the path forward? Where's the ladder, you know? If there is no ladder, that's genuinely unfortunate. Maybe there is at some point in the future. Not that you should be appealing like for the sake of nicing up with the community, but it would just probably make your job easier if there were fewer people who hated you.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of people that I like. Like I don't know. I don't have some like complete and utter hatred for DGG. Although I will say the treatment I've gotten has been pretty fucking miserable. But it's like I don't know how to do it. Like again, like the DEMONMAMA manifesto, which was just total bullshit, just total raging after a debate with me, had some of the most ridiculous claims I've ever seen about me. This got like 1.7K upvotes on the front page. Just people just fucking hate my guts. And so I don't know how to bridge that. And it does suck because there's been some pretty significant, and I would argue that go far into the realm of like just obvious disinfo and misinformation about me that have been seen by hundreds of thousands of people, audiences way larger than me, when I was like a 100 viewer Andy. And like I don't know how you like bounce back from that. Like I don't know. It's like it feels like it's like a grievous wound that I just have to deal with until some miraculous thing happens. Like I don't know what I can even do to touch that. I have made, there are some people who I've been on good terms with from the DGG community and still am. Sock Done Left, I had a great conversation with Sock Done Left the other day, is a great example of one of those people. Dylan, although not directly out of DGG's community, has a lot of overlap. Me and Dylan are friends.
There's an overlap, yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Like 40% of his audience or something is pretty big. Like, but Dylan and I are really good friends. We talk all the time. And but I think people just have this idea that I'm so, well, I mean, let's just be real. Some people have made such allegations against me, some of them being the people who make this community, that I don't know how I could even deal with that. How do I, when somebody who has an audience of potentially hundreds of thousands of viewers, maybe not live, but overall, says, right, I am a transphobe and a genocide denier with no evidence, and there's no way to counter that, and that's just going to be floating in the ether, getting more views than any of my videos could ever get. What do I do? What do I do? I don't know. I don't know what to do. Besides just invite a bunch of people to come shout at me about things that are false, and then try to show it and slowly redo it. But at the same time, I can't really, because if I respond, that's going to provide more fuel for them to keep dunking on me and trying to find...
Well, right. Like I said, the issue here is charitability. There are people in chat who are being very stupid right now because they don't seem to understand that. It's not a matter of whether or not anyone has done something wrong in the past, present, or future. It's about the ability for a community to interpret existing behavior in a good faith way. So if you've reached a point where even a person's positive behavior is being framed negatively by a community, which I saw happening in Destiny's community, it wasn't just memes. There were points where DemonMamma was making perfectly salient points and getting made fun of for that. When you've reached that point, there isn't really an avenue forward. Even if you were, let's say you're somebody in a DGG or something and you really dislike DemonMamma for some reason, okay? Even if that's the case, maybe let's even say it's legitimate reason. Let's say there's something she did and you just really don't like it. Okay, fine. There should always be an avenue by which you can rationally assess the worth of a person and have your opinion changed about them. If you can't have your mind changed about a person, what you're essentially saying is that you don't actually care what their behavior is, because you're no longer leaving an avenue for it to change or for that change to be respected. So in light of that, and I think this is a problem that pretty much every online community has to some extent or another, though I'll admit, I think my community generally does pretty good about this stuff. I usually see that my community, for what it's worth, even if we dislike people, we tend to dislike them for things they do, and then if they do good things, then they're praised for the good things that they do, which is nice. If there's any solution to that, I mean, the idealistic solution would be going like full mega amicable, to try and appear on Destiny's stream and go like, hey, you know, I try to approach these conversations in good faith. You probably don't believe that, and that's why I'm asking you what you think I could make changes wise. And while I can't guarantee I will change, I'm just interested in your perspective, because sometimes it feels as though you and your community will impugn me like mimetically rather than it being in direct response to anything negative I've actually done. Now that is, in addition to probably being the most likely solution, also a little bit of a cuck move.
Yeah.
And if I was in your position, I wouldn't feel like prostrating myself before a community that had treated me that way. So I can't suggest that you actually do that.
Yeah.
That's just the hypothetical, you know, like we're up in the clouds kind of solution. Beyond that, though, apart from like piecemeal cementing yourself as a respectable and well-established online debate lady, I don't know if there's a direct solution to that.
Yeah.
Once the claws are hooked in a community, you know, sometimes there really
well,
isn't. So much
and the other thing too is like, I mean, there is another functional thing. It's like, first of all, yeah, I will admit that would be a unbelievable hit to my pride, and I think it would even hurt the pride of my community for after everything. But
it's also a challenge. Keep in mind, it is also a challenge because you ask for the criticisms, and if they don't provide them, or if the criticisms aren't salient, then you know they're unjustified. You ask directly, you know, what can change, like what do you think? And if it's just like you're rude, then like they don't really have anything.
Right.
It's a challenge. Can you actually justify the antagonism you levy?
Yeah, and I mean, and the other thing is that like I haven't seen, I don't think I can think of a single other person off the top of my head that has ever had this brutal. Like Destiny will literally misspell my name intentionally in everything that he does talking about me, so that I don't even get search results. Like he will spell my name DemonMamma. It's a meme in our community of DemonMamma going live, because that's what's happened on multiple occasions. People will do that even on the DGG subreddit. So like it's to the point of like being no platformed, where like even if I wanted to, I don't even know if I would be allowed to, because I'm so quote unquote so toxic. I mean, he doesn't even do that for Mike from PA. He puts Mike from PA's name in all kinds of things, and like,
well, that's the charitability thing, right?
Yeah.
So the argument is like DemonMamma is a clout chaser, so we don't want to platform her by giving her undue search engine results by talking about how bad she is. So we'll hide names, or we'll do X or Y. But do they do this with Nick Fuentes? Do they do this with any of these other characters? No, because I think the selection, the decision to be this mad at you specifically is not one which could ever be reasonably justified, proportional to the attitudes they have towards other content creators. So that's sort of part of the challenge, right?
Yeah. Well, it is a challenge, and yeah, I hope that if there's a solution, I'm gonna find it, because that's how I am. I keep going at things.
Yeah, well, you're a very persistent person, and that's a good thing. That's a virtue. Well, anyway. Yeah, I just want to make it like perfectly clear. Unlike I don't know, Destiny's community, criticisms that I have of people who I consider allies, whether they're you or Kyle Kalinske, who Lord knows I have plenty of criticism for, or Shu or whatever, are generally levied in what I would like to believe is a constructive way. You know, I feel that everyone should be doing that. And while I don't know for sure that things are going to get better, I do know that you're a remarkably resilient person. So I think you'll find a way to figure it out.
I like to think so too. It's certainly, if nothing else, for all the challenges, and some things are unpleasant in this work, but most of it is not. Most of it is really engaging and challenging, and so it's cool for the most part. And yeah, there's some things that frustrate me, but you know, it's not gonna beat me. It's not gonna stop me. So yeah.
Can I ask you a hypothetical question?
Sure.
So I'm not taking this because I agree with it and I'm trying to subtly affirm it, but when it comes to addressing and moving past these sorts of problems, the best way to do so is to make sure you can contend with both extremes in the situation. Now, we've talked about one end of that extreme, which is this is the situation where you are pretty much entirely and completely justified in your behavior. You've done no wrong, and people are unjustifiably mad at you because they're motivated by bias, sexism, transmisogyny, blah, blah. That's one end of it. Now, let's entertain the other end of the hypothetical.
Okay.
What if one day you hit your head, you know, you wake up from a spell, kablamo, you realize, oh my God, I have been an utter buffoon. And most of, I'm not going to say all because the hypothetical can't go that far, but most of these criticisms of me are warranted. Oh my God, their hatred. I have been a silly person and they see me for what I am, and oh God, I have to change X and Y. Let's say some of these criticisms, you reflect in them, you feel they're valid. How do you handle that? What do you do to move through that? If there's a process by which you could correct your behavior, how would you do it?
Well, so before I ever started streaming, I, as I mentioned, was deeply involved in debate, mostly just interpersonal stuff. But I've been doing that for a very long time. And something that I developed is that when you're wrong, admit it swiftly and surely. It's the least painful way to be wrong on something, because the longer that you dig your heels in and stubbornly hold a position that you have some inkling that you're wrong on and have some evidence that you're wrong on is, that's the longest way to protract the uncomfortable feeling of being wrong. So I think everyone struggles with being wrong. It sucks. It sucks when you realize you're wrong. But for me, over the years, I've forced myself to get into a position of admitting when I'm wrong. And I think that a great example of this was from very early on in my streaming career, when I got blown the fuck out when I was a 10 viewer Andy by Dylan at the time for, interestingly, talking to Mel and not doing a very good job on it. We've gone full circle now. I had a conversation with Mel early on in my streaming career about North Korea, and she kind of bullshitted a lot. And I didn't call her on it because I was friends with Mel, and I kind of thought that she wasn't going to lie to me, and that was naive and stupid. And Dylan sort of actually kind of ambushed me with it. Like, Dylan invited me on his show, and I was like, hey, blah, blah, blah. And then he was just kind of like, I'm going to hit you with something. You ready?
You got kablamoed.
I got kablamoed. And it was tough. And I just said, no, you're right. And I sat there, and there was like, I'm sure you know the feeling of when you're on the spot and like your head, you start sweating, and it was just like, and I was like, I knew in that moment, I was like, okay, I gotta swallow this. And I was like, no, you're right. I'm sorry. That was a fuck up on mine, and I will do better in the future. And I have, quite literally. So that's what my aim would be. Now, I don't think I'm going to do this perfectly every time, but my goal is to be the best that I can be. And that, if that means admitting when I'm wrong, then I'm going to admit when I'm wrong. And I also have built up intentionally structures of meaningful accountability in my community. I know that the people that I've put into positions of trust in my community are willing to call my bullshit because they've done it in the past. And I like people who are willing to challenge me on things. I appreciate that a lot. And while I'm not always going to, I can't promise that I'm always going to agree with people who disagree with me. I like being challenged by people that I trust. And I surround myself with people that I know that will challenge me. Fuck, like even in my personal life, I have one of my closest friends is somebody who we argue endlessly about shit. Like that's our thing. And, yeah.
I think you're avoiding the directness of the question a little bit.
Am I?
If you found out that a lot of DGG's criticisms of you were legitimate, how directly would you approach that?
Oh, as directly as possible. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you meant like in a specific sense. With regard to DGG, if I found out that a lot of DGG's criticisms were accurate and fair, then I would just post on. Well, I can't post on DGG, but I would put out an invite, do a stream where I invite people to come and talk to me about it, or do an off-stream thing where I invite people from that community to come and tell me I'm wrong, and I would incorporate those.
Can I say one thing to chat really quick?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a meme, but Drunken Driver says the dishonesty is still oozing. I don't know. See, this is what I mean by uncharitability, okay? There's a worm in your brain that's preventing you from thinking. So even if you were to be uncharitable, let's say, DEMONMAMA, the correct interpretation of what just took place was I clarified a question and then DEMONMAMA answered it. The idea that anybody could frame that as dishonesty is unfathomable to me. But uncharitability has made ooze of your brain, okay? You need to work on that, all right? You're an idiot.
I mean...
Here's what... Can I suggest a thing?
Yes, please do.
And then I want to... And WhiteNervosa wants to jump in here for a second, too, for reasons that I do not know and are a mystery to me.
Okay.
But the thing that I would say is, I think it's important in situations like this to make sure you've done everything that you can.
Okay.
So you should probably, partly because it's optically effective and partly because you might learn something, go back through your conversations, probably not with RGR because I know you've revisited that one like 6 or 7 times,
yes,
but with Destiny and with DaSkrubKing, go over it and specifically look for ways in which you fucked up. Not to acknowledge that you fucked up broadly as a plurality, whether or not you or anyone else believes that's the case. It's only about singly and selectively focusing on issues that you had. I had to do that a couple of times with arguments that I had in the past, even arguments where I felt that ultimately I was in the right. And I definitely learned something from the process. And maybe that will elucidate something, and maybe it absolutely will not. And there's not really any way to know, but it's probably a worthwhile process to engage in.
Okay. And to all those people out there, I know there's a lot of people listening to this right now who think I'm being dishonest. I know that it's not going to matter to hear it from my mouth right now, but I am being as fucking honest as possible. Like, I don't think you all understand. I know it's a charitability thing, but I don't think you all understand, like, the stuff that's on the line here for me. Like, and
well,
also,
the problem is there's nothing you can say, and that's a problem in their argument. Here, I'll use an analogy.
Can I do one thing real quick, which is this?
Certainly. Sorry.
And this is maybe this is my olive branch, but Vaush, if your suggestion and you think that this will do some good for me to go through and do a stream where I dig out and I look for the harshest criticism on myself that I possibly can do on this thing, I will do that next week. And anybody who's watching right now who has doubts about my honesty can come watch that stream, and I will dig into my own. Now, I've taken criticism before, just so you know. If you actually cared, you would find that. But if you tell me right now that you think that would work, I will do it next week. I will dig into this, and I will rip the shit out of my own arguments, and you guys can see that I do want to be better, and that I'm not just fucking lying and some weird clout chasing person, that I take this shit seriously. Well, that's how the fuck would I have gotten here in the first place? But there, I'll prove it to you once and for all. Do you think that would work? You tell me now and I'll do it.
I think that I want to lay out an analogy, and then I'll bring WhiteNervosa on. With regards to charitability, so I'm going to use a reference here that they'll understand. You know, Destiny. So a frustration Destiny has had is that sometimes his opponents construct undefeatable arguments. Now, that's not a good thing on the part of his opponent. Remember that debate with Prime K's? Remember? When a person constructs an undefeatable argument, what they're essentially saying is there are no conditions by which their mind can be changed. You know, the invisible unicorn that can't be touched or perceived but exists nonetheless. If an argument is unassailable, that means that there aren't any conditions by which it could be false. It's essentially the premises of the argument are ridiculous. So let's talk about charitability. If you're in a position where there's nothing an individual can do to make you think well of their behavior, what you're essentially doing right there is locking yourself off from the ability to rationally understand or engage with anything that they're doing. You now you don't know, and it cheapens the sincerity of your positions, because now essentially you have a non-falsifiable perspective on a person, which is fundamentally irrational. So there you go. Now we've framed it in reference to a destiny thing. So now we can all get that. Hold on. I need to play Outer Wilds because I've talked to people for too long. Let me add WhiteNervosa. 1 second.
All right, cool.
How do you do this? I don't know how to do this. No, wait, I can do it. Add friend. Oh my God, Discord. There we go.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yo.
Hi.
Okay. How I sound?
You
Good.
sound great. What's up?
Okay, so a few memes. Firstly, don't blame another community for a DDoS, because like at most it's 3 people and the wider community has no idea or input on it, right?
That's true. That was irresponsible of me. I apologize to them, I suppose.
All right. And then secondly, like you can dislike Destiny, but like let's be real. All communities are primed by like the content creator's opinion on something, right?
Yeah, that's true. Though some definitely do it more than others.
Yeah, but I mean like you shouldn't like look to another community's chat to critique you. Like that's weird. You should instead cultivate your own community to feel like they can critique you without like getting banned.
It's true. Well,
Oh, sure,
community
yeah,
critiques
but-
me a lot.
I think that sometimes there are elements of other people. I mean, sometimes you have to criticize other people's communities. Like
oh
we
well,
do.
I'm saying the reverse though. Like you wouldn't look to another community for good critiques on you, right?
Oh, yes, that's true.
yeah.
No,
so
that's
so
true. I
like
misheard
that's
you then. Yeah.
like for Demon Mama, I wouldn't suggest like she like go to other communities for like worthwhile critique, right? It's just not gonna.
Yeah.
It's impossible from other communities to discern good faith and bad faith criticism.
Well, I mean, if they just dislike you, like, whatever.
No, I mean if it's worth a
Yeah,
try.
you don't know
I
what's
mean,
legit.
Well, I mean, it's not worth a try in the sense of like they can just say, like they just dislike you, so whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like you just want to foster your own community to be able to say, hey, you could do better.
Well, I imagine that's probably part of speaking with me. And I'm happy to speak with you in the future, Demon Mama.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Oh, and so last but bonus meme, Demon Mom, it's bittersweet, but it's actually because you're feminine that like you're being called a bitch because you're assertive. That's just sexism.
Okay, true. I mean, yeah. Yeah, there is a certain amount of that for sure. Yeah.
Imagine
Okay,
unironically
I love you
being,
both. Hey,
Hey, WhiteNervosa, thank you for single-handedly propping up the entire E infrastructure that I rely on.
Likewise.
Okay, to be clear, I didn't single-handedly do it, but thank you.
Take care, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, you too.
Thank you very much.
Demon Mama, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, do you mind if we do one last meme?
It's got to be quick because I'm jonesing for some games.
God damn.
This is a video
I
game
wanted to
stream
talk
and
to
we
you
are
about the
3
Mel
hours
thing.
in.
I wanted
On
to
the
talk
what
to you
thing?
I want to talk to you about the Mel thing. I've been dying
Wait,
to talk to you about
the
that.
original conversation with Mel? The one I had or the one
yeah,
you
the
had?
one you had. I've had a million
Oh, God.
conversations with Mel.
Okay, wait, hold on. I've had enough of that individual.
All right,
Can it be next time?
Yeah, it can be next time. Well, we
All
can
right,
talk
okay.
about it some other time for sure.
Take care. Demon Mama.
Absolutely, and likewise. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everything you've talked with me about tonight. It's been fucking pog as shit.
Of course. All right, take care. Hope that the site infrastructure does well. And again, I think what WhiteNervosa says is completely true. You shouldn't blame a community for something like this, because it definitely is just like one individual out of hundreds of thousands. So
Yeah. I don't think I've commented on that, but yeah, I agree with you.
no, that was me. Wait, I'm Paul. That's not you. That's what I said. That.
All right.
You don't need to take the fall for that. That was not me. Anyway, you take care now, okay?
See ya. Bye.
Peace.
Well, that was Pog. Well, that was Pog. Well, that was Pog as shit. Hold on, let me get chat back up on here. Do 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 do. Oops. Boop boop boo boop boop boo doo doo boop boop boo. All right, chat's back up, everybody. Whoa! Why is it so big? What the fuck? What? Oh, wait a second. I remember why. There we go. It's because of that. Hold on. It's because of this. Here we go. Yeah! All right, everybody. That's what we're doing next week, then. That's what we're doing next week, then, okay? Wednesday, next week, I'm fucking tearing into my own arguments. You hear me? That's going to be the last motherfucking straw. Because I think I've been very unfairly treated. But if this is the action that will prove definitively that I am in good faith and that people just fucking hate my guts, then I'm going to take it. The mama self-roast. Not just the self-roast. It will be a fucking trial by fire. The marrow cleansing phase where the flames of Ki will burn through me and burn all impurities. The self-tribunal. Episode 2, Arc 2, where I become even more powerful by means of purifying my impurities. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? All right, that's what we're doing next week then. Damn, this week's going to be a fucking ridiculous week for content. We got a panel on Monday. We're going to have a self-roast on Wednesday. And then we're going to have a spiritual deconstruction. And that's what I need then, okay? That means that all of you, I know they will, but I would, listen, here's the thing. If I can gain from it, if Vaush thinks I can gain from it, if I think that I can gain from it, and if there's a small chance that it dispels the malaise, or at least some of the malaise that has been hanging over the channel, then I'm willing to do it. It'll be valuable in and of itself. Consider it like this. Chances are it won't succeed in winning over DGG. But it will succeed in me refining my arguments and offering you imps, the imps who like me, the ability to criticize me in good faith and for me to improve my skills. It's worth it. It's fucking worth it. Plus, yes, that's a benefit. It would be good optics. Not that I don't ever take criticisms. Just so you know, I take criticisms all the time, as you all fucking know. You all know I take criticisms all the time. In fact, just to prove that, get the fuck in here. If anybody in this audience right now has criticisms of me, get the fuck in my chat and let's do it. Bring it. Come on. Get the fuck in here. Come on in and give me your critiques. Anybody. You jump in the waiting room, I will pull you in, okay? Now hold on a second. I gotta check my DMs. So give me a minute. All right, so we're going to have excellent. Okay, hold on. Let me check in on this. 1 minute, 1 second, 1 minute. Ooh, okay. All right, okay, all right. Okay. All right, everybody. Here we go. So, I need a mod. Mod. So, mod. I need you to filter people who have actual meaningful critiques, and we are going to do this. I said we were doing a call-in stream, but you didn't know what type. So let's do this shit. Let's begin the process. This is the beginning of the mama skill refinement arc. Let us go. I am forging my golden core right now, and we're going to end up with a tier 1 golden core so that I may reach debate immortality. Let's do it. The training arc. Da-na-da, 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 ba-da-da, da-da, ba-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, let's do it. Okay. Bring someone in whenever. I'm ready. I'm prepared. Hey, thank you for the dono. Really appreciate that. We're going to go for a bit longer. Tier 1 golden core, you know it. I will become the greatest. Actually, by the way, just so you know, that conversation with Vaush was fucking amazing. And I appreciate that type of shit. A lot. See, here's the thing. I know it is. It's still up because there's going to be guests coming in a second. Okay. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome.
Oh my gosh, it's DEMONMAMA. Okay, so
It's me.
I
Pronouns?
wanted to. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I just
Pronouns.
wanted to. Oh, she, her.
All right. Alrighty. All right, Binkprincess. Let's do this. Hit me with your hit me with your thoughts, your critiques, your whatever. Let's do this.
Okay, so I take a TLK class, and I wanted to touch on the whole idea of knowledge, not knowledge, crack. I'm brain farting right now.
Okay.
Okay, of language. So TLK is basically is the study of knowledge, and we'll go like deep down. I take class I have to take in order to graduate.
Sorry, what's the term? What was the term you were using?
It's TLK, theory of knowledge. I have to
okay,
take
theory
it
of
in
knowledge.
order
Okay.
to get my diploma for high school. So what happened is that one of the things that they delve deep into is basically how people gain knowledge, the types of knowledge someone can have, and basically like the theories, ethics, and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
So one thing I wanted to talk about was the whole idea of language, because language is a very important
Agreed.
thing when engaging in people's when you engage in discussion. I'm so sorry. I'm like having so much brain fart right now.
That's okay.
But basically that I personally don't feel like you should water down who you are in order to please anybody.
Okay.
Because I personally had to go through a whole of I guess you say identity crisis, whatever the fuck, with the way I speak. Obviously I have some type of accent, and when I get mad, it comes out even more, surprisingly. And I'm a very loud person, and there's a lot of people who will tell me like, "Hey yo, you are very loud," or "You don't know what you're talking about," or "Is that and the third." And I feel like people are intimidated by people who know what they're talking about, cough cough you, and also who are very passionate about what they're talking about, cough cough you. And I feel like when people tone police, which is kind of what they're trying to get at when like the whole discussion about being a woman is like it's, how do I say it? People kind of just need to shut up sometimes, because when somebody is passionate, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're being overly emotional. And when someone is passionate, it doesn't necessarily they don't know what they're talking about. Because when people have some type of way of talking, like for an example, if people have watched Hassan is like basically give like hand claps to Barack Obama, and was like, "Hey yo," like he knows how to talk, right? Like if you have a way of speaking and a way of putting your point across when you talk, that is a blessing. And when I say that, it's more of like it's a thing where people will know about you, and that's, I feel like, what you are getting at when we're talking. And when I mean about language, you have to be careful about about which words you use and
Mhm.
like the complexity of what you're talking about, because basically like I'm a firm believer of like when it comes on to academia is not hard. It's just that the vocabulary is something that you have to learn, and
Yes.
that's what makes it quote unquote hard for the general public. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
if you were to spoon food, not spoon food, spoon feed someone something that is academic or like for a study, whatever the case may be, they will know what you're talking about if you're using quote unquote layman's terms. But you also have to be careful when you talk about this, because if you use like slang, for example, slang is a very quick way to make somebody feel belittled,
Mhm.
and also make someone feel like you don't know what they're talking about. So for an example, when people get canceled online, right? People
Mhm.
get dragged on Twitter. There's a lot of like I can't believe this person did this. Like this person is a racist, or all these buzzwords, or
Mhm.
they'll use like other slang in conjunction in a sentence in order to parade their point, which can come off as not being constructive enough for the person who's being criticized. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think
So
that
like
for some people they will throw out a critique if it isn't proper enough or civil enough. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, I do, like me personally, because I know I'm talking about me a lot, but like I relate so hard, it's actually ridiculous. But basically, don't water down anything that you're doing for anybody, because at the end of the day, Destiny can go off and say no 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 no, wait wait wait, the whole entire time, and nobody will say anything, as well as Vaush and all of the other girlies who would be out here, and nobody will say anything. And you're a very nice person. If someone wants to, cloud their judgment, that's 100% on you. I personally don't think there's like, if I actually had to be like a straight up criticism, um I do feel like uh you should, if I had to like be very picky, you
Mhm.
should build up on like your points. So like for example, say like say like you want to be like hyperbolic, right?
Mhm.
I feel like you should build upon that. Like, how do I say it? Like say it's like say I'm talking about the rain, right? And
Mhm.
okay, I'm like, okay, it's raining really hard.
Mhm.
You know, it's raining like cats and dogs. It's pouring rain. The water droplets feel like bullets. Like you're building up on it so
Mhm.
that people know that when you're being quote unquote hyperbolic, there's a purpose of why you're doing that. Because I do feel like some people like to pick and choose and be like, you are out here comparing X, Y, and Z, and that's not comparable. Basically being a dickhead, but
Yeah.
basically that's the only actual like critique that
Okay.
I would
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I do think there are times where, and certainly on issues that I'm particularly passionate about, that I can fire up a little too much out of the gate, and that's not my intent. But sometimes it does happen, so it's something I can certainly work on. I can't help but wonder if there's not, if there's just a balance that I'm missing, because I don't ever, like, I never want to get to the point where I'm like censoring myself or not presenting myself as I am, but perhaps I'm not actually communicating that clearly, you know what I mean, and perhaps I can do that better.
yeah,
So
yeah, just as I said, just for you, like I go to school, and like people, I went to school. This is a personal like thing that happened. So I sleep in class every
mhm.
single day. I sleep in class. I sleep in class to the point where it's
Hey,
like
that was me.
I get shit done. Don't get me wrong, but I sleep
Yeah.
probably like 85 to 90% of the time period, every class period. And what happened was that day I got into an argument with my teacher because my teacher was like being really stupid and was like, well, you made me look bad in front of the principal. In the same breath, I did all the work for the class period. So they were kind of yelling at me for no reason.
Yeah.
And everybody was kind of jumping. Everybody in the class kind of jumped on me for it. And, I was out here defending myself. I'm not going to let nobody bully me. And I went inside of the next class period, and I was like, hey, yo, do I, like, talk some type of way? Because, like, I was, like, literally half asleep, and I wasn't catching the attitude. And this lady was literally yelling in my face. So, like,
Yeah.
do I come out some type of way? And somebody said yes. And I'm like, but I talk regular, like, literally, like, do I really talk that way? And it's like, people are going to be intimidated by, like, as I said, people are just going to be intimidated, and you can't stop somebody from being intimidated from, like, from stupid stuff. Because it's not like, because, like, when you are passionate about something, it's not like, and this is just, like, right off the bat, like, no antagonism or anything. Like, DemonMamma, you are a passionate person. You know what you're talking about. It's not like right out the gate, like, as soon as you start going to a debate, you're like these people are the most disgusting, beneath the earth human beings. They don't just, like, you never demean somebody's character right off the bat.
Well, yeah, and usually not off the bat.
Like,
Maybe a little. I do demean people's character sometimes, but
I mean, maybe warranted though. So,
yeah, come on,
Rob
like, deserved
it. It's not
it.
like a neutral setting, a neutral setting, and you're like, these people are the most piece of shit people ever. Like, no, people do stuff for a reason, and I feel like when it comes to politics, like, in general, it really aggravates me when people trying to tone police and all other shit, because it's just like, people are passionate because people have personal experience. Yeah. You are going down fucking, what is his name? Rob's throat because you have a personal experience and he did not listen. I really don't like when people feel like you have to be good faith and everything, because you have to be able to listen in order to be good faith. Like, he wasn't trying to listen to you. So yeah, I really feel like you shouldn't censor yourself, or you shouldn't feel like you have to do this, because at the end of the day, people are weird and people are stupid. You are trying to, like, not trying, you are doing the best in the predicament that you are in.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that you're trying to reflect, not necessarily because I want other people to look at you better, but because it's a you thing. You have to be comfortable within yourself. I always say this.
I want to refine myself, I want to get better at what I do.
About yourself. Reassurance, Yeah. So, like, yeah, I went on a rant for, like, 20 minutes. I'm so sorry.
No, it was wonderful to I really appreciate your feedback, and I appreciate you being willing to come on here and let me know your thoughts in front of so many people. It means the world to me, and I'm taking notes, by the way. This document is going to be used to inform my Wednesday stream, so I appreciate it.
Yes, Miss Mama, we love you. Please do not change for no stupid people on the internet. They don't know what you're talking about.
If I change, it's going to be changing for me. That's it. It's just so I can.
Amen. Thank you.
Listen, sorry, imps, but I don't change for even you. I change for me. I change because I want to fucking be the best that I can be. So, yeah.
Everybody clip that, and that's your motto for every day. Just want to let you know.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you so much for coming on and letting me know your thoughts. I promise you, I'm taking notes, and they will be used to synthesize a better me. So thank you very much.
Oh, DemonMamma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Oh, one thing. Somebody DM'd me and said they want to know what the difference between TOK and theory of mind is. Okay, I would just elaborate, like, real quick. Theory of knowledge is more about, like, the way people gain knowledge. So basically, like, we use, like, intuition, we use personal experience, we use basically different aspects of our life and critical thinking in order to actually gain knowledge. And there's, like, different types of lanes, like and, like, theories about it. It's not like I don't know what theory of mind is, but that's basically what it is. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Later.
Bye. Thanks for coming on. All right. Let's bring on the next guest. Come in, come in, come in. Hello, Dan.
Hey.
Wait, were you next in line? Did you cut in line?
Oh God.
Okay. Did you
No,
cut in
I
line?
was. Well,
Did you cut in
yeah,
line?
I'm not gonna take that long anyway. I just I've been wanting to try to trying to like let you know about the what was my concerns that I saw so
All right.
far.
Hit me with them.
But yeah, one of the things that I saw that you didn't really take notice much of what Rob did in a lot of his I don't know, gish galloping through his facts or what he thinks his facts is that anything 5 years plus, because he was taking a study from 2008.
Yeah.
That is really much unreal. That does no one will take that much seriously compared to those who are more recent. Because a lot of things happen within.
Well, I did bring that up during the debate.
You did?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I brought up that it was a 2008 study. It's just there's not, like, there wasn't much room to actually talk about the study, unfortunately.
All right.
But I did bring that up during the debate, yeah.
Yeah, and I think probably to be a little bit more aware with a lot of other things that he mentioned, such as he mentions things like Sandia Labs, which I know for fact, being close to it, that they don't do exactly what he claims they do.
Sandy Hill Labs?
Sandia Labs. He mentioned as like a huge list of companies that doesn't support I think his case for trans issues, but a lot of these companies specifically are so heavily subsidized by the U.S. government, and usually they follow only the U.S. government's guidelines. If they already set the rules for the trans issues of allowing this to happen, they will follow it by the letter.
Okay.
Then of him saying otherwise is completely false.
Oh,
but
sorry, I don't remember him bringing this up, but I don't recall.
Yeah, he was going really fast with the gish galloping.
Yeah, he does that. That's his thing.
Yeah, it's typical for doing like a debate style of doing like as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's a rhetorical style.
Yeah, it actually came from a guy I think was Gish, basically Christian guy who did apologetics.
Okay.
And he was known for just doing all of that. But yeah, that's everything I need to say about it.
Okay.
Yeah, but good job with the debate. I'm sorry I didn't see you win. I really was rooting for you.
No, it's all good. I'll have another shot soon enough.
Yeah, and I mean, and also the issues of preparedness and such. Yeah, I don't know why they had to do it on the day when it happened.
I know. Dylan talked about this earlier. Dylan was just running really late this week, so these things happen.
All right.
Well, yeah. Well, thank you very much, and we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Have a good one.
Thanks. Don't bring anybody in yet. Don't bring anybody else in yet. I need to use the restroom. So wait just a second. Give me just a second. Everybody in chat, talk amongst yourselves and don't go anywhere because we're going to keep this up right afterwards. I'll be right back. I have returned. I have returned. All right, let's get somebody in here. Come on, let's do this right back into it. Let's get into it, huh? All right. Hello, 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 hello. PoliticalFemThing.
Hi.
Hello. What are your pronouns?
She, her, please.
All right, figured, but, figured I'd ask.
I'm newly out as well, so.
All right, cool. Well, congratulations, and welcome to
Thank
the
you.
outworld. It's much like the in-world, except cooler. All right.
Yeah.
And a little colder, I guess, sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, all right. What can I do for you tonight?
I'm a new time viewer, and
Okay.
from what I've seen so far, because I came in when I heard about you dogging on Tyler Bluntman. I hate that guy so much.
Fuck him.
I've been making fun of him on TikTok for about a year now until he finally got banned. I was originally gonna be here to talk about some other things
All
with TikTok, but now that it's a critique thing, I'm changing my topic. I'd have to say to heavily look out for. Conservatives mainly do this, where they try to control the discussion by changing the topic, kind of like in the gun debates, where it was about gun control and blah blah blah. It got really mixed up, but the main thing they started to try to argue was there was an argument of population between the people versus the tyrant government. But I mean, throughout history, we've always seen that there's a large chunk of the people that sides with the tyrant government. So it wouldn't even really matter if the people had had guns, because there'd still be a large chunk of them that team up with the big scary tyrant government.
Yeah.
So I think my main critique is try to think very far, not far, but more outside of the box when it comes to discussions, I guess.
Sure. Okay. It's hard to deal with conservative pivots.
Yeah.
They pivot like motherfuckers.
Oh, yeah.
So sometimes it's almost impossible, especially when you're limited by the format. But yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
usually do pretty good calling that out. But yeah, there's definitely room for improvement. It's hard to pin them down. They do that. It's part of their rhetorical tactic.
And then there's always problems with people framing things in a certain way, or saying things in a certain way, and semantics and stuff like that. But then another one was with the cancel culture type thing, where rather you're both the sides were arguing on the validity of either sides, which I personally I don't believe there's the way cancel culture is framed. I don't think there's much validity to that, but to the point of the religious right always trying to get rid of things and putting it to law and blah blah blah, that I think counts, but I don't think that can be called cancel culture, because when I think cancel culture, I think the beauty community getting mad at so and so for eating a hair growth jelly that that their friend doesn't sponsor, blah blah blah. That's where that kind of stemmed from.
But that's the thing. The conservatives use cancel culture for whatever they don't like. It's such a stupid conversation because nobody ever defines it. And so in those situations, I kind of feel like I have the ability to grab the frame and change it, and they can't keep up with that, because what are they going to say? Because it makes it look ridiculous. They're complaining about they're complaining about fucking Mr. Potato Head and Gina Carano while I'm talking. So I don't know. To me, when I think cancel culture, my first experience with what now is called cancel culture, it was all in Christian spaces. Yeah. So
I think, I don't know, my main issue with the cancel culture discourse is the conservatives always try to trap people into canceling versus actual societal consequences. There's a very big difference between some people on Twitter getting mad at you for a week and then being pushed to being heavily depressed, or being shunned from society as a whole because of something that you can't control. And I feel cancel culture in general, it's easier, I feel to argue that item A is a complete non-problem, and I feel it would be better to, I don't know, to argue that half of cancel culture just doesn't exist. It's just not real, and the other half isn't even cancel culture. It is these different things.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's some. I think I could refine my approach to cancel culture discussions. Although I am personally a big fan of making them try to desperately back off their. Hey, thank you for the raid, famous horse. Deeply appreciated. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone. Come get comfy. We are doing a Demon Mama critique night stream. So people are calling in to critique me and give me feedback, so I can get better, and because everybody wants to see me get better, right? That's how narcissistic I'm going to be tonight. But yeah. I think that that's something for sure that I could do in general. I think the cancel culture thing isn't going anywhere. So, but it is incredibly hard to hammer down. Chud Logic at one point did this really amazing cancel culture research stream. I got to ask him again for that document. So I could probably use that document. It was a really good stream, but to be fair, I don't remember everything, but it was fucking good. Ask Chud. I'll put a note down for the cancel culture.
And I just say my major note is like, I don't know your educational background or anything like that. So and again, I'm a newer viewer, so I'm kind of coming in from the limited content that I've seen. So I apologize if I do sound ignorant towards you.
No,
but majorly when I try to get into these discussions, when I do have arguments with more conservatives or bad faith type people or stuff like that, they all the time try to trap people in boxes. And the best strategy to fight against that is to be outside of the box anytime you can be. So argue from points that they're not going to expect, and it'll throw them off their game. It'll make them panic. It'll make them say things. It'll make them go mask off, make them say things they didn't mean to say. I mean, I've had somebody in an abortion debate admit that people who miscarried should be heavily investigated for manslaughter or murder because I was thinking outside of the box.
Yeah.
So, like, it's
well, on
so
that
far
front,
you're doing really well.
I think you'll like a lot of my content because outside of the box is usually where I'm coming from. But I will admit that sometimes can't nail every single one. So.
And it's easy to fall into the box. Like I've done it before.
Yep. Well, hey, thank you so much for your input, and I hope you'll stick around and watch me get even better than the best.
Anybody who hates Tyler Bluntman is a friend of mine. So.
Yeah, well, fuck Tyler Bluntman. That guy just fucking spent the last week bombarding my Instagram because that's the only place he's left. And that guy's
he's done a lot
goof.
more shit as well.
Yeah,
but,
he's horrible. He's rotten. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye for now. All right, let's bring the next person in. I know we have a debate waiting in here somewhere. Hello, TheTerk.
Hey,
hello.
Demon Mama.
Hi, pronouns?
He, him.
Alrighty. Welcome.
Yeah, we've talked previously, and I don't know if anyone's briefed you, but I am conservative, so.
Oh, sure. No, I don't do.
Just know that going into this, but I don't want to talk about any topics or any particular issue because this isn't the avenue for that.
Well, it can be if you want it to be. I love debates.
That's for you to decide.
Sure.
I will say though that having watched the stream last night, it was very frustrating to see yourself continually interrupting either Rob or John. Granted, I understand why you did it because there were some really weird things that were being said and some things that could have been false, other topics that didn't make sense.
Yep.
Yeah, and then that's fair. But if you're going to win the belt, you got to be like Vaush, right? You got to listen. You need to understand what the person's saying, use that against them to counter their arguments, right?
Yeah, but I don't really feel like there was an attempt to engage with my arguments at all. In fact, there was a number of cases where I was explicitly interrupted by both Rob and John Burke. They just sort of insisted that I was the one always doing the interrupting. But I actually watched back the debate today with somebody else commentating over it, and I don't feel like I actually interrupted as much as people said that I did. I think there was one time at the very beginning where I probably unjustly interrupted John Burke, but Rob interrupted me like 3 or 4 times and then claimed I was interrupting him when I simply tried to get back control of my conversation, like my turn on the conversation. And in fact, it was to the degree that I paid somebody last night to time out single thing. I had close to 20 minutes less talking time than Rob. Me and Vaush were at the same level. We had 1 minute. We were within 1 minute of each other. And John had the least, but mostly that was his own choosing. He said multiple occasions that he was just enjoying the conversation, which is fine, I guess. But Rob had like 20 more minutes than me or Vaush. It was kind of ridiculous how much more he actually talked. And that's just, we actually recorded it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'd honestly like to see the actual like data of that. You know me, I look at the data of all sorts of topics and stuff. So, you know, that being said, it's just frustrating seeing the amount of confrontation that goes on in these conversations. And then what happens is, are we trying to have conversations? Are we trying to entertain? Are we trying to just bash the other side?
Well, I mean, a little bit of all of it, right? Like, I mean, that's the whole thing about the belt, right? Like, it is a performance-focused entertainment show. Of course, there's some, you know, valuable information to be gained there, but it is mostly for entertainment on something like that where there's a belt on the line and everybody's cutting promos and whatnot. Now, there's been many, many different conversations I've been on. Usually most of my one-on-one debates specifically are pretty low on performativity. But I will say that like the theatrics go up when you have like Titantron intros and wrestling music playing for sure. In that environment, I do think that there's a bit of a double standard where I will be held to a much higher standard than others are, specifically than men usually are, with regard to like what is too performative versus not too performative. Like, I mean, Rob can fucking rap God and nobody will say shit. And then I say one thing that's a little spicy, like, hey, how fucking dare you compare like a shitty Coke presentation at work to conversion therapy, which is literal torture. And then it's like, oh, you're so aggressive. And I'm just like, okay, dude, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, seems a little unfair.
Granted, it's all in the theatrics, but it also goes back to how you're packaging and delivering that theatrics. Are you trying to be confrontational in that delivery? Are you trying to be more focused and measured in what you're trying to say? Because if you go back and look at what Vaush was saying, you know, he would let the person complete what they were saying for the most part, and then go back and use their own words or studies or data back against them. And
I did that multiple times. It was just that every single time I did that, the first 3 times I did that with Rob, he would take the wheel back immediately, and then he would spit out the exact same shit as if I hadn't said a thing. And so I got tired of him just churning out absolute, verifiably false information, just lying at rapid speed. And of course, all of this in the context of Rob having like 20 minutes more than me. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I do feel like I'm a little bit right in coming down on that and being like, nah, I gotta stop this, right? Like, and I even talked to Dylan about this today. Like, I don't know if you caught earlier. I don't know how long you've been watching, but earlier I talked to Dylan about this because the gish galloping, in my opinion, lowers the quality of the show. When you have somebody who can just take their time and then they just spit out a bunch of meaningless information that nobody can engage with because it's being spat out so quickly, like, how are you supposed to even talk about that? And Rob did that 3 times. He said the same information and then we contested it and showed how he was wrong, and then he just ignored us and restated the exact same info. I feel like that's a hard position to be in.
But what you just did, I was in the middle of saying something in order to critique you, which is what this entire conversation is about, and you interrupted me. And being a polite conservative that I am, I let you finish your statement. I let you go to the conclusion of what you were trying to think. At that point, slam away. Go ahead and debunk or refute whatever's being said. You don't have to stop them mid-sentence and give the optics of being this complete argumentative person, right? You can win the belt without being that. And if you're trying to actually talk to people, it serves you better to be a little more constructed in your delivery as opposed to, yeah, I'm right, I'm going to go ahead and interrupt him now so that he knows what he's saying, right?
Yeah. Hey, quick question. I got some screenshots up here. Has DM transitioned? TheTerk. He has the bitch titties, but not the bottom. Is that you?
Yeah, that's my Twitch name. I was completely curious as to what your transition cycle was. I'm
Yeah,
not
damn.
trying
A
to
little weird, huh?
demean who you are. I want to know. You know, that's genuine of me. I want to know where you're at.
Do you think
and
that second one is... I mean, do you think that really comes across as genuine when you're commenting about my bitch titties?
I never said bitch titties.
And
that was
no
someone else
bitch
that
bottom.
said that.
Yeah, and you
and
responded to it and then said, but not the bottom. By the way, I'd like to note that my tits are fucking great, and also my ass is fucking great. So, with all due respect, yeah.
Hey, and can I
just gonna say, you know, this is kind of the exact thing that I'm talking about, right? Like, I don't know, you come on here to tell me how I'm too aggressive and all this shit, and then come to find out, and you're just kind of making misogynistic comments about my body, and damn, it's kind of weird, dude. It's kind of fucking weird. Like, do you see how frustrating it is to engage for like any serious woman to engage with conservative men, because you guys just lie like motherfuckers, and then you put on a different face once you're in public, and then when you get exposed, you kind of just weasel out of it like you're doing right now.
Well, go ahead and pull those
I just showed it. Everybody in my stream
go ahead
has
and put
just
it back
seen them.
up on the stream.
Yeah,
let's
please
look
do.
at it in
Yeah,
context.
let's take a look at
and
it.
look at the words I actually said.
Yeah, sure.
I
Here we
was
go.
curious as to what your transition process was. Someone in chat responded, they got the top done. And I was like, okay, how about the bottom?
No, it's not. No, here's what they said. PVTTHOC said, yes, it has top surgery, which is not true, by the way. These tits, 100% natural, baby. 100%. Secondly,
Okay, that's what
then
someone
we have
else
another one
said.
here. Hold on a second. We got a moderator from this chat who says, this is a moderator, just so we all know. That's what that symbol means, is a moderator. He has the bitch titties. And then you commented back to these people, but not bottom. Now,
Yeah,
now
because-
hold on a second. Now hold on just a second. So not only did you knew what my pronouns were, you sat here while these people called me an it and a he, and you also responded to somebody, a moderator, who said that. And you are, of course, criticizing my ass, which is fantastic, by the way. That's a little weird. That's a little weird, my dude.
No, you're taking things out of context here.
Okay, let's ask chat. Do we want to ask chat if that's weird?
No, because this is conversations between you and me. I asked, what has DM transitioned? Someone else in chat responded with those remarks. Then I said, but not bottom.
Yeah,
I am not demeaning you as a person as to where you're at in your transition. I was curious as to where you were in your transition. How is that demonizing you as a person?
Oh, I mean, you're not really demonizing me. You're just bantering around with people who are referring to me as an it, and then you come in here trying to act like you're in like super good faith.
I can't control what
dude,
other
come
people
on.
are saying.
Oh, come on,
I'm
dude.
in someone
Yeah,
else's
you know what you
chat
could do, though? Hold
asking
on.
questions, trying
couple
to clarify
things you
where
could
it
do.
is.
Oh, you weren't clarifying shit. We all know that. Come on, dude. Why do you do this? Why do conservatives have no spine? Why don't you just own up and say that
I
you
have
were,
a
that
spine,
you were
and
trying
I'm
to
defending what I
you
said
were,
in the
wait a minute.
chat, and
We
I
know
didn't say anything of what you're inferring here.
What you were trying to do, and it's very clear here in the context of the conversation, very, very clear, and everybody here fucking knows it, is that you were trying to cast aspersions on my gender because you wanted to make it out to be for me to be like, oh, ugly
No,
man.
you
That's why.
are
That's
falsely
why. That's
assuming
why you
what a
responded
person
to.
is trying to
No,
do.
my dude. That's why
No,
you
my
responded.
dude.
That's
That's
why
not
you
the way it
responded with
works.
no problem to people calling me it. Which also, I don't know where the fuck they got the idea that I had top surgery. I've never had top surgery. And then also you directly responded to somebody who said that he has the bitch titties, and you didn't even have the basic decency to go, maybe I shouldn't be asking these people. Maybe I should pop over to her chat and ask her respectfully. But no, you don't see me as a person, do you?
I do. That's
you?
why I'm calling into your what is this? The critiquing stream. I'm trying to give you advice from a conservative perspective
I want
of what
critique,
you can do
but that's
to
not.
improve.
But my friend, do you realize how this sort of behavior might undermine your ability for your critiques to be taken seriously?
No,
in good faith.
To put
Like,
that in
if
a
I'd
different perspective, it's how you're interpreting what other people are doing is putting words in my mouth as to not a genuine what I'm trying to do here.
Okay, so can I just do this then? Here, I'm perfectly willing to continue taking critique from you, but I want one thing from you. Okay, I'm going to ask one thing, all right? And that's to say, one, I want you to tell me that you respect me as a woman, and two, that you're sorry for saying my ass was shit, because it's actually fucking banger. And if you say those two things, we're totally fine.
I can say comments to the second one first because it's irrelevant. I never said anything about your ass. I don't care what your ass looks like. And as the first thing, I respect you as a woman.
Okay. Thank you.
I can be a polite human being. I can respect you as a person, and I can call you by whatever pronouns you want to be called. You can calling me and demonizing me for something that another chat and another Twitch stream is disingenuous and it is not respectful to what I am trying to do.
See, now you're undermining. All I asked you to do is to do those things, because I mean, I think that's kind of rude. If I had been called out on talking about somebody like that, like responding to people who were referring to another human as it, like, first of all, if I ever see that in any chat, I call people out. Now, I know not everyone's going to call everyone out, but I certainly wouldn't be responding to people like that. And you're a content creator, so I don't think it's unfair for you to be held to a certain standard with the way that you behave. And people saw this and shared these with me, and I saw them. So I think it's perfectly fair to bring those things up.
Yeah, it's perfectly fair to bring that up. But
you just said it wasn't.
No, what I said was looking at it from a flawed perspective of people from chat that are responding to questions that I'm trying to understand to better know what's going on. You're putting other alternatives and other verbiage into those questions that is not meant to be there. I'm glad we're having this conversation now so that you can understand where I'm at and where I'm trying to do.
Okay.
I respect you as a woman. And if that's what's going on, I'm here to help you, and I'm here to critique your conversations with other conservatives towards getting the belt. That's what I'm here to talk about.
All right. Well, I appreciate your desire to see me win the belt. Here's the thing.
As other people would know in the community, I am not an evil bastard. There are other people on the community that don't think so. I am trying to be genuine here, and I'm trying to have a conversation.
All right, cool. Well, I appreciate your input. One of the things that makes this space incredibly difficult for people like myself is that this is the shit like what the other people were saying in that chat. And to be fair, you were only sort of signing off on it by responding. But that shit is heavy. We get that shit all the time. I get that shit on panels and off panels, and it makes it very hostile. In addition, there's this tendency in these spaces to strongly overweight how aggressive I actually am. And it can lead to things being very difficult to actually parse, because I think I'm aggressive sometimes, but I'm not even half as aggressive as somebody like Vaush. I mean, Vaush got famous for being aggressive, and I don't even think I get close sometimes. Now, to be fair, last night he did play it pretty cool, and I think part of that is because, I mean, other people were treating him pretty chill. Rob never goes chill with me, but me and Rob have our own fucking past. But even John Burke, like, I feel like he got really mad at me for basically nothing in the beginning, and then started interrupting me every time I tried to talk about something substantial. When we got onto the trans issues, he went off on some huge tangent about me like playing victim and stuff. I'm like, I was fucking genuinely talking about my beliefs on something that's very important to me.
And to your earlier comment before you went on, you can be aggressive in these kind of debates and conversations. The thing is, let the other side finish their statement, finish what they were trying to say, especially when it's a 2v2. If it's like a standard hippy-dippy, yeah, you have to kind of get in there and bump shoulders a bit. But it's like last night was fairly cordial. You can definitely be aggressive and push what you're trying to say and what you're trying to steer the conversation to be. You don't have to interrupt someone mid-sentence of their own statements in order to make that clear.
Okay.
But as for John Burke, you know, he's not familiar with these styles of conversations and debates and stuff. So what he does and how he reacts to these conversations, I wouldn't have, if I was you, I wouldn't have thought second about it. I would have put him off as like a, you know, back burner. So I thought the whole conversation in general was a bad avenue, but that's for me to talk about another day. But
Yeah,
I had general critiques as to how the conversation went.
Mhm.
I gave my advice as to how you could have done better from a conservative perspective, but that's for you to figure out, and you can say shove off, push pound sand, whatever.
No, I mean, I appreciate critique. I think sometimes that it's important to analyze critique for parts that might not fully apply. And I happen to feel like I got interrupted quite a lot, especially by Rob. And I think I do think that people like underplay how frequently I actually get interrupted. People take a lot of notice if I interrupt somebody, but when they interrupt me, like you did just a few minutes ago and didn't notice, but chat did, nobody says anything. So I don't know. Like I wonder. And it is weird that like people like Rob interrupt people all the time. Nobody ever tells Rob to stop interrupting people, but I get that all the time. So Rob will interrupt people left and right, all over the place. John Burke will interrupt people left and right, all over the place. Vaush will interrupt people left and right, all over the place. Then I interrupt somebody, people have a fucking meltdown. Kind of weird.
Well, then don't have a critique stream.
What's
then
that?
You can interrupt all you want.
What?
It wouldn't come to your attention that you were interrupting a lot of people, and someone comes up and tells you, "Hey, stop interrupting people," if you weren't having a critique stream. But that's irrelevant.
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused as to what you're saying.
It's whatever. I have bad takes myself. I am a human. I make mistakes,
Sure.
and I am dumb sometimes.
Well, I don't think you're dumb.
I can be honest to that.
I like to get to the bottom of things, and I want to make sure. Like, just because I get a critique doesn't mean I'm going to take every single that I'm going to think every single one of them is correct. But I like to provide some of my own input when somebody brings me a critique, and as I did just now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yep. So
All right.
I appreciate the conversation. I'm glad we didn't have to fight. That's good.
Yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, I'm glad too. I mean, I'm usually pretty cordial most of the time. So yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Yeah, no problem. See you soon. All right. That was interesting. All right. Sick. Okay, real quick. All right, here we go. All right, next, bring the next person in, please.
Hi, Demon Mama. How are you?
Hi, good. Paragoddess 1430. What are your pronouns?
Her and her, I think.
She, her? All right, there we go.
Yes.
Excellent. One moment here. Let me get you on the screen. Oh, right.
Paused it because I don't want to hear it twice.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, thank you so much, Aiko. Really appreciate it. True. Look at that. I did the unzip and everything. It's allowed on. We know that we're in what the hot tub meta. Well, I don't have a hot tub, so you get the zipper down a little bit. All right. Sick. Well, what can I do for you tonight, Paragoddess 1430?
And I watched the stream. I think you need to watch yourself because people can see you, and then their viewers can see you. So your facial expressions when all this is going on, and your body language when someone else is talking, you were the only one that didn't have a poker face, pretty much, of all the people. Like if you're rolling your eyes and like having like that sigh of your shoulders, like it really will turn people off from your cause. And your cause is something that is going to take, especially the guy that you just talked to, for him to even come in here. The way you handled that was actually pretty awesome. I don't like it as like what he just posted was like put up there, like, hey, look what we found. But like you calling it out the way you did was correct. And the apology that you were able to accept, cheers to you on that. I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't. So
really?
it's gonna I'm really happy. A lot of these far right guys from Christian families, for him to even come in here and want to help, I feel like he genuinely was trying to help. So the whole thing with body language, facial expressions, because it will be taken and made a meme of, and you don't want to be that person. Like it will be taken out of context. Yeah, but it won't be now because you know about it. You won't become that person from here on out. Like you're gonna fix it just like I fixed me. So I love your hair, by the way. I'm
Thank
jealous
you.
of it, and I love your
Appreciate that.
boobs. They're better than mine.
Aw. Well, I
So
don't know
yeah.
about that. That's
Yeah.
silly.
Let's see. It is hard to hear somebody shooting down someone's like linked articles even before you have another linked article to replace it,
Mhm.
or more facts. It can, not just you saying that's bullshit or whatever. It
Mhm.
would help if you actually had something people could tangibly see. I
Oh, for
understand that
sure.
thing was from 2008, but it would have helped me a lot because I'm trying to learn about it too. The whole everything you guys are talking about, I'm trying to learn about. And if you actually had some way to come back with that other than with the eye rolls, that would have helped a lot in like me understanding, I guess, if that makes
That's
sense.
fair. I mean, I don't think I eye rolled at that part. I was very frustrated because
I think if you watch it yourself, you'll see there was a
Sure.
lot of it.
Oh,
The
I mean,
entire time
am
anyone
I
else is talking.
expressive? Yeah, totally.
Very,
I mean,
and you can be, but you have to realize it's going to make you look dumb. Like people are not going to look at
I
it
don't
as
know
someone who
about
is
that.
educated, like thinking about it. Like they're going to think this person is on that way side. They're not even going to listen to the other side. I got shut down the moment you started doing that. I was like, they're not even going to listen to these other people's takes. Like I just knew you were done. But I appreciate what you're doing. I really do. You saying grab the frame, that's great, but you tailoring it to an audience of who you have, I think is important. Like if you're with guys like that guy you just talked to, being, over the top, or not over the top, but just I'm I said it politically correctly better. A girl that hung out with gay guys in college only, that went to the clubs with them, and I can't even say the word.
Yeah, I know.
It's-
I know
it's
the
or
word.
something- Yeah.
We can't say it
Okay.
on Twitch. We could if we were
I
on YouTube.
can't.
but I
I'm
get
really
you.
trying to be careful. But that's me. Like, and so there's a difference between a drag show and like, or, just being at the club and dealing with people that are, that they're in their head. That's the way they're brought up. And I just conducting yourself like in a way that's not.
Do you think I'm like into drag? Like that's not even my
No,
background.
Jesus, no. No.
I was
But
gonna
just
say
the
you got
attitude
the
of
wrong demo for that.
this. No,
I'm
I'm
a
just saying,
quiet
like,
country trans girl.
no. But just this is the way I am, so I have to defend it at all costs. Like it's not going to come over well to everyone else. Like if you're more open, I definitely think I would have been able to listen, and you would have gotten more time. I only wanted to hear from you. The topic was about trans, and I didn't get to hear your takes because they were absolutely able to shut you down because you didn't actually say anything except just nod your head, like shake your head about everything, and like.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a little bit of an unfair characterization of me there. Like, I mean, I got a lot of people really seem to feel pretty positively about the way that I
gotta
shut down
think.
Rob.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
because
like,
they are
especially
positive.
on.
They're positive. They're on your side already. You got to think.
Well,
about
I
the
don't
other
think that's a
people.
matter of on my side. I got feedback from a lot of. I mean, most of my view. Like, keep in mind that last night my audience doubled. Like
That's
overnight.
even more awesome. I found you last night, like,
Yeah.
and I'm a Destiny watcher, and I know a bunch of trans girls in the Destiny channel that I talk to, and they're able to see both sides. They're not just like, this all needs to happen just because, like, screw everybody else. Like, if you have that attitude, I don't know that it's gonna help. I don't know.
Well, I would caution you against believing that the trans community of DGG does not like me. Like they are definitely very slanted against me. I know all of them. One of the most prominent members of that particular sub-demographic spent a week tweeting about how I'm a disgusting transphobe and a genocide denier. Both things that
How
are
can they call you a
completely false.
transphobe? What?
Yes, they literally did.
Really?
yes.
That's
Yeah.
so ignorant to even say out loud.
I agree.
You even that wouldn't even make sense. That they make themselves look
It's
dumb.
very.
Like,
I agree, but
I
this
was
is,
in the voice part, like we are right now. I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
Destiny even gets in that part. So the people that
No,
watch
I
him
don't.
are different than the people that are debating, and we're actually in there debating like the stuff about girls in sports that are trans girls, and like the other, we were able to talk about puberty blockers, like pre-puberty, how it might work and how it might, and they were open to like that might not be okay based on the what might not be fair, which was awesome for me to hear from somebody who normally that group just says, no, this is the way it's got to be. We have to stand up. And I understand, but like, it's going to be hard. And I want to support you. I do. And so it's all about the body language. I just want you to watch it back because it'll be.
Well, I mean, it does
Interesting.
make sense. It does make sense to me that coming from DGG, you would have a lot of problem with my body language. Like that's like the only
Anyone's
thing.
body language. That
Well,
acts
but
like
I mean,
that
that's
was
like
involved in
Destiny.
talking.
But that's Destiny. That's a bot. I mean, here's the one thing, and I just want to push back a little bit because
No, you
like,
can. I want to.
yeah. Like, with regard to the thing, like, Destiny has a weird thing about body language. Like, he fucking, like, this guy, like, is asleep on camera most of the time, except for when he suddenly goes super performative, and then he's willing to do anything. He fucking, half the memes about me, they got shit on me. Watch, we're gonna see.
I've only seen 2 of his streams. I've only seen him with Jesse Lee Peterson. So he was actually being shit on by Jesse Lee Peterson, pretty much. The only one I've seen. And then XQC talking about that one and everyone else watching it.
Yeah.
Those are the only ones I've seen. So, and he's bi, isn't he? So why would he even be talking like that? It just doesn't make any sense. Like,
Why would he be talking like what? Oh, sorry.
why would he be even saying anything negative about you?
Oh, he doesn't like me because we had a debate a
Mhm.
while back, and he was trying to meme on me, and then I memed back on him, and I don't think he expected that to happen because he put his title as talking to a crazy person from Twitter, and I think he totally underestimated.
What the? Oh, that's already no. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I
wrong.
know.
In advance,
There's just
you can't do that.
there's a lot of context here that like I feel gets left out a lot. Again,
No,
it's like Vaush
but
said,
if you
the
go into it
charitability
thinking
thing.
you're already in a predicament, that's a quote from the last thing you were in. I believe what you have is a predicament, is what the first girl said. The first girl you talked to in this thing just now.
Yeah.
I don't think what you have is a predicament. I think it's a lack of the both sides being able to come together and actually talk as adults. And if you can, there's so many ways that you can actually educate somebody else. And
We'll
I'm
see.
open to it. Everyone else is. I think you can be. That's why I'm just letting you know. Like, I think
Be
it'd be
mighty
awesome.
surprised by how many people have not been. I mean, Vaush even explicitly had to call out. Like, Vaush was on a random panel that
You're making excuses. Don't make excuses.
I'm not making an excuse right now.
Yes, you are. Don't though. You shouldn't though, Mama. You don't deserve to be the one that is. He actually made a lot of good suggestions tonight. Like,
Wait,
said it
hold on a
real.
second. I think you're misunderstanding and getting a little ahead of yourself on this one. Which is that Vaush on a completely different panel like weeks ago had to call.
I don't
out,
know about that.
Yeah, that's why you have to let me finish the sentence. You know.
Okay.
Because you did interrupt me there, but I mean, Vaush even said, like, what the fuck is your people's problem with DemonMama? Like, this is a community that has been harassing me for months.
Oh, absolutely. I know. I agree.
So, like, I don't think it's fair to characterize me as being like defensive over saying that, like, there's some people who just, I've really tried, and like they just don't seem interested in hearing. They won't even listen to me. They just post memes about me because they've been told to hate me. Like, that seems really
and
unfair, right?
They're the people that won't ever listen. They're never going to be changed.
Well, yeah,
but there are
there's
so many people that are like me, and everybody else. Like, even that guy you just talked to, I think he absolutely could, become able to sympathize with you and become an advocate for you, and talk to his mom about you, his like elderly mom and like his elderly dad, like, and talk to them about trans issues. Like, bring that over to that side. Like, people at his church. I mean, like, it has to come and like become a spider web kind of thing. But if you're just, snapping, like.
Well, but I mean, you're not. How much of my content have you watched? Just out of curiosity.
Only last night.
Okay,
I
so you've only
just
seen
found
me.
you last night. Yep, only. And I was
Alright,
immediately turned off by the body language. It made me not even want to listen to like the rest.
Damn,
I was
don't you think that might be a you problem? Like, it's not just
I think
me
a lot
problem.
of people.
You've watched one thing of my content, and then you're gonna come in here and tell me that like everything is like I've been doing this
Not
for a
everything.
year. Wait,
Yeah,
I've
but
been,
you're
hold
saying
on a
that you're
second. Hold on a
comfortable
second.
with
No, that's my turn. Listen. I've been doing this for a fucking year, right? I've built a channel out of nothing. I've actually made it. Like, I'm not trying to say that I'm not a newcomer to this. I've been kicking this shit for a long time, and I've been doing really good. Like, I made it. Not many people. I'm like in the 0.001% of people who made this shit. Most people never get past fucking 10 viewers.
I agree.
So like I get
I
it,
think
but
you
like
have
you
the
also
other- a
you
lot
also have
more
to recognize.
people.
You also have to recognize, though, that you've watched one video of mine. You don't even know how I engage with these things. And you watched one of the most Dylan called that the spiciest panel he's ever hosted in his entire life. And by the way, just so you know, I was on the first ever Hippy Dippy. That's how
I don't know what a
long
hippy dippy is.
the debate show that you were watching last night. That's the
Oh,
Hippy
okay,
Dippy.
I never seen it before.
Yeah.
I watched.
Well,
I saw
welcome.
Destiny was watching it, so I decided to watch it myself, and I didn't see him watching it. That's the only reason I did it. I was like,
Hey, well.
I really want to see what they're talking about, and I want you to see, like, it will be seen by everyone that's watching. Will not see your side or what happened before. They'll only see your facial expressions, and think AOC or someone who's
Wait, but
just
AOC is a really successful politician. Do I really want to
saying.
like?
somebody who does things where people are like, "Eh." I don't think that's
Yeah,
who
but they
you
do
are.
that to
I think-
everybody, don't they? Like, I don't know.
she
Like,
needs somebody who.
like, I don't know. Like, do you think that, like, and here maybe we can like have a little like agreement on this. Do you think that it's possible that maybe your response to me may have been colored by the fact that literally Destiny himself and all of the DGGers love to make fun of my facial expressions?
No, because I had never heard of you before or seen you.
But wait, but doesn't that mean that like?
I didn't even know what the topic was. I just saw him watching something else. So it wasn't like I could even watch his stream because he was watching a stream of someone else.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to like hear what was going on. Like, I don't know, you can't comment or hear or figure out who anybody is in the channel. Like I want to figure out like who all 4 of you guys were.
Oh,
and
well,
I can't
mean,
do
yeah,
that
that's like, that's
based on him streaming it as like a 7 ways to Kevin Bacon thing. I want to actually like get to the nitty gritty of like why people feel the way they do. And like, I think those rivers can be crossed and like people can actually like bind together. And I really think that can be something for you. So you don't feel like you're hated. I feel terrible. You feel like you're hated. You don't deserve it.
Well, it's not that it's not just, by the way, I do notice that you're saying I feel like I'm hated. I am hated. That is a matter of fact. With regard to DGG, they hate my guts. And I mean that. Like, if you don't believe me, just like I don't know how to tell you to go back and look at the video that any video that has ever had to do even remotely with Destiny. On my channel, it has been bombarded. You can go into the comments, you can see how many fucking people are on me. Like literally, we're talking like when I was a 70 viewer Andy, I was getting 1,000 comments on a video. That's absurdly, that's so out, and it would be only on the video about Destiny. Everybody telling me how much of a piece of shit I was. And then you have there was on the front of this Destiny subreddit, there was a post that was called "How to Deal with the Demon Mama Question." I don't know if you know what that's a reference to. That is a reference to the Jewish question. Just so you know.
What? No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that
I grew up in Christian school. I
is-
just found out what a Trail of Tears actually
Yeah.
was, and I'm 36 years old.
Damn,
So we really didn't receive actual history. I'm learning about a lot of this right now.
And this was a
from people
post
in
that
debate
is
channels.
still up on
Only
that
knowing-
website right now. And
That's terrible.
I know that Destiny knows that that's a reference to the Holocaust because just so you know,
Isn't he
like
Jewish? No, he's
what's that?
Jewish.
No. He's made that argument. He's called that out when people do that. When he's gone up against conservatives, he's called people out for using that dog whistle before. So I know he knows it. He just doesn't care when it's me. And
I
a
don't
lot
want
of
to take
people
all the
don't.
time. I know a lot of people want to talk to you. I just want to tell
Sure.
you I support you, and I'd love to talk to you again. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. And I appreciate your feedback. Some of the things I do think there may be some like there may be a little bit of coloring coming in from the DGG, but I appreciate it. And I recognize that like there's a
but your
downside.
face is shown. My face isn't shown. I can obviously like go meh, like you can on the phone with somebody when they can't see your face. They can see exactly what you're doing. The
Of
way
course,
your shoulders
yeah.
are, the way your face looks.
Of course.
It just,
but I mean that's
you
the,
don't
that's
want that to be the way that you're remembered, especially
well, I don't know.
you know,
People
in a
like
clip.
that though.
People
People
make- I know.
like people who are genuine, who have expressions. Like it's I mean
There's a difference
I
between
recognize there's
expression and
probably
body language is negative.
I recognize that there's probably a certain degree of body language that is too much, but also like people like it. And also I think sometimes people underestimate like I think you might be underestimating the value of it. Like Vaush, for example. I don't know how familiar you are with Vaush, but Vaush
I just found him last night too. I found you guys.
So
Everyone
you're
always
kinda
said,
new to
"Go
this.
into his channel. Go into his channel. He's super filthy and salty. He'll make Destiny look like the Dalai Lama." And I'm like, "What?" So
I don't know if I mean, they DGG has a problem with them too, but with Vaush too. But listen, all I'm saying is that Vaush is
Oh,
known
I'm already
for
getting
making funny faces.
fat stuff. You're based as fuck. Okay, well I'll talk to you about that. I'll talk
What's
to you
that?
about that. Somebody's already messaging me. You're based as fuck. That's the whole thing. I think
Wait,
we
that's
all
a
should
good
talk
thing.
about this,
Wait, that's a good
and
thing.
it can find like a super common ground.
Wait,
with all
based
this.
is a compliment, just so you know.
Oh, based? That's
Yeah,
not, like,
based is a
super bad?
compliment. Based is
Oh,
a compliment.
old.
That's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Really?
Yes, if somebody says you're based as fuck, that means you're cool as fuck. Based is good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you are as well. I mean, that's awesome. Oh, somebody just said they were complimenting me. Fuck. Oh, yeah. I don't
Yes,
know.
they're probably
But anyway,
complimenting
let
you.
me
Yeah.
let everyone else, but I'd love to talk to you more, and I want to hear more about it, to actually hear your takes, actually get articles of the like facts and stuff, because I'm a
For
facts
sure.
person.
It's
They don't
very
like that on the Destiny stream. Anytime I try to link something, you're like, "That's just new. I just want to know about the way you feel about the children." And I'm like, that's not the way you debate politics. Like, in my opinion, you show the facts.
Yeah,
But
it's a little hard to do on a panel because you don't really have a way to show anything up on the screen, which can be really difficult. But
yeah, I understand.
But yeah, for
I
sure.
think
I mean, I've done a lot of
wanted
this.
to hear from you. I wish I would have heard from you more with that, and I'd love to hear more about it.
Oh, for
like,
sure.
later.
Well, I mean, I highly recommend my other content. I stream 8 hours a day, 4 days a week. I stream so much. I do full presentations where I go over articles, where I do all this stuff. The debate
Awesome.
content is
I'm actually
literally a
gonna watch them
minority of my
tonight.
content.
Then I just took another Adderall. I'm gonna be perfect. I'm gonna watch them.
Yeah, hey, don't do too much. Don't send your heart through the roof. All right.
I'll stick it in my butt. Okay.
Well, thank you.
Have a wonderful, wonderful night, and I'll talk to you soon.
Bye for now.
Bye, hun.
Bye. All right. All right. Let's get another person in here. Come on in. Piper. Hello, Piper.
Hear me?
Hello. Yes. What are your pronouns?
Okay. Oh, my pronouns are they, them. Fuck, I have to kill stream. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you don't want it to echo. That'd be a shame. All right, Piper. What you got for me tonight?
Okay. So I guess it's like a question. Do you think that conservatives have any correct ideas about the world? Like Rob Noerr, John Burke?
No, they're morons. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. Go ahead. Sorry. I was just playing that up.
No, sure, no. But honestly, like, if I ask you that question, like, how would you respond to it?
I mean, that's a tough one. Like, do I think their political opinions are particularly good? No, not really. I think they're based on especially for somebody like Rob Noerr. Rob, I've said this in the past. I've debated Rob like 5 or 6 separate times. One-on-one, I was very proud of my discussion that I had on Antifa, in which he was woefully underprepared for, and just ended up coming in and making some really questionable arguments, including unintentionally arguing that the Jews shouldn't have fought back against Hitler, which was a really weird moment. Yeah,
okay.
But yeah, so like in general, I think that a lot of the base ideas of conservatism are they're based on completely different a completely different worldview than mine. So it's very hard for me to come to terms with like thinking some of their opinions are correct. I mean, I don't think that any person is made up of all bad or all good opinions. But when I'm looking at like conservatism as an ideology, like the ideology, in my opinion, is just makes different assumptions about the world that I just can't agree with. I don't agree, like, for example, when Rob says things like he believes that hierarchies are natural and good. I don't agree with that. That is diametrically opposed to my view, which is that hierarchies are not necessarily natural and certainly not necessarily good. And that's just a totally different worldview, you know? So it's very hard for me to be able to embrace like conservative conclusions about the world. And, you know, with someone like Rob, who in my opinion is a demagogue, who comes in not with any interest in actually having a conversation, but in getting out his talking points, sometimes to his own detriment, sometimes, in my opinion. That is hard. I think there are some conservatives who are sort of conservatives by chance. They don't necessarily have like a fully fledged like they haven't necessarily worked out their entire understanding of their own ideology, but have some conservative ideas. I think there's people like that I can agree with. And I think I can understand some of the I know I can understand the motivations behind some conservative thought, because I mean, I grew up as a conservative. I was a conservative for a long time, because that's what I grew up in. But I don't know. It's hard for me to think of, I don't know that there's any positions that I like fall in line with conservatives on, because again, their worldview is diametrically opposed to the one that I believe in.
So, and I generally agree with you. Most of the issues where I kind of diverge from conservatives is most of their prescriptions and their ideology and the way they view things. But what really frustrates me a lot of times is I'll talk to lefties, and I will see lefties talk to conservatives, and the conservatives will make accurate descriptions about the world, and the lefties will deny that, and they'll push back on that, and it makes them look just insane to anyone viewing it.
What's an example of that?
So so an example that I had from the Hippy Dippy was and this is also kind of a prescription but when they were talking about the puberty blockers or whatever, I'm totally like absolutely in favor of having doctors prescribe puberty blockers to minors, because puberty is this irreversible process that some 14, 15-year-olds younger aren't ready to go through.
Sure.
They either know they do not want to go through the puberty they would naturally go through, or they don't know which puberty like they ought go through. But then when the discussion came about like giving bottom surgery to minors,
yeah,
it seems like a crazy thing to sign on to. And before like for the purpose of because it's irreversible and because a 15-year-old, you can always get that later. You'll always be able to get that when you turn 20. But at the age of 15, it just seems ludicrous to, and Rob kind of killed you, or I don't know, killed you, but Rob kind of jabbed you on it when saying like, okay, you just said you wanted to castrate children. And it looked really bad there.
Do you think that, wait, you think that looked bad for me there? I think that looked
Yes.
bad for him. I think he looked like a clown. Like, wait, like, and here's the reason why. Like, I mean, an appendectomy is just as much of an irreversible surgery as bottom surgery.
Yes,
and
but
if bottom
no
surgery is determined to be medically necessary as by the parameters of the doctors, which it is for many trans people, I see no difference except for prejudice that would lead me to conclude that one irreversible surgery should be any more stigmatized than another. An appendectomy, there's all kinds of irreversible surgeries that we do on children to save their lives. And as was established in my argument in that thing, a underage, I don't even want to say underage, but because that has such a loaded term, but a sexual reassignment or gender reassignment surgery or whatever they call it now. I don't know what the right term is now, but for somebody who's under the age of 18 is incredibly rare, and it's only done in cases where the dysphoria is so strong that it's at risking somebody's life. Like that's just fact. Like doctors don't hand these surgeries out. They're very reluctant to do so. In fact, I think I've only ever met one person or talked to in my entire life, one person who was like under the age of 18, and they had severe gender dysphoria, as in they tried to end their own life multiple times because it was their genitals were torturing them. And so they worked with a team of psychologists. The parents were in support. They had a special surgeon that they traveled halfway across the country to go visit and do an entire process with. And part of there is another benefit, of course, which is that, I mean, the results are better. The younger you are, the much likelier you are to be able to recover from the surgery without any complications. And so you want to get it, if you're sure of it, you want to get it as early as possible. And if it's torturing you, I see no reason why we shouldn't trust doctors who say, all right, this is a situation where we can probably see this.
So you said a lot of things there.
Sure.
So one of the massive differences, two massive differences between like an appendectomy and performing bottom surgery on a minor would be appendectomies are usually emergency surgeries. These are usually things in which your appendix is bursting and you are going to die. This is not something we can put off. This is not something we can kind of discuss. Like this is going to happen and you're going to die if we don't get this out of you pretty immediately. And whereas with bottom surgery, it's something that you're with bottom surgery, it usually isn't going to be an emergency. It's usually something that hopefully the prospect of being able to alter your body so that it conforms to the way you view yourself, like that being there, and like that future will still be there throughout it. And no one's going to regret having an appendectomy. There's no possibility of someone kind of being like, oh man, I really wish I was a person with an appendix. It sucks being a person without an appendix, but I'm sure that we can both agree.
I had a similar surgery, which is I can't remember what the surgical name for it is, a gallbladder removal. I had my gallbladder removed, and it wasn't considered, by the way, even though it was causing me unbelievable pain, it wasn't considered emergency because it wasn't quote unquote life threatening. Even though I couldn't live my life normally, I was not granted the right to have that for that to be considered an emergency surgery, even though it did take me to the emergency room twice. with crippling pain. But gallbladder surgeries are done all the time on kids, and those are, like I said, not generally considered emergency surgeries by the technical definition, but nonetheless they cause an incredible amount of pain, and we do them, and they are irreversible, and they do have severe life repercussions. My body doesn't digest things properly anymore because I don't have a gallbladder, which is an important part of your body. I feel like, okay, so maybe you could say that the analogy to an appendectomy isn't perfect, but there's all kinds of other surgeries that are not necessarily immediately going to kill you, but that we do all the time. And nobody bats an eye. It's only when it comes to trans stuff that it is. And keep in mind, once again, the fact of the matter is that these sorts of bottom surgery on somebody who is under the age of 18 is remarkably rare, except in cases where the gender dysphoria is determined to be so severe that it's an imminent threat.
Sure. I don't know much about gallbladders or anything. I'm not a doctor or whatever.
Okay.
But there is another
tonsil removal. There's another one. In fact, that's an exceedingly common one. Tonsils aren't going to, like, most tonsil removal surgeries are not because of life threatening. It's because it can cause you a great amount of discomfort, which isn't an emergency surgery, by the way. Just causing you pain isn't enough for something to be considered an emergency surgery, even if it's considered medically necessary. It might just not be. Yeah, so
I'm not saying we can only perform emergency surgery on minors. What I'm saying is that when you are giving someone sexual reassignment surgery, that is something that at least it appears would have like the possibility of having like massive regret and like something that like would if you.
See, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. But there isn't a massive like chance of regret. In fact, the chance of regret is exceedingly low, like shockingly low. Transition regret is ridiculously low. Like all modern studies show this. So that's just not, it's not a realistic. There is a chance of it, but a very, very low chance.
So maybe coming at it from this angle would be better. Because puberty blockers seem to be such an important thing and such a low risk thing, when you even give this nod publicly like you did to sexual reassignment surgery, then that kills your credibility with anyone who
I think this. I think that I think unironically, and this is I'm going to turn the critique around on you. I think you're prejudiced, and I think you don't notice it, and you're not willing to admit it. The reality is that you're willing to sign off on any type of surgery as long as it doesn't seem like an icky trans surgery. I know you don't mean it to be that way. I don't think you're like a transphobe. It's just I think that you've unintentionally digested a bit of prejudice. And I'm not going to just lie about stuff and throw people under the bus. It's true. If you have to go through like 3 different surgeons in order to even get to that point, those doctors probably know what the fuck they're talking about. And yes, true. As the donation message said, it is already a current standard in our society for forcible sexual reassignment surgery to be done on intersex kids. It's done literally on a daily basis.
Oh, but that's bad. But that's bad.
Right. So, but if you could, but that is accepted as a part of our society. So I don't know how, outside of prejudice, it can be bad for me to say if doctors come to the conclusion that it is an imminent threat, that gender dysphoria is so severe in somebody that they believe that they should be allowed to have surgery before the age of 18, with parental support, and it's like responsibly done, which it is, then like I don't see what the problem is outside of people having a prejudice towards or a fear towards like trans stuff.
So not even getting to and I'll walk it back. I can look into it more. I can walk back the whether or not we ought actually do it. I will say right now, with so many attacks on trans healthcare all across the country, happening in Arkansas, I think it's happening in North Carolina too, and it's about to start rolling out in every single southern state, just like they did with abortion a few years ago. Being able to give puberty blockers, I think, is something that we can get people to come on. we can get people to move and talk about how reversible it is, and how when you're just pitching it as we're just giving them more time to decide which puberty they should go through.
Oh, did we lose you? Hello? Hello, I think I lost you. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Hey, thank you, Devious Chilster. Appreciate that. I think I lost you. There we go. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, hey, you back?
Oh, whoa. Did something... I just saw you say I DC. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, we couldn't hear you for like a bit. Like there was like 5 minutes, or no, not 5 minutes. I'd say like a solid minute where I couldn't hear you.
Oh yeah, one of my friends just messaged me and said, "Oh no." Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? I don't have no idea.
I think the last thing you said was that we can come on somebody, which made me laugh, and then you cut out.
Okay.
I think you said that we could get people to come on to the idea of like puberty blockers or something.
Yes. We should only come on people who consent to us coming on them, first and foremost. Second of all,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think we can move people over on puberty blockers. I think if we really stress the temporariness of it, the fact that like you said in the debate the other night, like all you have to do is stop taking them, and then like your gonads will and endocrine system will kick in, and you'll go through the puberty that is associated with the gender you were assigned at birth.
Sure.
But when you in the same argument that we're talking about legislation that barred that barred puberty blockers to be assigned, when in that same conversation you're also saying I'm also okay with these irreversible surgeries, then I think that I think that would be a far further off goal. It's the same thing like me and all my friends, like we're market socialists, because like that's something that we can talk about. Like we're not like really changing much. We're just advocating for like things that are pretty much similar to now, but the workers have stake in, and they have ownership, they have democracy, and all these things that we can get people to agree on to just move them a little closer. Yeah, you can respond.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like at the end of the day, you're making an optical argument, whereas I'm saying that I care more about moral and ethical consistency on this, and I think that it's ridiculous, and I would like to challenge the idea that we have to make some sort of optical ploy here to a group of people who, let's be real, don't actually give a shit. None of the people who voted this through even looked at the smallest amount of science. They do not care. They don't like trans people, and they're afraid of their children getting transed, and they're afraid of, I don't know, the demon rat pedophiles turning their kids into trans people. And like I feel like that is the sort of elephant in the room that we're ignoring here, where it is absolutely rational for me to say that doctors should be able to prescribe a surgery if in a situation where they think that's necessary. And to cede that ground is ultimately to grant credence to the idea that like doctors are transing kids, and that's ridiculous. I think we need to take a much firmer position against that, because I don't think we should even entertain the idea with these ridiculous far right people that there's any credence to the idea that like doctors are trying to trans kids, because the reality is that it's very, very rare for anyone under the age of 18 to ever get SRS, and they should be able to get it if their doctors determine that. Because keep in mind, it's never just one doctor either. It's always at the minimum 3 doctors will be and that's at the minimum. At the minimum, 3 doctors will have to be involved in addition to parents in order for somebody to get SRS.
Sure. So I was afraid you were going to kind of shit on speaking about optics and everything. The problem is when we're trying to get things changed and make change happen in the world, optics is all that matters.
I disagree with that.
The people we're talking to, The people we're talking to aren't the legislators. I'm not trying to talk to like Arkansas state senators, but the people who matter are the people who live in the state of Arkansas. And it's not just the far right Rob Noerrs who believe that all the wacky shit he does. These are normal people. These are probably most Democrats. I'd probably say most Democrats would be abhorred at the idea of performing SRS on a minor.
No, I disagree with you on that. In fact, and this is a little bit of an anecdote, but when I had bottom surgery and I didn't have full SRS, I only had an orchiectomy. My roommate was the only under 18 person I ever met who had SRS. Both of their parents were liberals, like Obama-loving, Hillary-loving liberals, and they were just 100% supportive of her. And by the way, she bounced back. Literally, I was there for an orchiectomy, which is a relatively minor surgery, for a week longer than she was with full SRS. That's how quickly young people can recover from these surgeries. That's why it's important to get it when you're younger if you're determined that you want to get it. But again, that's the only person I've ever met in my entire life, and I've met a lot of trans people who's ever gotten it before 18. And they had full parental support. They had the support of literally, again, 3 doctors, which is that is the minimum. This was somebody who was coming from a very progressive place. So I just disagree with you. I think this assumption of what the normal American is, it has much more to do with framing. And Republicans, when we let them have the frame, they will spell it as exactly what Rob Noerr did. Oh, you want to chop off the penis of an 11-year-old? And then people go, oh my God. But when it's discussed what it actually is, which is a very measured and important medical decision, no one has a problem with it. It's fear-mongering. And when we cede in the name of quote-unquote optics to fear-mongering, we are losing the battle. We're losing. That is the reason why that is part of the reason why the right is able to win on these certain fronts. It's because the left is so timid that they're unwilling to just say, actually, no, there's a really good reason for this, and we can explain that. So I don't necessarily agree with the optics critique here, because I think that that ceding that ground is to cede something so ridiculous that it lets them win by default.
Sure. I'm like, the problem is that I don't know if we have like Gallup polling on how like most people would like feel about and I'm almost certain there's not Gallup polling on how most people would feel about the idea of sexual reassignment surgery on minors. It feels like we have just such like a polarized, radically different view of what like an average American might be. It's tough to move forward on this. I'm
maybe.
afraid.
I don't know. What are your credentials for understanding what an average American would be?
Well, so they aren't any different than yours. That they're just that I'm 25 and have met a lot of people in my years, and I just
I've met a lot of people who've let me know their opinions about trans people. If anything, you would assume that I have a worse. I would be more jaded about it, but in reality, a lot of it just has to do with how it's presented. If you send out a Gallup poll that says, "Would you be okay with your child's penis being chopped off?" then they're going to go, "Oh my God, what?" But if you say, what do you think about supporting all necessary medical procedures for children, regardless of whether they're cis or trans? And people will probably be like, actually, probably we should support them, right?
Orion, what am I just wrong about? What am I just wrong about?
Are you reading chat? Don't read chat. Don't read chat.
I can't not read chat.
Don't read chat. Never read chat. Let the hordes of imps bounce and screech and whatever. That's what they do. That's their job. Okay. But
I'm just okay.
Stop it!
Sorry.
Stop pinging, you assholes! All right, listen. The fact of the thing is, like, I understand that there are some circumstances in which you have to deal with like a moral, like an optical battle. Okay, like, trust me, I know. Like, the history of trans advocacy in the United States is a very is one that goes like this. It's like jagged, and there's like very tiny wins and then huge steps back. And for a while, it was the standard political line on when fighting for trans rights. It was to say that trans people are just, you're just born in the wrong body. A very dualistic perspective. You played on the idea that like a soul exists, and the wrong soul got put in the wrong body, and you're just trying to fix that. But like, we know that, like, we've always known that isn't the way it actually is, and that rhetoric would only work for so long, and that rhetoric could endanger people who don't feel like that. And but it was all that we had at the time that you could sell. But I just don't think that this is one of those cases. I think that we do ourselves a disservice by refusing, by pretending that there's any credence whatsoever to the idea that these doctors are doing it for some bad reason when they're not. There's literally there's no motivation. And you do cede ground, because if you acknowledge, if you're like, well, yeah, we shouldn't allow people to get surgery under the age of 16 when you're trans. And then you go, well, why? And it's like, well, why are we distrusting the doctors all of a sudden? Is it because you're afraid that the doctors are secretly pressuring children to get an expensive surgery that nobody makes any profit off of, except for maybe one surgeon who, like, they're the one doctor in America that does bottom surgery? Like, come on, that's a ridiculous conspiracy, right? Like, I don't think we should give this any credence whatsoever. I don't think we should treat people like, I don't think we should act as though like there's any credence in that idea.
Fuck. Okay. Did you understand the comparison Rob Noerr was making? Or did you understand what he was analogizing when he was talking about conversion therapy and then brought up the Coca-Cola training?
Yeah, but it was fucking stupid. I
Well,
understood.
what do you
it
think?
was fucking stupid.
What do you think his analogy was?
His analogy is that that teaching somebody that what they are is like intrinsically bad is a harmful thing. But first of all, that's not what the Coca-Cola training did, and second of all, you're an adult when you go to a Coca-Cola training. Third, you have an option to, in 99% of cases, opt out of these types of training if there's a serious issue. And you also have the avenue of bringing it up with HR if you think there's a problem with it. And you also have the option of quitting the job and getting a different job. If you're still in the training process, you haven't even started getting paid yet. So there's just no equivalency. It's like comparing stubbing your toe to the Holocaust. It's completely stupid and like below, like beyond reproachable comparison.
So you thought where he was disanalogous was like the ability for the participant to like so I agree that it was reductive of Rob Noerr to reduce conversion therapy to being told that something intrinsic about you is wrong.
Yeah.
I think that,
I mean, that's beyond reductive.
If that was
like almost insulting.
I'm sorry?
I said that's beyond, in my opinion, that's beyond reductive. That's like
yes,
reductive to the maximum. It's not even the same thing. It's not even analogous. But
if
sure.
That's all conversion therapy was, if it was just like you going to a counselor or like some priest or something and him just trying to like explain to you why being gay is bad, then I think that it would still be bad and we would still not want it. I think there'd be like it would we're nowhere near as bad as it currently is with like I think like after like a lot of times like literally show like porn to like underage kids and like
yeah. Yes,
yeah, like
it's pretty fucked. Like, I mean, it's really bad. And even in the least severe ones, it involves sending your kid to a camp where they are constantly surveilled. They have to stay in an unfamiliar place. They have to be subjected to all kinds of lessons about how what they are is wrong. Nothing analogous to a Coke slideshow that, you know, has some poorly worded line about white supremacy or whatever. That's just it makes me furious that anybody even can play the difference. That's like, I don't know, that's like being like, to me, that's the level of like thing where people are like, oh, you know, in the getting criticized by your friend on social media for being a conservative is just like what happened in the Holocaust. It's like, come on, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is this serious? And I treat it with that level of seriousness.
So I agree with you there. What was frustrating watching it was it felt like when Rob was making those comparisons, Vaush grappled with the analogy in the fact that Rob was comparing. So you've said that one of the things you like about conversion therapy is it's telling someone an immutable characteristic about theirs is bad. Well, so here's this other example of something in which people are telling other people that an immutable characteristic of theirs is bad. And Vaush was like, yes, I don't like those. And we can get into it if you want. The Coke training being white is racist. Like, that is dumb. We don't need to be doing that. The critical race theory is really complicated. Hitting people over the head with it is a bad idea.
See how bad faith this is, like, from the get-go, like saying some random, like, shitty, like, God, if you went through and watched every single Coke training video, you would probably find so many things that are like, oh my God, I can't believe they put this in here. Have you ever been to a job and like had to do training videos? Those things are cringe as fuck. Like, who cares? Like, this is so minor, and it's not even. It's not analogous. It's like, I don't know. It's just fucking like they're just not even the same thing. They're not even close.
So I felt like watching it, Vaush was able to Vaush looked really good when he because I wrote down a couple things he did. I'm sorry?
To you, yes.
Sure. Vaush looked really good when he was able to reach across the aisle sometimes when Rob would challenge him on something, and Rob would come really heated, and Vaush would say like, yeah, like, that's really dumb, but like and that's when I was talking about descriptions and prescriptions. Like, Rob's description of these Coke trainings being dumb, Vaush agreed with that. He's like, but your broader prescription of let's not even analyze race at all leads to way worse consequences.
That was a pivot, though. He was pivoting completely off of what he originally claimed. He brought up conversion therapy, and then I responded by saying, what the fuck are you talking about? Then he went off on some giant tirade, absolutely incomprehensible rap god tirade about a million different issues, because that's what he does. He gish gallops like a motherfucker. And I think Vaush gave him baby gloves, like, really hard. And I think if it was only Vaush on that panel, in that part, the panel would have been worse for it. I believe I'd made the right decision in that spot to come down hard on that particular issue. I think that was one of my strongest moments. And that's because it's ridiculous to treat this idea with like such kitty gloves. Like, pretend that there's some sort of equivalence between systematized torture that has led to the suicide of literally numerous gay kids in our country and trans kids in our country versus like some like slightly cringy Coke thing that, like, who knows how many people have ever actually had to do it in a job that you go to as an adult that you probably can just literally sleep through if you want to, and it's just a presentation that says like, hey guys, you gotta be a little more careful about being white. This is just so ridiculous. Like, I can't believe I'm actually having this conversation with you right now.
So it wasn't a pivot. He brought up conversion therapy because he wanted to make this analogy about he wanted to make this analogy about things, or about the talking or telling someone something an immutable characteristic about theirs is bad. It was like a kind of like a long play. He thought it was a setup. He thought like it was gonna be like a really good gotcha.
But it wasn't, and he looked like an idiot. He got like 1% of the final vote. Like, Rob looked like a moron, and that was my goal, was to show him for the moron that he actually is, expose him, and he did. And I did.
I don't know how much weight I put into the Dylan Burns like Twitch fan vote. Twitch skews so fucking left. I mean, it was very obvious that it was going to be like you and Vaush were going to like do the majority of the fan vote. Well, no, okay. I'm a leftist. Okay, I'm also a trans person. I don't know if that came clear to anyone in listening or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, trans people can be wrong about stuff.
They certainly can. I think you're wrong about things. They certainly can.
Well, I mean, it would be great if you brought one up.
Things I thought you were wrong about?
Yeah, it'd be great. No. Well, I mean, I know there's many things you thought that I was wrong about, but if you had one that I was actually wrong about, that'd be great.
Well, so if you think that his analogy was not a valid analogy, then you are incorrect about that. It is analogous.
It's not.
Or what he was highlighting was analogous about.
Come on, that's so stupid. Like, I'm sorry. If you want to say, okay, if you get mad at me, if you get frustrated with me in this conversation, and then afterwards I go, wow, this is just like a guard beating and killing a Jewish person in the Holocaust. Do you think I should be taken serious as an analogy? Do you think that should be taken seriously as an analogy?
So it would depend on what you were comparing. What he was comparing, what he was making the analogy of, was that in both of these instances, there's a person who is in an authority who is telling the people who are listening to them that an immutable characteristic about them is wrong. That is analogous in those. That is happening in both of those situations.
I don't think that's a very fair analogy. Again, I think it's about as analogous as saying that if you got mad at me and shouted at me, that you know, it's just like when a guard in the Holocaust at Auschwitz yelled at somebody. And
so if that could be analogous, if the analogy you're drawing is that
there were two people yelling and they were being mean, and they were, you know, yeah.
Sure, and then if we're having a if we're trying to lead that into a conversation about why you ought not be mean, then that could be like that could be a valid analogy. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. We see things really differently. It appears like we have.
I just don't think I should. I don't think anybody really should give credence to ridiculous comparisons that are like just painfully bad faith. That is like I don't know. You can make a comparison between anything, you know. When I stubbed my toe, it was bad because it hurt, just like it hurt to be killed in war by a bomb. Like those are technically on some level analogous, but they're just so ridiculous. They're so ridiculously disanalogous in so many other ways that drawing that comparison should be called out for being manipulative, like it is, because that's what he was doing. He was trying to be manipulative. He was trying to downplay. Downplay very severely.
I don't think he was trying to downplay conversion therapy. I think he was trying to.
Then I would say that you need to learn a little more about right-wing demagoguery. That's absolutely what he was trying to do.
He was literally trying to turn it into a conversation about the critical race theory being shown to people. He was trying to say, you think it's bad when people who have are being told they're wrong for an immutable characteristic. Here's another instance in which leftists support it. Thus, leftist hypocrisy.
I think it's fucking stupid though. That's fucking stupid. Like, why are you standing for this? It's fucking stupid. Just call it for what it is. That's fucking ridiculous. That's as stupid as I could come up with 100 even like less stupid analogies that could be used.
Well, so the problem is, I think it is bad to tell someone that they are wrong for an immutable characteristic they have. I think that is bad. So I'm against both of those situations.
Okay.
I almost said equally. I mean, I'm much more up in arms about the conversion therapy, but both of these are bad and both of these ought not happen.
Sure. If you think that's like the rhetorically acceptable approach, like I just feel like you're falling into their rhetorical trap and you're just being outwitted by them, and I'm not. That's the only difference, I think. Like, I'm sorry, but I just think that's true. Like, I think you're falling into his trap and you're letting him take the ground of downplaying the severity of something like torturing children and imprisoning them away from their parents so that you can try to deprogram their sexuality versus some random, meaningless, stupid, like one-off Coca-Cola bullshit that nobody cares about, that most of the people in it probably never even like paid attention to because they don't have to.
Well, people do care about that. People got really mad.
Idiots
people get really mad when they hear about that.
Idiots on the internet do. Nobody else does. And there's no no, I'm serious. You want to know who talked about that shit? And I know this because I covered this shit. You want to know who talked about it? The fucking quartering. A bunch of idiot culture warrior grifters. Those are the people who care about that issue. Nobody else fucking gives a shit. Nobody else fucking knows.
No, normal people. That's why there's so many, like, that's why the all lives matter thing. That's why the all lives matter thing is so massive.
Wait. What do you? I just want to be like. I'm not trying to be like super aggro here, but this normal people appeal to normal people thing comes up a lot, and it's something that really frustrates me.
Yeah.
Because how much time do you spend online? Just be honest. Don't lie. How much time do you spend online? Yeah. How much time do you spend online?
I mean, like, I don't even know what that means. Like, how much time do you spend online?
How many hours a day do you watch a stream?
Oh,
or play a video game?
I mean, I so like maybe like 3 or 4 hours a day, like twice or 3 times a week. Like, not.
Let me tell you something. By
not most
comparison,
times.
just by pure statistics, you are terminally online.
Wait, okay, sure, okay. I'm sorry, so first off, right now we're like in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah,
second of all,
agree.
like
I love streaming, but come on, like I don't know.
So
the
days that I'm like not doing that, I'm absolutely out and about. Like I'm absolutely like going into like bars and talking to friends,
polling everybody about whether they care about Coca-Cola.
No, absolutely. I try to bring up leftist socialist talking points anytime I talk to people. Damn. When I was in college, my friends knew that and I'm from a very rural southern state.
Mm-hmm.
My friends knew that they better not bring up like homophobia or transphobia around me while I was extremely closeted, extremely masculine, like extremely redneck,
sure.
I don't even think I was liberal back then. I think I was like very conservative, but like they knew that like they better not bring up like transphobia around me because they were gonna have to listen to me talk about like trans people for the next like 30 minutes. Like these are absolutely things that like I talk about, and I'm very, very concerned about this stuff. I'm sorry, I got a little heated there. I just reject the idea that I'm terminally online. I'm very much
terminally online, but I don't make appeals to normal people all the time. And I think that's I think it's a slippery thing that a lot of people like to do online, is like make this appeal to normal people, because it sounds like you're like a populist, but it's faux populism. You don't fucking know what normal people think. And in fact, if we judge by the numbers, even if you go to the most popular conservative channel rattling on about fucking some irrelevant Coca-Cola presentation, it's like a couple 100,000 people out of a world of billions. Nobody gives a fucking shit.
Oh, Fox News is the most popular.
Yeah,
and I know it's because CNN and MSNBC, like there's a bunch of them, but Fox News is the most popular like cable news outlet. Conservative talk radio is fucking massive.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You talk about Rush Limbaugh all the time. In I think the 80s or the 90s, Rush Limbaugh was the most trusted voice in either in radio or in the news in general.
You're taking my talking points. What'd you do? Listen to my Rush Limbaugh video?
No, we actually, if you can go check out the Debate Bro show, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or YouTube, sure. We talked about Rush Limbaugh ourselves.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I crib in my coverage, I see. But no, look, I promise I know all of this. I get you. But the reality is that there's a lot of like Rush Limbaugh would have covered stupid culture war bullshit, but these people don't, they need a constant feed of outrage. They're never actually bothered about any specific thing unless they can utilize it cynically to try and manipulate the discussion. And you're falling for it. You're letting Rob Noerr pull shit over your eyes by playing a false equivalency between the torture of children and a fucking random Coca-Cola idiotic presentation. You want to know how you win this conversation? You say, why the fuck should I give a shit about a cringe-ass Coca-Cola thing when there are children being tortured? Chad move. Caring about actual torture of children versus giving a shit versus some stupid, pointless 10-minute PowerPoint that was slapped together by an intern that was at a consultancy firm that's like racial, that's called like a vegerant, and it's like a fucking racial diversity consultancy firm. Like, come on.
My audio is shitting itself. Do I sound okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You were quieting down for a second, but I can hear you now.
My connection is right now. But I'm not falling for anything. Like the main thing in all of the interactions I've had with conservatives, the way I was able to make headway with them is reaching across the aisle. Is finding something that's way too far left, way outside of the Overton window right now, and kind of pushing back on that, kind of saying like, well, yeah, no, like that's silly, but like you need to come closer to me on this. This is how I got a lot of people to move on like the Black Lives Matter issue and everything. It is kind of like saying, yeah, like the Black Lives Matter thing, like kind of saying like the rioting, like I don't think we should be doing that. But like you see what the police are doing to black people right now. Like you see this is bad, right? You see we need police reform.
Sure, but who's pulling who when you agree to play an equivalency between child torture based on sexuality, based on a desire to purge a sexuality, versus some poorly worded critical race theory misinterpretation? Who's actually getting pulled where? I would argue that you're getting pulled far to the right.
So if I get them, if I get them to say that's bad, I'm pulling them, because I'm not moving on conversion therapy. I started at that's bad, and I'm staying at that's bad. And I'm saying that both of these things you're mentioning are bad. We can agree that all of this is bad.
Yeah, but they're bad in totally different ways. Just like I can agree, just like we can both agree that when you spill your milk, it's bad, versus the Holocaust being bad. Yeah, they're both bad, but they're bad in very different ways. Oh, did we lose you? I think we lost you for a second.
No. I'm still here. Okay. You said they were both bad and they're bad in different ways.
Yeah, they're bad in significantly
probably. Yeah,
different ways.
my audio is shitting itself. I don't know what's going on with my connection.
Well, we've had you on for a while, so I'm going to bring somebody else on now. But I do appreciate the conversation, even though I disagree with you on a lot of this. It's been really wonderful talking with you, and I hope I hope you don't like walk away from this like hating my guts. I just disagree with you on some of these things, and I think that there's more harm in letting conservatives have some of these things, because they're never, like, Rob Noerr is never going to come to your position on anything. And if you let him have a false equivalency between Coca-Cola, then all of a sudden he's playing an equivalency between between the right literally torturing children and the left, in his mind now, torturing adults. You're giving him that, and I won't give him that. Yeah, I just won't.
Hopefully my connection stays strong enough I can do this one more. Okay. Do you think what's happening at the southern border is a genocide? The southern border of the United States?
I think that it could be argued so, but it's a little bit difficult, because America is very good at avoiding striking the definition of genocide. And I don't know that, like, again, when something is called a genocide, I think you have to be careful, because it's very easy to be for people to manipulate that. To give some credit to Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns had a huge argument about this with regard to the Holodomor a long time ago. Really interesting. People don't remember that one. But yeah, I think you have to be a little careful when calling something a genocide. But I do think that I think it can be reasonably argued that it approaches genocide. It's probably not laser targeted enough for it to be considered by like the UN standard of genocide. But we all know what's actually going on. We know who they're targeting. And even though it's not technically in the law that that's the case, it's certainly being enacted in that way. So it's pretty fucking bad.
So I think it does fit the UN standard of genocide. One of the UN standards of genocide is I could pull it up if we need to, if we disagree on this, but it says in whole or in part. Is one of like the big things that kind of makes it a little vacuous. And then one of the qualifications is involuntary making sterile, which we have seen instances of that at the southern border. There were involuntary hysterectomies being performed.
Yeah, well, those were performed in Atlanta at a detention facility that's technically not on the border. And while I do agree these are atrocious things, in fact, I covered that live, which led to a really, really spicy engagement with somebody. But the thing is, I think it's roundly denounceable and disgusting. I don't know. I think there's going to be times where people say it doesn't fit it. I think that a lot of the ways that America avoids it being classified as such is by not systematizing certain things. Like, for example, the sterilizations were being done basically by one doctor, pseudo legally, and therefore there's deniability, although these sorts of things happen all the time. It's just that America, like the American government, tends to look the other way, and they sort of tend to let these things happen. Now, there are parameters in the definition of genocide that provide for this. For example, neglect, like intentional neglect, which was how a lot of people died in the Holocaust, is a form of genocide. And I would argue there's quite a good example of that being the case on the southern border. At the end of the day, I think it is a massive human rights violation, and I would love, once this pandemic is over, for there to be a massive focus on it. And I do believe that we need to grill the shit out of the Biden administration for this sort of thing.
Okay, sure. If you, I don't think the analogy I was gonna try to pull there will work. Okay. Then I kind of ran through my talking points. Kind of bummed out I wasn't able to move you a little bit, but if any of you fuckers in chat want to tell me how wrong I am, you can DM me on Discord. You can see my name right here. Tweet me at DBS Piper, and go find us at the Debate Bro Show on YouTube, Spotify, wherever you want.
Yeah. All right. So well, maybe sometime we'll talk again in the future. It was great talking with you. Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, no problem. See ya. There we go. All right. Well, next person, come on in. Let's keep this going. I still got energy, so let's do it. Anybody want to bring the next person in? Do we have any modders in chat? Okay, thank you. Oh. Hello, Zarelle.
This is an ambush.
An ambush? Okay.
This is the ambush. I've come for your Twitch Primes.
You've come for my Twitch Primes?
I have come for your Twitch Primes. And in order to facilitate that, I need to remind everyone that if you have an Amazon Prime account... Okay, no, I'm...
True, you can't any primers in chat? Listen, we're getting like... Listen, yesterday I got crazy money. Today, I'm not getting crazy money because the site's down. And when the site goes down, you don't get no donos through the site, which sucks. But if we got primers in chat, that'd be greatly appreciated. And I have gotten some incredibly generous subs. So thank you all very much for supporting me. Anyway, what can I do for you, Zarelle? Always wonderful to hear your voice.
So... was it? I need to initially remember what I was going to mention. So I realized most of the conversations so far have been like optics related.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And I'm now realizing maybe my one is actually like I was hoping mine was like more rhetoric related, but not optic related. And I'm wondering, oh no, maybe the line is drawn, or maybe the line is like blurry.
Nah, but, just bring it up. Come on, hit me with it.
So this is more of a suggestion than a critique, but it's still a critique in and of itself.
Sure.
That I notice, like it isn't just you, but it's something that while you're asking for critiques, it's something that I figured I might voice.
Please do.
That so it's mainly just I can describe it in the hypothetical scenario in which Rob says something incredibly acid, like even in the debate, was it last night or the other day, like. Just it was incredibly just ridiculous. Everyone had to collectively scratch their heads at what Rob was trying to say.
Okay.
However, the response to it that I notice you do sometimes, and I notice other people do it as well, where when you have the opportunity to respond to it, the response kind of comes the dumbfounded response, kind of like, how the hell do I respond to this?
Yeah.
Kind of comes first, and then an attempt at tearing down whatever they put up kind of comes later.
Okay.
And one thing I noticed is that, I do this as well. When someone says, when someone pulls a... Wait, no, I said John during that whole thing. When someone pulls a Rob, whatever his surname was.
Rob Noerr.
Rob Noerr. Oh my God. I'm still reeling from that. But one thing I noticed is that... when people respond first with like, how do I even respond with that, and then try and take it down, it feels like, I don't personally feel it, but like I've noticed some people pick up on this, and that they'll think, okay, you have no, okay, they just put up this like super convincing argument and you have no response to it, and you've expressed you have no answer.
Too much stuff. Makes it sound like I'm giving credit to their argument for being so amazing and unrespondable.
It's the amazing but like it like I noticed some people pick up that like you seem to demonstrate, like, you kind of accidentally demonstrate that you don't have an answer. Even though we all know that, like, like I know, and the audience generally know, or well, your audience generally knows that, like, yeah, this is literally how the hell do you even attack this?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, instead, if it was something like, thank you, you have presented me a dinner plate filled with shit. Okay. And then, like, just going point 1, this is terrible. Point 2, this is terrible. And then end the whole, like, I literally do not know how to take this seriously at all. Like, putting the dumbfounded at the end of it would put like the response itself in a more stronger sense.
It's really pinpoint critique, but I really like it. I think you're right.
And then, because when you do it the first time, when it happened, like, let's say Rob says something really, really just terrible, and then you say, how do I respond to that? And then, like, next topic comes up, like, Rob says something again, and then you also, like, how the hell do I respond to that? Like, it seems really easy to, or it seems really logical to assume that, like, both Rob and Rob's audience and just, like, neutral viewers might think that you're less able to dismantle the argument than you're letting on.
One quick moment. DeCobs, thank you so much for the 16 person raid. Welcome, all DeCobsers. It looks like DeCobs are here, so welcome. Get comfy. We are having a Mama Critique mega stream for as long as I can go until I need to go eat dinner, basically, and maybe get some sleep. Welcome, and happy to have you. We are currently... Normally, we chat on my website. My website is being DDoSed by somebody who hates me right now. So you want to join the Discord, discord.gg/DemonMama, and then you can pop in and you can chat. You could even come critique me if you got critique for me. So you'll see right over here is the Discord chat. And of course, if you're here and you don't subscribe to my YouTube channel, you should, because that's where I post all my cool cut up videos that are amazing as fuck. So welcome. All right. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Zarelle? Zarelle? Zarelle! We lost Zarelle. Zarelle.
Of
Hello?
like it.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh,
I couldn't hear
perfect.
you.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Like, it seems like a root issue that kind of like gets a little bit more and more prominent as it goes, like, as a whole discussion goes on, or even continuous discussions.
Okay.
Because, like, your next, say, discussion with Rob, it's like, if it becomes apparent that every time Rob puts out, like, what he thinks and his audience thinks is, like, really good argument.
Oh yeah.
Even though I know and your audience knows it's not. If it, like, if it always gets met with dumbfounded, it's very easy to think that it's dumbfounded in that, or, like, it comes from a, oh, I don't know how to attack this, this is good, and not a, I don't know how to attack this, this is terrible.
Yeah.
Like, the line is very, very close.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. And if the, like, if the dumbfounded response comes first, then an attempt to dismantle it, it feels like the dismantlement is a, oh god, I gotta come up with something quick. Whereas if it's a, all right, I'm just gonna tear this whole thing apart, and then say this was, like, I don't even, like, and then express your dumbfoundedness, I feel like that might builds upon this, or, like, I feel like it might help to address this issue you're having, where people just, like, especially some conservative debaters, and even just some like, men on the panel scene just don't take you seriously.
True. Yep. No, I think that's a good idea, honestly. That's a really, really helpful, very pointed.
Oh, sorry, critique. I just got pinged in chat.
Did you?
But yeah, I feel like that might be, like, it's, like, more of a suggestion than a critique, but it's something I want to, like,
no, I think that's a super to people if they critique, and I think that's great.
Seem like it might be worth trying, because I feel like it might be a really strong tactic that, one, keeps you kind of like, I'm going to attack the arguments first and then you as a person later. And then kind of like, two, demonstrates that oh, I lost track.
It's a little bit more I guess it just comes
Be
off
able
as a
to-
little cooler, and also doesn't run the risk of letting them get away with thinking that they're like, it's such a good one. It stuns liberal. Dumb liberal stunned by right-wing talking point or whatever.
Yeah, and then it's like, if but that format as well is it feels like by definition good faith.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone if anyone tries to argue it's not, it's like it feels like a really difficult task for them to achieve, climbing a hill, and you get to just stand at the top and just step on their toes and say, no, it actually is good fate. You're just complaining now. It puts you in such an advantageous position, I feel. And
I think you're right about that.
If done more and more, I feel like it will help command the respect that you deserve to be shown on these kind of panels. As one way of going about it.
No, I really appreciate that. That's really helpful, and I will absolutely keep that in mind. I've put a star next to it because it's one of the better ones I've received tonight. Really appreciate that. Can you hear me? Am I inhearable? I cannot hear you right now. I think I've lost Zarelle. Hello? Okay, Zarelle.
Oh, sorry.
Are you back now?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. My whole internet cut out, but
okay. Yeah, I was just saying I really appreciate it. And I've put a special note next to it because it's one of the most useful critiques I've received all night. Yeah. All right, Zarelle, love you. It sounds like your internet's going. Thank you so much for this. Yeah. I'll talk to you soon.
Oh, sorry. I'm just back. However, my internet is dying, but that was mainly what I was going to say. So,
thank you.
Enjoy the rest
really
of
appreciate it.
enjoy the rest of the stream.
Absolutely.
And I'll say goodnight to everyone.
Thank you and much love, Zarelle.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's get next one in. Next one in. Zarelle, amazing. Always love talking to Zarelle. Jesus. Zarelle's so awesome. Next person. Come on in. Come on in. Elak Kval. Kval.
Sorry, I had to mute the stream.
You're good. You're good. You're not here to critique me about doo-doo fart, are you?
No. I'm here to talk about when you make your points. I think that you make good points, right? But I think
always obviously the best.
Well, yeah, because they're correct.
Yeah, true.
You could do way more to drive them home. I think that there's a lot of places in debates where you kind of just stop when you could just keep hammering down and making comparisons with prior arguments that have been made, especially by the opposition. I don't have specific examples because it leaves my brain, but it's something I've noticed with you that kind of bothers me.
Okay.
It's you kind of stop short, and I think you should really lay into them, at least with ideas and facts and knowledge and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, some of it is the nature of the format. It gets a little hard to go in deep when you you got to cede time eventually and people can shout at you and whatever. But yeah, I see what you're saying. So tie back to previous points and go deeper onto specific strong spots, I guess.
Yeah, and
makes sense to me.
There's a lot of appealing to pathos that you could work on, I think.
Okay.
Because you're debating white cis men and they don't have much sympathy for what you have gone through or experienced.
True.
So I think to appeal to at least emotionally, at least to the audience, because they'll probably won't see it on their points, but once the audience sees that these people are being unreasonable and emotionally detached about or not detached because they're extremely emotional, but very irrational with how they go about their emotions, which is contradictory.
Yeah.
They kind of apply it in stupid ways. So once they see that they're being unreasonable and that, like, wow, these people are really ridiculous. Like any sane person would have sympathy for this or blah, 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 it could get the audience more on your side.
It's interesting. That's usually the opposite of what I receive. Usually people say I do too much emotional appeals, even though I don't do that.
Oh, no. I think they're conflating emotional appeals to like what is ostensibly you getting emotional, which I think it's reasonable outrage, to be honest. But yeah, relating to pathos, at least with like knowledge and statistics and like verifiable things, I feel is optically better than kind of laying into these cis white dudes. And like you're not guiding the audience in a way that shows how awful these people are and how terrible their ideas are.
That could be hard. They put the mask on pretty tough, but yeah, I agree. I think I can get better at getting them to expose themselves as heartless idiots.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to say. It was nice talking with you.
Yeah, it's always nice to talk to you, Elak Kval. Thank you for your feedback. It means the world to me.
Do you mind if I plug some of my stuff?
Go ahead, please do.
All right, check out my YouTube channel, Elak Kval on YouTube. I have like only a few videos, but I do think y'all would like the doo-doo fart video very much.
It's a banger. Especially if you like pathologic.
Yeah, I also have a SoundCloud where I post my music under the same name, Elak Kval. I'll post it in promotions later. And I have I have a Tumblr blog that you can follow where I'm posting art of my pathologic tarot cards and also other art. So if you're interested, go check that out under the same name, Elak Kval. I'll link it all after this if you all want to find it.
Yeah, sick. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your feedback here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. All right, bye-bye.
Bye for now. All right, let's bring another in. Come on, I still got energy. Come on, keep it coming, keep it coming. I can't promise I'm going to get through everyone tonight, but I'll get through as many as I can. Come on, let's go. Next. Rob Annahari.
Hello, Demon Mama. Can
Hello,
you hear me?
What are your pronouns?
She, her.
All right.
They, them is fine too.
Okay.
I don't really mind.
Alrighty, excellent.
It's so nice talking to you. I feel so flattered.
Oh, thank you.
So, I'm calling in from the Netherlands.
Wow. International audience reached. That's amazing.
Yes.
How exciting.
It's 7 a.m. here.
Oh,
and
damn.
I've been listening.
I'm a morning streamer where you are.
I've been listening all night to you talking to Vaush and oh gosh, and I listened yesterday and oh god, I was so angry. I was so angry.
Me too. I was so angry. Yeah.
First of all, it was like every time I see Rob Noerr, I saw him like a couple of times on streams, and I was like, okay, when Rob Noerr's on there, I'm not gonna watch anymore because this guy is driving me insane. Because it's like they pick up a random drunk guy from a bar and put him in there. It's like
Shredo!
Yeah. It's oh my god, and the worst thing, it's like they're all about emotion.
True.
But they're trying to hide it.
Yeah, they like to
to
sell their
like
emotions as logic.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because that's what they've been primed with, the whole crazy SJWs, and so they from what I see it's like every time you make an argument, they see like, oh yeah, that's just crazy SJW talk, you know?
Every time.
And
Every debate.
yeah,
Yep.
and I mean, women know this, and I assume I'm not trans, so I assume for trans women it's even worse. Like, oh yeah, I don't need to listen to her. So I was
On certain
really,
issues, yeah. On others, it's like
yeah.
I would say it's about like trans misogyny has been well talked about, you know. But I think that like for the most part, it's pretty much on par. And then there's a few issues where it gets worse, you know, because obviously, once we start talking about trans stuff, then they're just like, oh, then it goes all out, and then you get the stuff like last night where Rob's just like, you want to castrate children?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, God, holy shit, shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, exactly. That's and the way he came here in there about the unions. Yeah, I don't know much, and he's allowed to talk on and on and on, and he always talks over people.
True.
Nobody calls him out on it. As soon as you do it, it's like, well, you're supposed to shut up, because that's part of their what their worldview. It's kind of falling apart.
Yeah.
That's how they see it. Like this whole patriarchy thing that they're desperately trying to hold on. And that's what it's about, because that's why we can't have the trans kids on hormone therapy, and because then
they
feel
kind of see it like
whole...
this sort of like they see this all as signs of the oncoming degeneracy, and they don't say that out loud, but you can sense it when they're motioning towards that. And actually, I mean, literally, John Burke did say degeneracy at one point, but not many people caught that. I think Vaush was away from the stream at that point, but and I don't even know if I got to capitalize on it, but yeah, they do do that. Yeah. Sometimes literally.
I heard that, and it's like I don't even have words for it. Yeah. So, but what was I going to say? Like, conversion therapy is like, it's outlawed here. You know, it's torture, and I'm not even sure if they do know what it entails. Or if they don't.
I don't think they care sometimes. Like, I think Rob is in that middle position where he doesn't know some of the more extreme stuff, but he also doesn't really care that much. And that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, here in the States, it is outlawed in some places and it's not outlawed in others, depending on your state. And I think that like a lot of the services a lot of the church services, mostly it is a lot of church services that offer this, they do keep the parents somewhat in the dark, and that's intentional because it lets the parents just send their kids away and wash their hands, like they're getting rid of an annoyance, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, with him, you can't have a decent conversation with him, and it's like every time, you know, because I see you like looking at the screen, and people are saying like it's bad optics, but I agree with you, because you look at like, oh my God, what the fuck, you know, he's so wrong, and so because I agree with you, I'm like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But they see it as you being emotional, because they assume that you're being emotional. And it's like, even because John asked that at one point, like, but do you trust the doctors? I think he asked Vaush about the medical treatment, and they don't even know how many physicians and what the process is. And the good thing is they did a lot of documentaries here. There was even like a 4 season documentary about trans people.
Mm-hmm.
All kinds of trans people, and also there were children, and you could see how they were suffering under, and it's like very young kids that were like 3 years old that were going like, no, I'm a girl. You know,
it's
and keep going like that, and keep going like that, and the parents don't just go to the doctor when they first hear that. They wait and wait and wait and see if it's a phase, and then eventually they go to their physician, and it's a whole process. It's not something like a kid goes like, oh, I think I'm a girl, and then like, okay, yeah, let's do this, and that's
that's their whole
fear-mongering.
thing. It's the fear. It is the fear mongering, and this is one thing that makes me like, I do kind of like, it makes me almost a little bit crazy in conversations like this, because I know that like, and again, this is not meant to diss Vaush or anything, but Vaush hasn't lived my life. Vaush doesn't know, like, personally how hard it is to get anyone to even let you go to a doctor in the first place. Parents never, like, in America, just on a pure statistics level, the chance of your parents taking you seriously if you ever bring up problems of gender dysphoria is next to zero. It is so low in this country. Not only do they not, like, first of all, we don't even, like, most Americans don't even know that trans people are, like, a real thing. They just don't even know what it is. They just think, like, oh, well, trans people are just super gay. And it's like, what the fuck? And then, like, that happens. And then once you get to the doctor, like, let me just, like, for real quick, for people who are listening, I'll give you a real quick example of why this is so maddening. So, back in 2016. Back in 2016, I had an orchiectomy, which is the removal of the testicles. That's it. That's all they do. It's a very minorly invasive. Mine was a little more because of the style that they did, whatever. I had to have 2 psychoanalyses. One from my primary physician, from my primary therapist, and then a second one I had to go find a psychotherapist and have them do which they did an outdated questionnaire, deeply invasive, somebody I didn't know, I had no establishment with, because you needed 2 letters from a psychotherapist to even be considered. Then I had to go through a year-long process of applying for special treatment from the insurance company, them going back and forth with finding a surgeon, and then finally a year. This was, by the way, just so you all are aware, I was an adult, like I was 25 at the time, and I had been already on hormones for 5 years. That's after all of that. I still had to, it was the Harry Benjamin questioning. Yes, I still had to be questioned under outdated stereotypes, and then I had to do it twice, and I had to receive letters for both of those, which I still have to this day. So that's what they do to adults. You have no idea what they put kids through. It is damn near impossible.
God. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, I can imagine, and that's like why universal healthcare is also so important, because over here it's like, you don't just go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but they are like, okay, I am not a professional in this field, and they will try to support you, and that is what they'll do until you can see somebody who is specialized in this. And that's not one psychiatrist. You get a psychologist, you get all kinds of care for you.
Here it's put onto the patient. They don't help you. You have to go do it yourself. Even when you're and when it's a trans kid, it's all on the family. So if you don't have a supportive family, you are not going to get treatment. It is damn near impossible. If your family doesn't support you, it's not happening.
Yeah, and that's like something John and especially drunk guy,
Rob.
they will never understand that.
They will not.
They
They don't
will
care to.
never understand that, and they just want to keep their safe patriarchy, where they don't get to lose and they don't get to told anything by women, especially when they're a little aggressive.
Yep.
You know, because of course you're aggressive. If anyone else does that, because Rob does it all the time, but he's not called aggressive. He talks over everyone, and it's like all fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, because I see in these panels, I see a lot of other women just sit there for a long time before they get to say anything.
Yep.
It's it's a real problem. And well, as far as advice, it's really difficult because it's all also it's about optics, sadly. Because
most of the critique that I get in my life is about optics this and optics that, and I think people forget that their optical analysis is not an objective optical analysis. It's very hard to acknowledge like optics. It's really hard to come to a conclusion. Now there are certain tactical things. I love getting tactical critique, but some optics, like certain optics ones, just comes down to what you conclude and what your read of the audience is. It's really hard to react to that because everybody has a different read of that.
Yeah, and their community is going to see you as lovely term they always use for women, unhinged.
Yes, screeching, banshee, unhinged. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been literally called hysterical before, which is hysterical that happens. But yes, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It's yeah, and what I do notice with Rob is that often he'll go to topics, and then it's like I think it's important to remind him to stay on topic.
That's what I told Dylan earlier. I did say that my biggest critique is that I think that Dylan needs to crack down on gish galloping, is what they call it. You know? Because I think it ruins the show. Like I get it to a certain degree. You know, everybody. You know, it's a loose format. Everybody's gonna bring up a couple points and whatever. But his gish galloping was ridiculous. He brought up like 15 different cases read at a speed that nobody could possibly comprehend, and it's just like, how is anybody supposed to enjoy this, and how am I supposed to respond to this? How is anybody supposed to give you good faith critique, even if we wanted to?
Exactly, and he began with that immediately, with bringing up the Trump steal, with that absolutely nothing to do with it.
Right.
And the whole world thinks it's not a thing.
I know.
You know, and they can call you anything, but you can't call them stupid or whatever, because that's
mean.
That's that you're doing the same thing. They equate that.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely not different. It's ridiculous to even assume that those things are the same.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot on the line for trans women.
Yeah, especially right now.
And
like it's that I brought this up in the panel, but like I wasn't able to elaborate on it just because of the circumstances, but every single conservative channel in the United States right now, all of the biggest ones, all of them are doing like 3 videos a week about trans people. It's horrible.
Yeah.
The eye of Sauron is on us. This big fucking burning evil eye is just like, we hate trans people now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, it's coming here more and more too, sadly, and it's scary. But most. I mean, 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 it's most opinion things that a lot of people don't really apply to. I mean, my 75-year-old dad is it's like I can explain this to my 75-year-old dad, and he gets it.
Yeah.
He gets like trans people should be treated with dignity and humanity, and that they should be addressed as how they wish to address with their pronouns.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's
So,
something that a
it's
lot of
sad.
people underestimate. I mean, I'm sure you don't. You seem to be pretty interested in the like U.S. politics scene, which is pretty cool. But like here,
Yeah,
the
because
conservatives
I
here
lived
are
there for a while.
wild. Like they're not like conservatives anywhere else. Here in America, our conservatives are fucking wild. They don't even like they think they, oh God, it's so bad. It's so
Yeah.
bad.
Our right-wing kind of conservative party is the Democratic Party.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, well, sadly, we have two far-right parties here.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have so many parties, and there's a lot of infighting in their parties.
Yeah.
In those far-right parties, luckily. So
Yeah.
hopefully they'll collapse.
That would be
at one
fantastic.
point.
Let them keep fighting each other for as long as possible. Keep their fucking filthy policies out of politics. Jesus.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And nobody wants to work with them.
Well, they don't want to work with
So-
anybody. The one thing that we see, and I'm sure it sounds like you watch a lot of panels, so I'm sure you've seen how many panels have to throw off right-wingers because they can't even follow the most basic rules. They are impossible to
Yeah.
get along with.
It's like saying not being able to say the N-word is like means
kryptonite.
like they won't be able to breathe anymore.
Well, yeah,
You
some
know?
of them, I don't know. Some of them, once they turn off the camera, sometimes I swear to God, these people don't say another word, but that's their favorite word. But I don't know. It is rough. Like, I don't know. I don't envy Dylan's job or Prime's job trying to find right wingers that you can put on without losing your
Yeah.
platform because it's pretty rough.
Yeah, yeah. And then there are like cancel culture for we've been silenced.
My free speech. I can't say the most offensive word I can imagine on a public platform that is trying to make money. It's like, I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I have to say, you are extremely brave.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll do my best. I do have a thick
Yeah.
skin. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, thank God, because I saw that, and that's like, oh, I'm so happy for that, because you are fighting the fight. You are, because I remember the gay rights, and that was much earlier here than in the rest of the world. But I still remember that, and wow, those people bled for it, and
we are bleeding now, and I'm as thick as my skin is. Like, I mean, Vaush said it earlier. I don't know if you were watching earlier, but there's nobody else. I'm like the only trans person in the online debate space right now. Like, there's like no one else. Like, there are other trans content creators, but nobody in the debate space, and that makes me sad. And I don't know. I guess it's a stroke of luck that I have fucking a turtle shell on my back that just lets stuff glance off. But it's we got a long way to go, and I won't pretend like I'm like the first one ever. There's been a lot who've come and gone who just didn't, and this isn't because they were bad or they were anything. They just couldn't deal with the pressure, and I could barely deal with the pressure at times. So I can't even imagine what it's like for somebody who didn't expect it or whatever. It's fucked. But I hope that I hope that it changes over time. Yeah. Well, Are you still there? Sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second there. Oh no, did I lose you? Am I disconnecting? No. Oh no, I can't hear you. No, what happened? Maybe the mic got muted? Here, try disconnecting and reconnecting here. Go like this. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you. A Discord glitch.
Yeah, because oh yeah, that's Discord does that to me all the time. It hates me. But yeah, I would. I'm a cis woman. I would not even be able to imagine to be able to do what you're doing.
Well,
because like yesterday, I was like, oh my God, that made me it made me angry and sad and like, wow, all this hate.
yeah. Well, it is a lot of hate, but I also get a lot of love. And it's thanks to, people like yourself even, people who come in and share with me, and it means the world to me.
Yeah. And yeah, you're fighting a good fight. And I can tell you like calm down or whatever, but even if you do, I think they are still gonna see you the same way.
Sometimes, yeah. I do think I can probably get better though, and that's what I'm trying to do right now.
Yeah, so. And that's what you like. What we're talking about with Vaush. It also happened that he managed to calm down a bit more.
Yeah.
Which helped. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But I think there are many more people who want to talk to you. So, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much. This was a wonderful conversation, and I'm
yeah,
so happy that my show's able to reach you, and always will. The show will always be free, and we're always going to broadcast it to as far as we can get. So.
And the cooking is great.
Cooking Mama, it's going to get even better. In the future, I'm going to do my own cooking videos, and we're going to do recipes that these other people did. So I'm going to make stuff that Dave made. I'm going to make stuff that Kay made. I'm going to do all of it.
God.
It's going to be great.
You better make a really, really dirty barbecue first.
Oh, it's going to be great. Once I get that set up, it'll be a little while because I don't have a grill yet here at this apartment, but, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me on.
Absolutely. Bye, and hopefully we'll talk again in the future.
Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, that was such a great conversation. Give me a minute. Don't bring anybody else in yet. Give me just a minute. I got to hit the restroom, but I still got energy. You know it. I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. Purpley Beachon did it, and it's amazing. Love you. Alrighty. Hey, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Deeply appreciate it. I am back and ready for more. And guess what? I got me a motherfucking sody, bitches. That's right. It's sody time. Oh, all right. Nadablank. Welcome to the show. What are your pronouns? You are muted currently.
I'm muted.
You're back.
Hey.
Hi, Nadablank. What are your pronouns?
I don't have any. I live a label-less life.
Damn, that's based as fuck. All right.
Yeah.
Well, so what can I do for you tonight?
I want to commend you for even opening up to a critique, because just opening up like yourself like this is will allow reflection, and you'll absolutely get better at whatever you're trying to get better at. So I just want to say that
Thank
first.
you. Yeah, I've done it before, but not quite to the same degree. I have a lot more viewers now, and I will do it again because I want to be the best. I already am, but you know.
I've never heard any callers call in. Yeah.
Oh. Wait, so how long have you been watching?
Well, how long have I been watching? Couple months.
Damn. Wait, we did a call-in stream for 5. Well, I guess maybe we didn't make 5K. Maybe 5K wasn't. Wait, 5K was like not that long ago. Whatever.
I'm not like a regular, but I have watched the last couple of days because
Hey, cool. Well, regardless, no judgment. Appreciate having you here. Some of my call-in streams are pretty cool, but yeah, I do some call-ins from time to time. Usually we end up with a line.
And thank you for making Maine so attractive. I so want to go to Maine now.
Maine is beautiful.
I have this whole little fantasy set up in my head of like chilling in the nature of Maine.
It will probably be all that and more than you can imagine. There's some strange. Maine's a little as a quirky place, but it is incredibly beautiful. And if you take some time to do a little bit of researching and talking to locals before you go, you'll find some genuinely incredible stuff. And yeah, like God, I could tell you a million places. There's a million campgrounds. They're cheap as hell to stay at. Some of them have cabins. Some of them are tents only. Some of them are.
I need a cabin.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. I mean, here's the cool thing about Maine. I know this is not probably what you called in to talk about, but in Maine, it is very common in the summer for people to rent out their what's called a camp in Maine. They call anything. And when they say camp in Maine, like up to camp, it's literally a joke. You're going up to camp there. Hey, Downey, we're going up to camp. Anyway, so that sort of thing with the down east accent and everything. But if you rent a camp in Maine, it's a house. That means a house that's on a lake or in the woods. And people will they're mostly owned, like they're mostly generationally owned. So people will rent them out during the summer all the time because you can make a fuckload of money renting out your really nice house in the summer. We used to do that. We lived in Maine, and our family, of course, my family isn't from Maine, so we didn't have any land like that. But every summer we would rent this house from an old couple, and it was the most phenomenally beautiful thing you can possibly imagine. So, yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I'm off in my little fantasy here. Okay. Anyway.
It is fantastical.
I just want to go somewhere so bad.
I feel you. I miss travel. I am a wandering spirit in many ways. I've lived all across the United States, and I haven't traveled in a long time because of COVID and more. So yeah.
Yeah. Have you been to Japan?
I have not. No. I have been. Let's see.
Wonderful.
So I've been to. Well, I've been to basically every region of the United States. Not every single state, but I've been to basically every single region, climatological region of the United States. I've been to internationally. I've been to Canada. I've been to the Netherlands. I've been to Germany, France, Austria. I've been to Cayman Islands and Jamaica, and that's it, I think. Yeah, I haven't gone anywhere in Asia yet. Although I almost had the opportunity to go to China for a month, but it didn't work out in the end, which sucked because I was really hyped for it. We were gonna take a train all the way up into Mongolia and go way out into the plains of Mongolia, but it just didn't work out. So
that sounds great.
Yeah.
Anywho, my main thing that I wanted to tell you, and I've never called anything literally in my life. I am 42 years old, Demon Mama, and I've never called anything in my whole fucking life.
Well, it
but
means
I'm
the world to
calling
me.
you because I need you to know.
Okay.
You are fucking Demon Mama.
True, I am Demon Mama.
Like you fucking created this whole fucking thing. And these people who are fucking calling and telling you how to fucking be, fuck that.
Listen, they mean well. They mean well.
No. They're not you.
True.
They have no idea what the fuck Demon Mama is. They have their own little fucking lives. And they come here and they fucking try to put all their little fucking issues and lives on you. And that is bullshit. You need to listen to who you fucking are.
Oh, I know. But at the same time, you know, I got a big personality, though. I know that I can take it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I will say, okay. Maybe don't say that their argument is stupid. I know they're fucking stupid. Everybody in your chat knows they're fucking stupid. We all know they're fucking stupid. So if you say, like, don't get me wrong, I love it, but
see, I probably got to go a little lighter on it in the future. There's so many more eyes on me.
Exactly. Okay, just ask them an open-ended question that shows how fucking stupid they are. It's when you say, okay. Yesterday you said, I'm gonna say this in the fucking nicest, most respectful way possible, but your idea is fucking stupid as shit.
I was proud of that one, okay? That was my best insult of the night, all right?
Okay, no, okay, I got it. I laughed, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. You're a fucking Demon Mama, okay?
True.
I'm not saying don't fucking be Demon Mama. You fucking know who you are. What I'm saying is just when you say that, their fucking stupid brain goes, oh fuck, someone's calling me fucking stupid. I have to fucking be a big fucking shot now. I'm gonna get fucking. Oh, I don't want to say pwned. Is that old? I'm fucking old. I just learned.
It's a little dated, but it's still fun.
Well, I'm dated. I'm old as shit.
These days, people tend to say wrecked, dunked on, clapped, stuff like that.
Clapped. Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one too. Fucking clap them.
Clap those motherfuckers.
See, hey, look, we got some nostalgia for pwned in the chat.
I'm gonna say pwn until I die. Listen, I still say MapQuest, so give me a fucking break.
Now that's a deep cut. There we go, MapQuest. Damn, I haven't heard that name in a while.
No. When you said fucking kid pics, I knew what the fuck kid pics was.
Kid pics. You know, you get the different letters. You get the guy who says E, and then the guy who says X.
I forgot kid pics even existed, and then you said it, and this whole rush of fucking memories from me being on my mom's
Kid pics was so pog. It was so amazing. Oh, that's another thing people say now is pog. Pog means badass. That's like amazing.
I know pog, but okay. When you're old, you can't go around saying let's fucking pog.
You'd be surprised. Now some people will cringe out, but at the same time.
Mama, I'm a professional. I have a professional gig. I'm not going to be.
All right, fair enough. See, I can get away. I'm 30, and I can get away with saying pog because I'm in one of those jobs where, like, first of all, people assume I'm younger than I am, and second of all, I'm on Twitch, so they're like, whoa, they said pog. All the kids are like, yay.
That's what I'm saying. You are on fucking Twitch. You're saying you're paying your fucking rent. You don't owe these motherfuckers anything. What the fuck? Like, what? Why? Why would you even devalue yourself like that? Like, that's bullshit.
Because like I wanna do. You know, I don't want to just be making my rent. You know, I want to fucking.
No, I'm not saying you don't want to just be making your rent. What I'm saying is,
best.
No, but what I'm saying is you already have that. Like, don't be ungrateful for what you already have. Like, I have I'm not in my job right now, but when I am, I gotta fucking get up and go on days I don't want to fucking do. And you figured out how to sit in that fucking room and do whatever the fuck you want.
That is true, and I will say that's the part I love the most about it because
So don't discredit that.
Oh god, I'm so like, oh fuck, it's a lot of work. I'm not gonna lie, like this fucking channel is a fuckload of work, but it's work I like to do.
Sure.
So like, and it is true when I'm on the camera, well, most of the time I'm having fun. Sometimes I want to tear my own hair out, but most of the time I'm having fun, which is pretty awesome. And you know, my previous jobs were way more agonizing than this, even though there's certain aspects of this job that I'm like, holy shit, this is like so much work, but it's like, it's cool work, you know, it's kind of cool.
But it's work you're doing for yourself. So
that's true. And it is, yeah, it's true. I am a, at this point, in the truest form of being self-made. I didn't have $100,000, just made a show that people like. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of fucking cool. Yeah.
So for that reason alone, do what the fuck you want.
True. Yeah.
And okay. Okay. Who was that Steak 2020 fucker last night? Okay, that
guy, John Burke. Yeah.
First of all, he's not hot. I don't give a shit what any of you say. That guy's fucking gross. Anyways.
That's what I said, but listen, some people have different sensibilities and tastes than me. All right.
That's fucking gross, dude. Oh, sorry. Anyway, what I was going to say, what was I going to say? What did I start saying?
You said John Burke? Did John Burke guy, Whiskey Man?
Okay, here's the deal. Here's the deal with Steak 2020. Okay? Okay, that guy. Okay. Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say because of my problem.
It's okay. Don't worry. Okay. It's all right. Listen, my brain goes off the track all the time. Okay.
What I'm trying to say is do what you want, but I do think that you let these people devalue you, and I don't think that's cool.
I mean, I will say that like a part of it is habit. I mean, I talked about this, you know, with regard to religion. I have a hell of a fucking guilty streak, and when it is actually something I've had to check, especially in the previous cancellations, of just I would spend so much time thinking about like, oh god, what if I am fucking shit? What if they're right? And like it is hard, but
no, that's a waste of time. Don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. I mean, I know there's been people like I get, you know, I get a lot of messages and you know.
Do you meditate?
I mean, not formally, but I do spend a lot of time thinking. Like I've always been that way. I've always spent a lot of time just sitting and thinking. And I wouldn't really call it like formal meditation, but like I spend like usually a good, like at night, like I will go to bed and think for a long time before I actually fall asleep. And then same thing goes like when I'm playing certain games, like especially when I play like super zen games, like this one I've been playing recently, I'll think about topics for hours while I'm just doing something passively, some game that requires a lot of repetition and whatever, and I'll just think on things for an extensive amount of time. I mean, that's how I've always been. I've always been a like a heavy ruminator, I guess is the word. Like I think about shit all the time. So while I don't do like formal meditation, I spend a lot of time thinking, and there's a lot of time where I'll, you know, pace around the house just thinking about things because I can't sit still because I have ADHD. So, but yeah.
Well, I think part of the reason I called you too is like you say things like that and you say other things like sody and stuff, and it kind of reminds me of myself, and I think that's why I like listen to your.
Well, damn, that's flattering because you've been cool as hell coming in here. So if I'm half as cool as you, damn.
I had something else to say though.
Don't let them derail.
What?
Don't let them derail you.
Hold on. I want to say something about that Destiny guy.
Oh shit. Oh boy, here comes the spicy takes.
I don't have a spicy take. I just okay. I can't stand that fucking guy. And the reason I can't stand that fucking guy is because he comes from a place of hate. I could see it in his eyes. That fucker's miserable. That fucker is treating people with transactional communication. And the reason I know is because I found out about him by watching Dr. K, which was like a whole thing where he was talking to fucking psychologist, Dr. fucking K. And that's how I found out who that fucker was.
You know
What?
the truth.
What is going on? I just looked over at the computer. What is going on?
No, I'm dying because, see, that's the thing. That's the secret. That's the secret truth that everybody... See, on the internet, everybody forgets anything that happens more than a year prior. And, like, so because it's just everybody is always refreshing, nobody knows about some of the stuff that's happened. And some of the stuff I didn't even know about. And I was just like, oh, fuck.
That guy is.
You're on the point, man. Some people, if you're curious about the real mind of some of these people, you got to go dig in a little deeper because you're gonna have a hell of a rabbit hole in front of you.
I'm not gonna ever watch that Destiny guy. I okay, when I see him on there, I click on him just so I can go and have like 20 seconds of hate. Okay, I get 20 seconds of watching hate from that ass clown, and then I get to go and have a wonderful day. So that's all.
There you go. Get the hate out of your system. Yep.
I do. I can't stand that fucking guy. I was forged in the fires of hate, so I have to have a little bit of hate in order to stay positive.
Keeps the fires going. Hell yeah. Well,
but I just think that you should like not be listening to people who are trying to bring you down, and you should listen to yourself. Oh, I remember what that Stake 2020 fuck is. Okay, you did the strong arms. And that fucker had something to say about it. And he was like, why are you pandering to your fucking audience? Is it his fucking stream? Why is he trying to control your fucking stream?
True.
That's what I would have told that guy. I would have been like, excuse me, I'm on my fucking stream and I do what the fuck I want.
Yep, and I fucking love my imp. So of course I'm gonna give him a little bit of a show. Of course I'm gonna draw a little blood for my imps. What kind of a fucking entertainer would I be if I didn't entertain my imps? Jesus.
Like, this is your shit. You do what you want.
True. Nadablank. This has been the Poggest conversation. Holy shit. Thank you so much for your incredibly kind words and for pumping up my head with hot air larger than I should ever allow it to get. But thank you so much. It means the world to me. And
yeah, thanks for having me on. And
absolutely, anytime. You ever want to call in again? I feel so flattered that you gave me your first ever call into a show. That is like the most flattering thing you could possibly say. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Can I only know about you because of my partner Vaush. Can you just say, hey, Vaush?
Hi, Vaush. Hey, thank you for introducing Nadablank.
Hi.
Hi. How's it going?
It's good.
Hey, well, thanks for introducing Nadablank to my channel. And I don't know if you're a viewer or if you have a username here that I would recognize, but thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, cool.
All right. Am I on still?
You are.
Okay. Well, in the words of Vaush, I love you.
Much love.
And I can't remember.
No parasocial Reno.
Okay.
Much love.
Laters. Have a good night. Don't listen to these fucking people. If they're talking shit, just fucking hang up on them.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. That was awesome. Wow. Nadablank pog as fuck. This shit happened on stream? Wait, what? Hold on. I gotta look at this. What is this? What is this shit?
This shit is, to me, legitimately scarier than anything I've played in any other game. Okay, this is a horror game to me. That's what this is to me.
What?
What happened? What happened? He got scared. Did he poop? What happened? What even happened? Was it a rock? Was it a stick? What the fuck?
This shit is, to me, legitimately scarier than anything I've played in any other game. Okay, this is a horror game to me.
Okay, let me try and find out
what
happens.
this is to me.
What? Listen, okay, I'm sorry, but the best Vaush gets scared moment ever was when he was playing Outlast and he literally crashed his game because he slammed his keyboard so hard. When the dead body fell down, he went, ah! And he screamed and smashed the keyboard and the game crashed. It was so good. So fucking good. That was one of the best moments ever. All right, let's get somebody else in here. Come on, let's do this. Come on, everybody. Let's get another one in here. Come on, let's do this. Simone. Hello. Hello. Pronouns?
Hi. Pronouns, she, they.
Alrighty. Hell yeah. Welcome, Simone. How are you
Hold on,
doing?
sorry, I need to mute the stream.
That's a good idea.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I've been loving the conversation that I've been watching this whole time.
Excellent.
I guess so. The thing I wanted to say in terms of what I think would be really effective for like whenever you're back on those panels, because I was watching that last night and I just the rage was so deep.
The red mist descended.
Yes. I think something that could be really helpful is to think about how you could respond to a lot of the equivocations that, you know, like right-wing and conservative people typically make with like a really a strong narrative, like a good story. So
it's a good idea.
So I work in like science and research, and something that has like I've really come to appreciate a lot, like being like, you know, faced with quote unquote data all the time and having to like, you know, look at the research and put it all together, is that one of the most important things is about creating a story out of the data, you know, and that, you know, the statistics do say something, but like you still have to provide that narrative structure. And I think when you're dealing with people like, you know, like Rob, who just decides to go through over and over and over and over again, and like just spewing off quote unquote data points, is to like take a moment and like not I don't want to say like come up with a story, but like, you know, as as like trans people, we like the stories that we encounter with things like conversion therapy, and you know, like, I mean, that was the moment that like really just sort of like tore me apart, was when you pointed out just how ridiculous the fucking equivocation between conversion therapy and, oh, you have to sit through a presentation about racism and it makes you feel a little uncomfortable. Like, I'm sorry, like, that's, and like, you are right in that moment to express that like anger and rage, but I think when you're in that situation, you also have the possibility to sort of like just turn that completely back on him, where, you know, like he's like, his actions of just like constantly spewing over all of these facts like doesn't actually exhibit any kind of like actual understanding of the material or the data that underlies it, and like just being like, you know, like telling the story about like what do they do in conversion therapy, like what do they do to these kids who have expressed some small amount of gender non-conformativity, and, you know, get like, because of the parents that they have or the like religious structures that they grow up in, like get sent off to these like terrible fucking camps and like get abused in so many different ways, and like to really like tell that story and then move to the data, you know, like, I don't know.
No, I think that's really important. I've put a star on yours because I do think you're right. I do think that one of the things I need to work on most is, I mean, I'm usually on some, when it comes to presenting content to my audience, like when I am in control of the stream, I'm very good at making narratives. I think that's one of the things that brings people, like, people love watching my contents because I say, all right, here's why it matters. and here's the story, bam. And I think I'm good at that, but I think that I can find a way to adapt that into my debate style that would make my debate style unstoppable. Because I do think you're right. I do think that people latch on better to narratives. And to be completely honest, I think that like Rob's gish galloping style relies on the internal narrative of his own audience and the internal narrative of prejudiced members of the audience. Nobody can make sense of what he's saying, but they hear certain words that sound like the narrative. So, but I can probably do better than that and be convincing. Yeah, that's a good idea.
When you were like bringing up the fact that like they were just fear mongering and like using bigotry, and you know, I think like because of like the way we like to think how debates work, and in terms of these like purely rational like conversations that you know are not rational at all, like you know everyone is literally just screaming at each other like every 1 minute or so, and then some guy gets to come in, you know, like and like, oh, let's stop this, and I guess you know like we'll pick off from like that. When you were, they didn't like it when you used the word fear mongering and bigotry, because it sort of revealed the pure emotional aspect of where their arguments were coming from. You know, that like
that's what it is. I think it is emotional, and Rob especially. Now Rob is again like very skilled at this. He's very skilled at giving the veneer of having sources, and then if you actually poke into them, they're always bullshit every time. Every single time I've been in a debate with him, all of his crap that he carts out is always bullshit. But he's good at giving the idea that he's spewing out a whole bunch of stuff, and then it's like, and I'll put this little cherry of a study at the end, and then he relies on the fact that you can't really show your study on the screen and talk about it to depth. It's
right. Because like it's all of this like very quick, like there's no time in between, and so like I think there's a way to sort of use that shortcut but in the opposite direction, right? That like fear mongering is a shortcut for Rob and to communicate to his audience, but that like you know, fear is not the only emotion that like can drive people. I mean, like given all of the sort of like psychological studies that have been done, I would, you know, like I mean, at least on this stream, I guess, would, you know, like associate a lot of conservative ideology that is based off of fear. Yeah. You know, like,
fear.
I mean, there, you know, some experiments have been done on, you know, like white 20-something college students, and, you know, conservative people typically have some kind of association with, you know, like fear-based, yeah, but that's besides the point. But like I think that like they were demeaning you for your emotional appeals because they I think they were just it wasn't like I think this is like where the narrative thing comes in, like you weren't given the time, or you didn't give yourself the time to provide the narrative that like gave justification for the amount of emotion that you were experiencing in that moment.
I think I did get it at the very end, but I don't think I got it. I don't think I was able to get on top of that during the second segment. And part of that was because I didn't really expect us to be broaching the trans issues in the second portion of the debate. I was expecting that to be in the third one, and that was a miscalculation on my part. But yeah.
I guess like all I'm trying to, you know, like Rob is like anecdote Andy, but like what he's really doing is just rattling off a whole bunch of shit so that he doesn't have to at all think about stuff, and like or the audience doesn't have to think about it at all, because he's just rattling all of this stuff off because they've already bought into the emotional narrative. And that I think the emotional narrative is really what will get people over, is that if you provide an emotional narrative that is just as powerful, and then not only that, at the very end you just drop it, like, you know, Rob, you just had that one study you were just rattling over and over and over again, but then here's this one that like, or here's this analysis or this meta-analysis that has really dived in to, you know, like the actual factors that contribute to the well-being of these people. And like that's really what we're talking about in the end, at least when like, you know, the topic is like quote unquote trans people and their civil rights.
Yeah, I think I can do a better job narrativizing when I'm calling out a right-winger for what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good idea as well. Like, I was just thinking, like, I think that illustrating to the audience how Rob manipulates evidence could go a long way if I can. And I think I did that again in the third topic. I think I came onto that pretty well when I sort of pointed out his like bullshit about BLM, but I feel like I could have done it much more cleaner, much earlier. And I think that would be, that would be good. Huh. So yeah. Yeah. Well, you've given me a lot to think about. I really, really appreciate this feedback.
Yeah.
Like it's very helpful to me. So
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, keep up the good fight. I mean, like, I was on like some interview recently to like talk about the biology of like sex differentiation and how that was supposed to relate to trans issues, and like just like it's really scary when you're a trans person trying to be out there.
Yeah. It's
so
it's pretty fucked.
What you do,
and
you know?
I'm not I don't know. Like to me, I'm less scared than I am like just dismayed a lot of the time. Like, you know, like these people don't really scare me, but sometimes I look at the overwhelming amount of fucking bullshit hate that comes my way that's just rotten, just rotten and vile, and I just go, God, is it really still this bad? Like, how long are we gonna have to do this? And it is exhausting, but yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it. I mean, I love this shit. I don't want to fucking yield ground to these people. I love making stuff. I love making
they don't
content.
deserve anything. They don't deserve an inch.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on and giving me your feedback. It really does mean the world to me. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I hope it helps.
Yeah, it does. I promise you. I'm taking good notes tonight. I really am. So thank you. Good night for now.
Good night.
All right. Give me 1 second. I'm going to answer this question real quick. Okay. So, hey, since we're on a trans women stream, and since I'm sure plenty of y'all know, I've been taking my E straight up orally for the past 8 months rather than sublingual. Can anybody confirm or deny whatever it is about how I should be doing it? My doctor says orally is fine, and there isn't really any data to say that sublingual is better or worse than oral injection, and he works with a lot of trans people in my area. It's perfectly fine. I take my estrogen orally. Unless you have sublingual E, taking it sublingually will do nothing. If it's not formulated for sublingual, your body won't absorb it. You'll just take a long time swallowing it, and you won't notice. Sometimes certain types of estrogen is formulated to be sublingual, but unless you have specifically formulated sublingual E, don't worry about it. Just take it normally. Now, some people, there is anecdotal evidence that injections can because they bypass the liver, they can be a little bit better, but they're also very annoying. I can't do injections because I've had an orchiectomy, so I have to take it orally. There you go. Bam. It's like it's supposed to. Well, kangaroo. Underneath your tongue is a lot of very absorbative surfaces. A lot of stuff can be absorbed into your tongue, but you got to have sublingually formulated. Otherwise, most of it just goes down your throat anyway, and you waste your own time. Some people, you could probably paragoddess, but I don't really see what the reason would be. Yeah. I mean, I really liked injections. I felt like I felt the best when I did injections, but yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. No. I hear you, Elak. I hear you. Yeah. Sometimes you can. Technically, I could, but it's just a little tougher. Well, wait. You've only been on for 4 months, though. You're fine. Just don't worry. It takes time. This shit takes time. Your body... Listen, I recommend taking a moment and having a conversation with your brain, okay? Sit down and just go, all right, body, I know I'm putting you through a second puberty, but I just need you to do your best for me, okay? And then let it go, okay? I promise. It will do it. It takes a while to kick in, but it will do it, okay? And if it really isn't working, you can talk to your doctor and they'll switch you over to something else, okay? All right. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's correct. Anyway, okay, let's bring another person in, all right? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's bring another one in. MoralVirus. Uh-oh. That's a scary name. All right, MoralVirus. Pronouns.
He, him.
All right. What can I do for you tonight, MoralVirus?
So I'm relatively new to your content, and there's been a few things that I've seen. One of the things that I'm trying to formulate in my head how to explain it is earlier tonight and during the DSK conversation, you seem to have this habit of misconstruing something someone says and attributing them this misquote.
Okay. Do you have an example of that? Because it's a lot easier if I have a specific example to work with.
Yeah. Earlier with I believe his name was TheTerk.
TheTerk?
With his
Yeah.
yeah, TheTerk. With his comment thread.
One moment. I apologize to interrupt you. Yes, come in. Oh, the sandwich. Damn, thank you. Oh, that's okay. It's a little over toasted. What's that? That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Excellent. Oh, sandwiches. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I was just getting my food delivered, my hand lovingly made sandwiches that are a little bit too toasty because of the wrong type of bread. But that is literally perfectly fine with me. It's going to taste great. It's not burnt. It's just a little bit browned. Anyway, my apologies. Okay. So earlier with TheTerk, yes.
Yeah. Earlier you had the comment was but not the bottom, I believe was it for verbatim, and you seem to have misconstrued it as though he was talking about your behind, whereas it seemed to be, from my interpretation and my understanding, him commenting on whether or not you've had bottom surgery. And
I mean, do you realize though that that's like a really minor distinction for a pretty like weird thing for him to be doing in the first place? In addition to replying to people who are referring to me as it.
No, I fully agree that everything that he participated in within that conversation was completely just fucking foul, and that I do believe that there is a bit of transphobia that he's not willing to acknowledge within himself, because
I think so too.
You know, that's like a death sentence in the online community, especially around your community.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a death sentence. People get away with it all the time and have massive platforms. But yeah, certainly with my community, you'll shoot your credibility in the foot if you're being a rampant transphobe and all that sort of stuff.
Right. Yeah. But I wouldn't say it's a minor thing, because again, you're kind of misattributing something that he said, and this is I can't remember specifically what, because it's been a couple of weeks since I've seen the DSK conversation, but there was something about that conversation that kind of made me feel a little bit uneasy with how you handled the conversation, and that was you kind of needling him about being an incel. I don't think he's an incel.
I don't even think I said that in there. I think I said that there were certain things that he said that came off as a little bit incel-y. See, this is the thing that and Vaush, I'm really like Vaush mentioned this too, is the lack of charitability. See, a lot of people come in like, don't you think that it was a perfectly reasonable like, here's the thing. Ignore me being a part of this. Don't you think that interpreting somebody commenting about my bitch titties and then him responding, not the bottom though, couldn't you understand how I might actually think that he's talking about my ass? Because that's what I actually thought. Like, I actually thought that's what was happening. And now it occurred to me later that he could have been referring to whether I'd had bottom surgery or not. A very minor distinction, in my opinion, but a completely understandable one, given that the way that he was communicating, right? Don't you think it's possible I could have legitimately interpreted it that way?
Right, and that's why I was having a difficulty formulating how, because it's been a while since I've seen the DSK, and I can't pull up an exact example from that one.
Yeah.
And I felt that the Turk one was much more fresher in my mind.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are some things with and now I have gone over the DSK one many times, and I wouldn't, like, obviously it's my content. I had a whole fucking freak out where people wrote a manifesto about me and a lot of other things. But with regard to that, like, I've watched that conversation back, and most of what people accused me of saying I never actually said, and most of it was post hoc lack of charitability, assuming that I was sneakily trying to find a way to call him an incel, as opposed to just not agreeing with his position and wondering what he was trying to say. There was a lot of, especially for the first half of that, where I felt like he was not saying anything meaningful and wasn't actually willing to back his positions. And that's fine,
I agree.
you know, but
I agree with that point. I think DSK was very inequipped with being able to actually answer directly some of the challenges you presented towards his I guess hypothesis.
well, I mean, and then he immediately jumped into saying that, like, I you know, sort of smuckling and being like, you just think that women don't do anything wrong. And I was like, that's not anything close to what I said. So, yeah.
Right, but
don't know.
I do feel like there were parts in there that you needled him on, and I don't.
Sure.
I wish I had, like,
that's fair.
yeah, I wish I had some things to actually pull from to kind of like substantiate that, because right now it feels like I'm
think
kind
he
of just
needled me
talking out of my
too?
ass a little bit.
Do you think he needled me too, or do you think he was completely free of that?
I think he was super defensive. If I remember correctly, he was being incredibly uncharitable at times to some of your counterpoints to his positions. Overall, I just think that he's you know, a Destiny fan and a young kid who's not quite thought out some of the implications of what he's advocating for.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Sure.
Yeah. And trying to remember, there was something else that I had in mind as well. Yeah, one of the things I've kind of thought about talking to you about specifically was with Riley, the whole conversation. But again, it's been over a month since I've seen it, and I've kind of been drowning myself in a lot of really bad fucking mic content to try and get
Mike
myself
from
prepared
PA?
for a video.
Mike from PA?
Yes.
Damn, you should watch my content on Mike from PA. That's very funny.
I have, and I've taken some great notes about that, about his class reductionist position.
Yeah,
which
that was a little awkward one there. Yep.
I wouldn't say it's awkward.
If you want more info, you can always talk to Aiko. Aiko, like, has a
yes,
did a whole
that's
thing on it, yeah.
I actually posted in your Discord about a couple weeks ago when I first discovered your video about his class reductionist stuff, and that there was a video that Aiko was supposed to be putting up, but I can't seem to find that.
Yeah, I think Aiko did put it out. I just I don't know where her primary platform is right now. So I would reach out to Aiko. I think she's pretty she's usually pretty easy to get in touch with, but
Okay, cool. Because I know she does have a video up on the YouTube, but it's not the same one that was kind of was promised. I think this one was like 3 months later and might have been like a redub or possibly going into something else that Mike talked about that kind of hinges back to his class reductionism. And I should clarify. As old as I am, when you mentioned class reductionism, my brain completely just went blank for a bit because I couldn't fathom what that even meant. And then when you started elaborating more, I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. Yeah.
It's gone by many different names in the past. There was oh God, I don't know if I brought it up in that stream, but there's this really amazing speech from God, I want to say her last name was Firestone.
Okay.
At a it was at a big leftist rally sometime in the 60s, I think it was, and she talked about how she did this, like she fucking jumped up on the stage in the middle of this like big lefty rally and just took the mic and was like, you want us to sit back, you want us women to sit back and, you know, and just be talked over while you all completely ignore our needs, and that we are a part of the working people and that we have needs as well, and we're not going to stand for that. So you're not going to have us if you're not going to offer us solidarity in return. And this is a problem that's happened many times in the past. It's been a struggle on leftism. I think that it's one of the biggest weaknesses. I mean, after all, the left is built off of the concept of solidarity. If you start breaking solidarity because it's easier, it's more optically easy to cut out one group of people, well, all of a sudden you don't got the left anymore. So yeah, I am concerned about stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, it's come in many different forms.
Right.
But yeah, recently it's been dubbed class reductionism, and there's been this very weird movement of like trying to swear it off while simultaneously saying actually it doesn't exist, but if it does exist, it's a good thing. Adolf Reed's piece, the myth of class reductionism, which is a hilarious article. And it's like, if you go read that article, if you want to learn a little more about the type of position that some of these class reductionists take, go read that article. Adolf Reed's The Myth of Class Reductionism. It is, first of all, he cites his own son as like all of his sources, which is hilarious to me. Like just being like, yeah, my son's a professor and I really like what he has to say. It's like, okay, like what does that have to do? Okay. But also he basically makes this argument that's like, class reductionism isn't a real thing. Everybody's boogeymanning, but you know, we should do it anyway, even if it wasn't. I'm like, dude, like, I respect some of this guy's positions, but holy shit, I do not respect his position on that. I think it's totally out in left field, and I can't help but feel like it's a bit of the boomer crawling in, because he is an older guy, and he just doesn't seem to. It's almost like, I don't know, like, maybe he feels like he got what he wanted out of civil rights and whatnot, and then just doesn't care about everybody else. But for the rest of us who are still fucking waiting, sucks. So
yeah. Oh, and I know that I've listened in and out on some of the other callers tonight, and I know a lot of the critiques that have been presented to you have been about optics, and you know, I know that that's kind of a subjective thing, because you kind of have to gauge the audience and whether or not they're worth trying to win over. But I do feel like sometimes you do kind of go in for the throat a little premature.
yeah,
and I think you've made mention of that earlier tonight as well. Honestly, I don't have a problem with that kind of aggression. I know, you know, during my youth, that was one of my main goals in debates, was just to be as aggressive as possible, and kind of just browbeat them into acknowledging that, yeah, some of the things they're saying are ridiculous. And I can't remember where, but I have heard that one thing that has kind of helped people kind of lean away from their beliefs is mockery and ridicule.
Sometimes,
so like, I think it's a useful tool if you know how and when to use it. And I haven't seen too much of your content, especially as of late, but I think you definitely have a great grasp of how to use it. I think it's just a matter of fine tuning when to use it. That's something that can come with time. The more you do it, because I know you. The first debate I saw was you on the Hippy Dippy about a month and a half back, and I can't remember if Rob was on that one or if it was Lecture Fan, but you know, it got really annoying sitting there listening to everyone well, not everyone, but some of the people try and talk over you and say that you're somehow interrupting them, ignoring how
Isn't that
often they would
fucking annoying?
interrupt you. Yeah.
It's fucking wild. I people don't believe me until they see it with their own eyes. People start watching my content and then they spend a little bit of time just seeing just how many times I get accused of interrupting people when I was just interrupting myself. Last night, nobody noticed this except for me and perhaps some people in my audience. But literally there was a point where I was accused, where it was the part where Dylan was like, 3 people are talking at the same time, and as you can understand, it's magic. I was saying I had been given the talking stick by Dylan, then I was interrupted by Rob, and then when I tried to, and then he started going off on a tear, and I tried to get back control so I could say my piece, and then it got canceled because 3 people can't talk at once, and when Dylan restarted it, he didn't restart with me. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I literally just got my turn stolen. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah,
and then everyone's like, oh, Demon Mama, all she does is interrupt. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I can't even get my own turn in. Like, I don't know.
No, I agree, and I haven't seen your conversation with Rob, but I imagine it's to the extent of whataboutisms and
oh, you're gonna like that one. We got
Yeah.
a meme out of that one. Wait a minute. Real good one. Classic meme. It's on the website. We don't have it on the Discord because the website's down from getting DDoSed, but
right.
But we have it on the website. When you hit if you type in "wait" in all caps with an exclamation point before it, it'll do the wait a minute.
Yeah. So I figure, God bless you for having the patience to want to sit down and talk to Rob in the first place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I recognize there's only so many right wingers that are going to be able to be on Twitch, so I know I'm going to come up against him. I'm sure I'll end up going up against him again, but
right.
I
feel
he's,
like
he's more tolerable on some issues. Honestly, like, oh god, like I had a great time. When you do get the chance to watch the Rob debate, I did like 8 solid hours of research on Antifa and the history of Antifa before that. He was not prepared. He was not ready for that. And it was really funny because I think that he ended up looking like a total tool by the end, because it was a format where we had strict time limits and well, okay, not truly strict time limits, but we had relatively strict time limits, and he just couldn't run with that because, what's he going to do? Restate his points, and then I just immediately go down and go, oh, actually, I predicted this. Here's the research. Here's where you can go find out more about it. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
And,
also, just to clarify, can we not call Rob a tool, because that would imply he's actually useful at something?
True. Well, he is useful at one thing, and that is propagating the right to hapless Pennsylvanians. So,
God, that's sad considering he's got some pretty stiff competition from Mike.
Yeah, well, I don't know that Mike really cares to win that audience. I don't know what I don't really understand
Mike to me is more of a detriment to the left and probably helps out the right far more than anything else.
Maybe. I have mixed feelings about Mike. Like, some things that he does are like so infuriating, and I hate that I'm glad it seems like he's backed off the class reductionism thing a little bit. But god damn, I don't understand some of his approaches. And like, I don't know. The toxic masculinity thing is so fucking weird to me. Like, I'm going to beat you up in real life just weirds me the fuck out. I don't know. We'll see, though. I do think and also his stupid thing recently with Bo of the Fifth Column was fucking ridiculous. A ridiculous waste of time. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, you're telling me about a waste of time. That's what the subject of my video is going to be, and it's been 5-6 days of research just on Mike's part history, and now I've got to go through all the documents for Bo, and that's I'm not looking forward to it.
You should send it my way when you're done, because that sounds interesting as hell.
All right, I will. All right, I don't want to take up any more of your time, so thank you for having me on.
Thank you for coming on. Sorry I'm eating a sandwich, but
no, it's
I'm really
fine.
hungry.
All right.
No, thank you so much, and hopefully I'll hear from you again in the future. It was really nice. I appreciate your feedback a lot. Seriously.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. Hey, that was great. I'm gonna take some notes there. Let me take down my notes here. Give me 1 second before the next person comes in. All right. All right. Let's bring the next one in. Let the next one in. There we go. Ha reference. Ha. Hello, D.
Hi. Okay, let me mute the stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pronouns?
She, her.
All right, D. Welcome to the show, and thank you for being here. What can I do for you?
Okay. First thing,
Mm-hmm.
please do not stop making facial expressions at the camera. Everyone loves it.
I know they do, and that's the one thing that I just it's not going. It's probably not going anywhere. I've always been
Okay,
expressive.
please, okay.
Yeah.
And all of those, like, stop making faces, stop. Okay, it's just, we love it.
I think the imps would kill me if I stopped making faces.
It just reminds me of when Vaush used to face the left, and then he would cock his head to the side. When,
Look at the camera like this? You mean like this? When he was in,
yeah, whenever like someone would do a JQ thing. But
that look? I wish I could hold on. I
Yep,
can
yep,
almost do
yep.
it. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here.
Vaush impression? Vaush impression?
There you go. That's my
Okay,
little
okay.
impersonation. I couldn't get it perfect, but you know, the beard, it can't get that, you know. So
Yeah, yep. But the main reason I'm here
All
is
right.
that
Hit me with
I am so tired of every debate. Both sides will go, I have a study and it says this. And then the other side goes, well, my study says this. But no one ever looks at the studies. I think there's a golden opportunity for there to be like a segment or a show where you say, hey, conservative, send me your most convincing study. I will do homework on it. I'll send you mine, and then have an entire debate where you just try to dismantle the study.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, that's like, the thing is, Jangles does that better than I do. Jangles, see, I'm at a disadvantage because while I am familiar with reading and coming to conclusions from scientific positions, I don't have a degree. I don't have credentials I can fly about. Jangles does. So I always recommend Jangles. Jangles does this all the time. Like, he did a great video recently about the latest trans sports thing. Also, apologies. I just want to call this out. Alice crying. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to all new incoming future imps. Come have a seat and enjoy yourself. Thank you for coming in. Sorry about that. Yeah, I do think there's room for that. But see, I find myself a little bit out credentialed because, you know, Vaush has a degree and Jangles has a degree, and other people who really hate my guts also have degrees, and so I just, you know, I don't have a degree. I'm a dum-dum, you know?
See,
I'm not really
I don't
a
think
dum-dum,
you need
but
one.
Yeah, maybe.
I think being able to, I don't know, not have a degree and be able to prove that you don't need one to be able to see the bullshit.
That's true, yeah.
I don't know. I think you could even do a tag team with Vaush or with Jangles and say, hey, bring me your best study, and just truly dismantle it. Because when it comes down to it, they don't have any evidence to back it up. It's like, how many times have their studies been cited
Yeah.
in an academic journal?
I mean, I've had some experiences with that. I mean, the other night, the job satisfaction during the socialism versus capitalism debate I had with the I don't remember how old they were. They were kind of sketchy about their age, but they came on and they were like, you know, people won't do anything. And I'm like, actually, I'm like, watch, I can Google this on the spot. And I found, like, using Google Scholar, I found articles that have been cited hundreds of times that talked about, because I knew about this from actually going to school, but that job satisfaction is like incredibly strongly associated with systemic and institutional gratitude. So so companies that like spend a lot of time reminding their employees how valuable they are and what impact they have, and give them actual metrics to tell how much impact they have even when their pay is worse, they have ridiculously high job satisfaction rates.
Yeah.
Because as it turns out, our psychological needs are fucking crazy important. So, yeah.
But yeah,
I'm gonna
I
take a
think
note on
it would be cool, especially to see how they try to dismantle your study.
Yeah.
Because They
I
all
think
they
just
do
won't
is they check
engage.
for Stein. They check for Stein in the name of the author, and then
Ooh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're like, oh, it's cultural Marxism.
Yep.
Cultural Bolshevism. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yep.
You're not wrong about that, though. That's the thing. Most of them just won't engage. They'll just find a way to
Yeah.
avoid. But yeah, I think there's room for that, and I'd be definitely down to consider that. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm a relatively new imp. I started watching you around 2 weeks ago.
Oh, shit.
Or wait,
Damn,
was it 2 weeks ago? It was whenever the chaos stream was. That was actually my first
shit.
stream.
Oh, you're talking about the Mike
Yeah,
Vaush review. Yeah.
Yep.
The maximalism stream.
The DemonMamma reacting to Destiny, reacting to Vaush, reacting to
Mike from PA.
Yep.
Yeah, it was good. That was so good.
Yeah, it was so entertaining.
Like that was I really went hog wild with that one, and don't worry, I got some other stuff like that planned in the future, so it should be pretty fun. That was like one of the most, like, as far as like good feedback I've gotten, unbelievable amount of positive comments. Just wild. So yeah, I'll definitely be doing something like that.
So
in the future.
fun.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I really respect that you don't ever give these people an inch. I know some people earlier on were saying that you should try to, like, maybe try to concede. It was weird. Some people were suggesting that you should, like, try to find a middle ground, and it's these arguments are so stupid. It gives credence to them to give an inch.
I do tend to believe that with certain types of arguments. I recognize that there's probably areas where I could tone back the aggression a little bit and more effectively communicate how stupid it is. But there are other times where it is just so hard to do that.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta ban this
Oh, I also think when you strike first, if you're the first person to interrupt anyone in a debate, I think you're, like, immediately a target. And so if you come out of the gates, like, swinging, everyone has, like, everyone's pointing everything at you immediately.
Yeah.
So I think
I feel like though, I feel like I was I do feel like I was a little bit put in a position by this particular one, because it was like they knew they could play nice with Vaush because he was he's a bro. They can have a beer with Vaush. And so it's like they're gonna play super nice and then they're gonna direct shit towards me, and if I strike back, then all of a sudden it's free fucking game, which is kind of what happened. So, but yeah.
Oh, and also with Vaush, it was actually kind of shocking that he didn't notice that they were kind of buddying up to him. I remember there was a point where I was like, he was twiddling his thumbs while they're doing, and it's like, I'm a huge fan of Vaush. I discovered him like 2 years ago or whatever now, and it's like that kind of disappointed me that he didn't say something sooner about the direct targeting of you. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe he was focusing on his
what he said was,
rhetoric.
He knows I'm strong enough to handle myself, and I appreciate that. It's true. I can, but maybe we probably could have synergized better, but that will probably happen with time. Sorry, I took a bite. I was just, and then of course I started
it's
talking.
whatever.
I don't know about that radical static. I mean, maybe he did, but whatever. Like, that just means as time goes on, the next time I'm in a 2v2 alongside Vaush, we're going to kick it twice as hard because we know how our styles are. And we do have slightly different styles. It is true that right now, my current state is like a lot closer to like Vaush a year and a half ago.
Oh yeah, I was going to say that. It's so comfy and nice that, like, I miss in Vaush's early streams when you would actually be able to have that dialogue back and forth and have a conversation in the chat, and your channel still has that.
Yeah, I mean, nice. I don't know if it's just a manner of growth or if it's a manner of culture change or what. I mean, it's possible that that my channel will get Hassaned eventually too, and I would be sad because I'm super community focused. But there's also a possibility that just like we have different we just have different approaches to community building, which is true. I'm way more hands-on than Vaush is personally. Vaush has some really great people on his team, but like I know Vermin does crazy hard work on the Discord. But I am always in my Discord. Like it's just I love it. And so we'll see what can happen. I have some ideas, and it might just be that it's inevitable. And if that's the case, then what I'll do is I'll do what Vaush has done, and I will prop up other smaller streamers, and the stream lovers can go hop over there, and the people who don't mind spamming KekD in chat can keep watching, you know? So I'll always try to do that. You know, I'm a pretty community-minded person in general, so if it happens, I'll find a way to make it cool. And you know, I know there's a lot of stream lovers in my chat, so I'm sure they'll be able to find cool spots. And if I'm at the size of Vaush, then I can't really be sad if people want to go get a little cozier in a different chat. You know, I can't really begrudge them that. So maybe I'll swing by. The other thing too that's different about me and Vaush is that Vaush doesn't really watch a lot of streams. Vaush never really was much of a stream watcher. I am a stream addict. Every day that I'm not on stream, I'm hanging out in other people's stream chats. I just fucking love it. And that's been a huge boon for me because it's meant I've made a lot of networking. You know, I've made a lot of friends. And I don't imagine myself not, I mean, okay, I'm going to probably have to switch to like an alt account, but I always intend to have my my finger on the pulse of the streaming world because I love it. And I love hanging out in small chats, and I love hanging out in medium chats, and yeah, it's really super cool. So
I mean, even big chats are fun sometimes. It's just hard to have an intellectual discussion.
Yeah. I mean, I remember the real old days of Vaush where people would fucking paragraph each other and have totally parallel discussions in chat. I mean, we're seeing that right now. You can see people doing that right now.
Yeah.
And I think there will certainly be like opportunities for that. Like I have had a couple of ideas, like having multi chats, like multiple chat rooms that like you can't, like once they hit maximum, you can't really hop easily between them, and then I'll just pop between them randomly, so people don't know when I'm going to be looking at that chat. That might work, but we'll see. We'll see.
That's interesting.
True, Cyborg, you were one of the paragraphers. I was not at that time. I became a paragraph. Well, I never really was a paragrapher. I was a bit of a memester. I did get a chant of what was it called? School Shooter Steve going once, which was great. While Destiny was, I don't know, maybe that's why he doesn't like me so much.
True. Oh, another difference.
Chapter.
Oh, another difference between you and Vaush is that Vaush bad, DemonMama good. So that's about it.
Let's not curse it, all right? Be careful. I told you, fucking DMDS is fucking a virulent strain. It is bad. It is real bad. It spreads like the fucking plague, all right? So be careful. We got to get some vaccines out there before it goes out of control. Do you remember the first panel I saw you on? Vaush counterpoints and frog. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I was fucking doopy on that one. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and really appreciate your feedback. It means the world to me. Seriously, it does.
Yeah, love you, no parasocial Reno.
Much love.
That's a hard word to say.
Yeah, parasocial Reno. I've gotten a little better at it over time. Yeah, it's a bit of a tongue twister. So, thank you, D. Thank you. Have a good night. All right, that was a great convo. Oh, so cool. What? How great. All right, let's get another somebody in here. Come on in. Let's get a new one in. Silent. Hello.
Hey, I was just checking in. We've got 4 people currently left on our list.
Okay.
Do you feel confident that you could go finish with them? Do you want us to open it up to more people beyond that?
Well, let's do these 4, and then we might do some bonuses. But no promises, because I will do the next 4 who are on the list, but no promises. Because, yeah, we're pushing into 9-hour stream now, and although this has been very fun and relaxing and not super strenuous, I do got to stop eventually, because I got to go do some other stuff, so. Yeah, we'll do the 4, and then we'll go from there. Thank you so much. You rock, so thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. NaeMiaw. Hi, NaeMiaw. What are your... Hello? You're muted right now.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Pronouns?
They, them.
Alrighty. All right. How can I help you tonight? Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. So I have a few things to talk to you about.
Okay.
The first is just a note about John Burke for yesterday.
Okay.
I noticed when I rewatched the stream that the reason he attacked you so soon, that's because he thought. Sorry, I have a fucking cat.
That's okay.
Missing my.
Fucking cats.
So
I feel you.
yeah, no, she's really cute, but she's really needy. So you called him a populist, and he took it as an insult. So I think that's why he thought you were so antagonistic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's what I remember too. I remember being blindsided by how angry he was, and all I made was like a statement that like, oh, I wish populists would back unions. They're like a populist structure, but.
Yes, same. Like I only noticed because I watched it a second time, so that was a bit weird. And I also have some kind of anecdote that might maybe you could bring it up about the trancing kids and so if it's not obvious, I'm French, and here we have had a recent justice case with a trans girl that's named Lily, and she's 8 years old, maybe 9 now.
Okay.
She's had a very, very mediatic transition. She's been on a lot of TV shows, and her mom is very, very supportive, and she asked a name change recently, and it was refused. And the reason was because she didn't have any permanent change to her body.
Ah, yes, that old loophole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's been a problem in certain places here too. Yep.
Yeah, and obviously, surgery and even hormones aren't legal for kids, but at the same time, and it's absolutely illegal. Like name change in France now, it's been a few years, and you can literally go to the town hall and ask for a change when you're trans. You're not even supposed to give any justification.
Wow.
But obviously,
what was denied?
It doesn't go that well. But
yeah. So yeah. This is something that's happened here a lot too. So let me lay out a little example for some people who are out there. So so here's the process I had to go through to legally change my name. When I changed my name, first I had to call the capital of my state because there was nowhere, nobody knew if there was what the process was for a name change about being trans. So I had to call. They didn't know right away, so they had to transfer me, and then they had to call me back. As it turns out, you need to have a letter from a doctor that proves that you have had medical alteration towards your ideal gender, so much like what you mentioned before. And thankfully, I had a doctor who was willing to do something very sneaky, which was he wrote a letter that said, I assert that name has had medical/surgical intervention, date, sign. So even though I was only on hormones, he wrote the slash, which meant, okay, that covers all your bases. Now, not every doctor will do that. You might not be able to get a cool, this was a doctor who was very trans friendly. So he knew like, they're not going to think twice.
Smart.
Yeah. So then I took that document and I had to take it to a city hall or a city clerk, county clerk, I think it was. And I had to then provide a original copy of my birth certificate. But that's not the end of it. So in order to get the birth certificate changed, I needed to have, so this is where you get caught, right? So I needed to have a birth certificate that had already been adjusted. And because I was born in a different state than the one that I grew up in, I then had to take that letter. And thankfully, because the state that I was born in is more progressive than the state that I grew up in, I got denied. They said, you got to go get this. I did a big process. I got an adjusted birth certificate. They finally sent it to me, And then I was able to take the adjusted birth certificate in to have my name changed. But that wasn't the only thing I had to do. I also had to pay the fee, which was like $125, very expensive. And I also had to go to a local paper and declare that, and have them publish my declaration of name change. Now, this is yes, it's very weird. Yeah, but it's a dated law. Now, this is like super weird. Now, you might go, what the fuck? Why would you ever have to involve a newspaper? Well, it turns out that back in the like early 1900s, people were afraid of people avoiding debt by using a name change. So they would make you announce it in the paper. So if there was somebody who was trying to avoid debts, you could find it in the paper. So now I had family members who didn't know I was trans. So now, of course, it was published in the middle of nowhere, so nobody found it because nobody reads the fucking newspaper anymore. But I had to go contact a newspaper and have them publish my dead name is hereby changing dead pronoun to blah, and that was printed in the magazine. I had to clip that out and I had to take that into the county clerk, and they finally let me change my name. Now in some states you can't do it, like all of that wouldn't have applied. And also, by the way, when I actually took my name change paperwork, all of that I did in to go get my new driver's license, they didn't know what to do with it, so they had to call the Capitol, and I had to sit there for 3 hours where they tried to figure out how to do it. And that is different in every single state. Now, my partner is from a different state where you cannot, unless you have had surgical intervention, and they're very strict about it in this state, you cannot get your name changed on your birth certificate unless you file a civil lawsuit against your it's really stupid, so you can't change it. And during the Obama years, Obama changed it so that there was a federal loophole, basically a federal loophole, which unfortunately was closed by Trump, but it was open for a while, which was that you only needed to have a letter from your doctor and a legal name change in your state of origin in order to get your passport changed. And passports are federal identification, so they override just about anything else. You can use them instead of a birth certificate, which allows you to basically, change your name on everything. And that was Obama literally created, and this is why a lot of people say Obama was the best president for trans people. It is kind of true, unfortunately, for all of his flaws. Was because he made it so that you could use the federal loophole to much easier change your gender marker and your name, and then you could use that to get everything else changed. And thankfully, we were able to do that for one of my partners. But yeah, I know that was a long story, but that's how they make it. They make it so that there's a million different things that hit you up and that force you to endanger yourself. It's the same thing as the 2-year life experience that they do in that they did until very recently in the UK, where you have to live without hormones. You have to live as your identified gender without hormones for 2 years, which makes you a target. If you have to struggle with facial hair, that makes your life really tough, and you don't get your hormones until after you've done that for a year. It's fucking horrible.
It's kind of the same here, but not exactly. Like legally, we don't even need a doctor letter for even the hormones. It's changed a lot the last 5 years, but we have some kind of organism that tries to pretend to be official. They even call themselves official teams, and they have nothing official about them. But they do all they can to go on TV and be the references as soon as you talk about trans identity. And yeah, they do practice the 2 years trying to be in your wanted gender or something like that before you can even gain access to hormones. And we target doctors, and we have to be super careful to not give doctor names on the internet.
They're fucking
because
political trolls, kind of. They go and try and find doctors and heckle them.
Yeah, and they target them, they get harassed, and
Jesus.
And they even change the organism name 2 weeks ago, because obviously as trans people, we don't really like that, and we try to get it known. So it was previously the suffix, and that was an acronym, and now it's something like trans society or something with trans in it. So they like really try to pass as trans friendly when they are really big bigots. And one of the heads, the doctor at the heads of this organism, has done talks that are super transphobic in conferences and all that, and it's really terrible to see these people that even come out and say, "Oh, but we just want to help you."
Yeah. It's like we have that with here. I don't know that we have any like organizations like that for trans people here. I mean, we just have raw transphobia. They don't even try to wear a mask. You know, they don't try to hide it. But yet, at least. And then, but we do have that for autism. Autism Speaks is one of those where they pretend to be for like it's supporting people with autism, but they're actually really bad for like they promote stuff that's really bad for people with autism because they believe in a eugenicist approach, which is so fucked.
Yeah, and I've seen the ad "I am autism." Oh my god,
yes,
this
horrible.
I was furious.
Yeah. It's just horrible, sickening.
Yeah. I'm maybe gonna get on my main point because I think there's still people behind me.
Sure.
Okay, so I thought that what TheTerk said was, obviously it's a bit of a joke, but it said pretty interesting stuff. And I kind of had the feeling like maybe he was one of the judges. I don't know if they are kept anonymous, but it felt like he was coming from the position of someone who was a judge or has been a judge for this kind of thing and wanted to give you pointers for what judges look for. And the main thing that I really wanted to accent, like, or maybe advise you, is when they start to interrupt you, I think a good thing would be to wait and really let them interrupt you if you see you can get anything in, and maybe note when the number of time they do that, and as soon as they finished and you can talk, tell the audience like thanks for finally letting me speak or something like that. And if it's snarky, it's even better. But yeah, I think it would like if you can shame them for like doing this, I think it would gain you approbation from both the audience and the judges.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. Honestly, that's a good idea. As much as it annoys me to get interrupted as much as I do, it probably would be a better tactic to just let them interrupt me and then make note of it afterwards. As long as I can still get in at some point, there's probably going to be some points where I'm going to have to push in. Excuse me, but I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. I agree with a lot of things that have been said about optics, but at the same time, I don't think that's the most important thing for you, even on a panel, that you have your audience and the people that you want to reach, but it's important to stay yourself, obviously. And I think like finding stuff like this, the advices you got from the people you gave stars, they are great. They may let you stay yourself and not compromise too much.
Yeah, it's tough. I think it's always a balancing act, but I tend to be, I just know that I tend to like not be much of an assimilationist, and I know that makes me unpalatable to some, but I'm never going to like, I will never be palatable to some people. So, there's only so far that I'm willing to go for optics. I have a world that I'm fighting for, and sometimes that means having to challenge people a little bit, and they might not like that, but
exactly. Yeah, you come off a bit aggressive, but I don't think it's too much, and I think it's exactly right for like the position we're in. Trans people, we're not like in a good place in the world, especially not in the US. Here, all this UK stuff is starting to affect here too, the rhetoric and everything. It has consequences on us.
Yeah, the scale is unfortunately, with America being so hegemonic, like all our garbage flows out to the rest of the world too. So I really, the stakes are unbelievably high, and I recognize that. And there's only so much I can do. I'm just a fucking TV idiot, like that's at the end of the day. Like I want to be the best debater in the world, but there's only so much I can do, So, but I'll do my best.
Still you do great, and I think when you slammed into Rob yesterday for the stupid comparison with with corporate talks, like, I think it was a good thing you did.
Thank you. I had fun with that. It would be very hard for me to not do something like that again, because that was just he fucked up so bad, and I nailed him for it. And I know some people are gonna hate me still, but yeah.
So thank you for your work.
Yeah, no, thank you for your feedback. I really seriously appreciate you being willing to come on here and give me your thoughts. That's really, really valuable. And I'm putting I'm putting stars on the ones that I think are most valuable. And I do think that allowing those interruptions and making fucking snarky ass not even snarky, even if I just make note of it and bring people's attention to it, that might actually turn it against them pretty hard. So I think that's really good. And I appreciate it. I appreciate you calling in, and also I'm very happy to hear that I seem to be having a growing international audience, and that is like super, super cool to me.
Yeah, it's the same time here as in the Netherlands, and I haven't slept either. But,
I'm so sorry. I'm ruining your sleep schedule. Oh.
Don't worry. Like, I didn't sleep here yesterday either because of the debate, and I mean, I have a shitty health. Like, I don't know if you can hear that my voice is shaky. It's not nerves. It's literally my body is shaking because I have a terrible health. But
no.
Yeah.
Well, go get some rest. I'm so sorry. I'll end stream soon. I promise.
No, it's not you. It's like it's not not sleep deprivation. It's like my body. I have chronic pain.
But sorry, that sucks.
But yeah, so I want to thank you because, like you said, there isn't a lot of trans people that are ready to do this and can do this. So even if our tiny advice can help you to be stronger, and that's great, because I know that I couldn't do this, and it's great to have people like you to represent us.
Well, you're very welcome, and I'm
do
gonna
it
keep
as
doing
well
it.
as you do.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna get better. Fucking 10 years from now, people are gonna quake in fear from my presence. You watch it. You watch.
President DEMONMAMA.
Yeah, that's right. Nah, not president. I'm sorry. The people's dictator. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, with a name like DEMONMAMA, I think, yeah.
True. Thank you so much, NaeMiaw. I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye for now. All right. Oh, what a great talk. Oh, all right. Let's get someone else in here. Come on in. Let's do it. Next. Next up to the chopping block. Who's next? Let's do it. Orion. All right, got your pronouns up here. Damn, ahead of the gang. There we go. All right. So, how can I help you tonight, Orion?
Can't hear you.
No, you can't hear me? What? I think that might be your
Only through
output
stream.
Your output settings on Discord probably need to be changed to your headphones or whatever.
Give me just a second then. There we go.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, there you are.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
good.
All right. Orion.
Sorry about
Orion.
that. Sorry about that. I'm more of a boomer than you are.
No problem. Hey, watch it. All right.
Yeah.
All right,
Underhanded
Orion, what can I
compliment.
do for you, huh?
All right. I want to start off with every take I've ever heard you make, I've never had a disagreement.
Fuck yeah, that's because I'm a genius. Thank you. All right,
Like-
it was
like we
wonderful
like to
having
say.
you on. Thank you.
like we like to say, like the left has, the benefit of being right on our side. Or correct, I guess.
True. We have the left has the benefit of being the right. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. All right. but there's a but there. What's the but?
All right. The little bit of pushback, like, it's not even like from your audience's point of view, you come off really good.
Sure. Yeah.
But the whole point of the panel is to like bring other people over. Now, for anybody who's staunchly right wing, that's a pretty hard sell.
True.
But I do think that I think the faces are not a problem. I do think a little bit of the body language, and I get that it frustrates you. It makes sense that you're frustrated, but like the right's just gonna play off it like, oh look, she's triggered.
True. But well, yeah, I think you're right to a certain degree. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, people hate me for my facial expression. I really don't think they're that extreme. I just think that I telegraph them more than other people, and so people get fucking mega worked up over it. Most people fucking because
Right.
Destiny.
Like, if I'm telling the truth about it, I think it's a legit sexism thing. Like, but
oh yeah,
they're on the right. They're not gonna like cop to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of like quote unquote libs who are in that boat as well. But I mean, most of the face hate comes from fucking a certain website, certain omni liberal website. But yeah, no, I think there's some truth to that. I mean, to be fair, this was supposed to be like a wrestling event, and it was really weird because the moment everybody stepped into the debate, they all like fucking got all nice and like super meek and whatever, and then I'm the only one who's actually like got any spine and actually goes in with like even though we were all cutting promos and insulting each other, it's like all of a sudden Rob's like, well, Rob didn't. Rob just ran his mouth. But like John Burke was like, I think it's because John has never really like been much on the panel, and like I don't think he got what was going on. And then Vaush is like not really into that whole thing.
Right.
So.
I think that's part of their tactic though. Is if
Yeah,
they can come
probably.
off looking reasonable and make you look like the crazy SJW, like their job's done. They don't have to present data.
They always think I'm the crazy SJW, even when
I
I don't
know.
say anything. They think I'm a crazy SJW because I scratch my head. They're like, "Oh, there she goes. She's triggered." I'm like, "Oh fuck. Okay, cool." Like, I mean, it really is bad. But I hear what you're saying. Probably certain aspects of it, I could tone down a little bit. But I mean, to be fair, on one hand, my audience is growing like a lot, like really fast. So there's definitely some people out there who haven't been members of my audience who are feeling the fire and like it. But I don't know. I think it is. I think there's a tough line to walk, and I probably can do it a little better. Probably can refine it a little more. Yeah.
All right. So one other piece I wanted to give you. You've gotta look at the way your panelists are presenting themselves and tailor your attacks to that. Like Rob, the Ramblin' Rob, that was great.
Okay.
But you came off so like John Burke. Gosh, he was like, he came off as like chill, but we know he wasn't. We know he was like kind of like repping some like pretty hateful stuff. But like he was like doing this thing where like, oh, I'm considering both sides, and I'm listening to the argument and thinking about it. So like you have to like be like, oh, like in his case, like we knew going into it that like he was full of shit.
Yeah.
We had seen what he had done. But you got to corner him on that and be like, oh, if you're so, willing to engage in the other side, well, like explain this take.
Yeah, I think that's true. John was a bit weird for me because I've never debated John, so I had no familiarity outside of his weird content, which was very different than what he brought onto the panel.
Right. Like he looked all civil, but his content was trash.
Yeah, his content was super misogynistic. And also I think that like I underestimated and this is just, again, a miscalculation on my part. I underestimated how little everyone else was going to notice how fucking condescending he was towards me. And like I feel like even people who normally are pretty like observant of that even missed it. Like, he was super weird about me. Like, he was like, just like the way, like, again, I described it as being like, well, quiet down there, little lady. That was like the attitude that I was getting from him. And he was like, even that, I'm really glad that somebody brought up that NaeMiaw brought up the populist thing, because I would have never noticed that. I don't even know what got him mad. Like, that was the thing. It came out of nowhere for me. And then he was like super mad at me for the rest of the time. I just don't think anybody really noticed that he was, because it, like, to them it came off as just being like disagreement, but it was like fucking hella condescending. And then like when I condescended back a little bit, it looked like I was being condescending to a predominantly male audience. And yeah.
I think for John, like what he did was early on, he acted like he was like, "Oh, you're being offensive to me," and like he was playing up the like, "I'm civil and you're offensive" type thing.
Yeah.
And like I think you kind of went in there because we had the background knowledge of like, oh, we've seen this guy's content.
Yeah.
We know what's up, but like the wider audience wasn't really in on that.
Yeah, and to be honest, I expected him to be a little bit easier to pry open, like Rob. Like, the thing with Rob is like, it's super, super easy to get Rob worked up, and then he starts fucking puking his guts out all over the place. And he usually looks like a conspiratorial idiot, because, I mean, he is a conspiratorial idiot. But,
yeah,
but
I feel like Rob
John really kept that mask on real tight. I was impressed with that. I gotta say, not in a good way necessarily. Like, I don't like that shit, but I was surprised. And to be fair, I found that I was surprised at how well he managed to avoid looking like he was as mad as he wasn't, and I could tell. But again, I think it sells different. Yeah, it was, his crypto mask was tighter than his shirt. That's true. There was definitely some shit. I mean, again, I think I've only seen one person, which was Chud Logic, call him out for fucking saying that like the left was bringing in degeneracy. I'm like, dude, that's a neo-Nazi dog whistle. And like nobody called him out on that. I think it was, I mean, I didn't even catch it because I was fucking distracted with other stuff. I'm surprised. Like, again, I didn't even catch it until afterwards. And I was like, I brought it up later on when I said like people get all concerned about degeneracy and whatever. And I was trying to highlight that, but I just didn't do a good enough job with that. And that's something I would definitely do better of in the future. But I was surprised that no one caught on to that, it seems like, besides, yeah.
I think he's someone to watch out for, because he's got one hell of a mask.
Yeah, I don't know though. Like I feel like yeah, he might be a threat on like Twitch maybe, but he's just not, his channel isn't doing shit. His content on YouTube is trash. So I don't know, maybe he could be one of those people who, like, if he ramped up his game more, he could be scarier, but he's only like 100 viewer Andy, so maybe. But yeah, I do think his tactics are pretty sneaky.
Only other thing I want to say is we're gonna put a little asterisk next to that Vaush win, so we all know how that was supposed to go.
Yeah, judges were a little stacked against me, as it turns out, but whatever. It's just, at the end of the day, like, here's the thing: there's going to be times, I know there's going to be times in my career, and there has been in the past, where I'm not going to be able to win it. And I'm not going to be able to win it without compromising massively, and this is one of those. Obviously the popularity side is out of the picture. I'm too small, but it would have been pretty hard to give it to me if I stayed silent on stuff, on the spots where I got mad, because I think I have a right to, and I think that queer people, LGBTQ plus people in the audience need to hear somebody fucking smack down stuff about conversion therapy. And I think that people need to know that, like, you bring that shit up, there's going to be somebody who there's going to be a scary demon SJW who's going to screech down your throat and make you look like a goddamn idiot. But it's not going to fly well. A lot of people aren't going to like that. They're not going to vote for that as a winning strategy. But in this case, I kind of would rather be able to do that than take the belt anyway. So, yeah, I do agree. There's a bit of an asterisk there, but I also know. Yeah, I know. RGR was a judge, which is kind of ridiculous, but, whatever.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that kind of solves between Destiny and RGR.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. Yeah, it was a rough time for me.
Which I want to say, I don't get. Like, up and until that stream, like, you guys seemed cool, and then it just, like...
I didn't get it either.
I'm
Like,
still confused.
Me too. Like, I mean, again, like I've talked about the drama a few times, but it's like, I did a ceasefire after that. Like, I was like, oh shit, like we had a personal fight. Like, fuck, we got to work this out. And then I was blocked. And then she was on 100 different streams talking about how I'm a transphobe and I haven't thought about gender enough and I'm an idiot and how I had the stupidest opinion on gender that she's ever heard, which is really, really hyperbolic. And then it's here. And I think she still fucking hates me. Apparently she said something that brought Vaush's attention over in Vaush's chat. Okay, sure. I just don't get it. Like, okay. I never wanted that. We had a partnership. I didn't break it. I didn't do any of that. I just didn't get it. So whatever. Sometimes you can't understand what somebody's going through and people just take things one way and run with it. So, yeah.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah. Well, thank you so much,
Other than
Ryan.
that,
And
I got
yeah.
one little like kind of meme thing.
All right,
All right, so I've been watching your channel for God knows how long. I don't know, probably close to a little over a year or something like that.
Yeah.
But I missed 2-1. I was too busy studying
What
my
happened
college
on 2-1?
classes. You gotta fill me in. Come on, I missed it.
What happened on 2-1?
I don't know.
Damn. Yeah, me neither. Nobody knows.
Damn.
Nobody
Keeping me
knows.
on the outside. All right. let's see
Wait, how many
it is.
viewers do we have right now? We only have 338. Oh, okay. All right, listen. I'll let you in on a secret. Okay? Something happened on 2-1. A sacrifice was made. A demon paid the price in blood. And a Vaush was released from the pit of hell. That's what happened on 2-1. I got banned. My channel got banned on 2-1 on YouTube. And on that exact same day, Vaush got unbanned from Twitch. So.
Oh, okay.
We joked.
I do remember you missing for a little while.
I did. I went missing for a while. And yeah, it was because my YouTube stream got taken down on a complete bullshit, by the way. Oh, really? Wait, ooh, we got the ooh. What was said? Ah, salty. Woo! Okay, that's pretty funny. All right, sorry. This is drama bait, but guess what? It's fucking stream hour 9. Sorry to interrupt your critique here.
No, good.
Just got here. What up, fam? Oh, she made a video where she lied about me for 10 plus minutes, but okay. You ever want to tell me which lie I said? You're more than welcome. If she wants to take down the vid where she lied about me, an apology, sure, I'll bury the hatchet. I'm just pointing out the source of the current drama while it's being discussed, but okay, I'll leave then. Peace. Fuck you. Oh yeah, by the way, it's really funny. She's making a big stink about my 10-minute video in which I laid out my side of the story. She posted 9 videos about me and did like probably close to 36 hours of on-stream content just shit talking me endlessly. Fuck yeah, stay mad. Fuck you. There you go.
I feel like
you want to see the hatchet I got to bury with you while you've got an attitude like this? Here it is. Here's the fucking hatchet. Fuck you. Anyway, sorry. Nobody clipped that. I'm serious. Don't. That was a little angry. I'm sorry. That was out of character.
Look, Mama. The only hatchet's in your back.
It's true. I mean, come on though. Like really, like you're gonna get mad about my 10-minute response after 6 days of you fucking shit talking me all over the internet when I explicitly reached out to your team and said, hey, like we wanna put this behind us and like we can talk this out. Nah, fuck that. Anyway, yeah. Well. Sorry, I indulged in the petty for too long. So, yeah.
All right, have a good one, though.
Now you know what happened on 2-1, by the way. So, have a good night.
Yeah, I got to keep filled in on the drama.
Yeah, now you know. You got a bonus. Thank you, and have a great night.
You too.
Bye. All right. Oh, that's fine. I know we have a Destiny. Whatever, they can clip. I was just kidding about that. You guys can fucking clip it if you want to. I don't care. All right, next. I know caught in 8K, 100,000 hertz, and 1 billion FPS. Hello, Devious Chillster.
Hello.
Devious Chillster. Pronouns.
Anyhow.
Alrighty. Pog. We got a poggers any-aller in here. Here we go. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Devious, hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot.
First, I do want to say something because you were this is not really the critique that will come after this, but
Okay.
you last when you spoke to Orion,
Mm-hmm.
you said something that people need to do that really angry thing. Sometimes people need to hear it.
Uh-huh.
Today, honestly, I'm going to be a vulnerable Andy for a moment here.
Okay.
Today, honestly, my dysphoria got so bad that I literally scratched at the bit of beard I still have left until I bled.
I'm really sorry about that. That's
So,
fucking rough.
Listening to you scream at Rob about the conversion therapy thing,
Yep.
honestly was like a breath of fresh air, because nobody else does that, especially not in a huge public forum like that.
It's true. It's a hard line to walk, but I'm determined to figure out how to maximize. I'll never compromise on that part. You know, I always want to be able to make sure that I can do that, but I think I can probably do it better with everybody's feedback. So,
Yeah. As for the actual critique,
okay.
One, never stop making the faces, though I do think you might be able to use them just a little bit better. Reason being, when I see you make the faces and stuff on stream, it's always this sort of build up to an anime attack sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're just like, watch this, I will kill them immediately, with this particular point. And I think people can see that, and it makes people start getting defensive immediately once they realize that you're about to throw something at them.
Yeah. So use them more tactically is what you're saying.
Yeah, use them more tactically.
Yeah.
And
right, I gotcha.
And one of the things could be maybe make less of them, to the point where if you have something that's really, really big that you think is going to absolutely destroy them,
I can
just
see that,
just kind of sit back for a little bit, and then once it comes to your turn and they don't realize what you're about to do, you go, all right, now this is why you're a dumbass.
Good call. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, I gotta telegraph my moves a little bit to become a harder boss. Telegraph my moves a little bit less, I should say, to become a harder boss. Well, the exhausted face from The Office is that's a classic. I hit the camera with that all the time because that one's a subtle one usually, but yeah, true. All right, I can take that one.
Yeah, the exhausted face from The Office is pretty great.
True. Gym faces is a universal feeling. Well,
oh yeah, it definitely
was that the main criticism? Did you have another one?
Well, it's the main criticism only because everyone else kind of put everything that I wanted to begin with, and you responded to them pretty beautifully. So,
well, thank you very much. Well, Devious Chillster, I've always appreciated your presence here, and I was just thinking back the first time you came on, which was I believe it was the Christmas, it was the New Year's stream where Vadim came on. Was that New Year's?
Yeah, it was like the 18-hour stream or something like that.
It was I think that one was 11 and a half, and then I broke the record with the 13-hour stream.
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah, that's what it was.
We're pushing into 10 hours. I think I'll get there soon though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, Devious Chillster, thank you so much. I really appreciate your feedback. I think that's a good idea, and I think you're right. So appreciate it.
Thank you for doing what you do, and again, thank you for defending us.
You know, I'm gonna fucking attack for us is what I'm gonna do. You know that. So that'll never stop. So thank you very much, and talk to you soon. All right.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye. All right. That was a great conversation. Much love to Devious Chillster. And let's bring the next one in. Let's bring the next person in. Hello, Lucid Days.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good. Pronouns real quick?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's he, him.
All right. Alrighty. Oops.
Yeah, I just wanted to, come in here as being another cis guy here to tell you about optics.
Sick.
Okay.
Love it. Love optics discussions.
I'm just fucking kidding.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
I thought you were being ironic, pseudo-ironic, but all right.
No, I'm just fucking kidding. That's got to be so fucking tiring. I listened. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest here. I am a Vaush stan. Apologies, chat. And I'm pretty new to this whole lefty community, and cool. That video was the first night I was exposed to that debate you had with Rob and that dumbfuck John.
Yeah.
Was the first time I think I've watched you with the debate, because I'm relatively new here.
Cool. Well, welcome.
And
welcome, new imp.
I realized during that debate that, like, you know, everybody tonight, and I mean even Vaush is doing this a little bit, which was like they're talking to you about optics, and I realized it's just like, why are they having this optics discussions with you when like we just watch Rob ramble off, like, just for, you know, he gets to ramble off for like 20 minutes about, like, you know, but it starts out about he's asked one question, and then before we know it, we're talking about the ghost of Cesar Chavez coming to harvest true Americans' votes. You know, I mean, I don't fucking understand this.
Yeah.
I mean,
also, it was really funny, but both John Burke and Rob heavily downplayed how on board the Trump train they were.
Oh my God, they were so
hardcore.
Yeah, like John was playing it as you know, he's this centrist, but I mean, obviously, like, you know, mask off at the degeneracy comment. Like, that's when, you know, mask off at the degeneracy comment. It's like literally like, okay, where have I heard that before? I could literally feel like the art 4chan/poll fucking you know, Pepe's mask slipping. You know, I know, like, this is supposed to be a critique, and I really don't have a lot to critique on, because it's like,
fine.
I think the optics of saying shit like rambling Rob is great fucking optics, because that shit's gonna stick with him like forever, like Booger Nick, you know, and shit. This shit's effective. Okay, I'm
gonna make rambling Rob stick.
No, this shit's gonna stick. Like, I mean, rambling Rob, Booger Nick. I mean, this shit sticks, and people they're like, oh, Demon Mama, why are you being aggressive? But it's just like, I'm sorry, but with comments like that is good optics. When if you can dunk on some of these fucking conservatives, and Rob's like playing at like, I'm just a nothing but the facts Reaganite conservative, but really we know he's like he's trolling the fucking, you know, the you know, the 4chan boards and shit.
Oh, if
you know,
go watch his content on his
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah,
oh, God.
yeah.
He had a stream. He had a car stream where he talked about, like, screamed about how cultural Marxists are invading our schools and are convincing our kids to be trans.
I can literally hear. I can literally hear the quotation marks in air. The fucking cultural Marxism comments, just like when it's
ridiculous.
And
some people
think,
underestimate the power of a good nickname. That's something I learned from Trump, believe it or not. For all the shit that guy put us through. Come on, he had the best one, Sleepy Joe. Fucking
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, this shit sticks. I mean, nobody's gonna forget about Flying Ted Cruz. I mean, you know, shit like this. You know, so it's just like, I don't think it was bad optics. I think you had the right to be angry. And as someone that's like relatively new to this whole community, because I'm sorry, chat, I used to be a lib centrist, forgive me for my sins. I got moved over left because of Vaush and because of people like you, and had it not been for channels like this, for channels like yours, channels like Vaush, I don't know where I would have been, because it was because of channels like that made me question like my own identity.
Yeah.
You know, where I would have just been like literally the epitome of the lib meme of like, I just want to grill, what are these pronouns shit. It had not been exposed to stuff. I would have never started thinking about my own identity, and because of that, you know, I realized I was actually bi. Like, I really like men, and I really like women, and
have you ever seen
over my horizons of
Hold on, let me see if I can find the video real quick. I got a video for you that might mean a lot to you. Have you ever watched much of Philosophy Tube?
Oh yeah, I've got pilled on Philosophy Tube because of Vaush's channel. Yeah,
That's
Philosophy
awesome.
Tube's awesome.
Amazing. Yeah, Abigail's amazing.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find this one. It's called. Fuck. Will I ever be able to find it? I think this is the one. It's an older video. I think it's called "Why the Left Will Win." I think that's the one. It's an older video, and I'm pretty sure this is the one. Yes, this is the one. And I'm gonna drop this in chat for everybody.
Nice.
There we go. Yeah, she's amazing. And it's an older video, of course. So, but check that out. This talks about communities of strength and communities of weakness, and how the left wins because people want to be free. People want to live as themselves, and the right does not allow for that. And people
none whatsoever.
Yeah, and it sucks. And that's the thing. I know from having grown up in a deeply right environment how liberating, how personally liberating it can be to leave an ideology that tells you that you have to hate everything about yourself. And that's something that the left has going for it at all times, is that people want to be able to live honestly. They want to be able to express themselves as they are. They want to be able to be in love with who they love, and they want to be able to dress how they want to dress. And
well, it was because of your channel and Vaush's. I'm really new. Like, I literally just subbed today because I knew I had to sub, because after that Ramblin' Rob comment, I was like, I have to fucking sub. I mean, I got to pay the tax. Got to pay the tax for dunks like that. Like, there needs to be a dunk
You're
tax.
in for a treat if you haven't seen some of my other content. You should watch my conversation with Destiny. That one's a fun one.
Oh, fucking Destiny. The spite.
Oh, it's a good one,
dude. He's spite personified.
True though, but that one it's fun.
I can hear you can hear the Vaush in me bleeding. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Hey, listen, I'm an OG Vaush chatter. I've been I know.
That's awesome.
Way back in the day. See, I'm not around as much because I usually don't catch his streams live because he streams right before I get on, so I'm usually
because you're rising straight to the top. That's what's gonna happen.
True, it's true. Going to the moon and beyond, but straight to the gates of heaven. But I will say, I've been watching Vaush since the Twitch days.
Okay, OG.
OG.
So you remember the day that cannot be spoken of. Okay.
I didn't even catch that part. I tuned out of the stream before he fucking blew up his stream. But yes, I was watching, but just earlier in the day. And but I remember the switch to YouTube, all of that shit. It was fucking wild. But so much love, for the Vaushites out there. Like again, and I've told this story before. You're new, so you probably haven't heard it, but Vaush was the person who kind of was the final, like, the final peg in deciding me deciding to become a streamer. I went to a Bernie rally,
rad.
and Vaush tweeted out to the server like, "Hey, we're going to this Bernie rally. Anybody want to do a meetup afterwards?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And so I showed up, and while I was there, I was like, "Hey, I've been thinking about doing this streaming thing." After we talked for a bit, there and. Somebody found a video of it recently. Actually, it was super cool. But and I was like, and he was like, "You should do it. I remember you from chat, and I think you've got a bit of the touch of charisma, so you should do it." And I was like,
"There you go."
Went home and decided. So yeah,
rest is history, right?
The rest is history. 1 year later, me versus Vaush in the fatal 4-way. I got cream, but it's all right.
Oh man, I think that belt is up for grabs. If I'm being honest, that belt is up for grabs.
Once fucking Dylan Corruption Burns decides to actually give me my one-on-one versus Vaush ain't gonna have a belt anymore. So
that's true. You gotta make Vaush work for that. He can't keep getting away with it.
They can't keep getting away with it.
I know. And if I could make one comment, I know that we were supposed to be critiquing you, but I'm sorry, I couldn't find anything to legitimately critique you on that last debate because. People are coming in here talking about your facial expressions. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, were you looking at John every time you started talking to Rob? If you were busy talking to Rob, I know this, but I was like, if you go back and watch the VOD, just look at John's face and you can kind of see like he takes his finger off his mouth or he lifts his hands up over his head. Like I can feel the mental posturing like emanating from his. I don't know. Maybe this is something with like people who are like presenting overly masculine or something. I don't know. Maybe he's ex-military or some bullshit like that.
Here's the secret. The secret is that it's a meme. It's been a meme for about 4 months. No, what is it? What month is it now? I don't even remember. April? Fucking April? It's been 4 months. Yeah. It's been approximately 4 months since my facial expressions became a meme because of a call in which because of a call where Destiny called me and screamed at me for 8 minutes while making hilarious faces and not sending his webcam, so I couldn't see what he was doing, and I was trying to have a serious conversation with him, and he made a bunch of faces, and that became a meme. And you've probably seen these memes on OK Buddy Vaush, because fucking those meme fucking Valor Stealers, they put Vaush in with the dun 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 dun, the fucking Chad thing, and then it'll be all the clips of him doing this thing, and that was making fun of me. He was trying to make fun of me, and that's why it became a meme. That's all he's got. He's got nothing on me, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. No, I mean, You might see my name because I signed up once a year ago for on Destiny's channel, and then I realized, oh, this is who he is. Like within the first like 10 minutes of like seeing his comments, doing like soy, you're so right, soy face, you're so right, Destiny.
It's
I don't know.
Like,
I mean,
the thing is, I think I have
he's
liked a lot of his content in the past, but I do agree. I mean, I'm a little biased because the guy hates my guts, but he's made good content in the past. I just don't think his new stuff is so good. But whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no, the lefty arc on with Destiny's not been so good.
Not been so good. Yeah.
It's been pretty bad.
Thank you so much, by the way.
Yeah,
I really appreciate
I
it, and I hope you really enjoyed this.
Yeah, your channel is awesome. I had to pay the tax for those comments.
Thank you. Much
in the
appreciated.
debate.
Your tax.
Please,
fuels
like,
me.
don't let dumb fucks like Rob will ramble on because they do like. I think you could argue they do material harm when you let conspiracy theorists just ramble on like uninterrupted.
Yeah, I do tend to agree. I mean, that's why I got in the debating thing in the first place. Though it is.
Yeah, no, we
it
need
is
debate.
performative and silly.
We need debate. We need master debaters. It's really important because honestly, these right wingers, if you just let them keep rambling, they'll pull 15 and 16-year-olds in their comments just because they went on rambling uninterrupted. So it like gives an excuse that like their ideas matter, but they fucking don't. They're brain worms.
I mean, that's who they target with their fucking propaganda shit. It's who they're trying to get people who don't yet know and then get them onto the pipeline. It's a whole process. I'm going to be talking about that process in more in depth in my upcoming spiritual deconstruction video, which is going to talk about
the trial by fire.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be talking about the predominantly. Oh, hey, whoa, Vader C with the incredibly generous $50 super chat. Thank you so much. What the fuck? Thank you. Seriously, that means the world to me. Thank you so very much. That's incredible. Sorry to interrupt there. That was super nice.
It's totally cool. It's totally cool.
Hell of a
and also like props, like fucking 10-hour stream. Holy shit, insane.
That's the hell energy. Gunning for Hassan's records, you know.
Yeah, someone's got it. He can't keep getting away with it. Someone's got to top Hassan.
He can't keep getting away with it.
You need to bypass Vaush.
I want to hear people screaming, "She can't keep getting away with it" someday. But for now, I'm coming for him. Thank you so much, Lucid Days. I really appreciate it.
You have a great night.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome to hell. Appreciate having you.
Yes, I'm happy to be here.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Yo, that was such a cool conversation. I love it when we get new imps. Ah, so cool. All right. Next. I got enough energy for another one. Let's do it. That's me right now. That's me. I'll stop so you can all go get rest. Let's do 2 more, okay? Let's do 2 more. Let's do 2 more, okay? 2 more? 2 more? Two more. Let's do it. True cookies. You're true. Yay! Thank you, the Beatrice. Happy to see you too. What you drinking? Diet Mountain Dew. It's good. Glooby, Glooby, oh, you crying, Glooby. Glooby. Glooby's crying over here. All right. Falgaia, welcome.
Oh God, let me mute the stream.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, this is actually the first time I've been on a call-in.
Hey.
Nice to be talking to you.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Coming from the previous person, I would like to say that I am a former Vaush stan and currently an imp convert.
Yeah. I mean, well, very. My
I follow Vaush too. I follow Vaush too.
See, that's the secret. Yeah. You can be part of the Vaush crew, and you can also be an imp. There's lots of little horns popping up in the Vaush crew these days.
You see, I watch his videos on YouTube now, and I watch your streams. That's
correct.
Okay,
yeah.
So
right, cool.
I had a slight rhetorical point that I wanted to bring up as something to consider for future debates.
Okay.
So this was inspired by, I believe, Piper in his earlier discussion with you.
Okay.
So I think. Instead of trying, so what I wrote down is potentially instead of trying to dismiss absurd conservative comparisons, try playing up the absurdity to showcase how uncompatible the points are. Okay. So in the case of the conversion therapy and the conversion therapy and the Coca-Cola PowerPoints.
Okay.
I was basically giving an example of saying something like, yeah, those are definitely comparable, especially when Coca-Cola straps you into the Clockwork Orange rehab room to be spoon-fed critical race theory while having a drill go through your frontal lobe.
Hey, damn, that does sound like something I would say. See, that's something I would say if I was doing a React video. Usually I don't get those ones out into debates, but I got to get good at that. I got to get into those. You're right,
like,
you're right.
The entire point of like them making these comparisons, right, is that they're trying to downplay the real issue that's in this comparison. So I'm seeing it as sort of like instead of just dismissing it as being incredulous, trying to push it in the opposite direction, where it's like, no, this entire argument is completely absurd, because in order for this to be a fair comparison, it would have to be this crazy with the Coca-Cola situation. So that was my big point that I wanted to have come on the stream.
Excellent. Well, that's very helpful, and I think you have a good point, because I mean that is something that sells very well in my React content. So it's something I like. To be honest, some of that is just I'm not quick enough yet. Like I haven't gotten funny enough to pull off and I hope that I will as I practice this stuff more, that I'll be able to pull off something like that, like an on-point absurd comparison that just nails it home. That's something that Destiny's very good at, to his credit. He's very good at coming up with these like an absurd hypothetical situation that you can use as a response to make somebody look like a fool. Something I want to get better at. So yeah,
definitely.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yep. Yeah, I told the mods I'd try to be quick. So
cool.
Thanks for having me on.
Yo,
and
thank you.
It's been a blast calling in, even though I've been super nervous.
Oh, don't worry about it. You did a fucking great job, and that was super awesome, and that was a super funny example. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, and have a good night.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Thank you so much. Bye for now.
Okay, bye for now.
There we go. Alrighty. Demon Steps 13, welcome. Cool name. All right. Yeah, you did great. That was fantastic. All right, let's do one more, and then I gotta watch that stuff. People have been sending me this link. I gotta watch it. Let's do it. I agree, Ada Stardust. Hello, Ephemeral.
Hello.
Ephemeral.
Yeah, I like to go with the overcomplicated names, so and I use
I like it.
I use chocolate pronouns of her, she.
Alrighty, cool. Sick. Love it.
Yeah. So I felt like overall you did great. And I've got the same like early 30-year-old trans mom energy a lot of the time, in that I like really feel like, you know, puberty blockers are such a compromise point already to begin with.
I know.
And maybe someone has already addressed this because I haven't been able to watch you all day, unfortunately.
Oh, that's okay. I wouldn't expect that. Listen, I do this because I know a lot of people are working and shit during pandemic and have a lot of downtime. So that's why I stream for so long, but I'm not expecting people to watch all my streams all the time.
Totally. So anyway, I just think like with that whole thing, I know there's obviously all the trans misogyny from both Rob and John and all that bullshit.
True.
But just pushing back harder on like puberty blockers are barely even good enough for a lot of people. Like, hell yeah, we need them, but like, you know, the fact, and I think that rhetorically the most important part is like they keep always going on about not wanting to cause permanent harm without understanding that puberty causes permanent harm if it's the wrong puberty.
Yeah.
And so to me, like, bring that kind of stuff up more makes
I got that up at one point, but it was like I felt like I got drowned in everything else. Like I tried to bring up that like, hey, like you do realize that if you go through the wrong puberty, that is a traumatic experience for somebody who experiences gender dysphoria, but they just don't even get gender dysphoria. So I don't know, sometimes like, how the fuck do I even get through that?
Well, so like if you just bring it to a very material place, like it can cause, you know, permanent changes that you can't change at all, period. And then the other ones that you have control over require expensive, just expensive surgeries that aren't covered a lot of places. And you're talking about trying to avoid unnecessarily, you know, inflicting harm on people where it just there's no logic, obviously, to the transphobic stance of don't give kids the healthcare they need.
It's a naturalistic fallacy that unfortunately works really well. Like they just when you try to explain that, like, hey, going through the wrong puberty, which is not a problem for most people because most people don't have to think about it, but for trans people that's a real risk that causes harm. But they just think, well, it's your natural puberty, so that means it gets some points, but it doesn't. It really doesn't. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's an analogy I can make that would make more sense in the future. You know,
Well,
yeah.
I think like bringing up PCOS.
Yeah.
Or,
PCOS is a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, hirsutism, anything that cis girls deal with where it's a hormonal thing, thyroid issues, like people get things that mess with their hormones all the time. They get fucking birth control that messes with your hormones.
Yeah.
Like it's absurd that there should be a distinction. Like, and I think optically, one thing I've been playing with, because I sometimes like to get into shitty comment debates places and stuff, is like just hammering on to like you want to cause this permanent harm to young girls. Like you're really hammering that point home. It's like, I don't know, I think it can be rhetorically effective when they're so obsessed with pretending to care about young girls, but like it's young girls who happen to be trans that they are harming.
Yeah.
Just as much as we're harming the NBs and the trans boys, like not saying it's just trans femmes who have the problems, but if you're going to fearmonger about hurting girls, you might as well retort with that. That's sort of my
I think
thought.
that's a good idea. Yeah. That's whoa, okay. Conyer, thank you so much for the raid. I guess we're going to keep doing some more then. Welcome all the Conyer crows, Conyer parrots, Conyers. There we go. The Conyer swarm. Wait, what do they call a flock? Conyer flock. There we go. Welcome. Come on in. Now, normally we would be streaming on our website. Thank you very much for the raid, Conyer, by the way. Normally we would stream on the website. Tonight we have on the Discord because our website's getting DDoSed. Happy to have you here. If you want to follow my amazing and awesome and pog-ass content, you want to follow on the YouTube. That's where all my videos go. And join my goddamn Discord because we have the coolest community. I'm not even kidding you. It's so cool. So fucking cool. Yeah, so you're the 2 buff club? Yeah, we're getting DDoS, Conyer. It sucks. It's all good though. Hey, there's the link. Yeah, discord.gg/DemonMama. Super easy. Here we go. I'll put it down here. That's so cool. C buff club. Oh, fucking cool. I like that. That sounds cool as hell. Cool. Yeah. Sorry for that interruption. Just wanted to welcome in the raid. Happy to have everyone. I guess we're going on a little longer. Oh, I should say I'm going to interrupt a little longer. For those who are just coming in, we are on hour 10 of the Talk to Everybody That I Know in the World stream. Right now, we have been for the last 5 hours taking the harshest critiques that my community can muster to tell me how to do better at my job. And on Wednesday, per Vaush's advice, I am going to be doing the ultimate Demon Mama takedown of Demon Mama. That's right. I'm going to be taking down myself on Wednesday to prove once and for all that I am not the screeching banshee SJW trans agenda bitch that everyone says that I am. Yeah, I don't stand a chance. I'm gonna destroy myself. So I have a question. How do you identify you feel like a woman? Because to identify like a woman, you should have the body of a woman, or you just like the socio-cultural figure of a woman, and both bring us to the conclusion that gender dysphoria is cis cultural. Chess hacking, let's just talk about this in person. Get in the Discord and we'll talk about this, okay? Just chess hacking, just get in the Discord and we'll talk about it, okay? It's that simple. You know what we could do good with right now after all of this heady conversation? We could use a debate. So why don't you come on and talk to me about it? We'll have a nice conversation. Yeah, one thing, I will win. No, the imps are going to win on Wednesday because there's only one thing that comes out of a debate between 2 unstoppable demons, and that is a fuckload of blood for the imps to enjoy. I'm going to react to myself as if I was reacting to somebody else. So I'm going to fucking tear into my own ass. It'll be cool. Yay, Ellison, welcome back. All right, let's continue. Ephemeral, sorry for the interruption.
No worries.
Continue.
You gotta celebrate the raids and the self-critique and all that.
How it goes.
The other thing I would think, I don't know how well it will play, but keep going on about how much like the whole absurd like what if puberty blockers make people trans, like isn't that terrible? And I feel like at least for like the trans people in the audience saying like what the fuck's the problem with that, like oh no, it makes quote unquote makes them trans and then they go on to live a happy life, like there is nothing wrong with being trans.
Well, see,
so,
they're giving away the game though, right?
Yeah.
They were you know, they give away the game that they think that it's a social contagion. I did bring that up, but it just nobody pays attention because the words are too big for them. So
Totally.
you know, but I brought up the fact they treat it like a social contagion. So it's like, oh no, they're catching the trans. And there is an inherent demonization of it, but
right. Well, and I think it's so easy for us to fall into the like internalized transphobia of like, well, we're different and it's wrong to not be cis and all that, and so to just like strongly stand up to that and be like, fuck yeah, let's turn kids trans if it makes them happier.
Now they don't like now that's an optics landmine, I'll say that much.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
But you know, something along those lines. The only other thing I had to say was just and you've mentioned this enough, is bringing up when they go mask off with degeneracy or cultural Marxism. I definitely was hoping to see one or both of you get on them for that a little bit more.
I felt like I missed an opportunity there, and I know Vaush did because I think Vaush was away from the screen at that point. But you know, so you can't get them all.
I don't
So.
I don't want to like make you relitigate that or anything anyway, because I know you heard it. So that's
Thank you.
all. Thanks.
Hey.
Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sorry I had to interrupt with the raid welcome, but thank you so much for coming on and being willing to share all this with me. I really appreciate it. Seriously.
Yeah. Thank you for all that you do.
You know it. Have a wonderful night.
You too.
Good night for now.
Good night.
All right. Give me just 1 second. Real quick, I got to answer a question here. Aftershock. Hello. So I was really wanting to set up a 1v1 debate with Rob on trans issues. I really want a dialogue that dives deep, and I don't think we got that with so many people involved. Aftershock, why Rob? Of all people, why Rob, Aftershock? Like, Rob doesn't care. Rob spent an hour spitting out fucking rap god bullshit about conversion therapy. Why don't you find me somebody who actually gives a shit, a conservative who's actually interested? We can have that happen. Rob, I'm sorry, but Rob is not a serious interlocutor on this issue. I'm sorry, he's just not. Fucking, that should have been apparent by the last one. You're in charge of setting up guests for his show. I don't know. DM me about it and I'll think about it, but I'm not feeling it. You know, I'm not feeling it. But if nobody else is going to show up, then I guess I might as well come school Ramblin' Rob again. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's do the next one. Let's get another person in here. Yeah, I know. I can't help that, Glooby. That's just how the rules go. All right, let's do another one. We got people to entertain, all right? We got fucking Conyerites. We got Conyer Buff Gang.
All right.
Cool, thanks. Hey, welcome, ya boy Shamoy.
Hi, DMMama. Pronouns are he, him.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I have been mixing you up with another person in our chat who has a very similar name, and I've been mixing both of you up. It's ya boy Tapoy, I think.
Yeah, I've seen. We were in the waiting room together earlier.
Yeah, wait, is that
meeting.
like a complete accident, or do you know each other?
No, that's a complete accident.
What
that's
the fuck? Now I've had conversations like through text, I think, with both of you, but I literally thought that I didn't know. Ya boy Tapoy and ya boy Shamoy. What the fuck?
It's I think every now and then you either say his name or like a stream chat, and I hear it, and at first I'm like, wait, I didn't donate right now. I didn't say anything, and then I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's the other person. Yeah, no, it's just strange coincidence. You got a lot of ya boys here.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, all right, that works out. Now I know for sure that I can keep y'all separated in my mind.
There you go.
All right, cool. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on. How can I help you tonight?
Yeah, I did miss kind of like a good chunk of the call-in stream a while ago. I had to leave, but So hopefully, it sounds like, though, I think a lot of what, I guess, my only kind of criticism I was going to bring up was just, I guess, like, being an imp and kind of just seeing you and watching you in your streams, like, it's great for us on our end when, like, we kind of know the background of a lot of the people you're debating.
True.
Especially in that last debate with John, and then John and Rob, especially Rob. And so it's great for us when we kind of get that, like, you know, when you dunk on them, when you really call out their kind of bullshit that they always try to pass by, or like, especially in that debate when they're really kind of keeping the mask on and not, you know, showing what they really believe in or what they really meant by something. But I can kind of see how for a lot of people, especially when you go into like the Dylan show or something with Vaush, or I guess people who are at John and Rob's streams watching them, can kind of like see the way, I guess, somebody like me is, oh yeah, I know, that's just Demon Mom. That's why I like watching her. It's great. She's awesome when she does this. I can see that as like, oh, she's being too hostile to them. Oh, she's being too critical. Why is she so angry? And it's like, no, it's like, we know the background of these two people and why. It's like, we're all getting mad because we know the tactics that they're playing, and it's like, I guess I just kind of got lost here. I guess it's more of just like,
yeah, I think
being
one of the
good
things that I
faith when
did
you go
wrong-
in.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, so with Rob, there's actually like there's like history on the hippy dippy, so like that was probably a little easier for me to get away with that. I will say though, I think you're right. I think you're right because on one hand, one of the critiques I brought against Vaush because people asked me what I thought of the Mel conversation, and that I didn't think he did as good of a job as he could have establishing the lore with Mel in the actual debate itself. And yeah, I think that was a mistake on my part, and I would like to do that better in the future. This is a straight up mistake, and in the future I would like to do that more. I was able to get it in at the very end with Rob, where I pointed out, I'm like, hey Rob, real quick question, you know, do you think that, real quick yes or no question, do you think that BLM is a terrorist organization? Then he was like, because he knows that he's said it a million times, and anybody who knows anything about Rob at all knows he's done that. And I could just bring it up because, you know, it says, and I did that. I was like, you said it on Twitter, you've said it in your videos, you said it on Wednesday when we talked. And yeah, but it was hard. It was really hard for me to do that with John. It was, again, I was surprised by how tightly he kept his mask on, with that one exception of dropping the degeneracy thing. But yeah,
he's a really interesting one. A little worrisome, especially if he's gonna be going up more on like kind of streaming platforms. He definitely is like at the beginning stage of like a John Doyle and Nick Fuentes, where it's like kind of like easygoing, like no, you know, I'm just right wing. I'm not like the crazy ones, but you know, he's slipping. The mask is already starting to slip a little bit.
One moment. Apologies for the interruption. Prime Kai's with the giant rating party of 195. Welcome. It looks like I'm going to be going even longer today. We have had a number of raids, so that's right. Y'all are going to squeeze all the water out of this Demon Mama, and I'm going to bring you fucking content all night. For those of you who have just joined, we are currently doing call-ins. We're doing viewer call-ins, and we are open for debates. Specifically, we are critiquing Demon Mama, because I love to hear from my community and people who aren't in my community about what I can do better. Yeah? So that's what we're doing right now. If you're wondering what is up on the screen here, this is my Discord chat. My website is being DDoSed right now because people hate my guts for some reason. So my site is down, being DDoSed. If you would like to be on the screen chat and see all these cool names going by, join the Discord at discord.gg/Demon Mama. It's fucking awesome on there, and I bet you'd have a good time. I am watching the Twitch chat, just so you know, but this one's a little bit better, okay? Yeah, hey, thank you so much, Prime. I'm getting back into being on Twitch more frequently, Prime, so I really, really appreciate that, and thank you. Yeah. So, yeah, we're doing some critique stuff, but if you want to hop in and throw some critiques at me, this coming Wednesday, this is what we're doing in prep for, by the way. This Wednesday, Demon Mama versus Demon Mama. That's right. I'm taking on myself, and I'm going to pile drive myself into the ground as I go back and critique some of my most famous debates. And it's going to be awesome. This week is going to be packed. On Monday, I'm going to be on Prime Kai's show, where you all just came from. On Wednesday, I'm going to be critiquing myself. And then on Friday, I will be doing my much-hyped Demon Mama's Spiritual Deconstruction, where I tell the entire story of me getting into a cult with my family and leaving the cult, and all of my thoughts on religion. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, you got to sub. And the way you sub is by going to my YouTube channel, because that's where most of my content goes, all my videos and stuff. So do it. Thank you and welcome. Get comfy. All right. Your boy Shamoy, sorry for the interruption. Just wanted to make sure we welcomed everybody in. It's the streamer shit, you know. Will they react to my delayed stream feed? I don't know what that means, but I'll try. I'm going to point at you all I want, salmon plus rice. There we go. All right, let's get back into it. All right, sorry to interrupt. Hit me with everything. Sorry, refresh my mind.
Yeah, no problem. I think that was actually good that Prime came in there, because it gave me a little more time to think about, get my words together.
Okay, cool.
But no, I think I got it. Good analogy, just more of like, I guess, going into like any of these streaming debates, think of it like I guess as a story where we just all kind of, you want to kind of lead those people in as like, you know, lead the audience in, I guess, more to say, of like good faith in a sense when you start off, but then slowly picking at it. And I think some of the best debates I've seen with you and Vaush is where you both go in on this, where you both kind of go in good faith. So it sets up the viewer of like, okay, let me listen to both sides, see how it goes. And then you slowly, but very, I guess, surgically really pick at the problems and the bad points that your opponents are kind of like making in that.
Yeah.
And then again, what happened with the last debate and also that Mel debate are also good examples of like, this is probably how neither of you should be starting off. Because especially watching that Mel debate, I knew the background about Mel a little bit, but I can see like how Vaush handled that first part of the situation, not really focusing too much on what Mel currently believes in, and just really trying to like focus a little too hard on just trying to like hammer in down the Twitter stuff.
Yeah.
And it came off very aggressive. I guess like at the beginning, I could see that.
I think so. I think it would have been better to like use his time to be like, hey, here are like 5 different things that are conflicting things that you've said about this topic on Twitter, and let me show this to my audience, and then have her defend herself, as opposed to trying to follow the thread. Because when he fixated on the thread, it did come across as a little bit petty, and also like to anybody who wasn't in his audience already. Now, when he did the section afterwards, I thought it was awesome, and I saw both parts. I saw the debate 3 times and the post part twice. It's just how I do things when I'm interested in them. And like that where he was able to establish all of her takes in like one timeline, that was super good. So yeah, I got to do that too. I got to take my own fucking advice sometimes and just make sure I establish shit better. So yeah, I think that's
you're doing a great job.
Well, I got to get better though, right? If I
we
want
all
to
get
be
better.
the champion and hold on to that belt forever and watch everybody crumble beneath me, I've got to get better and better. So
hell yeah, and you're gonna get there. We're gonna all help you out. All the imps here.
True.
We're gonna back you up.
Thank you.
Although,
You always do
again, one last big critique. I still can't believe you stand Kong. Very upset.
Sure,
I
are
can't
you
believe
fucking
this.
kidding me? Come on. Monkey, stupid lizard, dumb, monkey, understandable and cool. Monkey learns to work together with humans. Fucking Godzilla doesn't do any of that shit. Just shoots nukes everywhere and irradiates the environment.
No. Look, everyone saw the movie. We got the KOs.
Don't
he died.
Spoil. No spoilers. No spoilers. Ah!
Everyone died.
No spoilers.
Also, again, hop on that Abritos figure whenever you can.
Oh,
always happy to
yes.
help with that too.
Please, like I would love to make it work out. I just I don't know, like, so there's a couple of figurines that I'm looking at right now. One of which, okay, we will talk about that. And if it occurs to you that like it's been a while since you heard from me, poke me and remind me, and I'll be like, oh shit, because unfortunately, unlike managing email, managing Discord DMs is a nightmare, because if you forget which ones you've looked at, you can't file them, which sucks. So, but whatever. I'm a forgetful person. If I forget, poke me and I'll move on it again, because I would love to get that thing painted and put right on this shelf. It'd be so beautiful.
Also with that too, I do know 2 people who are really good at painting that are great, especially for like figure stuff. That
Hell
I can
yeah.
definitely recommend you to.
That'd be
But yeah,
amazing.
that's pretty much it. I think you're doing great, and it's great. Yeah, I think the best thing about you is that you're actually taking time to listen to criticisms and also critique yourself. That a lot of people have trouble doing that, and I think that's a really great skill to have.
My ego was destroyed 1,000 years ago, before any of the imps were born. So, you know, it's a unique
Hell
skill,
yeah.
I guess. Thank you so much. Really
Yeah,
appreciate
no
having
problem.
you on. Bye for
Great
now.
conversation. Bye.
Thank you. Likewise. Bye. All right. Okay, wait, real quick. Before we bring somebody else in, let me just play this meme that everyone's been requesting, okay? Because I've heard this meme is good. All right, let's watch this meme together, shall we? Here we go. Therapy is torture. You not liking a presentation that you have to see as an adult at your job and having a problem with that is not even to the same thing. With all due respect, stop such a snowflake.
Now, if people are having things attached to their genitals, clearly that's a step further than what I was saying. I said it while you were saying that. Like,
wait, no, I'm gonna get hit. I'm gonna get copyright hit. I can't. I'm gonna get copyright hit. Oh my god.
yeah, that's clearly torture. The majority of conversion therapy didn't include
This is so good. I don't want to get copyright hit, but it's so good. No, I can't do it. I can't risk it. I get hit so hard every time it happens. Oh my god, I gotta retweet this. This is so fucking amazing. Holy shit. This is doing mad numbers. I've never even had a tweet. Well, okay, I've had a couple tweets that go this big, but what the fuck? You guys love this meme. This meme is god tier. Rob won the rap battle, but he lost the debate. Oh my god, this is so good. This is so good. Yeah, he even looks like Morshu. True. Holy shit. What a goddamn amazing meme. Holy fuck. Holy shit, that meme is good. Jesus Christ. I gotta watch. I'm gonna show this to everyone in my life, but I can't show it to anybody on stream. Oh my god, that sucks. Fuck. I gotta check out. I gotta do a fucking okay buddy mama check-in. All right. All right, everybody. All right. Let's bring another in. Let's get another one in here. Another one. Paradox says 7. Hello and welcome.
Hey, Demon Mama.
Hi.
Once.
7. All right. Him? All right. Cool. Hello. How are you?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Doing all right. I'm burning the midnight oil here. Looks like I'm pushing towards another fucking 11-hour stream, but you know what? I'm here for it. I'm taking tomorrow off anyway, so let's do it.
We'll try to keep it pretty quick. I know there's a bunch of people waiting in line here.
There is an enormous line. It is daunting, but I'm going to do it, so let's do it.
So yeah, like the biggest thing I've found when arguing with conservatives is like you really have to use their language against them and like all the tropes. And so like just starting from the beginning, like, yeah, like it was pretty clear John got like super triggered.
Yeah, he did.
And just could not handle you at all. And so I maybe suggest like if you notice something like that, like do the like fake apologia and just be like, hey, like this is just who I am. I thought I was coming into like a Royal Rumble and I guess we're having a tea party here.
That's true. I tried to do that a little bit. Maybe I was too mean.
But yeah, I mean, if you can like I'm sorry I hurt your feeling, drop subtle things like that, especially to like wannabe macho men like him, like
Yeah,
it's
that's
gonna
true.
totally tick away at his ego.
Yeah, I think you could be right. I did get one in. I got one in on about that. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I really didn't. But I was genuinely confused there. I don't know what. Apparently, somebody pieced it together, and I think it was the populist thing. I think he thinks that populism is like an inherently bad thing, which is weird because a lot of people, like Rob, and I thought for sure that he'd said that he was that, but I don't know. Rob called himself a populist, so I was running with that. But
yeah, I mean, he got super triggered. Like he was like red faced that entire debate, and
Yeah, he was mad.
like I missed you saying populist, but I heard him saying like, you called me a populist, how dare you. and like it just seemed like a misunderstanding that he blew out of proportion.
Yeah, I didn't even know that would bother him. I didn't think it would bother him that much. I didn't mean it as like an insult. I actually like, I know a lot of people, you know, like would say that as a good thing. Rob used it as a good thing, so I don't know.
Right.
Neo Israfil says, I'm not going to lie, you do often come off as kind of a jerk against these kind of guys, and that makes you look bad rhetorically. I only say this so you can look back on these debates and see if you can improve rhetorically. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's just rhetorically. It's mostly optically. But yeah, there are some times where I come across as too mean. True.
Yeah, like if you can be like the demon mommy condescending of like, oh, I'm sorry, like this is just who I am. I'm not trying to be a jerk.
Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should play that up a little more. I don't mom these idiots too much.
Yeah, like
because sometimes they get weird about it, you know? Yeah, I think
like it is the best debate tactic in the world because people don't know how to respond to it because they're used to like the fighting with somebody, and when you're just like, oh, well, let me explain this to you. Are you confused? Are you angry? My bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to deprive them their God-given right to a mommy.
Yeah.
Some people will get that.
Most of those guys probably are looking for that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, all right. I can do that. Let's see. I'm going to take a note on that one. That's a good idea. I got to do that a little more. I got to play that up a little more.
And then the rambling Rob stuff was great. The rapping Rob, that's going to stick with him. Like I could tell there was a few times in the debate where he literally had like Googled something and was like reading the study and then like bringing up an anecdote that kind of fit what the study was saying. And like that works as long as nobody calls you out on it. And like occasionally if you don't read the entire study or, you know, don't know what you're talking about, like, and you get called out on that, like it can just totally make you look like a complete buffoon. And I know Vaush kind of did that in the debate, you know, was it Rob was talking about how the town where this Amazon was like pretty middle class and, you know, the average wage. And then Vaush like was clearly doing some Googling himself and was like, wow, the poverty rate is like 20% or something like that.
Yeah. And I brought up that like the average wage of other similar workers there was significantly higher than the people working in the Amazon warehouse. And they hadn't done any research for it. I mean, to be fair, Dylan didn't get the topics out, but come on, you can at least Google it. Jesus, it only took me like, I researched it for like an hour beforehand and I was up to date on all the little details. It was like not that bad. I don't know. People don't do a lot of research though, which is a little weird, but you know, so be it. Well, yeah. Hey, thank you.
Final thing is, for the last topic, that it was like a total setup, and I'm sorry nobody did it, of bringing back up the like cancel culture and limited government thing.
Yeah.
Of saying like you kind of brought it up when you first talked in the cancel culture portion of the debate, but like if you could have fallen back and like this is the perfect example of cancel culture on the right. They're afraid of trans people and they're using the government, which you guys hate. You want that limited government. They're literally using the government to tell the person, their family members and their doctor that like they can't do what they want to do.
Yeah. I'm taking a note on that. That's a good point. I think it's really hard. The cancel culture thing is weird. Like my goal was I didn't expect it to go in the ways that it did. Cause like Rob spun from the cancel culture thing really quickly into the whole thing with conversion therapy. And then we got off onto the trans topic, but I think you're right. I think if I had been able to disintegrate the idea of cancel culture being a coherent idea better, I would have been able to tackle that better.
Right. Well, and just the idea, like this is you guys say you hate big government. This is literally the government interfering with what you and your doctor decide is best for you. And I find there's like with conservatives, there's always hypocrisy there. You know, they either don't understand the stats, or they're just wrong.
Yeah, or they're lying completely, like Rob was. Yeah.
Yeah. yeah, they don't understand the stats, or they're being disingenuous. And that was kind of my final point, is like, instead of like you have to call Rob out on like being disingenuous, and maybe not even directly to him, but like to the audience, of like you're not even addressing this like crappy statistics. You just keep bringing it up over and over again. Like I'm just asking the audience, is he like either dumb, or is he being disingenuous? And
Yeah.
you know, that's
Yeah.
going to chip away at his ego a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, and I like, just to get back to that, like arguing about the cancel culture and the limited government thing, I found like most conservative arguments, there's a way where you can use that like limited government and cancel culture against their arguments.
Yeah, although sometimes they'll be like, what they'll do is they'll do this thing where they spin from, well, yeah, I'm all for limited government, but we still need to protect the children, and this is a protecting them from a, and it's just like, I don't know how principled they are on limited government. The thing that I've encountered is every time Republicans all motion that they care about limited government, but then they back fucking funding the military trillions of dollars, which they just don't have a coherent idea of what limited government is. It's just a buzzword that they cynically use. But I don't know. Yeah, I think it's possible.
Like one strategy I've come up with to like that's where you need to use the come up with an example that would totally trigger them. Like, can you imagine if I don't know, they passed a law that you had to check if you had to take your kids into the doctor and see if they were trans or something like that, and you have to play off that outrage culture, and so like come up with an example that's gonna trigger them.
I will say that getting them mad first is always the best, but it was really tough in this one because I'll give them credit. They played off of Vaush well. I was not allowed into the club. I was not allowed to have to be conversed with, which was very frustrating.
Yeah, I think that's like another example where you like call them out on it. Be like, oh, I guess you guys are too scared to debate the one woman in the panel.
Yeah,
interesting.
That's true. I could have gone even harder with that. Yeah, fair enough. Well, Paradox, thank you so much. I want to make sure we get as many people in here as we can because we got a long line. But I seriously appreciate your feedback here, and I've got it all noted down. So I'm gonna take all this and be thinking on it quite a lot. So thank you so much.
You.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on, and hopefully we'll talk again sometime in the future. Bye for now.
Bye.
All right, give me 1 second real quick. Gonna just do this. Here we go. And give me just 1 minute to eat the rest of my sandwich because it's gotten a little cold, but I'm gonna eat it real quick. This is what the Demon Mama versus Demon Mama debate is gonna be like. Let's take a look.
Let's see this guy if he's funny. Let's see this guy if he's funny. Let's see this guy if he's funny. Let's see this guy if he's funny.
True!
Let's see this guy if he's funny. Let's see this guy if he's funny.
Wait, have you seen the Caseytron one of this? Let's see. Is this the one? Where's the one? I think it's Caseytron, isn't it? Caseytron did one of these. It's super funny. I want to watch it. It's super funny. Hold on. It's Caseytron reacts to herself. Yes. Here we go. This is so good. Oh my god, this is so good. This video is so good.
If you're new
We're gonna
to
watch
the
it together while I eat
my
this.
name's Caseytron,
This
and
is
I'm
Caseytron.
a professional girl gamer. And along with being a professional girl gamer, I also like to react to some things. Sometimes I react to different videos on YouTube, and people really like to see my reaction to things because they enjoy seeing me react to different things. So now I'm going to react to some things. So one of the things that I've been trying to do is I've been trying to do reactions to things
Me
because
too.
people really like seeing
Yeah.
other people. And
I've
their
been doing the
reactions
same
to
thing. Like,
different
I've been doing
things,
reactions to things
because
too.
it can be really funny at times. Yeah,
So now
see,
I'm going
she's
to
saying
react to
basically exactly
something,
what I said.
and I hope you guys enjoy it.
Okay, so she's gonna react.
Where'd the chat go? Why?
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
A second.
Why is the chat broken?
This is a series that I've been working on doing. It's really
I've been
fun.
doing a similar series.
So just like go ahead and watch. I think you guys are really going to enjoy this.
Yeah.
You guys are really going to enjoy this. This is something that I've been working on and that I'm going to start doing on stream regularly. So here we go.
Yep, here we go.
What the fuck is going on? This thing's busted. Oh well. Enjoy the video. I don't know where the chat is.
So,
who's she?
One of the cool things to do whenever you're like a content This is something
creator
that I've been working on
is,
for a while.
Yeah, I've been
come up
doing
with,
this
like,
for a
really
while.
fun
I have been
content
doing this
that
for a
isn't
while
even,
now.
Like that good. That's just worked in the past. You know, like really gimmicky.
I like her
shit
outfit
that everybody else does. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm gonna.
I
be
like her outfit,
reacting to
too.
Things. Because people like to see other people's reactions.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I
people
agree.
love
I
seeing
agree. People love seeing people's
I'm gonna
reactions.
react to this.
True,
I'm gonna react to. Last
her
week I reacted
reacting.
to.
Last week I reacted to.
I was reacting to stuff last week
And
too.
now this week I'm
And
gonna
then I
react to
reacted
this.
to.
So
I'm gonna
yeah,
react to
her
last
reacting
week,
to
and now I'm
her.
reacting to
And now
this.
she's gonna.
This is something that I'm doing where I react to things.
What's
and
she
you guys
reacting to?
watch How I react, because whenever I react to different things, I have a really funny reaction.
It is pretty funny. Yeah, it is.
That I have, because the reaction that I have to these different things that I react to is really funny. So watch me react to cats reacting to cats meowing on YouTube.
And watch me react to
So we're gonna watch
her
react.
We're gonna watch her reacting to her
And
reacting
I'm gonna watch
to the
her
cats and I'm gonna watch her
her
reacting to the reaction.
So it's gonna be like a
Yeah,
chain
and then
reaction.
I'm gonna react to
react
her
to stuff.
I'm gonna be reacting to that. I'm gonna reacting to her reacting to her reacting to her. Yeah, that's a funny one.
Look at that cat.
Oh, that's a cat. Oh gosh,
That
that
cat
cat
has-
camera. Yeah, he's right.
Wow. Oh, see, gosh.
I think there you go. There you go, right? Good, right? It's good, right? Yeah. And you like to see my reaction to her reacting 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 to cats, which were reacting to cats, right? Pretty good, right? It's good. I think it's good. Yeah. I give her at least one top kick. All right, I'm full now. It's true. It's a great video. Yeah, look, I got it too. I got the booba too, okay? Listen. All right? Look, I even gave you guys the down zip stream. Fuck you all. All right? Listen, I can have a little bit of sex appeal as a treat, okay? Fuck you. All right. Next, let's bring someone else in here. Yeah, the bitch titties. Yeah, that's right. It's a bitch and they're titties. Fuck you. All right, let's do this.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello, welcome, Exia Ross Gaming 00. Welcome to the show.
You can just call me Exia or Exia Ross.
All right, Exia. Pronouns.
He, him works.
All right. Well, you can have whichever ones you'd like, so just let me know if you want to change them.
Yeah.
Excellent. What can I do for you?
First off, I just want to say, you know, I really like what you're doing, and
thank you.
You're better than Vaush, especially at this stage.
Oh,
shit. It sounds like shade, but I don't mean it as shade. I just mean it to say that you're really good, and, you know, the stuff you talk about, especially sort of deprogramming yourself from a cult, it's something I can relate to with a lot of my friends, and it's something that is very therapeutic. But I sort of want to get back to the debate. You've seen JoJo, right?
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? No, actually, believe it or not. I'm familiar with some of the JoJo jokes and the Joe references. But I don't know. I haven't actually seen the whole show, so.
Okay, so Vaush does this a lot in debates, and it's very disarming to the opponents. It started happening earlier in JoJo, where what'll happen is he'll predict what they do before they do it. And you're very good at this because you point out that they use the thought-terminating cliches, but you sort of have to beat these guys to the thought-terminating cliches and say what they're going to say before they say it. Because once you've done that and the audience sees that you already know what they're going to think, they instantly lose credibility. At which point you can then be like, okay, let's move this conversation. And Vaush does that a lot, if you notice, where he'll be like, okay, I don't want to talk about this. Can we skip to this part? Because at that point, they already are disarmed by that. And either they have to change their plan to, you know, which disarms them, or they end up just playing exactly into what you do. And I think you already have a good handle on that, and you're very good at getting under people's skin.
Okay.
So as a result, like, you know, you're very... I think you have a good sort of handle on it. I think it's just something you need to go more ham in.
Okay. All right, I can do that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I do want to get better at that. Some of it is just... some of it is just having more practice with their arguments, so being able to pin him down exactly. I'm pretty good with it with Rob because I've heard his arguments a million times. But John was a little harder, I will say, for sure.
Yeah. I think the also thing is that you have to be able to sort of divide and conquer them because, you know, sort of like Rob and John, they're sort of the different brands of the right-wingers. You know, you have the more enlightened centrist, and then you have he doesn't want to say he's a Q guy, but, you know, rap god Rob, he's a Q guy.
He's a Q guy.
And also, I'm going to say I love the nicknames thing. That's really going to work with conservatives because they loved when Trump gave them the nickname. So if you hit them with the nicknames, I promise you that's going to sit in his craw for years.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
But yeah,
Ramblin'
I just
Rob.
really wanted to say I appreciate what you do, and
no
you do a lot of really, really good work.
Oh, thank you. Well, I try my best, and I'm only going to get better, hopefully, unless something horrible happens, like I unleash an ancient curse and it destroys my ability to demon well.
Oh, also, before I forget, and I'm sure this has been mentioned before, you've already said this to a degree. You said this in your interview with Eris that you already know that they're not going to let you talk, and you already saw how they were pigeonholing you, no matter how much or how little you talk.
Yeah.
So I say you should be less afraid of interrupting, and honestly, if they talk over you, because even Dylan had to step in and be like, okay, they're not even letting Mama talk, and they tried to cordon you out of the conversation, which was
they
very
totally did.
interesting
It was super
thing.
aggressive, yeah. Like I think it was like particularly acute in this conversation because it was three very masked dudes, and they also had Vaush being the main clout attraction. So it was just like, yeah, we could just box her out and just freak out on her every time she talks. It was very weird. That was one of the weirder things about this. And you know, I try not to hammer on that so much because, you know, nobody likes to hear somebody talk about sexism all the time and whatever. I know it's just complaining, but it's like at the same time, it feels so fucking weird. That was like, it's so fucking weird to have that happen. Where I'm just like, okay, so you guys are just like, they're just kind of like Rob and John are just both like, well, Vaush, what do you think about this? And I'm just like sitting over here like, you both just literally interrupted me in my last point and then just literally let it drop to the ground. It's fucking weird. But
It's actually bullshit. And again, that's how they try and sort of marginalize you and prevent you from saying yes perspectives, especially because you're the better, which is why I say you sort of have to, and people like to shit on Vaush for this, but that's honestly what we're there for. We're there to see him be a bit of an asshole. You're very good at, and you know this, you call yourself an edutainer because you know exactly what you are. You know, you're intelligent, you're enlightening, but you're also very funny and entertaining. So you just need to be able to go ham on these fools and remind them that they're small people. This sounds very horrible to say, but you know, people who want to oppress other people and deny people healthcare, to me, it's like, you're small people and you advocate for policies that are for small people. And so you need to eventually poke them at that, because Republicans, their whole thing is based on projection and insecurity. And when I say Republicans, obviously I'm talking about that greater thing. So just go ham.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally been my approach. I think maybe it harmed me in this particular instance and that I can refine it better. And that's what I would like to do. I would like to become more precise, because I think that I can. I'm pretty good at being vicious when the time comes. I mean, I'm kind of known for the spice, but I want my spice to be refined. I want it to be the fucking shit that you could pilot a ship with. You know, the Dune spice. That's the type of spice I want to bring. You know, not
the
just
spice that makes it rain in the desert.
Yeah, you know, that's what I'm talking about. I want to bring the real shit, not just this fucking ghost pepper sauce. I want the stuff that makes you go trip balls and turn into an alien that can navigate between the stars. That's the type of spice I want to bring. Yeah, so
here's a question sort of related to that, and I'm sorry if I'm talking it's late and my brain's all
Don't
wonky.
you worry. Don't you worry.
Yeah. You discussed especially how, pre and post to your transition, that, how you had to sort of change how you do in sales and how you had to be more different. And maybe that is something that might work with you, almost pretending to be different, because men are stupid and we're very ego driven. If you let them just bring, especially John Burke type, they are very, very ego driven. They like to act like they're not, because they're all ego. So if you just let them let their ego down, and that's when you start jabbing, they won't be able to expect it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that shit made me want to die when I was in sales, though.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying don't be who you are, but
maybe I can get a little sneakier. Maybe I can add a little bit of a misdirection at the beginning. And yeah, you might be right though. Like there's a certain truth to that, and I think in some ways, what made this such a hard one, such a hard debate, was because I don't know if it was intentional or not, but my sort of aggression went against me in this particular situation. I've had to fight fucking like I was sinking in a tar pit on Twitch for the last year, and then I get here and it was like there was no fight. They didn't do any of the shit that they normally do. Well, Rob did at the end because he can never keep himself cool, but it was a very different fight than I'm used to. Usually, I go in, I say like one or two innocuous statements, and somebody starts losing their shit. And by then, I'm justified in going as ham as I want, because they're trying to crowd me out of the conversation. Everybody can see that they're trying to do that. But they did a better job this time. And yeah, kind of fucked that up, I guess. But I guess you live and learn, right? So. Still there? Sorry, I think I might have lost you. Oh, no.
Hear me?
Oh, yeah, you cut out for a second there.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's all right.
My phone's weird.
That's all right.
I was gonna say, yeah, especially with the John Burke types, what you got to do with that, is, and I talk about this because my job is I used to work for the government, and so there was a lot of the American government, there was a lot of deal making, very local, not anything significant. But when you have these sort of things, you have to almost let people take their mask off. Yeah. Sort of like, well, why don't you want this policy? Well, we just don't want certain people coming into this. Well, what about those people? And, especially when John let go the degeneracy thing, that was really when I was like, ooh, this should be when Mama pounced. Because these people expose themselves all the time. And the second... Yeah. Also, hexagram, I'm not important. I just saw that on the screen. But yeah, when you pounce on these people, that's when they do it. You just got to wait for them to expose the mask.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. What if under John's mask is Rob? Well, they're not that far, but they're not that far apart. You'd be surprised. But yeah, I mean, I'm much better at getting under Rob's skin. I have way more familiarity with Rob than John. And John doesn't seem to, like, I didn't want to, like, sift through, like, hours upon hours of his VODs, and his videos that he posts are lame. So, yeah, no, I think there's truth in what you're saying here. Yeah, and I part of it is I just need to get more experience debating with these people to figure out how to fucking pry their goddamn masks off, because they're such fucking spineless cowards. They never say what they mean. I hate that shit so much. It's like one of the things I actually like about arguing with lefties is that lefties just say what they fucking want to say. They say what they mean, and I hate the spinelessness. It drives me up a wall. But
yeah. I agree. The spinelessness that they have, though, that's their greatest weakness, because once I understood that a lot of the conservative thing is projection and like fear politics, and you spoke about this, the sort of like fundamentalist Christian, the sort of doomsday role play that they're really into. Yeah. Once you start to be able to key into that, and you lock into that sort of fear and concern that they have, then you start to see, oh, they always say what they mean or they say what they're afraid of.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
especially when Rob was like, "You're transing our kids." See, that's what he's afraid of. He doesn't understand. That came from his fear of not understanding what the puberty blockers did to kids, and he thinks they're mutating kids, as opposed to helping kids not
right.
suffer.
I mean, it's such a good. I gotta use that line. It's mutating them into trans people. Oh my fucking god, that's actually a great line. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, I gotta. There was a couple of opportunities. It was tough. I really wish missing the degeneracy thing was one of the things that I wish I could have hit on harder. But it was so fucking hard. It was a tough fight, and I'd been spending to be fair, until Wednesday afternoon, I'd been prepping my entire week to be going up against Vaush, and so I was in a little different headspace. But no excuses. Gotta just get better. So.
Oh, no, you got this. As I said in the beginning, you and Vaush sort of have the same sauce, but you're definitely the standard. But trust me, you're gonna get bigger than him very soon. You already.
Don't curse it. I don't know if that's true. We'll see though, for sure.
It's gonna happen, I promise.
Well, I'll try my best. If that ever happens, that'd be a dream come true. Because I'd be living pretty with that. So.
Trust me, you got the right. This is the only way I can say it. You got the right sauce. you got the sauce. Have a very good night.
Thank you so much, Xia. It was really wonderful talking with you. Thank you. It was really helpful.
Cheers. Have a good night.
Good night. Oh, it was a great conversation. There we go. What a fucking great conversation that was. Man, it's been so good. This has been such a good night. Everybody's redeeming. You get nothing. You don't get anything. It tells you right there that you don't get anything. When you spend it, you get nothing. It used to be the dab button, but... All right, let's do another one. I still got energy. I'm pushing as far as I can go. And then I gotta have to stop eventually. But for now, more content. Let's do this. Next. By the way, I'm saving this in a master document. I'm gonna fucking destroy myself on Wednesday. You know this. Hello, Technica, or Technica. Welcome.
Hello, can you
Hi.
hear me?
Hi, I can. What are your pronouns?
She, they.
She, they, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. You are a little bit soft. I don't know if you can bump up your mic gain or maybe move a little closer to the mic or something like that.
Might be my Bluetooth. Let me switch off Bluetooth.
That could be. That might be.
How about now?
That's much better. Yeah.
Okay, so Bluetooth is garbage. All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, it kind of is. Yeah, that's just how it goes. Yeah. What can I do for you tonight?
It's not so much a critique of you specifically.
Okay.
I for one, I like the anger. A lot of people keep coming at you about being too aggressive, being too angry, and how it's bad optically. And I strongly disagree, especially with the last debate, because you're going up against people who fundamentally don't think you should exist.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
Being kind to that, like giving room at the table for that, is ridiculous. And I mean, for me personally, whenever I hear people say that and I see it happen in the debates, I kind of get the vibe of like when people when I get told as a black person to just talk to the racists, just make them understand where you're coming from. And it's like, they've got the rebel flag, they're Klan members, or they've got, they're listening to neo-Nazi talking points. It's like, they want to do me actual harm. I don't want to be nice to them. I don't need to be nice to them. There has to be a line drawn where my safety comes first. And I keep feeling that in a lot of these debates, that's what's happening for you. Like, it's always these debates where people are coming at you about you. Like, they're debating your existence, your worth of human dignity, and then everyone's telling you, be nice to them because it looks bad for other people that are watching.
I mean, it's exhausting, but on one hand, it's like, I don't know, like, I don't know what other option I have, Like, it's like, I gotta pack up and do something else that I, like, even though I love this shit, or I have to just keep facing the fact that a lot of debates are just going to get turned into me defending my own existence. And it sucks, but somebody's got to do it, right? Like, there's no way around it. Like it's just what it is. If if I'm not on there, somebody else is going to do it. Or, you know, if I appear on there, they're going to make it even if the topic isn't there. I mean, I've been on so many fucking panels where the topic wasn't anything to do with trans stuff. We end up talking about trans stuff just because I'm on there. It happens so many times. And like, I don't know what to do. Like on one hand, like I'm fine to talk about trans stuff. It does suck to be in like a toxic fight to the death about my own identity, but I don't know if there's anything to be won from shying away from it for me. Like I'm kind of like it's like a curse I got to deal with, right? Because like I love debate. I love fucking arguing about politics, and I even like talking about trans stuff, but it's inevitable going up against these people that I'm going to end up in a lot of conversations about my own existence. And I don't know, it's tough. It's tough to decide like when it's like if I'm doing a good or if I'm not. I don't know. It's hard to say.
I mean, personally, I feel you're doing a good with the anger, because far too often any marginalized group, when they come onto these, you know, these Twitch, you know, big debates, they get drowned out, they get ignored, and it just turns into like 3, 4, 6, 8 white people like just talking over everyone when the issue is about a specific not white cis group. So it's always good to see someone fired up that's actually fighting for, I guess, the little guy, the underdog. So it's always good to see that, because I think a lot of times being drowned out, I would think I see that more as a bad optics move, because it puts you and in effect the people you represent in a position of weakness, because it's like, oh, they can't even fight for themselves. They've got to have everyone else fight for them. And like with Exius, like what he said, like I think it was a really good thing that he said, because it was one of my suggestions, was lead them on. Like if you don't want to immediately go aggro, like I call it Hansel and Greteling, like just leave a trail of like, let them walk down like the logical path of the whatever stupid shit they declared, and then just have them actually have to commit and say it out loud. Or once you know the moment dawns on them and you can always see it on their face, they'll immediately have to back off. So optically you still got to push them, press at them, mock them, and they can't fight back without giving the game away. So it's the best
I think that might be something I got to try a little more, you know, just because and some of it is like, I think I'm just getting into new audience, so you know, maybe I just got to try some new tactics.
I mostly debate on Facebook, of all places, but I find that helps a lot. Of just, they make a dumbass statement, it's like, well, so you believe this, and they go, yes, and this, yes, and this, and so you want this to happen. Wait, no, I didn't say kill all of them. I'm just saying we can't trust. Wait, no, I can't say that either, because now everyone's seen it. Everyone's dogpiling on them now, and you can kind of just sit back and enjoy the show and bask in the bloodshed.
It's a lot to think about, and again, I've said this a couple times tonight of the wanting to get more precise with my anger and aggression, and I don't want to get rid of it, because obviously, like, again, one of the things that I aim to do with my content is to be able to reach out to all the fucking marginalized people, but specifically queer people who I have a lot in common with, and like people out there who don't feel represented. I want them to see that that you can fucking kick ass, and you won't, like, you might get some hate, but you're not going to be destroyed. And the more of us that are fighting, the better. I know that I have a thick skin. Like, I know I do. I've been through a lot. And I also and I don't think that that's like some sort of like amazing thing that like makes me better than anybody else. It's like a weird mutation. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want anybody else to have to get to this point, but since I'm here and since I have a tough skin, I may as well fucking deal with these things, you know? And maybe there's a small chance that like this will make just cram open, like get a foot in the door and let a couple more people through, so that there's a couple more, you know, trans, queer, you know, marginalized people who can start making their way in these spaces. But it's like, I don't know, like it is an uphill battle, and I don't know, it's so much to think about. But yeah.
Makes you feel any
thank
better.
you, Eris.
It is working. Like one of my friends, I've shown her a couple of your videos, and she's always been super hesitant about getting into just the Twitch field, even just doing harmless, like cutesy, like little Stardew Valley streaming.
Yeah.
But she saw videos that saw you just going in ham, just swinging everywhere, and she was just like, well, she's like, I've got a temper, so if she's out here doing this and she's thriving, I'll do it then. She's like, yeah, I'll argue with someone over my placement of cows in a game. If she can do it over important issues, I can handle it over this small shit. So yes, there are people out there that are seeing you take all these blows, unnecessary as they are, and it is giving them the courage to put their, take a jump in the pool.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's incredibly inspiring to hear, and it gives me fuel, because I mean, that is the thing that I want to see at the end of the day, right? It's like I know how much talent is out there. I know how much, and I know how much fucking shit that people get. So like, I don't know, like I know that, like, I mean, I got like what? Like I started getting fucking massive hate campaigns when I was at like 70 viewers. Like that's not sustainable, you know? Like you can't make a living at 70 average viewers. You just can't. So like if that's like the current ceiling as to where like the true inundation of hate begins for most people who are like, you know, women or marginalized people in these spaces, like, fuck, we got to knock that number a lot higher, because I want people to be able to at least start making a living before they start getting fucking any hate. Like, I know, and you get to a certain level of notoriety, you're always going to have some haters, but like, no, this level of hate is it's unfucking bearable. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that it is reaching some people, because that is fucking cool as shit. And I mean, I never really intended originally for that, but if I can do that, that'd be great. And I'm gonna do my best to make that possible. And I have seen that people react well to it. I just gotta get better, and also be able to adapt to. I gotta be able to adapt to the bigger audience, you know, because I think it plays differently in certain spaces. And when you're hitting like thousands more people, like. There's a lot of a chance that you're going to piss off a lot more people if you're not good with it, if you're too broad with it. We got to refine my pit fighter style a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I can see that. Though I would argue that like most of the debates you've been on, because Twitch is such an overlapping crowd of all the viewership, a lot of them are already kind of primed against you, so it's kind of tough.
Yeah.
So I think one of the smart things Vaush actually did was he went to TikTok and started kind of drawing from there.
That's where I am
that
right now.
kind of solidified. So he got a younger crowd, new audience, but they weren't already, predisposed to all the drama from Twitter and Twitch. So maybe a case of looking outside. I know the Surfs have a Facebook channel now. Like, as much as they hate it, they're like necessary
I've thought
evil.
about that. I have to spin it up slowly, because like right now, so TikTok, we're hitting really hard. We've had crazy success on TikTok, and I think it's going to only go up from here. But I would love to break into Facebook at some point. I don't know how to do that though, but we'll have to see. I know it would be, I know Facebook would be amazing. I bet it would be. Yeah.
Yeah, it could definitely use some like more queer friendly leftist spaces. Like there's millions of so-called lefty groups on Facebook, but they all kind of started spiraling into either the Nosball or tanky vortex. So it's kind of disheartening.
Yeah, that shit's scary. Yeah. And I've been railing against the fucking Nosball vortex bullshit for a while. That shit is wild. But I think it's unfortunately gonna be something we're gonna have to deal with. You even saw some of that creeping in the conversation with I got these hiccups. With Rob and John last night. Like they were making these motions like, well, I'm not entirely opposed to the idea of redistributing wealth. It's like you're starting to dip your toe in there. So very creepy to me. Yeah.
Well, let me move on so the next person can hop on.
Thank you so much. I'm as you can see, I'm starting to run out of energy myself, which is you know, believe it or not, I do have limited energy. But thank you so very much. This is an incredible conversation, and I really appreciate your feedback because it means the world to me to be able to get like meaningful, good faith feedback from my community. So thank you.
Well, thanks for doing all this great work and putting in another record-breaking stream. And at least you got your sandwich.
Yeah, I did get the sandwich. It was fucking good too, even though a little toasty, but it was fucking great. So yeah, thank you so much, and hopefully we'll speak again soon, maybe on the next call-in stream.
All right, take care.
Good night. All right, everybody. One more. I can do one more, and then I have to go, because if I go any longer, I'm going to start collapsing it. One more. Beatrice, 27, you are the last call-in of the night. You made it just under the line, like fucking Indiana Jones grabbing the hat under the door. You just slid in here like that, so.
Yeah, with the big boulder running behind me.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right.
All right then.
Pronouns?
Well, let's start off with the aphorism I kind of wanted to get into. Also, my pronouns are cheater. Sorry.
Alrighty. Yeah, you got it. All right, let's do this. Let's hit me with what you got, and I will do my best to make the best of it.
Well, first off, I wanted to suggest one epithet of my own for Rob, and that is revolving Rob.
Revolving Rob.
Because he revolves around one source when he really doesn't have an argument. Like that one source about the 80 to 90%. Vaush mentioned this. Vaush mentioned that was an unreliable source.
True.
And like he still used it after Vaush called him out of that several times. And that's
He just fucking bam like an NPC. Dialogue tree shit.
Yeah, dialogue tree shit, exactly.
Yeah.
But the thing I wanted to get into here was the three pillars I see when I'm debating, or when I see someone debating, is that I see their argument, their ideology, their supporting, and their tactics. So
okay,
for
Yoda?
instance,
My dog. What's up? What's up, Yoda?
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. My dog.
The main pillar I want to talk about today is the tactics,
What's that?
because I think you do great.
One second, I apologize. My dog just came in, is trying to get.
Oh, sorry.
Hey Yoda, you can't eat that. I'm sorry. Oh, you're gonna growl at me about that, huh? I'm sorry. You can't have this sandwich. You wanna hand it to me? Yeah, here. She'll follow you for it. So. Hey, you okay? You a little freaked out there? Okay. All right.
Oh, doggy.
Yeah, she took off. Well, Yodi is not. I think Yodi was. There were some people walking by and I think it spooked her, but she came in trying to grab my sandwich again. So sorry about the interruption there. My apologies. Would you mind just restarting that point and so I can take notes and everything?
We got the three pillars of ideology, argument, and tactics.
Okay.
So it's kind of similar to the ethos, pathos, logos thing, with like the argument is the logos, the ideology is the ethos, and the tactics. Well, the tactics is also it's the pathos.
Okay.
So the thing is, I think you do an excellent job with taking on the ideology, because you recognize Rob for what he is, and that he's being disingenuous with his arguments.
Yep.
John, it's a little hard to take that mask off. You kind of have to let him do it himself, which is why I want to go to the tactics part.
Okay.
For arguments, that's also basically a logic game.
Yep.
And especially when you can like peel into the sources that they're using. Like we know like Vaush always says this, is that we know conservatives aren't logically sound in most cases.
True.
So I feel like having that sound advantage really helps with the argument. But perhaps what we need to focus on a lot is the tactics. Not necessarily that you need to be mellow. I think, who was last? I'm so sorry. Technica said it excellently, that it was kind of okay for you to get angry. Like I kind of, like it was an issue about trans people, and like we're trans. And like it's like kind of an attack on ourselves. And like Vaush, even once again, I keep talking about what Vaush says. Vaush himself said that there's a problem that like when like John said, Vaush has been so nice when you see that why can't you be like Vaush about this topic when it's literally affecting your entire livelihood?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's hard to just I find it's impossible to not like have some reaction to that, because it doesn't come across as believable either. If I just like they know that they're targeting me, and if I was to just sit there, it would do it not just it would not only look weird, but it would be a disservice to the people in the audience who know that they're being targeted by that type of stuff. So
yeah. And actually my whole thing is that we gotta expose their tactics. I kind of got a little sad when they kept commenting on your condescension, your aggression, when it's really their tactics that are really, really the more abusive arguments in the debate. So you gotta call that stuff out, but sometimes you gotta let it call itself out. Like I think Exia Ross Gaming put it that way. Like I've been listening a lot to the people who talked before me.
Yeah. Yep.
There was like this some examples I can think is like I know my two favorite rhetoricians on earth, John Oliver and H Bomber Guy. No, it's Vaush, but I put H Bomber Guy at number 3. I know John Oliver like does these kind of setups where he's like, there's this clip. I know one from recently, the unemployment video where it's like I forget, a governor says we're not going to give unemployment benefits to someone named Tupac Shakur. And then, lo and behold, Tupac Shakur is the real name of someone who needs unemployment benefits.
Yeah.
And then for H Bomber Guy, it's the whole weed killer. You realize that there's a cognitive dissonance between. Sorry for saying weed. So like, I forgot his name, and I just rewatched the video. But basically, like, Patrick Moore. Patrick Moore defended drinking weed killer, then realized that he's trying to defend the company without internally believing that what he's saying is the truth. So you got to find cognitive dissonances like that, I think, is kind of the key thing.
And expose it. I think I was able to do that better with Rob than I was with John last night.
Yeah, because Rob was a bit more mask off. He already had his mask peeling off there.
Yeah, he doesn't keep it on as well. The glue's fading.
He does, yeah, with the whole Black Lives Matter terrorism. I don't think he even has a mask when he's off the debate stands.
Oh, no way. Not even close. Like, his car dad rant shit that he does on his channel it's just hog wild. He's just like, cultural Marxists are infiltrating our schools, and they're teaching our kids to be feminine communists. I'm just like, dude. But yeah.
Feminine Islamic communists. We stand our Muslim comrades.
Yeah, we stand our bimbo-fied Muslim comrades. Yeah, I'm here for
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much.
I also been thinking about the Mel debate because, like I remember the line of, "Do you do any real organization?" And then Vaush says, "I organize these nuts." I both liked that and hated that. I liked it because if I knew the context of what Vaush said, I realized that it's kind of a small thing in perspective to Mel's whole argument of like, you can only be a leftist if you like organize and stuff.
Yeah.
But also like, and then I kind of hated it because it also required the context of this Mel and Vaush beef.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's kind of what happened with John, is that you need to like pull it out more.
Yeah.
And kind of let him do it first.
Yeah.
So you have a tactic to attack.
I think that's true. I think I misstepped a couple of plays against John, and it is funny because that whole real leftist organized fucking Mel doesn't do shit. I knew her for fucking a year. She doesn't do shit. She sits online and bitches about people on Twitter all day, every day. That's what she does. It's full of shit.
Well, that's exactly what tankies do.
I know that's what they all do, but still, it's so fucking funny. I heard that, and I like when I was listening to that live, I was like, "Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me! That's bullshit." But she does that a lot.
I'm pretty tactics based with how I disagree with almost all kind of online left shenanigans because they use turf tactics, they use tanky tactics, they use fascist tactics, and when I see the tactics, I might agree with some parts of the ideology. But when there's those holes in the tactics, it really is, and then it really adds to the fallacies in the argument.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree. Yeah.
What's a good example I can use?
Well, no need to come up with one on the spot. I think I get the idea.
I have a bit of hot takes of being a postie, so I got to think of a good one.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, well, I can probably just say the Uyghur Muslim genocide with tankies. Like,
yeah,
it's a deflection towards U.S. imperialism. It's yeah, and it's also sometimes gatekeepy for like the whole like tanky anarcho split is gatekeepy, but it's obviously a bit more gatekeepy with the side that's actually being more authoritarian. So
yeah, it's
I
kind
see
of
it
the
more
thing.
with tankies than I do anarchists.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, praise Wario. That's all I had to say.
Thank you so much, the Beatrice. It's been really wonderful talking to you. Sorry, I'm starting to run a little low on energy, but I took solid notes on what you said. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you, and I'm glad I found you. Like, I think it wasn't actually the 4-on-4 that I saw you first. It was that big panel with mainly about trans stuff that Destiny was in.
Ah, yeah, that one. No, that was a fucking wild ride. The one that I ended up being on the panel for 10 hours. That was ridiculous. Yeah. That was stupid, but it was fun. So, that's how it goes.
Anyway, hell bless your soul, DEMONMAMA, and hell bless me too.
Likewise.
Is that a blasphemous?
Trans rights and trans thriving. That also.
Trans rights and trans pride. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Have
night.
a great night. Hello, you two.
Hello.
Hi, I've brought you on at the last moment to say thank you both so very much. Just so you know, I wanted to give you some personal thanks on the stream in front of all the imps. Hope that isn't too much of a violation of your mood. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
First of all,
oh, you go silent.
Yeah. First of all, how dare you?
True.
All right. No, that's not. I can't blame you. I can blame Prime Kai's for sure.
True. Conyer.
Yeah, Conyer rating with like 150, 200 people each.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
true. Yeah, but thank you for helping with this. It was an impromptu call-in stream, but I felt we deserved. I felt it was a good use, and I feel like I walked away with a lot of notes. And on Wednesday, I'm gonna kick that fucking bitch's ass.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. Get him.
Yeah.
Get him.
Thank you both so much. I'm gonna send off the stream now. All right.
Yeah, sounds
All right.
good.
You have a nice night.
Good night.
KK Comrade Mama out.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, everybody, listen up. Listen up. Listen up. Thank you, Plain Solo. Appreciate that. If you like what you've seen today, and you want to see me kick my own ass on Wednesday, and then you want to hear me talk about the fucking incredible experiences of my weird life growing up in a cult, you want to subscribe. Subscribe, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube because it's free. All you got to do is go over to my YouTube channel, which is right here. I'm going to put it in the chat. There we go. And join my damn Discord, which is easy. Discord.gg/DemonMama. It's super, super easy to do that. And yeah, you got it. It's right there. I just linked you. It's right above there. All right? Now listen. I'm going to take tomorrow off because I need to get some rest. But Monday, we're coming in hot, going on Prime Kai's. So there's going to be some debate content and some other really cool shit. And then the rest of the week, specialty mama content, okay? So it's going to be fucking amazing. Yeah, we're going to raid out on Twitch. So let me just figure out who the fuck we're going to raid real quick, and then we'll go from there. Let me just see who's actually on right now. twitch.tv/. Oh, wait, I don't need to do any / Let's see. Is there even anybody on right now? Aiko, we're raiding into... Actually, no, you know what? Tonight, we are going to raid into... Wait, who's talking about what? Aiko? Let's go into Aiko. Let's raid into Aiko. Aiko's doing fun stuff, okay? Ready? Here we go. Aiko rules. We haven't raided Aiko in forever. So there, go enjoy. Go send your love. All of you who are staying up, go and send your love to Aiko. Aiko is pog as shit. Look at that. Look at how many raiders. Make sure you let her know that Demon Mama sends her love from the imps, okay? You go have a whole lot of fun, and I will see you all very, very soon, okay? Much communal love to all of my lovely imps, all of my new imps, and all of my ancient imps. And I'll see you real soon. Good night, everyone.